Chapter 1941 I want to see him. Feng knew that he couldn't hide this from her. So he didn't try to hide it. He just wanted to keep her company for her current health. Don't worry. He's fine. You can't get too excited about your current physical condition. I'll take you to see him when you're better. Su Mo Liang, who had experienced life and death with Jun Haotsong, was extremely insecure. How could he believe these emotionally comforting lies? He shook his head and refused to believe. He was tortured by you and got a cold. Now he was slapped in the face for saving you. How could he be fine? Feng I only want to ask you one last question. Where is Jun Haotsong now? Thinking of the scene before Jun Haotsong died, Su Mo Liang felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing his heart. He was so scared that even his voice was shaking violently. Feng Moxie felt a pain in her heart when she heard her say that. Then she pretended to be calm and replied, "Your injuries are very serious. It is not suitable for you to get out of bed and walk. Since I promised him to take good care of you, you can't do anything wrong. I don't need your care. I want to see Jun Haotsong now. Right now. Right away." Su Moyang refused excitedly, suddenly opened the quilt, and wanted to get out of bed. Now her whole heart is on Jun Haotsong, and she has only one thought in her mind: to see him alive or dead. Whether he is alive or dead, she will accompany him. However, she has been lying in bed for a month, and her whole body is weak. She can't stand at all, and she accidentally rolled to the ground. Seeing her so stubborn, Feng Moxie felt helpless and wanted to help her up. Jun Haotsong is right. You like to show off. You know it's not possible, but you still want to do it. If you want to see him, get well first. Otherwise, don't think about seeing him forever. At this time, Su Moyan was concerned about Jun Haotsong's safety, and her heart was almost crazy. When she heard his stop, she pushed him away angrily on the spot, and her hoarse and angry roar seemed a little collapsed. "Get out. When is it your turn to ask about the matter between me and him? I want to find him. I will find him in the sky and the underworld. No one can stop me." As she said that, Su Moyan grabbed the ground hard, dragged her body step by step, and tried to crawl out of the room. However, with this pull, the wound on her back that had just been repaired began to bleed again, instantly staining her clothes red. Feng Moxie was hurt by her desperate behavior, and finally had to take a deep breath and compromised. "He is in the Shuiyang jade coffin in the Biling underground palace. I'll carry you there." As she said that, he reached out to Su Moyang again, wanting to help her up. But before he touched Su Moyang, she waved him away with a palm. "Get out." Su Moyang glared at him with wide eyes, and blurted out a word viciously. Feng Moxie was opened by her, and met those eyes full of tears, stimulated and scarlet, and felt her disgust from the bottom of her heart. His whole heart seemed to be filed back and forth by a sharp file, and he couldn't breathe in pain. Yes, the man she loved deeply died because of him. Whether it was the cold or the slap she blocked for him, it was most directly related to him. He caused her to lose the most important person in her life. Isn't it natural for her to hate him, blame him, and hate him? But why did his heart hurt so much that he almost died? What's more devastating is that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be in pain and sad. After all, it was caused by him. She knew. Xiao Wanxian and others on the side saw Su Moyang trying to crawl out, and they stepped forward to stop him with heartache. "Master, you were seriously injured and almost died. We finally waited for you to come back, but you tortured yourself like this. Aren't you going to make us sad?" "Yes, Su Mo. You don't think about yourself. Please think about the people who are worried about you. We have been guarding you and taking care of you these days, not to see you hurt yourself," Xiao Wanxian advised earnestly. But these words were basically a waste of time for Su Moyang, who had lost her mind due to the shock of Jun Haotsong's death. She grabbed Shinuo's hand and begged uncontrollably, "Take me to see Jun Haotsong. I want to see him now." Shinua knew that she was reluctant to leave the emperor, and felt a little reluctant and melancholy in her heart. But when she thought that she could not be stimulated again, her expression became a little embarrassed. "Master, it's not that we don't want to take you. We are afraid. Take her there." However, Feng Moxie seemed to have made a decision, and interrupted her before she finished speaking. Shinua glanced at him, her pupils full of worry. "But, take her there. She will keep tormenting herself if she can't see Jun Haotsong, since it will hurt her anyway. It's better to let her hurt clearly." Feng endured the pain in his heart and said lightly. She knew and nodded slightly upon hearing this, and quickly helped Su Maoyang up. Master, I will take you to see the emperor. The people in the room, who were concerned about Su Maoyang's safety, were worried about her, and they all said, we will go with you. The underground palace of the Northern Spirit Realm is not far away. Not long after, Su Maoyang came down to the underground palace with their support, and came to the Blood Sun Jade coffin. Seeing Jun Haotsong lying quietly in the jade coffin, her heart suddenly trembled with pain, and the tears she had been holding back burst out and wet her cheeks. She heard that after the Battle of Yunding, Jun Haotsong was saved by the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm, and it was all thanks to this Blood Sun Jade coffin that his heart was saved. But even so, he was suffering from a cold disease. If there was no fiery soul-refining pill to detoxify, he would still be like a living dead and could not wake up. Moreover, this Blood Sun Jade coffin could not protect him for a lifetime, and could only last for 3 months at most. Now, a month has passed, and there are only 2 months left. Su Maoyang felt heartbroken when she thought that she didn't have much time to spend with him. She broke away from Shi Nu and Xia Ho Wanchuan's support and staggered to Jun Haotsong. She gazed at the handsome face imprinted in her heart with deep affection, and reluctantly touched the Shuiyang Jade coffin. Tears fell like beads with a broken string, falling down and dripping on the jade coffin. Haotsong, I'm here. Su Maoyang choked up as soon as she opened her mouth. Her hoarse voice sounded like a wail, which made people feel distressed. But, you are too much. You don't even open your eyes to look at me. You always said before that you would miss me like crazy if you couldn't see me for a moment. But you lie here so quietly and indifferently after not seeing me for so long. You don't even want to look at me. Don't you miss me? Su Maoyang thought of the past scenes, and her heart seemed to be filled with lead, cold and hard, and almost fell out. At that time, she always thought he was not serious, and turned a blind eye to his thoughts and his intimacy. But now, she realized that every word of his love, every intimacy, and every impropriety seemed so precious. Chapter 1942 Jun Haotsong is saved. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang pulled up a sad smile at the corner of her mouth, slowly leaned over, gently pressed her cheek against the cold jade coffin, and whispered softly, it doesn't matter if you don't miss me or look at me. I understand that you have been missing me, protecting me, and following my figure all these years. You must be tired. So from now on, let me look at you and think about you. Okay? I know that you will frown and say no with a stern face at this time, but please forgive my willfulness. After all, this is the only thing I can do for you, because I am an incompetent wife. I don't know how to love someone. I think that if I see you in my eyes, you are in my heart, you are in my mind, and you are in my mouth for the rest of my life. This should be the way I love you. As she said this, Su Maoyang's tears seemed to flow into her heart, becoming bitter and sour, and her heart beating for him was so painful that it was about to burst, making her feel powerless. At this moment, feeling the coldness coming from the jade coffin, Su Maoyang couldn't help shivering, and sighed distressfully, it's so cold. You must be very cold sleeping in it. I'll come in to accompany you and warm you up. Okay? As he said, Su Maoyang propped himself up, pushed the jade coffin open with force, and wanted to crawl in. Seeing this, Shi Nu and others were all shocked and changed their faces, and hurried forward and grabbed her. Master, in your current physical condition, how can you sleep in such a cold Shuiyang jade coffin? If the injury worsens, what will happen? Suimo, we know that you can't bear to leave the Emperor, but you can't torture yourself like this. If the Emperor knows, I'm afraid he will be heartbroken. I was hoping he would be sad, but unfortunately he can't. His heart will soon die. So let me stay with him for a while. Just for a while. Is this not okay? Su Maoyang looked at them with tears in her eyes, and her pleading eyes made their hearts ache. King Gaoyang sighed. Forget it. Let her talk to the Emperor. Hearing this, Shi Nu, Dongfang Yaoyu and others also felt sorry for her, and they couldn't help but let go of her hands and let her lie in the Shuiyang jade coffin. At this time, Su Maoyang was finally able to sleep with Jun Haotsong. She was a little excited. She hugged him tightly and stroked his cheek, tracing his facial features and contours. She couldn't get enough of looking at him. Before, as long as you hugged me, I could sleep more peacefully than usual. Now it's my turn to hug you. Will you sleep better? Before, you promised me that you would sleep with me for the rest of your life. Since you can't do it, I will fulfill this promise and sleep with you every day and accompany you every day. Okay? Su Maoyang smiled gently and kissed Jun Haotsong's pale and cold cheek. When she knew and others heard this and saw this scene, they couldn't bear to avoid their eyes and hold back the tears in their eyes. Feng Emosia, who was standing at the gate of the underground palace, saw Su Mo Liang's reluctance to leave Jun Haotsong, and his eyes were red. He secretly clenched his fingers. After a long time, he slowly blurted out 2 words. Let's go! Yi Feng, who was standing beside him, was slightly stunned and didn't quite understand what he meant. Master, where are you going? To the Sunluo realm. Feng Emosia answered coldly, then turned around and left. Yi Feng was stunned when he heard this. Looking at his departing back, he felt particularly lonely and desolate. Perhaps no one knows how much pain this decision to leave carries. 5 days later, Su Maoyan was in a coma for another 5 days because of frostbite from the Shuiyang jade coffin. When she woke up that day, Su Maoyan was clamoring to go to the underground palace. But this time, she knew and others were determined and would not let her go anyway. Su Maoyan had no choice but to call Feng Mox's name, hoping that he would let her stay with Jun Haotsong for the grace of saving his life. Dongfang Yaoyu saw this and shook his head helplessly. Su Mo, don't make trouble anymore. Thinshin Jun had left the Northern Spirit Realm 5 days ago and went to the Sunluo Realm. No one here will indulge you anymore, so you should just heal your wounds. He left. Su Maoyan's last hope was extinguished, and he dropped his hands dejectedly and was absent-minded for a while. Dongfang Liyue, who was standing by, was worried that she had misunderstood Lord Finchin, so she couldn't help but explain. Su Mo, Lord Finchin said that he knew you didn't like him and wouldn't accept his care, so leaving you is the only thing he could do for you. In fact, we have all seen how he has been taking care of you and healing you these days. He may not be a good person, but he is dedicated to you. I have never seen Lord Finchin care so much about someone, and even I can't help but be moved. So, Su Mo, for the sake of him saving you several times, just let it go and don't hate him anymore. Hearing this, Su Maoyan couldn't help but pull up a sad smile at the corner of his mouth, and tears quietly slipped from the corner of his eyes. Hate? Do you think I hate him? If she could really hate him, she wouldn't be in such pain. She knew that he killed the person she loved deeply, but she couldn't hate her enemy. What a tragedy. So, in order to relieve her guilt, she could only speak ill of him, draw a clear line between the two of them, and force herself to be more fierce, more cruel, and more ruthless. This is the attitude you should have towards your enemy. Dongfang Liyue was confused by her question, and she didn't understand what she meant. Zino, Xiaoho Wanxian and Dongfang Yaoyu heard the clues, and couldn't help but look at each other and stop talking. However, just when everyone fell into silence, a loud laugh suddenly came from outside, with endless surprise inside. Ha ha ha! My apprentice is saved! My apprentice is saved! At this time, Yushu Tianzuan ran in from outside with a plate in his hand, and ran to Su Maoyan with his old face flushed with excitement. Sister, Sonner is saved! Then, not only Yushu Tianzuan, Jun Yueya, Im Modfeng, Yin Family Master, Pan Family Master, and Du Family Master also followed closely with surprise, and walked in quickly. Su Maoyan was shocked to hear that Jun Haotsong was saved. She sat up from the bed, and stared at Yushu Tianzuan in disbelief. What did you say just now? Say it again. Ha ha ha. I just said that your husband, our Yulu Emperor, is saved. Yushu Tianzuan laughed with his head raised, showing that he was extremely happy. Hearing this news, Su Maoyan's pale face also flushed with some color, and her excited heart almost jumped out. Didn't he say that he only had 2 months? How could it be possible? Who saved him? Seeing her puzzled face, Jun Yueya smiled and explained. A month ago, we asked the trading house to help us find the eyes of the fire spirit body. We didn't have much hope, but just now, someone from the trading house came to deliver a letter saying that the eyes of the fire spirit body were found. Look, they have sent someone to deliver the eyes. So, as long as you refine the fiery soul refining pill, Sonner will be saved. Chapter 1943, Refining the Fiery Soul Refining Pill. Ha ha ha. I heard before that there is no treasure that cannot be found in the trading houses of the Northern Spirit Realm. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. They even found the eyes of the fire spirit body. It really lives up to its reputation. The head of the Yin family was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth when he thought that the emperor could be saved. Yes. God bless. Even such a rare medicinal material has been found. I think the emperor is blessed and has a long life. And his life should not end. The head of the Pan family agreed with a smile. When Su Maoyang heard it, she couldn't wait and hurriedly lifted the quilt and wanted to get off the bed. Quick! Give me the medicinal materials. I will refine the pill for him now. After experiencing the separation of life and death, she couldn't wait a moment. Although she knew was also happy for Jun Haotsong, she had to stop him when she thought of Su Maoyang's health. Master, the fiery soul refining pill is a Saint King grade pill that consumes a lot of mental energy. Your current physical condition is not suitable for refining pills. Dong Jinan, who was standing by, nodded with a worried look on his face. Yes, disciple. You just woke up and started refining pills before your strength has recovered. You will definitely suffer a lot of damage, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. I know what I am doing. There will be no problem. Su Maoyang ignored their obstruction and reached out to Yushu Tianzuan, wanting to take the plate. Seeing this, King Gaoyang frowned in dissatisfaction, grabbed Yushu Tianzuan's hand, and said viciously, "Yu Zhangfeng, you bastard. You know that Su Imo has just woken up and his body has not recovered yet. But you have to come to talk about this at this time. Do you want to fight again?" Yushu Tianzuan was scolded by him and seemed innocent. I was too excited because I suddenly got such a precious medicinal material, and I wanted to tell everyone the good news quickly. I was just happy at that time. How could I think so much? Forget it. I think you only want your precious apprentice, not Sumo. You don't care about Sumo's health. But we do. No matter what. My Maple Forest Empire is also her family. If you dare to bully her under my nose, I will make you look good. King Gaoyang shouted loudly, with a very tough attitude. He couldn't care about what happened to the emperor. But if Su Mo had any problems, he would fight with this group of people. Yushu Tianzuan felt wronged and retorted anxiously, "What do you mean by bullying? I am her younger brother. How could I bully her? Besides, I just told her the good news because she was heartbroken because of my apprentice. You really judge others by your own standards. You, after so many years, your mouth is still so powerful. In this case, go out and fight now, and see if I don't tear your mouth apart," King Gaoyang said, and was about to roll up his sleeves to fight. Yu Zhangfeng said with disdain, "After so many years, you are still a simple-minded, strong-limbed violent maniac. It's a pity that although your formation is powerful, I am now an Emperor's Spirit Master. Killing you is as easy as pinching an ant. You are so shameless. The reason why you reached the level of Emperor's Spirit Master is that you successfully advanced by relying on the elixir refined by Su Mo. What's so great about it?" King Gaoyang roared back unconvinced. Su Maoyang saw that the two old guys quarreled red-faced as soon as they met, and they didn't stop for a moment. He shook his head speechlessly. "Okay. Stop quarreling. It's giving me a headache." Yushu Tianzuan heard that she was angry and immediately shut up. Although he hoped that Jun Haotsong would wake up soon, he didn't want Su Maoyang to hurt his body. So he hurriedly advised, "Sister, I was inconsiderate just now. You should take care of yourself first. Anyway, Songer still has 2 months. So we are not in a hurry. Don't worry. I have a lot of divine pattern pills to restore spiritual power. It is not a problem to refine the fiery soul refining pill. But it may take a little more time." Su Maoyang waved his hand and comforted. Hearing this, Yushu Tianzuan nodded slightly relieved, and immediately put the plate with eyes on the table, and quickly greeted King Pingxiang and several family heads. Warning. Let's go. Don't stand here. If you disturb my sister's rest, not to mention Qi Hanyang, even I will not forgive you. Hearing that Yushu Tianzuan had spoken, everyone naturally did not dare to stay for long, and all left the room tactfully. Because, with Su Maoyang's feelings for the emperor, they don't have to worry about the fiery soul refining pill. When King Gaoyang saw Yushu Tianzuan leaving with the people from the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, he snorted unhappily. They know what's good for them. Okay. You should know what's good for you too. And leave quickly. Su Maoyang saw that he and the people from the Maple Forest Empire were still standing here, and reminded them helplessly. Me? You have no conscience. I'm worried about your health. Okay. Chi Hanyang was so angry. Su Maoyang pulled up a weak smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded slightly. Yes. 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 I know you are worried about me. But I'm awake now. And Jun Haotsong has been saved. For him. I won't let anything happen to me. So don't worry. Well, I believe Su Imo knows her limits. Let's let her rest quietly for a while. Xiahou Wanxian understood Su Maoyang's mood and helped persuade her. Although Dong Jinan felt distressed. He was helpless. Well, okay. You have a good rest. And don't be stubborn for that kid. If you need anything, just tell us directly. Understand? Su Maoyang received the worried eyes of Dong Jinan. King Gaonan. Several elders of the Dongfang family. Dongfang brothers and sisters. Xiahou brothers and sisters. Etc. And his heart warmed up. He smiled and nodded. Well, I will. Don't worry. After getting the guarantee, everyone left the room reluctantly. Su Maoyang saw them leave. So she took the plate next to her and lifted the black cloth covering it. When her eyes touched the bloody eyeball, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. She searched for the body of the fire spirit for so many years, but found nothing. Unexpectedly, it was found by the trading house in the Northern Spirit Realm. Could it be that the forces in the Northern Spirit Realm are really as powerful as the rumors say? Moreover, she was also very curious about who the person with the fire spirit body was, and why they could easily get his eyes. Or did Yushi Tianzuan and his men forcibly remove his eyes in order to save Jun Haotsong, regardless of other people's lives? However, for the safety of Jun Haotsong, Su Maoyang had no time to think about other things at this time. She could only put aside her doubts temporarily, and slowly understand the truth after the matter was resolved. Then, she swallowed the pills for healing and restoring mental strength. Released the evil blood cauldron. Quickly peeled off the soul-devouring flower, and several other herbs that had been prepared, and began to concentrate on refining the fiery soul-refining pill. Chapter 1944. You're a big fool. It's just that the process of making this elixir is a bit complicated, and Su Maoyang's physical strength was consumed greatly. So it took 15 days to refine it. When the elixir released a pure and rich medicinal fragrance, she was truly relieved. She raised her hand, lifted the elixir up, and put it on the plate. Seeing that the fiery soul-refining pill was completed, she was a little excited and couldn't wait to call out. Shinuo, who had been waiting outside the door for orders, heard the noise and hurried in. Seeing that her face was a little pale, he hurried forward and asked with concern, Master, are you okay? Su Maoyang shook his head and pointed to the plate on the table. I'm fine. You quickly asked Yushi Tianzuan to send the pill to Jun Haotsong. Shinuo heard this and realized that she had successfully refined the fiery soul-refining pill. Her eyes were filled with joy, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay. I'll go and send the pill to Emperor Zun now. You stay and help me dress up and change clothes. Let Yushi Tianzuan go. Her body was already seriously injured, and she was very weak after refining the pill these days. If she were to see Jun Haotsong in her current state, Jun Haotsong would definitely worry about her. So, she had to dress up and make herself look more energetic and not so haggard. Shinuo nodded slightly after receiving the order. Well, Shinuo will go and deliver the elixir to Yusu Tianzuan. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the room. At this time, Su Maoyang stood up with difficulty and came to the dressing table. However, when she saw herself in the bronze mirror, she was immediately shocked. Her hair, it turned white. Before, she was so shocked by Jun Haotsong's death that she was unconscious. Her whole heart was on Jun Haotsong, and she didn't pay attention to her injuries and body at all. Later, she was busy refining pills and had no time to pay attention to the changes in her body. So, when she suddenly saw the silver hair, Su Maoyang's pale and haggard face turned blue-gray, and she was shocked. At this time, seeing Shinuo coming back, Su Maoyang asked in confusion, Shinuo, when did my hair turn white? It was when the emperor was slapped and fainted. You were too sad, so your hair turned white. Master, do you really have no impression of these scenes? Shinuo thought she forgot this part of the memory because she had just woken up. But she had been awake for so long, and she still had no impression of the following things, which surprised her a little. Su Maoyang heard this and kept trying to recall it, but the more she thought about it, the more her head hurt, and she couldn't remember it at all. as if that part of the memory was forcibly sealed. Master, if you can't remember, don't think about it. You were shocked at that time, and were already mentally confused. Now that you have recovered, it is normal to lose this part of memory. Now everything is over. It is a great joy that the Emperor can survive safely. You should be happy, and don't think about those sad things. She knew it comforted. Su Maoyang nodded in agreement after hearing this. Forget it. As long as he is fine, nothing else matters. It's just hair. Let it be white. In order to save Jun Haotsong, she would even give up her life, let alone her hair. She knew. Looked at her in the bronze mirror, and couldn't help but reach out and touch her silver hair, smiling and saying, Master, you are beautiful. Even with silver hair, it can't cover up your peerless beauty. In my opinion, Master, you are more charming than before, with a unique charm. Hee hee. I am so embarrassed. And I am still charming. It's amazing that you can say that. Su Maoyang was amused by her, and shook his head with a smile. She knew it combed her silver hair that was like bright moonlight, looking at the pair of eyes as bright as obsidian in the bronze mirror, and couldn't help but recall her strange silver pupils when she was in a state of rampage that day. His heart was once again filled with amazement, and he said seriously, I am just telling the truth. Okay, don't make fun of me. Put some rouge and powder on me. Su Maoyang patted her hand. She knew it was a little surprised to hear this. Master, don't you always dislike rouge and powder? You can try it occasionally, Su Maoyang said with a smile. She knew it had been with her for so long and knew her to some extent. After hearing this, he quickly understood her thoughts. It seemed that her master dressed up carefully because he didn't want the Emperor to see her in such a mess, and didn't want to make the Emperor worry. However, she was really pitiful. Although her physical condition was very poor, she tried her best to hide her weakness in order to reassure the Emperor. It was really well-intentioned. Thinking of this, she knew aside helplessly and, as she requested, tried to paint her pale face to make it look more energetic. When she knew finished dressing, and was about to change her clothes, footsteps were heard outside the door. With a bang, the door was knocked open, and then Jun Haotsong rushed in with excitement. But when he saw the silver hair, he was shocked and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He said in a low voice with some trembling, Lianger. Hearing the long-lost call, Su Maoyang was shocked and her heartstrings trembled. Then she turned around and met the pair of ice-blue eyes that made her dream. Seeing him standing in front of her safely, Su Maoyang burst into tears of joy and rushed over to hug him tightly. I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. I knew it. Jun Haotsong was also very excited to embrace her again, but he was still very distressed when he saw her silver hair. What's wrong with your hair? How did it become like this? Because I want to grow old with you. But I'm afraid I don't have the time to wait until old. So I want to grow old with you in advance, Su Maoyang explained with a smile. Jun Haotsong knew that she said it was easy on the surface, but she didn't know what kind of pain she had to bear behind her back, which made her hair turn white overnight. Thinking of this, his heart was broken, and he couldn't help but hug her tighter. I'm sorry. I made you suffer. As long as you can return to my side safely, no matter how much suffering you endure, it's worth it. Su Maoyang buried his head in his chest, feeling his unique body temperature, smelling his breath, and felt relieved. He is back. Back to her side. So good. Jun Haotsong buried his head in her neck and chuckled. Fool. Hearing the word fool, Su Maoyang immediately remembered the stupid things he did, and pushed him away suddenly, shouting angrily, Jun Haotsong, you are a big fool. You actually pushed me to another man. Don't you know that if you die, I will not live in the world? Besides, I once said that if you dare to abandon me, I will pull you out even if you go to hell. And you will never think of abandoning me in this life. Chapter 1945. What I need is you. Jun Haotsong saw her eyes were red with anger, and his heart ached. He pulled her into his arms again, choking and saying, Yes, I am a fool. I was so afraid of leaving you. So afraid that you would forgive me. And so afraid that you would fall in love with another man and fall into the arms of your enemy. But at that time, I had only one thought. I couldn't leave you alone. I hope Feng Moxie can help me do what I can't do in this life. I hope he can take care of you, protect you, and stop you from destroying and torturing yourself. For me, as long as you are safe, nothing else matters. Hearing this, Su Maoyang angrily beat his chest, sobbing and cursing. You bastard. You idiot. You've been with me for so long. Why don't you understand? I, Su Maoyang, never need anyone's care or protection. What I need is you. What I need is you as a person. As she said this, she raised her head with tears in her eyes, and met his ice blue eyes. She held back the pain in her heart, and said word by word with great determination. Jun Haotsong, remember this. Whether you are a strong man who can cover the sky with one hand and call the wind and rain, or a weak and incompetent waste who needs protection from others, whether you are a living person or a dead ghost, all I want is you. Jun Haotsong, never someone else. In my heart, no one can replace your protection, because the care and protection I want, only you can give it in this world. She, Su Maoyang, has never been a fragile woman. After so many years of struggling, she simply disdains the protection of men. Therefore, she is not willing to open up to others easily. And what she hates most in her life is owing favors to others. But she was willing to accept Jun Haotsong's protection, just because she loved this man, willing to let him walk into her world, and open her heart to him. Therefore, how could such care and protection be replaced by others? Jun Haotsong did not expect her to say such words. At this moment, looking at her black eyes filled with tears and sadness, her angry scolding echoed in his ears, and he felt that his weak body seemed to be injected with new strength, and his heart beating for her was throbbing, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. At this moment, he could not control his emotions, and suddenly lowered his head and kissed her red lips, turning all his emotions into a deep affection, venting fiercely on his mouth, as if he wanted to rub her into his bones and blood. Yes, this woman is his, and belongs to him alone. No matter who he pushes her to, no matter how far he pushes her, she will stand by his side unswervingly and never leave him, because she only needs him. No one can replace him. God knows how heartwarming and crazy she is in front of her. Although Su Maoyang was moved by his kiss, she was also keenly aware of his weakness. Because her divine pattern pills are much more effective than ordinary pills, it is still unlikely to recover her strength in such a short time and rush over without stopping, unless he is holding on and walked in front of her with strong willpower. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had to push him away with force, and said with heartache, "Why are you so stupid, so weak, and still trying to be strong?" Jun Haotsong smiled lightly when he heard it, and reached out to touch her cheek. "You have never liked to wear rouge and powder, but today you wear it like a red butt. Don't you like to be strong? What do you know? I just want to dress up and make you look stunning," Su Maoyang retorted stubbornly. Jun Haotsong smiled indulgently, hugged her in his arms, and whispered softly, "I also tell you, no matter you are beautiful or ugly, human or ghost, as long as you are Su Maoyang, I like you. Now that I can hold you and kiss you again, I am already fascinated by you, and I don't need you to be beautiful anymore." Su Maoyang was moved by these words of love, and her eyes were red again. "It's great to hear your voice and feel your warmth again. It's great. Haotsong, can you promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will hug me and hold me tightly like now, and don't push me to others? Okay?" Jun Haotsong felt a pain in his heart and a sour nose when he heard it. He couldn't help but increase the strength of his arms and said sullenly, "Okay, I will hold you tightly and hold you. Even if you want to go to other men's arms in the future, I will never let go, because I can't bear it anymore." After getting his promise, Su Maoyang finally closed her eyes at ease. These days, she didn't rest for a moment. She was too tired. Even if she wanted to feel Jun Haotsong's embrace more and listen to his voice more, she had no strength. So she slept for 3 days and 3 nights before she woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of deep blue eyes like the sea, staring at herself lovingly and tenderly. The honey golden sunlight shone on his fair, jade-like, handsome face, revealing a hazy and mysterious color, so beautiful that it was a little dazzling. At this moment, she was lying in Jun Haotsong's warm embrace, smelling his unique pure smell, and felt like she was wrapped in the sun, with warmth flowing all over her body, making people intoxicated. "Have you seen enough? Your saliva is about to flow out." Jun Haotsong gently raised his lips and grinned. Su Maoyang heard the real voice, and suddenly woke up, and quickly wiped the corners of her mouth. "Isn't this a dream? Such a beautiful picture." She thought it was a dream, but she didn't expect it to be real. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong's smile deepened, and he deliberately teased. I didn't expect that you were thinking about me in your dreams and coveting my beauty. When did you become so lustful? Su Maoyang was ridiculed by him and pushed him away in anger. If I give you some color, you will open a dyeing factory. If I don't punish you for a day, are you itchy? It doesn't matter how you punish me. I will punish you in bed. As he said, Jun Haotsong pulled her hard and hugged her again. Su Maoyang struggled in shame and anger. Rogue, let me go! I don't know who cried and begged me to hold you tightly. Hold you. And never let go. Now it's too late to regret it. Jun Haotsong's eyes were full of smiles, and he lowered his head and kissed Su Maoyang's forehead fiercely. Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haotsong was never serious when facing her, so she had to give up struggling and fall into his passionate kiss. However, before Jun Haotsong was satisfied, he heard Shinua's voice from outside. Emperor, the master's medicine has been boiled. After hearing this, Jun Haotsong reluctantly let go of Su Maoyang and replied, Come in. After getting permission, Shinua walked in quickly with the medicine bowl. When he saw Su Maoyang waking up, his face suddenly jumped with surprise. Master, you are awake. I will tell King Gaoyang and Yushu Tianzuan this good news now. Shinua put down the medicine bowl and turned to leave. Jun Haotsong frowned when he heard this and quickly stopped. Tell them they can, but don't let them in. If anyone dares to ruin my good deeds, I will kill him. Chapter 1946. The Lord of the Realm personally hosts a banquet. He hasn't been intimate with Su Maoyang for a long time. Now he finally has this opportunity. How can he let those old guys ruin it? You know, Su Maoyang was only surrounded by the blood battle group at the beginning, which gave him a headache. Not to mention that she has so many relatives and friends around her now. If everyone comes in to disturb her once, he is afraid that he will really lose control and want to kill people. When Shinua heard this, she naturally understood what he meant. She suppressed the smile on her lips and nodded in agreement. Yes. After that, she tactfully left the room. In this way, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong were actually stuck in the room for several days. If it weren't for Shinua's news, the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm planned to hold a dinner to entertain them. Everyone absolutely believed that the Emperor would keep Su Maoyang out of bed for a month. Therefore, whenever Dong Jinan and King Gaoyang mentioned this, they would sigh that good cabbage was eaten by pigs, and scolded Jun Haotsong as a beast. And Yushu Tianzuan, Jun Yueya and several heads of Yunlu Dark Domain praised their emperor's fighting power, and were secretly happy that the emperor had a good vision and picked such an excellent daughter-in-law, so that their Yunlu Dark Domain would also benefit from it. At this time, Jun Haotsong was only interested in Su Maoyang, so he was not interested in attending the dinner. When he heard Shinua's report, he directly refused. You go back to the Realm Master and tell him that your master's body has not recovered yet, and he can't get out of bed and walk around, so it's inconvenient for him to attend the dinner. Shinua heard this, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Her master was obviously tossed out of bed by him, and he had the nerve to say that his body had not recovered. She found that the Emperor of Yunlu was getting thicker and thicker, and more rogue. However, he was the Emperor of Yunlu after all, and she was just a small shrimp, so she had no right to question him, and had to accept the order and leave. At this time, Su Maoyang pinched Jun Haotsong hard and quickly called Shinua. Don't listen to him. Go tell the Lord of the Realm that we will be there tonight. When Shinua heard Su Maoyang's words, she knew that Jun Haotsong would attend the dinner even if he was reluctant, because these days, she saw clearly that even if the Emperor had tormented her master, he had no say in front of the master. Whatever the master said, it was what it was. No matter whether he agreed or not, whether he was happy or not, he accepted it all, just like a docile dog, very obedient. Seeing Jun Haotsong's angry expression, Shinua couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, then respectfully accepted the order and left the room. Su Maoyang saw that it was getting late and didn't plan to stay in bed, so he patted Jun Haotsong. Hurry up and get changed. Jun Haotsong was a little upset at this time, and said unhappily, What's the point of attending that dinner party? Su Maoyang glared at him. Don't forget, it was the Realm Master who protected your heart with the Blood Sun Jade Coffin, which gave me time to refine the Fiery Soul Refining Pill and cure your cold. No matter what, we have to thank him. Jun Haotsong was not ungrateful to the Realm Master, but he was alive again and had Su Maoyang again. So he wanted to spend more time with her, and didn't want to be disturbed. However, since Su Maoyang had spoken, he could only obey. In fact, since Su Maoyang woke up, the Biling realm has lost its ice and snow and returned to normal. It's just that everyone has been worried about the injuries of Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong during this period. So the atmosphere has been very depressing. However, after learning that Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong were fine, everyone was completely relieved. Now sitting in the Biling Palace, they can also put aside the haze and talk and laugh. Of course, most of the people present were Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong's confidants, such as the Maple Forest Empire, those forces fighting for Su Maoyang, Yushu Tianzuan of the Yunlu Dark Domain, King Pingxiang and several family forces, and even the Chao family, the Bai family and the Jiang family. All of them were present. In fact, they didn't expect the Realm Master to host a banquet for them. After all, a powerful figure like the Biling Realm Master has never personally entertained anyone. So everyone was flattered and guessed the purpose of this dinner, just as everyone was talking to each other. Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong, the invited protagonists, arrived at the hall as promised. Because Su Maoyang had silver hair, he appeared in everyone's sight, and was particularly eye-catching. So he immediately attracted everyone's attention. They found that since Su Maoyang's hair turned white, it seemed that the dust and disgust of the world had been removed, and she looked more ethereal, clear, and elegant. The silver hair like a waterfall poured down like a bright moon, flashing a faint silver light, making her look like a moon goddess, beautiful and cold like a fairy. Seeing this scene, many people in the dark area of the cloud building couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back then, they didn't think highly of Su Maoyang. Until today, when they saw the two of them walking side by side, they realized how well they matched. I think only a woman as outstanding as Su Maoyang is worthy of their emperor. Just as they were secretly amazed, Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong had already sat down under the guidance of the maid. Then, the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm also walked out from the back with a smile on his face. Seeing this, everyone stood up and saluted respectfully. The Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm seemed to be a man of temperament and did not care about these false formalities. He raised his hand and said with a smile, "The Battle of Yunding is over. There are not so many rules in my Northern Spiritual Realm. Everyone is free to do whatever they want. There is no need to be polite. Everyone, please take a seat quickly." As he said this, the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm had already sat on the main seat in front of the hall. Hearing what the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm said, everyone nodded gratefully and sat back down. However, as soon as the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm sat down, he set his eyes on Su Maoyang, stroked his beard, and looked her up and down with admiration. "Well, not bad. Not bad. You were so seriously injured, but you recovered more than half of it so quickly. Your recovery ability is really extraordinary." Hearing the praise from the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm, Su Maoyang smiled modestly. "Lord, you are too kind. The reason why I recovered quickly is all thanks to your care, and the care of my friends day and night. Otherwise, I, Su Maoyang, would not be where I am today." Hearing this, the Lord of the Realm couldn't help laughing, and he admired her even more. "Ha ha ha. You are a good girl at talking, but you don't have to flatter me. It's your friends who have been taking care of you these days. I didn't do anything." Su Maoyang shook his head. The Lord of the Realm was willing to protect Jun Haocong with a blood sun jade coffin, and allowed me to stay in Biling Palace for recuperation, so that my husband and I could reunite. So, for me, this is already a great favor. How can the Lord of the Realm say that he didn't do anything? Ha ha ha. Good girl. Just my taste. But you know why I should help you? The Lord of the Biling Realm nodded again, quite satisfied with her. Chapter 1947 The Power of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm. Speaking of which, when Su Maoyang learned that he had rescued her and Jun Haocong, she knew that the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm had ulterior motives. However, even though she knew that he had an intention, Su Maoyang was still full of gratitude to him, just because he saved Jun Haocong. If it weren't for him, Jun Haocong would have died long ago. To Su Maoyang, no matter what his intentions were, they were not important compared to Jun Haocong's life. Now, when he asked, Su Maoyang spoke bluntly. Since the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm is not from the 9 major sects, he must be from another force. You helped me this time. You should want to win me over and join your force. Right? Uh-huh. What a smart girl. You guessed right. I did mean to recommend you. The Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm smiled and nodded, frankly admitting it. Hearing this, the other people present were secretly shocked, and their pupils jumped with strong curiosity. You have to know that they have been in the Nine Netherworld for so long, and the older ones have even participated in several Cloud Peak battles, but they have never heard of the origin and background of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm. Everyone only knows that there is someone behind him, but who it is unknown. After all, even the 9 major sects can't figure out his details, let alone them. However, from his attitude of not giving face to the 9 major sects at all, and the elders of the 9 major sects choosing to turn a blind eye even if they are dissatisfied, it can be inferred that the power behind him is definitely not simple, and it is very likely to surpass the 9 major sects. But I didn't expect that he actually mentioned the power behind him today, and he also meant to recommend Su Maoyang. This is definitely a good thing that falls from the sky. Thinking of this, everyone was full of joy and looked forward to it. However, Su Maoyang was not carried away and asked calmly, Master, Jun Haotsong and Feng Moxie are also talented. They were already the top figures in the 9 Netherworld 10 years ago. Why don't you recommend them? But choose me. Although she has many means, her spiritual power level is still too weak. Whether it is Jun Haotsong who has reached the level of Emperor Spiritual Master, or Feng Moxie, who has reached the peak of Supreme Jun Spiritual Master, they are much stronger than her. If the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm really wants to select talents, he should choose Jun Haotsong and Feng Moxie. But he ignored them and came for her. Su Maoyang couldn't help but doubt whether this Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm also coveted her treasure, the Pure World Green Lotus platform. Hearing her ask such a question, the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm knew that she was skeptical, and explained with a smile. Yes, you are right. Jun Haotsong and Feng Moxie are both very promising and talented, and their talents are not inferior to yours, and I did intend to recommend them at the beginning. It's a pity that one of them is the Emperor of the Dark Domain of Yunlu, and the other is the Lord of Burning Blood Sky City. They are both in power, and have a lot of responsibilities. In addition, they are arrogant, and don't like to be constrained or serve others. So, when I saw that they rejected the invitation of the 9 major sects, I knew that even I couldn't win them over. So why bother to touch this bad luck? Is that all? Su Maoyang still didn't believe it. Ha ha ha. Little girl, I didn't expect you to be so suspicious at such a young age. You can rest assured that I am not coveting your treasures. If I really wanted your treasures, I could have taken them away while you were unconscious. Why would I have gone to so much trouble to save you? The Lord of the Spirit Realm was amused and helpless by her questioning look. Su Maoyang thought about this and nodded in agreement. If he really wanted the treasure on her body, a month ago was the best opportunity. There was really no need to go through so much trouble and wait until now. However, she was still a little confused. I also rejected the 9 major sects before. I am also a person who doesn't like to be restrained and works hard for others. Why do you think I will agree to your invitation? Ha ha ha. Don't you owe me a life-saving grace? The Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm knew that if he invited her to join like this, the chance of failure would be very high. Therefore, when she was in trouble, he helped her and let her owe him a favor, so that she would not be able to refuse. Su Maoyang laughed and shook her head when she heard this, and she felt a little emotional. Senior, you witnessed the relationship between Jun Haotsong and me with your own eyes. So you took advantage of this and deliberately saved him so that I would owe you a favor. But you didn't start with him, but persuaded me to join. You basically calculated that once I joined, Jun Haotsong would also join. In this way, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and gain 2 disciples. You even took Jun Haotsong into account in this move. And you really made a big calculation. Now everyone knows that Jun Haotsong obeys her orders and spoils her to the bone. Usually, 1 word she says can be worth thousands of words from others. So, the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm only needs to persuade her alone. As long as Jun Haotsong doesn't want to separate from her, he will definitely stick to her. And there is no need to persuade him at all. Ha ha ha. I haven't met a little girl as smart as you in a long time. I just said 1 sentence, and you saw through my thoughts. You are really amazing. The Lord of the Biling Realm naturally also wanted to win over Jun Haotsong. A person who suffers from a cold and is in danger of death at any time can still hold on to kill the elder of the middle stage Emperor Spirit Master. Such amazing fighting power is also very attractive. And he naturally doesn't want to miss it. However, Su Maoyang's attitude still made him lose hope. Beilingjie Lord, although I am very grateful that you saved him, I already have a master and don't plan to learn from another master. So I can't accept your invitation. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I'm really sorry, Su Maoyang said with a guilty face. The Lord of the Realm heard it, and waved his hand hurriedly. Don't get me wrong. The force I belong to does not recruit disciples. Nor does it teach and accept teachings. It's just to let you join. Become one of them. And work for the organization. You want me to work for others? Are you serious? Jun Haosong frowned unhappily after hearing it. And his low voice was obviously a little angry. The Realm Master knew his temper, and was not angry. He explained proudly, don't underestimate this life. You should know that in the entire Tiansheng dynasty, in the 4 states, there are people who are much more powerful than you. And they are all trying their best to work for our organization. Therefore, joining my organization is not only about working, but also a supreme honor. What's more, there will be generous rewards for completing the task, which is definitely not comparable to small forces like the 9 major sections. Su Maoyang was puzzled when she heard this. Tiansheng dynasty. For major states? She was not very clear about the forces in the Sanluo realm. The only thing she had heard of was that the Sanluo realm was divided into 4 realms. Namely the Xianshan Mirror, the Life and Death realm, the Demonic Evil realm, and the Demonic Moon realm. The once glorious Xianshan Empire was located in the Xianshan Mirror, and the 9 major sects seemed to be from the Xianshan Mirror. As for the Tiansheng dynasty he mentioned, Su Maoyang really heard of it for the first time. Chapter 1948 Working for the Dynasty. The old man Jinjun in the space knew that Su Maoyang was not familiar with the forces in the upper plane, and kindly explained, now the top forces in Zuinshinjing are not sects or academies, but the 3 dynasties. Among them, Tiansheng dynasty governs 4 states and has endless territory. It is one of the top forces, and the 9 major sects you know are the forces under one of the states under its jurisdiction. It is no exaggeration to say that 10 Jiuyo realms are not as good as one state, let alone Tiansheng dynasty, the highest authority in the 4 states. You will know how powerful it is. Hearing this, even Su Maoyang, who was calm, couldn't help but be surprised. It turns out that the Tiansheng dynasty is one of the top forces in the Xianshan Mirror, and the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm said that everyone in the Tiansheng dynasty wants to join his organization. So isn't his organization the top one in the Tiansheng dynasty? Seeing Su Maoyang lost in thought, the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm seemed to know her guess, and nodded with a smile. Yes, as you guessed, the force I belong to is affiliated with the Tiansheng dynasty, and I work directly for the dynasty. Although she had her guess, Su Maoyang was still shocked when he pointed it out. An organization affiliated with the Tiansheng dynasty. Such a background is indeed big enough. No wonder he doesn't take the 9 major sects seriously. If, as the old man Jinjun said, 10 netherworlds are not as good as one state, then working in the most powerful organization in the 4 states, even if you are an insignificant shrimp, you are much more powerful than the ruler of a country in the 9 netherworld. Realizing this, Su Maoyang's eyes were stirred, and when the others heard that the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm was working for the Tiansheng dynasty, they were so scared that their faces changed and they gasped. They only knew that the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm was not simple, but they did not expect that he was not simple to this extent, which was really shocking. Before, they still felt sorry for Su Maoyang for rejecting the invitation of the 9 major sects, thinking that Su Maoyang would never have the chance to enter the Sanluo realm. As a result, they did not know that it was a blessing in disguise, and that he was qualified to join the direct forces of the Tiansheng dynasty. What an honor! Thinking that the Emperor Yunlu and the Empress Yunlu, whom they supported, were about to work under the Tiansheng dynasty. Everyone was excited and excited. They all looked at Su Maoyang with burning eyes, looking forward to her answer. Although Su Maoyang was surprised, she did not lose her mind. The Tiansheng dynasty might be a great force, but she did not understand the rules inside. Nor did she know what kind of organization the Lord of the Realm belonged to. If she was asked to do something shameful, she would definitely not agree. If she was controlled and could not get away at that time, she would lose more than she gained. Moreover, the upper world is a strange world for her. She has no relatives and friends, and no support from the power. If she is really bound, it will be useless. So she should be cautious. I appreciate the kindness of the Lord of the Realm, but I don't know much about the holy dynasty of the heaven, and I have no plan to join it for the time being. I hope the Lord of the Realm will forgive me. However, I am not an ungrateful person. In order to repay your kindness, I plan to give you a lotus seed from the Pure World Green Lotus platform. As he said that, Su Maoyong took out the box that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Shinua beside him. Shinua took the box and handed it directly to the maid beside the Lord of the Realm. When the Realm Master heard that it was the lotus seeds from the Pure World Green Lotus platform, his eyes widened in shock, and he quickly reached out to take it. At this time, seeing that the box contained lotus seeds that were indeed effective in breaking through bottlenecks, he was calm and surprised. Little girl, your gift is too expensive. Are you really willing to give it? The Realm Master of the Northern Spiritual Realm did not expect Su Maoyong to be so generous, and his depressed mood was swept away. Although he tried to maintain his demeanor on the surface, he was already ecstatic in his heart, because in the Senlua realm, although there are many elixirs that can forcibly improve strength, it is still very difficult to break through the bottleneck and enter a higher realm. For example, from the peak realm of the Emperor Spirit Master to the early realm of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master. From the peak realm of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master to the early realm of the innate Emperor Spirit Master. This bottleneck has stumped many super strong people. But once you have this lotus seed, breaking the mirror is not a problem at all. In addition, it not only does not harm the body, but also has the effect of enhancing defense capabilities. Therefore, such a rare treasure can make even the Lord of the North Spirit Realm feel excited. Haha. The Lord of the Realm has helped me a lot. This little gift is not a respect, Su Maoyong said with a smile. Hearing the word little gift, everyone in the dark domain of the Cloud Tower was shocked. She actually called the lotus seeds of the Pure World Green Lotus platform a little gift. Their imperial concubine is really a blow. Hearing this, the Lord of the North Spirit Realm was also at a loss. Okay, since you say so, then I won't be polite. Lord of the Realm, don't be polite to me. Actually, I have something else to ask. Su Maoyong's lotus seeds are not given away for nothing. Haha. You smart girl. I knew it's not that simple. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? The Realm Lord seemed to have a premonition. Stroking his beard and laughing, Su Maoyong pointed to the Dongfang siblings, Xiaoho siblings, Mu Jichen and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance around him, and said, Realm Lord, my friends, their lifelong wish is to participate in a Cloud Peak battle and get a ticket to the Senlua realm. It's a pity that I messed up this competition. So they completely lost the qualification to go to the Senlua realm. In fact, their talents and strengths are very good, and they are definitely capable of making a living there. So can I ask you to do a favor? Open up channels and send them there? Although these people are all centered on her these days, from their words, Su Maoyong clearly felt their longing for the Senlua realm. Otherwise, the disciples of the Red Star Alliance would not take the risk and insist on participating in the Cloud Peak battle. As for the Dongfang siblings and the Xiaoho siblings, she had long seen their potential. When they grow up, they will definitely not be weaker than any top talent in the Nine Netherworld. Therefore, she had high hopes for them, and naturally did not want to see them miss the Senlua realm. Of course, she could also ask the guide of the Immortal Palace Gate for help. But she promised not to expose the existence of the Immortal Palace Gate. So, she really couldn't take Dongfang Yaoyu and the others to the Immortal Palace. So she had to ask the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm for help. It's not impossible to send them to the Senlua realm. But the Northern Spirit Realm has its own rules. It's probably not easy to send so many people up at once. A dark light flashed across the eyes of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm. Pretending to be a little embarrassed, Su Maoyong saw through his thoughts at a glance, smiled helplessly, took out another lotus seed, and handed it to Shinua. Add another lotus seed. Is it easier now? Ha ha ha. It's easy. Whenever you want to go, just let me know. The Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm harvested another lotus seed, and immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 1949 The Three Major Families Apology. Seeing that so many disciples of the Maple Forest Empire had the opportunity to go to the Senlua realm thanks to Su Maoyong, the disciples of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain were all envious and regretted why they had not been able to establish a good relationship with the Emperor's concubine. If they had established a good relationship earlier, Su Maoyong, as the head of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, would naturally give priority to them. What's hateful is that not only did they not seize the opportunity, but they pushed her to the Maple Forest Empire, allowing the Maple Forest Empire to benefit from it. Now they have nothing to do, which is really ironic. Especially the three families of the Bai family, the Chow family, and the Jiang family. They are sitting on pins and needles here, worrying that Su Maoyang will bring up old scores at any time, because they have a lot of grievances with Su Maoyang. And in the Battle of Yunding, they stood aside and watched Su Maoyang being besieged. The most outrageous thing is that they not only watched him die without helping him, but also stood by and added insult to injury, preventing the Yin family and the Pan family from providing support, hoping that Su Maoyang would be killed on the spot. These actions have completely offended Su Maoyang. They believe that if Su Maoyang had not given some face to King Pingxiang, and King Pingxiang had not taken into account some old friendship, considering that their ancestors had made many contributions to the Yunlu Dark Domain, they would not even be qualified to sit here today. So thinking of this, the head of the Jiang family was tormented. Instead of waiting for the verdict, it would be better to take the initiative to admit his mistakes. Then, he stood up, squeezed a stiff smile on his face, and apologized awkwardly. Empress, we were wrong before. We know we were wrong. I hope you can forgive us. As he said that, he bowed respectfully, with a very sincere attitude. Empress, I also apologize to you on behalf of the entire Chow family, and hope to get your forgiveness. Seeing that the head of the Jiang family had expressed his position, the head of the Chow family also stood up and bowed to apologize. He knew very well that if he didn't apologize at this time, they would probably have no place to stand in the dark domain of Yunlu. The head of the Bai family originally didn't intend to kowtow in public for the sake of face, but the Chow family and the Jiang family had done this. If his Bai family didn't express their position again, they would probably be removed from the dark domain of Yunlu. Therefore, he had to stand up, put down all his dignity and airs, and bend down. I hope the imperial concubine will not bother with us and forgive our mistakes. Hearing this, several old figures from the three families also knew that it was time to express their opinions and ease the relationship. They immediately stood up, raised their wine glasses, and said in a rare flattering tone. The young people were confused for a while, and it was inevitable that they would make mistakes. The imperial concubine is very powerful and broad-minded, so please forgive them. This time, we will apologize to you on their behalf. Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel a little funny when hearing this, and said without appreciation, a moment of confusion? They have mastered the skill of changing their attitude according to the situation. I think they are not confused, but very smart. If you think that you can wipe out the grudges by wagging your tail and saying nice things to me, then you are too naive. If she hadn't won that battle and was qualified to sit here, would they still apologize like now? Even if you use your toes to think, you know it's impossible. Now they are adapting to the situation and are forced to ease the relationship. What's the point of such a hypocritical apology? Several old ancestors did not expect Su Maoyang to be so tough. They were choked by her, and their faces turned pale and extremely ugly. Empress, we are elders after all. Isn't it a bit rude for you to speak like this? An old ancestor of the Bai family had already put down his posture and was extremely aggrieved. But he didn't expect Su Maoyang to loudly ridicule him in front of so many people. He was a little embarrassed and asked angrily. Donphan Liu heard this, and before Su Maoyang could speak, she retorted viciously. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve to be treated politely by Su Mo? If Su Mo hadn't made your Bai family disappear from the Nine Netherworld for the sake of Emperor Zun and King Pingxiang, why would you still be complaining here? You are so ungrateful. You, the Bai family ancestor, was immediately speechless, and his whole face turned red with anger. Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly when she heard this. Do you deserve to be called an elder? Another ancestor of the Bai family was relatively gentle. Seeing that the ancestor who spoke angered Su Maoyang, he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Empress Dowager, what I mean is that we are naturally not worthy of being your elders. He was impulsive and spoke too quickly. He said the wrong thing. I hope you won't blame me. Since he spoke too quickly, I think we should just tear it apart to save ourselves from making a fuss here. Donphan Liu snorted coldly, with a domineering tone. After hearing this, everyone was filled with emotion when they saw that several ancestors of the Bai family were scolded by a little girl and couldn't speak. Now that Su Maoyang has achieved this, even her friends dare to openly humiliate these ancestors. But these ancestors can only swallow their anger and dare not offend easily. How sad it is. Moreover, judging from Su Maoyang's attitude, the future life and situation of these three families will be quite difficult. Thinking of this, the Yin family, the Pan family, and the Du family are all very fortunate. Fortunately, Yin Lafeng reminded them. And fortunately they chose to help. Otherwise they would have to end up like the Bai family, the Jiang family, and the Chao family. Speaking of which, King Pingxiang also had some opinions about these three families. Now that he saw them making Su Maoyang angry, he also rebuked them unhappily. Well, since you can't speak, shut up. No one thinks you are dumb. It's good enough to let you sit here. Don't push your luck. When the people of the Bai family heard that even King Pingxiang rebuked them, they couldn't raise their heads. They immediately realized that it was completely hopeless to please Su Maoyang. Then they sat down again dejectedly, and their mood suddenly dropped to the bottom. The Jiang family and the Chao family also looked at each other, said nothing, and sat back, because they knew that it was futile to do anything now, and it was too late to say anything. There was really no need to waste words and touch a nose of dust, which would make people laugh for nothing. At this time, Yushu Tianzuan was focused on Su Maoyang's lotus seeds. Just now, he saw her take out 2 in a row and give them to the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm. He was salivating and began to set his sights on her again. Sister, I risked my life for you. Will there be lotus seeds as a reward? King Gaoyang didn't expect him to be so shameless, and immediately roared angrily. Yu Zhangfeng, you have already eaten the elixir that promoted you to the Emperor's Spirit Master, and you still want to set your sights on the lotus seeds. Do you have any shame? No. If you are so shameless, I can give you my face. Yushu Tianzuan admitted it straightforwardly and said seriously, which immediately made King Gaoyang gnash his teeth. Su Maoyang saw that the two of them were about to quarrel again, and quickly stopped them. Don't worry. I still have some lotus seeds here, and I was going to give them to you. Of course, the prince and my master, as well as several elders of the Dongfang family, have them. In addition, I will refine some holy king-grade divine pattern pills as a thank you gift to repay your kindness. Hearing this, everyone's heart was like a little rabbit, and they were so excited that they were about to jump out of their chests. And the head of the Yin family was also thick-skinned and asked with expectation, Empress, what about us? You have them too. All those who have helped me and Jun Haocong have them. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. Chapter 1950. Some are happy, some are sad. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, the forces in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain who helped were all ecstatic and laughed from ear to ear. You know, the one who promised to refine the pills for them was a Danzuan-level divine pattern alchemist with 4 kinds of strange fires. Since the development of the 9 Nether Realm, there has never been a divine pattern alchemist with 4 kinds of strange fires. So, they didn't dare to think that they could eat the divine pattern pill of the Saint King level in this life. It was just like a dream. Thinking of this, the head of the Pan family was particularly excited. Just now, seeing that the head of the Yin family had asked shamelessly, he also mustered up the courage and flattered. That? Emperor's concubine. I am not talented. Can I have one more pill? Su Maoyang saw that his eyes were full of expectation, but his expression was extremely nervous, and he couldn't help but smile and nodded. Don't worry. I will refine a large number of pills for everyone during this period, and there is no need to worry about the quantity. If you have any special pills you want, you can tell me. It is my honor to help you. They didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so polite. Not only did he agree to refine a large number of pills for them, but he also allowed them to make requests and satisfy each of them. This happiness came too suddenly, and it actually made them a little flattered. You know, they usually emptied their minds and spent all their money to please the Dan sect, but they didn't get such good treatment. But their emperor's concubine said that it was her honor to help them. Oh my God, they are really not dreaming. No, no, no. It's our honor to have the imperial concubine refine the elixir for us. The head of the Pan family was flattered and waved his hands hurriedly. The head of the Du family also nodded like crazy, and quickly agreed. Yes, yes. It is a great honor for us to have a divine pattern alchemist like the emperor's concubine to make elixirs for us. Hearing this, the other elders and disciples of the Du family, the Pan family, and the Yin family nodded repeatedly with surging emotions, and could not contain their excitement at all. At this moment, they were extremely grateful that their head of the family made the right choice. This risk was really worth taking. Now with the help of the divine pattern elixir, it seems that within a year, their family will be able to produce countless powerful people, which will completely establish their position in the dark domain of Yunlu. It is exciting to think about it. Some families are happy, and some are sad. Their families are happy, while the Bai family, the Chao family, and the Jiang family are depressed and jealous. If they had known this, they would have put aside their grudges and made peace with Su Maoyang. However, it was the ridiculous pride that refused to bow to the younger generation and the resentment that refused to forgive easily that brought their family to this point. Thinking of this, their hearts felt as if they were being eaten by thousands of ants. And the people of the Maple Forest Empire felt more at ease than ever before, because they were Su Maoyang's most loyal followers, the people she trusted the most and was closest to. Since Lionila Dark Domain had divine pattern elixirs, they certainly had more. For so many years, their Maple Forest Empire had been oppressed and looked down upon. This was the first time they had a strong sense of superiority in front of the forces of Yunlu Dark Domain. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Maoyang with even more burning and admiration, seeing that his woman had become a hot commodity in the eyes of so many people. Jun Haotsong was jealous and squeezed her hand hard. They all had rewards. So what about my reward? Su Maoyang glanced at him and pinched him with her backhand. You made me so angry and scared that I almost lost my life. And you still want a reward? That's all for saving you. You heartless little thing. Jun Haotsong endured the pain, grabbed her hand, leaned close to her ear, and said with gritted teeth. Su Maoyang was accepting everyone's gaze, but she didn't know that Jun Haotsong suddenly approached her. She was immediately startled by his intimate behavior and pushed him away awkwardly. In public, pay attention to the impact. Do I need to hide when I talk to my imperial concubine? Jun Haotsong said indifferently. Su Maoyang knew that it was already very reluctant for him to sit here, so he rolled his eyes at him and gave up struggling. People in the dark area of Yunlu rarely saw their serious emperor being so unserious, and they all lowered their heads and laughed secretly. However, seeing how they were inseparable, they were completely relieved. As long as the emperor can deal with the empress, it is equivalent to dealing with the treasure. In the future, the divine pattern pills will continue to come. However, just when everyone was having fun, a guard suddenly ran outside and reported to the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm. Lord, several forces from the Burning Blood Sky City, the Phoenix Empire, and the Jinmu Ancient Clan want to see you. What are they doing here? Get them out. The Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm was short-handed and soft-hearted. He had just accepted 2 lotus seeds from Su Maoyang, so he naturally wanted to help him get rid of the disaster. He was such a shrewd person that he knew Su Maoyang didn't want to see these people. But some people said that they were the parents and siblings of the Empress of Yunlu. So I don't know. The guard was a little undecided, and his eyes drifted to Su Maoyang. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and stood up, and hurriedly ordered, Quick! Invite them in. Speaking of parents, Su Maoyang immediately thought of King Pingnan and Princess Pingnan. At the beginning, she had just arrived in Fenshua Tianqing. Because she saved King Pingnan's life, she was adopted by King Pingnan as his daughter, and gained the protection and love of the couple, and established a deep relationship. Later, even if her identity was exposed and they knew her deception, they never blamed her, but tolerated her with a heart that loved their children. So, Su Maoyang, who was deeply moved by their love and tolerance, regarded them as real relatives, no different from her biological parents. However, she was imprisoned by Feng Moxie at the beginning, and then she was forced to flee. Too many things happened, resulting in her not hearing from them for a long time, and not seeing them for a long time. She originally thought that she would visit them when she and Jun Haotsong were better, but she didn't expect them to come to her on their own initiative. When the Realm Lord saw that Su Maoyang wanted to see those people, he waved to the guards. Let them in. The guards received the order and retreated respectfully. After a while, people from Fengshuishan City, Fengqi Empire, and Jinmu Ancient Clan all came in. Almost all the people who participated in the Cloud Peak battle that day came. They looked pale, trembling, and their eyes glanced at Su Maoyang vaguely, looking extremely nervous. Obviously, they all came for Su Maoyang, and the Prince of Pingnan and the Princess of Pingnan, who were walking in front and seemed a little impatient, were so excited that their eyes reddened when they saw Su Maoyang, and they choked and called out, Ener! Chapter 1951 asked them to intercede. Hearing this call, Su Maoyang couldn't help but redden her eyes. She hurried over and grabbed the slightly trembling hand of Princess Pingnan. Dad? Mom? Why are you here? We heard that you were seriously injured. So we came to see you. I don't know where you were injured. And how serious it is. Princess Pingnan grabbed her and kept checking her. Her choked voice revealed countless worries. Although the king of Pingnan didn't say anything. His eyes were also full of worry. And he was also nervous about her injuries. Su Maoyang knew that they were concerned about her safety. And shook her head with emotion. Then she reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of Princess Pingnan's eyes, and comforted her. I'm fine. I've recovered from my previous injuries. Don't worry about me. Hearing her say this, Princess Pingnan nodded with a little relief. That's good. That's good. Ener, your mother heard that you were seriously injured. And her eyes were almost blinded by tears. In order to come to see you. She didn't eat or drink these days. And didn't rest much. You should quickly persuade her, Prince Pingnan said with reluctance. When Su Maoyang heard this, and saw the haggard and pale face of Princess Pingnan, he immediately frowned and blamed. Mother, how can you not take care of your body? Even if you don't think about yourself. Think about Dad. He loves you so much. Aren't you hurting his heart by doing this? Humph. You still have the nerve to say that to me. You are enemies with so many forces this time. And you dare to go against the 9 major sections. Although I was not there, and didn't see it with my own eyes. I can imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time. But you actually took such a risk without our knowledge. Are you going to piss us off to death? Princess Pingnan started crying again. Su Maoyang saw her crying. And panicked for a moment. Becoming at a loss. Mom, don't cry. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never do anything that makes you worry again. Okay. Princess Pingnan raised her head after hearing her promise. You said it. You are not allowed to break your promise. Su Maoyang smiled. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to die. The reason I took the risk is because I am sure. I am sure but not sure. Princess Pingnan frowned and refused. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say is what it is. Su Maoyang smiled helplessly. Jun Haocong saw that Su Maoyang was so gentle and patient to coax someone. And he couldn't help but feel distressed. It seems that because she had no mother since she was a child. She especially cherished the mother-daughter relationship. Whether it was her tone or her expression. She was full of tenderness that she didn't usually have. Seeing that she cared so much about the Pingnan king and princess. Jun Haocong also stood up. Came to them in person. And bowed. Dad. Mom. Being called Dad and Mom by Emperor Yunlu. The Pingnan king and his wife were a little flattered. And looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that the dignified emperor, for Su Maoyang, was willing to put down his status. Accept the prince and princess of the enemy country. And recognize them as parents. Which was really surprising. However, it can be seen from this that the emperor really liked Su Maoyang. Otherwise he would not do this. Thinking of this, the couple nodded with satisfaction. Emperor, thank you for taking care of her. With you by her side, we can feel a lot more at ease. The Pingnan king also put aside his prejudice and thanked. She is my wife. And it is my duty to take care of her. You, on the other hand, gave her the love of her parents and filled the void in her heart. I should be the one to thank you. I just heard that you came all the way here. I think you must be tired. You should sit down and eat something and take a rest. Jun Haocong extended his hand considerately and invited them to sit down. Ji Yuzheng on the side heard this and nodded in agreement. Yes, Aunt. You are not in good health. So you should sit down and take a rest. The head of the Yin family and the head of the Qin family saw that the couple of Prince Pingnan were busy reminiscing with Su Maoyang and completely forgot about their existence. They were very anxious and their faces became a little ugly. That? Prince? Princess? What about what you promised us? The head of the Yin family couldn't help it and took the initiative to remind them. This time, they were humble and begged the Prince Pingnan and the Princess Pingnan to come and intercede, not to watch them reminisce. Ji Weilun was already dissatisfied with these families. When she heard this, she immediately scolded angrily. Humph! You guys teamed up to frame the prince and my aunt before, and disintegrated their power bit by bit. Now you want them to plead for you and persuade you to give up this idea. Since Su Maoyang's identity was exposed, several families in Finchua Tiancheng have all impeached the king of Pingnan and the princess of Pingnan in the court, saying that they are traitors and adopting the imperial concubine of Yunlu Dark Domain as their daughter is considered treason. So they took advantage of the situation, and used all kinds of despicable means to frame the king of Pingnan. If it weren't for the fact that Fan Tianjun turned a blind eye to the king of Pingnan's contributions to Fanxue Tiancheng, the king of Pingnan would have been killed by these old guys long ago. But even so, the Pingnan Palace has been under house arrest in disguise by these forces over the years, and has lived a very unhappy life. This is why the prince and princess did not attend the Battle of Yunding. I believe that if these families had not offended Su Maoyang and were afraid of her revenge, they would not have invited the Pingnan prince and princess to come. Su Maoyang's face suddenly darkened when she heard this, and her eyes shot at the Yin family masters and Qin family masters with sharp eyes. You have done so many immoral things behind my back, and you still have the face to see me? The Yin family master was trembling at her sharp eyes, and waved his hands in horror. No. No. Emperor's concubine. Don't listen to Ji Weilan's nonsense. Although we don't have a good relationship with the Pingnan Palace, we have never framed the prince and the princess. Yes. Prince, princess, you should say something. Now the Lung family and the Hellion family have been wiped out by them. Among the several families, except for the Ji family, there are only our Qin family and the Yin family left. If both of our families fall, then the Burning Blood City will be finished. Can you bear to watch the mainstay of the Burning Blood City be destroyed? Hearing this, the Qin family master also hurriedly persuaded the Pingnan king. He knew that the king of Pingnan was a loyal man. Besides the princess of Pingnan, the one he loved most in his life was the Burning Blood City that he had spent his whole life protecting. According to the character of the king of Pingnan, he absolutely could not bear to see the Burning Blood City go to ruin. So, they shamelessly asked him to help intercede with all the good words they could. However, this time, the king of Pingnan seemed to have made a great determination and said unmoved, "You probably haven't figured out the situation yet. Burning Blood City has fallen to this point today because of your despicable and shameless family. Therefore, destroying you will actually eliminate harm for Burning Blood City." Chapter 1952 Heart-Piercing Revenge. Hearing this, the old ancestor of the Yin family was somewhat dissatisfied and retorted unhappily, "Prince, what you said is not right. They may have made mistakes, offended the emperor and his concubine, and offended you, but they are loyal to the Burning Blood City and have never had the slightest rebellious heart. Now that they have taken the initiative to admit their mistakes and beg you humbly, you not only avenge private grudges, but also call it eliminating harm for the Burning Blood City. Isn't it too much? Haha. I have opened my eyes today. The person who made the mistake is more justified than the victim. Old man, you don't think that as long as you apologize, others have the obligation to forgive you, right?" Su Maoyang couldn't listen anymore. Without waiting for the king of Pingnan to speak, he sneered and asked back with a face full of sarcasm. It's okay for this old guy to be justified. But he even turned the tables and said that the king of Pingnan was a private grudge. He is really thick-skinned. "Empress, we have all come to you in a humble manner to ask for peace. But you must be so aggressive?" The ancestor of the Yin family frowned, suppressing his anger. If it weren't for the issue of the family's survival, how could they, who have lived to this age, come in person and bow to the younger generation who could be their great-grandsons? This is such a shameful thing. You can imagine how bad their mood is at the moment. Su Maoyang's face darkened when he heard this, and he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Old man, please understand clearly that whether to apologize or not is your business, and whether to accept the apology or forgive you is our business. When did it become your turn to make decisions? Do you think that the whole world is your mother and has to spoil you? You? The old ancestor of the Yin family was immediately blushing and speechless. This was the first time in his life that he was loudly scolded by a junior in front of so many people, which made him feel embarrassed. Seeing that he was very angry, Su Maoyang raised a trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth. His light tone stimulated the ancestor of the Yin family to tremble all over. "However, if you want to be my son, then kneel down and call me mother a few times, and I may consider it and spare your Yin family." An ancestor of the Qin family seemed to be dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's behavior, and couldn't help but chime in. "Empress, I admit that you have good talent and strength. But no matter what, we are all people who can be your great-grandfathers. But you humiliate us like this. It's really too much." Su Maoyang glanced at him, grinned lightly, revealing endless irony. At that time, So many of your families, so many old guys besieged me alone, and planned to cut me into pieces. Why didn't you think it was too much at that time? Now you have the face to blame me. Don't you feel ashamed? You, the ancestor of the Qin family, was also choked and speechless. After all, they were in the wrong first. Yan Lingyu, who was standing among the Yin family disciples, saw that Su Maoyang had a strong attitude and was not going to let the Yin and Qin families go. So he couldn't help but stand up and plead. Empress, I know I don't have a place in your heart, and I don't have much say. But as a son of the Yin family, I have to say a few words for the family. I'm sorry for what the Yin family did to you, and I sincerely apologize to you on their behalf. Please show mercy for the sake of our acquaintance. I, Yan Lingyu, am willing to work like a cow and a horse to repay your kindness. Yan Lingyu suddenly knelt on the ground and cowed out 3 times to Su Maoyang. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang felt uncomfortable. Although she had a quarrel with Yan Lingyu before, she knew that this person was not a bad person. Otherwise, he would not have informed her when the Ling sisters framed her, nor would he have stood up for her when facing Helyan Yufeng's assassination. Therefore, she could not do this to Yan Lingyu, as can be seen from the fact that she did not fight him in the challenge match of the Cloud Peak battle, but directly asked him to give up the battle stage. I believe that it is because he knew this that he mustered up the courage to plead for the Yin family. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang frowned, reluctantly retracted his gaze from him, and said, Okay, for your sake, I'll give them one last chance. Since your ancestors are unwilling to kneel down and call their mothers, and are full of benevolence and morality, with a righteous look, then I will fulfill their wishes. As long as the ancestors of the Qin and Yin families commit suicide on the spot to atone for their sins, I can let the rest of the Qin and Yin families go. This is my last concession. You can do whatever you want. The ancestors of the Qin and Yin families were almost killed by Su Maoyang, and now there are only 2 or 3 ancestors left. So when they heard Su Maoyang's request, everyone was so angry that their faces turned pale, and their bodies twitched. You vicious woman! The ancestor of the Yin family was extremely angry, and roared in unbearable anger. What? You don't want to commit suicide? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and sneered, then looked at Yan Lingyu. Look! This is your respected ancestor. Now he is unwilling to make sacrifices for the Yin family, and he is full of righteousness and accusing others of taking revenge for personal grudges, not considering the survival of Finchue Tiancheng. Don't you think it's ironic? When Yan Lingyu heard this and received her sharp gaze, he felt an unspeakable shame in his heart. At this moment, he had to admit that Su Maoyang was right. Their ancestors were just a group of hypocritical people. Seeing that several ancestors were reluctant to take action, Su Maoyang glanced at the others coldly and said lightly, Well, since you are unwilling to commit suicide, then go to hell with everyone. Other elders and disciples of the Yin and Qin family shrank in fear when they heard this, knelt on the ground in horror, and begged for mercy with all their might. Ancestor, please save our lives. We are your descendants after all, and your bloodline. If we die, we will be completely extinct. Yes, ancestor, if we all die, the family that has been passed down for so many years will be completely finished. Can you bear to destroy the family that has been developed with great difficulty with your own hands? Ancestor, the survival of the family now depends on your thoughts. Since everyone is going to die, why can't you sacrifice yourself to save everyone? Hearing that the descendants they once loved all begged them to die, the ancestors felt extremely painful. They really didn't expect that the one who wanted them dead the most was actually their closest relatives. Su Maoyang's move not only took their lives, but also destroyed their hearts. It was really cruel. Thinking of this, several ancestors took a deep breath in despair and closed their eyes. Well, since we are going to die anyway, let's die with dignity and value. After saying this, several ancestors drew their swords and wiped their necks. But in the blink of an eye, they fell to the ground and died completely. Seeing this, everyone in the audience was shocked and froze, and fell into a strange silence. Especially the people of Fengqi Empire. They were so frightened that their faces were pale, and cold sweat was pouring out of their foreheads. Chapter 1953. Bring Muqing one up. Now that the ancestors of the Yin and Qin families are dead, the descendants of the 2 families have been able to survive, but they have completely lost their backing and trump cards. They are afraid that they will never recover and become an insignificant force in the future. And everyone knows that if a family does not have the support of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master, it will definitely be beaten. What's more, big families, like the Qin and Yin families, have done a lot of evil things in the past. I don't know how many forces have a grudge against them. So there is no reason to let them go this time. So, even if they survive, they will not live too easily. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The Alchemy Guild, the 6 major families, and the 4 major colleges in Finshua Tianqiang were wiped out or weakened. The last ones standing were the weak Pingnan Palace, the Ji family, and the Dongli College. What's funny is that when Yuanling College, Yuan College and Kongming College joined forces to suppress Su Maoyang, they secretly ridiculed Dongli College for being cowardly, ignorant and foolish, and even turned down the opportunity to please the president of the Alchemy Guild. As a result, they never thought that they would end up making wedding clothes for Dongli College, because the top leaders of their 3 colleges were wiped out. No one was spared, and only a group of innocent disciples were left. For the sake of their future development, these disciples have all joined Dongli College. Therefore, the current Dongli College has become the largest force in Finshua Tianqiang. If the dead deans knew that they had paid so much but Dongli College got the advantage, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Seeing that the old guys paid a painful price for this, King Pingnan sighed with emotion. Hey, if I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? After that, he looked at Su Maoyang and nodded gratefully. Ener, thank you for sparing the others. He knew that Su Maoyang didn't do it too hard, not only for Yanlingyu's sake, but also for their feelings for Finshua Tianqiang. Father, as the Prince of Finshua Tianqiang, can stand in my perspective, think for me, and tolerate everything about me. I should be the one to thank you. It's just that I can't forgive those who killed my friends and personally surrounded my enemies. But I can still let the rest of them go for your sake. Although there are still several elders in the Yin family and the Qin family who are very annoying. Su Maoyang wants to take their lives. But if she kills them all, the king of Pingnan and the princess will probably be pointed at by the people of Finshua Tianqiang, saying that they are cold-blooded and cruel, helping outsiders to slaughter their compatriots in Finshua. At that time, I am afraid that they will not be able to gain a foothold in Finshua. Therefore, for their reputation and their slight reluctance, Su Maoyang is willing to forgive. Okay, you have come here after a long journey, so don't stand there. Just take a seat. Su Maoyang resolved the bloody feud and didn't want to mention these troubles again. So she quickly asked the king of Pingnan and the queen, and the brothers and sisters of the Ji family to take a seat. At this time, just as she waited for them to sit down, Jun Haotsong whispered in her ear, in fact, you didn't plan to continue to cause trouble for the Yin and Qin families. But it's a pity that those old guys were too arrogant and lost their lives in vain. Su Maoyang heard this and glanced at Jun Haotsong. She had to say that the man in front of her was indeed the person who understood her best in her life. But she didn't rush to admit it. I don't understand what you are talking about. Don't worry. I won't be jealous of him for saving you this time. But only this time. Jun Haotsong answered lightly, and then lowered his head to drink. When Su Maoyang heard this, a complex flashed in her eyes. She didn't admit or deny it, but remained silent, because she knew who Jun Haotsong was referring to. But she didn't know how to face that person now. But as Jun Haotsong said, because of him, she had let go of her hatred for Finshua Tianqiang. When the people of Fingxi Empire saw Su Maoyang and Princess Pingnan sitting down and talking and laughing, leaving them aside, they were all very uneasy. Although Su Maoyang had a grudge against Finshua Tianqiang, who asked Finshua Tianqiang to have a Pingnan king who had such a good relationship with Su Maoyang. She could spare Fengshuishan city for the sake of King Pingnan. But what about his Fingxi Empire? Not only was his Fingxi Empire merciless, their queen was also Su Maoyang's rival in love, and was suspected of killing the eldest princess. Now she was imprisoned by them, and she didn't know whether she was alive or dead. Thinking of this, they all felt cold all over, and dared not breathe, and were extremely nervous, seeing that they were still standing there at a loss. The Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm took the lead and said, "What are you doing here? If you are fine, you can leave the Northern Spirit Realm." When asked directly, the head of the Fan family of the Fingxi Empire stammered, "Well, we are also here to apologize to the Imperial Concubine and ask for her forgiveness. Now, the Jin family and the Lu family who betrayed Princess Ningfu have been wiped out. And the Ran family, Mu Qingwan's father's family, also ended tragically. The only ones left are the Fan family, the Qin family, and the Duan family, which have preserved most of their strength. They were worried that Su Maoyang would continue to pursue and kill them all. So they had to bite the bullet and ask for peace. However, they just saw the fate of the ancestors of Finchue Tianqing, and they knew that it would not be easy to ease this relationship. Su Maoyang glanced at them coldly, and his tone was cold and hard. Your queen killed the eldest princess of Yunlu Dark Domain. She is already irreconcilable with Yunlu. What qualifications do you have to come and ask for my forgiveness? No. Our queen has never done such a thing. She was wronged and framed. She has always loved the emperor deeply. How could she kill the eldest princess? We don't believe it. Please ask the emperor to investigate and give justice to our queen. The head of the Duan family is smart. How could he admit that the queen killed the eldest princess at this juncture and hurriedly shouted for justice? You know, once this crime is confirmed, there will be no possibility of repairing the relationship between Yunlu Dark Domain and Fengqi Empire. During this period, Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong were both unconscious. So Jun Yueya was in charge of interrogating Mu Qingwan. When he heard that the people of Fengqi Empire did not believe the evil things Mu Qingwan had done, he could not help but snorted and ordered loudly, "Come here! Bring Mu Qingwan and his secret guards up. Let her confront her people face to face." After receiving the order from King Pingxiang, several guards from the Yunlu Dark Domain turned around and left the hall. And soon, they brought up the bruised Mu Qingwan and her secret guard Ji Sun. At this time, Mu Qingwan was covered in blood, with no intact place on her body. Her originally beautiful face was covered with bloodstains, which were horrible. Chapter 1954. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. The people of Fengqi Empire saw that their empress was beaten into such a ghost, and their already uneasy hearts were hit hard. And King Pingxiang stared at Mu Qingwan expressionlessly and ordered loudly, "Mu Qingwan, since you have confessed, tell the truth to your subjects in person." These days, he has been interrogating Mu Qingwan strictly, but because the incident has been too long and there is no evidence, it is unlikely to find evidence. However, he has always kept Mu Qingwan alive and performed a series of severe tortures on her. In the end, she could not stand the torture and confessed the truth about the murder of the princess. However, Jun Yueya did not rush to kill her to avenge the princess, but planned to wait for Su Maoyang to wake up and deal with her personally. So he kept her until now. Hearing that she had confessed, the people of Fengqi Empire were all scared and pale, and their bodies began to tremble. Even the queen confessed. So it's a done deal. At this moment, Mu Qingwan suddenly raised his head and screamed with a ferocious face, "Bullshit! I have never confessed. And I don't know the truth at all. It's you. You want to torture me into confessing. I tell you, Mu Qingwan, will never admit to anything I haven't done. I advise you to give up this idea." Jun Yueya didn't expect that Mu Qingwan would pretend to confess in order to avoid torture. And now in court, she denied it and bit him back. He was so angry that his face turned blue, and he stood up from his seat. "Mu Qingwan, you confessed the truth before, but now you turn your face against me. Do you still have shame? King Pingxiang, you forced me to be charged with the crime of killing the princess and tortured me to extract a confession. It's simply a mean act. Compared to you, I have much more dignity." Even though Mu Qingwan was covered in wounds and had a weak breath, she was still fierce. She spoke loudly and revealed her stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat, which made Jun Yueya tremble all over. You? On the other hand, Su Maoyang was unusually calm when looking at King Pingxiang's anger. He just glanced at her lightly and asked coldly, "Mu Qingwan, you should know that I have a bad temper and not enough patience. So I only ask you one last question. Does your secret guard know the pupil technique? Was the princess killed by him? He doesn't know the pupil technique and didn't kill the princess. How many times do I have to tell you that? Don't you understand me?" Mu Qingwan roared like crazy, with glaring eyes and gnashing teeth. Like a monster, Su Maoyang laughed instead of getting angry when she heard this. And she even clapped her hands. What an upright and incorruptible heroine. In fact, I originally planned that as long as you confessed the truth and took the blame, I could let go of other innocent people in Fengqi Empire and only kill you and your secret guards to pay tribute to the spirit of the eldest princess in heaven. However, now I have changed my mind. Let all the people in Fengqi Empire die together. Su Maoyang's voice was very light. as if she was really saying something ordinary. But the content of her words was like a death knell that shook the ears of everyone in Fengchi Empire, scaring them to death and making them weak on the spot. Empress, concubine, you can't do this. Our queen was wronged. How can you forcibly convict her without knowing the truth? This is unfair. We don't accept it. We don't accept it. The head of the Duan family was shocked and excitedly argued loudly. Mu Qingwan had not expected that Su Maoyang would want the entire Fengchi Empire to be buried with the princess. She was so anxious that her eyes were red with anger, and she screamed, Su Maoyang, you bitch. You have no evidence at all. Why do you convict me and involve the entire Fengchi Empire? You wrongly accuse good people and treat human lives as worthless. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by the world? If I, Su Maoyang, was afraid of being criticized, I would not have killed people in the Northern Spirit Realm. Since I have killed so many people, I really don't mind killing a few more. What's more, in this country where strength speaks, I have plenty of ways to make them shut up. Su Maoyang sneered, with a nonchalant sneer on his lips, making killing people as simple as crushing an ant. You unreasonable lunatic. A devil with blood on your hands. You will be punished by God. Mu Qingwan roared angrily, but her hoarse voice was particularly shrill. Su Maoyang didn't care at all, just looked at her with sarcasm. Reason? In my case, what I say is reason. And what I set is the rules. Who do you think you are? And you are qualified to talk to me about reason? If it's about heaven's punishment, a scum like you who repays kindness with enmity has not been punished by heaven. So it shouldn't be my turn. Hearing such a domineering announcement, everyone in Fengchi Empire was shocked and their bodies were cold. Their hands and feet trembled, and they were in a panic. The head of the Fan family couldn't stand her dominance, and his legs softened in fear. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Empress, please, we are all innocent people. We really don't know anything about the death of the eldest princess. Please forgive us. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, and shook his head regretfully. You may not know that my life creed is that I would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. Since your queen said that she did not send the secret guards to kill the princess, it means that all of you are suspected. It's just that too much time has passed, and it's not easy to find evidence. And I don't have the energy to continue investigating. So, it's more convenient to send all of you to see the princess and let her identify them in person. After Su Maoyang said this, everyone in Fengchi Empire was shocked, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on their backs. The head of the Duan family was smarter. He pointed at Ji Sun and accused loudly, I know. I can testify that the secret guards around the queen do know pupil skills. He did it. And he killed the princess. He knew clearly that if no one took responsibility, everyone would be charged as a suspect. Since Su Maoyang said that he didn't intend to implicate innocent people, he would accuse the queen now and push her out, so they still have a chance of survival. Patriarch Fan and Patriarch Qin were such smart people that they immediately reacted upon hearing this, nodding their heads in agreement. Yes. We can testify that the secret guards around the Empress do know how to use the illusion pupil technique. At the beginning, the Empress was resentful of the Emperor's marriage and wanted to sow discord between the Emperor's concubine and the Emperor. In fact, she had long planned to kill the princess. She originally ordered us to set up a trap, but we knew the seriousness of the matter and rejected her request. So she had no choice but to ask her secret guards to do it. This matter really has nothing to do with us. So please be careful. Mu Qingwan never thought that she would be betrayed by these old guys at the critical moment. She was so angry that she wanted to rush up and tear them apart. You are talking nonsense. I never ordered you. Never told you my plan. And my secret guards never exposed the illusion pupil technique in front of people. You don't know it all. You are all talking nonsense. Chapter 1955 Begging Xinhua to go back. Hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. She said that she had not told anyone about her plan, nor had she exposed the pupil technique of the secret guards in front of anyone. Isn't this a disguised admission that the princess was killed by her secret guards? It turns out that the murderer is really her. Realizing this, everyone gasped in shock. When Su Maoyang heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Mu Qingwan, you finally admitted it. She just used a little trick to make these people give false testimony without conscience, making Mu Qingwan deserted by everyone and speak the truth in panic. This person's heart is too fragile and can't stand the test. Mu Qingwan was wronged by the person closest to her, and was so angry that she let it slip without paying attention. At this moment, she suddenly reacted after hearing Su Maoyang's laughter, and receiving the shocked eyes of everyone around her. She shook her head in panic. No. I'm not. I'm not. Mu Qingwan. Are you stupid? Now almost all the remaining forces in the Nine Nether Realm are here. Everyone just heard you admit that your secret guards can use the illusion eye technique. With so many people as witnesses, you can deny it with just a few words? Besides, your subjects have accused you righteously. Now there are so many witnesses here. You can't deny it just because you want to. Dongfang Liue was amused by Mu Qingwan. Before Su Maoyang could speak, she couldn't help laughing. She had to admit that Su Maoyang still had a way. He blew her out with just a few words. Of course, even if Mu Qingwan refused to admit it today, there was nothing she could do, because all her confidants accused her of being the murderer. She couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Thinking of this, Dongfang Liue laughed even more happily. Mu Qingwan, with your brain, you still want to play tricks in front of Su Imo. You should practice for a few hundred years before trying again. Oh, no. You don't have a chance anymore. You will never catch up in this life. How pitiful. Hearing Dongfang Liue's sarcasm, Xiaoho Wanqian, Xiaoho Zian, Dongfang Yaoyu and others on the side covered their mouths and laughed. Even the people in the Yunlu Dark Domain were amused. And King Pingxian was relieved when he saw the truth of the matter. Because although he knew that Mu Qingwan was the real murderer who killed the princess, others didn't know that if Su Maoyang really killed her like this, it was indeed not justified. And it would inevitably be criticized by others in the future, saying that they took advantage of the name of the eldest princess's murder to forcibly retaliate against Mu Qingwan. However, now that Mu Qingwan has exposed herself, things have become much simpler. Thinking of this, Jun Yueye directly ordered loudly, "Come here. Drag Mu Qingwan out and execute her by slow slicing, to pay tribute to the spirit of the princess in heaven." After saying this, the guards who were holding Mu Qingwan immediately stood up and were about to go out. Su Maoyang frowned slightly when he heard this, and interrupted. Wait, slow slicing is too easy for her. Zian, give her a poison. Xiaoho Zian naturally understood what Su Maoyang meant, and took out a bottle of poison. This poison was developed by me some time ago. After drinking it, it feels like being bitten by 10,000 ants. It is extremely itchy and painful. And finally the intestines are punctured and die. This period will last for 2 months. After saying that, Xiaoho Zian stood up, came to Mu Qingwan, and grabbed her mouth. Mu Qingwan was so scared when she heard his introduction that she was unwilling to drink the poison. She struggled hard. However, she had been tortured and had no strength left. After 2 or 3 moves, she was subdued by Xiaoho Zian, forced to drink the poison, and spread on the ground. Xiaoho Zian took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands with disgust, as if the hand that pinched Mu Qingwan's chin just now was stained with some disgusting dirt. Then everyone saw him return to his seat, as if nothing had happened, with a cold face. Perhaps because she had been with Su Maoyang for a long time, the people around her were more or less influenced by Su Maoyang, and their gestures had some of Su Maoyang's style. However, when the people of Fengqi Empire saw this scene, they all swallowed their saliva in fear, and they were really worried that Su Maoyang would use poison on them. That kind of perverted torture was worse than death. Realizing this, the head of the Duan family cowed out hurriedly. Empress Dowager, since she has admitted in person that she has never told us the plan, it is enough to prove that we have nothing to do with this matter. Can you spare the innocent people? Su Maoyang glanced at him and said coldly, It's too late. I didn't want to implicate innocent people at first, but now I have changed my mind. You, the head of the Duan family, was immediately blocked by her. The head of the Fan family also shouted excitedly, Empress Dowager, how can you go back on your word? I have never promised. How can I go back on my word? Besides, although you people did not participate in the murder of the princess, as Mu Qingwan's dogs, I don't know how many things you have done to offend Princess Ningfu. How can these be counted? When everyone heard this, they suddenly remembered that they also had a backer. That is Princess Ningfu. As long as they get Princess Ningfu's forgiveness, she, as the closest person to Su Maoyang, will definitely say a few good words for them. Thinking of this, the head of the Fan family immediately crawled over and grabbed Shinua's trouser legs. Princess Ningfu. It was our fault back then. We are sorry for you. Please forgive us. As long as you spare our lives, we will definitely repay your kindness. When the head of the Duan family heard this, he also tried to please Shinua. With an extremely flattering tone. Princess Ningfu. You have also seen that Mu Qingwan is now poisoned and will die soon. The Fengqi Empire cannot be without a monarch for a day. Now it is waiting for you to lead everyone and control the overall situation. As long as you return to the Fengqi Empire, my Duan family will definitely be your support holder. Support you for life. The head of the Qin family was also unwilling to lag behind, and quickly expressed his attitude. Princess Ningfu. My Qin family had no involvement in what happened back then. You should know this. For your strength and talent, my Qin family has always been the most optimistic. If you can come back to take charge of the overall situation, my Qin family is willing to support you for life. I hope you can give us this opportunity. Yes. Yes. You will be our queen in the future. The master of the Fengqi Empire. Please give us a chance to atone for your sins. The head of the Fan family nodded repeatedly and hurriedly added, fearing that what he said was not moving enough. Hearing these hypocritical words, Shinua couldn't help but sneered and shook his head. Put away your hypocritical faces. I will never go back to the Fengqi Empire in my life. That place hurt me too much. As long as I stand on that land and breathe the air there, I will constantly recall the dirty and painful past. It's really disgusting. Chapter 1956 Qin Jian's request. Zeno's decisive answer was like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering the last glimmer of hope of everyone in Fengqi Empire. Yes, she was betrayed and framed by the forces of Fengqi Empire, and became a prisoner of Mu Qingqing, suffering torture and unbearable pain. Later, she became a slave girl and a plaything in the hands of others. She was humiliated in every way, and her body and heart must have suffered trauma that ordinary people could not imagine. How could such a wounded woman return to that sad place? Thinking of this, everyone felt powerless. Su Maoyong heard this, sighed softly, and comforted her distressfully. Zeno, life is never smooth sailing. It is because of those bad experiences that we grow up quickly and cherish the happiness we have now and the people around us better. Right? So, let the past go. Return to Fengqi Empire. Face your past. Face your responsibilities. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely be a very good empress. Su Maoyong knew that she was a very proud person when he first saw her as a slave girl. She was so tenacious and stubborn that she would not give in easily even if she died. How could she bear to keep such a proud woman by her side as a maid? So, Su Maoyong decided to let her go back to where she belonged. Shinua didn't expect Su Maoyong to say this suddenly, and was immediately shocked. Master, are you going to drive me away? I'm not driving you away. I just don't want to wrong you. After all, you are a descendant of the royal family of Fengqi Empire. There is really no need to condescend to serve me. Su Maoyong explained reluctantly. Shinua was emotional, and suddenly knelt on the ground, with an extremely firm tone. Master, since I became a prisoner, Mu Qingyan has died, and the one who survived is just a walking corpse. It was you who gave me the opportunity to be reborn and gave me a new identity. So I am no longer Mu Qingyan, let alone a descendant of the royal family. I am just your Shinua, who is willing to follow you for the rest of my life. Master, please don't drive me away. After speaking, Shinua cowed out heavily, and Su Maoyong felt a pain in his heart. So he quickly stepped forward to stop him and said, I don't want to see you wrong yourself. Why are you so stupid? It is my honor to serve the master. How could I be wronged? Besides, so many people here want to get close to the master. But I can serve the master closely. I don't know how many people envy me. Shinua smiled and shook his head. Su Maoyong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have been with Dongfang Liu and Mu Jichen for a long time. And you have learned to be smooth-talking. Okay. The ground is cold. Hurry up and get up. If the master doesn't agree to let me serve you for the rest of my life, I won't get up. Shinua refused her help, and was very tough. Su Maoyong couldn't do anything with her, and touched her hair distressfully. Silly Shinua. This is your life. Have you really thought about it? No need to think about it. The master saved my life before. Helped me heal my wounds. Helped me restore my appearance and strength. And even risked his life to help me get revenge. So I swore a long time ago that I will be the master's person in this life. And the master's ghost in death. Shinua will definitely rely on you in this life. Shinua shook her head and replied firmly. Su Maoyang was moved by what she said, and her eyes were red unconsciously. Finally, she nodded in compromise and reached out to help her up. Okay, since you have decided, then stay with me in the future. After getting her approval, Shinua smiled and stood up quickly. When Qin Jian saw that Shinua was going to follow Su Maoyang, he also stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Su Maoyang. Empress, I, Qin Jian, am also willing to follow you and serve you. Please give me a chance. Su Maoyang didn't expect Qin Jian to have such a plan. A touch of surprise flashed across her pupils. She asked back in disbelief. Do you know what you are talking about? When she pretended to be Mu Qingqing and lurked in the princess's mansion, Qin Jian saw through her at a glance, and she knew that this person was smart. Later, she learned that this person had been secretly dealing with Mu Qingqing with the help of other servants, and she was almost deceived. She knew that this person's methods were also very powerful. Later, she found out in the Battle of Yunding that this person was not only smart, but also very skilled. He was a Pekinate master. Therefore, when such a person suddenly proposed to follow her, Su Maoyang could not help but doubt her. Don't worry, Concubine D. I have no other intentions. But I finally met Princess Ningfu again, and I really don't want to be separated from her. So I want to follow Concubine D with her. Qin Jian knew her concerns, and explained very sincerely. Su Maoyang knew Qin Jian's feelings for Shinua, and she was not surprised to hear such an explanation. But she did not intend to accept his following. I don't need so many people to serve me. If you like Shinua, treat her well, and you don't have to follow me. As she said this, she looked at Shinua and advised earnestly. Mr. Qin loves you deeply, and has paid a lot for you over the years. You must not let him down. So stay with him. Since Shinua has found her own happiness, and has someone who treats her well with all his heart, she cannot selfishly take her away. Qin Jian heard this and interrupted without waiting for Shinua to speak. Empress Dowager, don't chase her away. If she leaves you, she will definitely be sad. It is precisely because I like her that I hope my feelings can bring her happiness, not constraints and burdens. Besides, the Empress Dowager is so powerful, and she is someone Qin Jian admires from the bottom of his heart. Even if it is not for Princess Ningfu, I really want to follow the Empress Dowager. And I just saw that the Empress Dowager has maids, friends, and relatives around her, and seems to lack a guard or secret guard. So as long as the Empress Dowager is willing, I, Qin Jian, am willing to protect the Empress Dowager's safety, and I will go through fire and water, at all costs. As he said this, Qin Jian kowtowed several times very sincerely, and his attitude was impeccable. Su Maoyang saw him like this, and it was really hard to refuse, because Shinua didn't want to leave her. If she shut Qin Jian out, wouldn't it be shutting out Shinua's happiness? However, what Qin Jian said was right. She really lacked a secret guard to help her with work and protect her safety. Since he was willing, it would be fine for him to follow her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Okay, you will stay by my side and be my secret guard from now on. Chapter 1957 Spare Their Lives. Hearing Su Maoyang's promise, Qin Jian was full of surprise and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Su Maoyang frowned and warned him seriously. You should know that I am not a good person. I am always cruel and ruthless. So, once I find out that you betrayed me, your fate will definitely be more miserable than those people just now. Have you thought it through? Qin Jian nodded firmly. Master, don't worry. You saved Princess Ningfu's life, which is equivalent to saving my life. I, Qin Jian, am willing to swear allegiance to repay the master's kindness. Speaking of which, he owed Princess Ningfu a life. If Princess Ningfu hadn't saved him from the mouth of the spirit beast, he would have died long ago. So, in addition to admiration for Su Maoyang, he also had deep gratitude. Su Maoyang was somewhat moved by his deep affection when she heard this. The corners of her mouth slowly raised a gratified arc, and she joked to Shinua. Shinua, there is such a person who loves you. You must cherish him in the future. Shinua lowered her head in shame when she heard this, and muttered unhappily, Master, what nonsense are you talking about? Okay, I'm talking nonsense. Then Qin Jian, you'd better not follow me. I don't think Shinua likes you. Su Maoyang suppressed his smile and teased deliberately. Xinhua was so anxious that his face flushed when he heard her suddenly change her mind, and quickly denied it. Who said I don't like him? Hearing her speak her mind, Su Maoyang laughed and stared at her ambiguously. Ha ha ha. From what you mean? You like him? Xinhua saw the smile in Su Maoyang's pupils, and immediately realized that she was teasing him deliberately, and glared at her in shame and anger. Master, you were asking knowingly. Yes, I asked knowingly, but Qin Jian didn't know. I just kindly helped him confirm it. Otherwise, with your personality, even if Qin Jian stayed by my side for a lifetime, he would never be able to marry her. Su Maoyang knew that Xinhua had suffered a lot of pain over the years, and kept his heart tightly closed, unwilling to open it to anyone. So, she planned to help them. Qin Jian heard Xinhua's answer, as if he had taken a reassurance pill, and immediately kowtowed gratefully. Thank you, Master. When the head of the Qin family saw that his son was going to follow the emperor and leave the Fengqi Empire, he felt reluctant and quietly wiped away his tears. Xinhua was such a careful person that he immediately noticed the Qin family's reluctance and immediately pleaded with Su Maoyang. Master, the Qin family has always abided by their duties over the years and has not participated in any conspiracy. Let them go this time. Su Maoyang smiled and glanced at her, teasing. You haven't even married yet, and you've already started to speak for your husband's family. It's true that a woman can't be kept when she grows up. Okay, for the sake of you and Qin Jian, I won't bother with the Qin family. Su Maoyang took out a bottle of divine pattern pills and handed it to the head of the Qin family. This is 100 holy grade divine pattern pills. Just consider it as Xinhua's betrothal gift to you. Hearing about 100 divine pattern pills, everyone in the Qin family was stunned. You know, they were just worrying about their heads. But the next second, they got 100 holy grade divine pattern pills. This surprise came too suddenly, and it was really hard to digest for a while. Others in the Fengqi Empire were extremely envious, and they all lamented that the Qin family had given birth to a good son, who not only saved the Qin family's life at the critical moment of life and death, but also gained a relationship with the emperor's concubine and obtained so many divine pattern elixirs. This kind of elixir, any one of them, would be enough to cause a sensation in the entire 9 netherworld, let alone 100 of them. Therefore, this kind of betrothal gift is definitely the most luxurious and unique betrothal gift in history. The Qin family made a fortune this time. Thinking of this, the other people in the Fengqi Empire once again had some hope. Their eyes instantly glowed, and they stared at Qin Jian and Xinhua with expectation, hoping that they could say a few good words for everyone. Xinhua received the pitiful eyes of the subjects of Fengqi Empire. In the end, he still had some reluctance in his heart. And then he said, Master, you helped me destroy the Jin family, the Lu family and the Ren family, and killed those culprits. And you have helped me avenge. Now, even if the remaining people participated in the events of the past, they are just a group of running dogs, and their crimes are not punishable by death. So spare their lives. Hearing that Xinhua did not intend to pursue it, Su Maoyang slowly nodded and said, Okay, since your Princess Ningfu personally pleaded for you, then I will spare your lives. However, before they kowtowed to thank her, they heard her continue. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Those who participated in the encirclement and suppression of Emperor Yunlu last time, stand up, abolish your cultivation, and cut off your arms. Jun Haosong was hunted down by several forces in Fengqi Empire last time, and lost several capable subordinates. Su Maoyang will get back this account no matter what. When Jun Haosong heard her mention this, his heart warmed up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I didn't expect that she had always kept it in mind, and even wanted to vent his anger today. This feeling of being protected by her in her heart is really good. Thinking of this, Jun Haosong couldn't control his inner joy, and he didn't even realize that a charming smile had bloomed at the corner of his mouth. Jun Haosong was happy, but the people of Fengqi Empire were scared to death. They looked around tremblingly, and no one dared to stand up. Su Maoyang saw that they were reluctant to express their opinions, and his face suddenly darkened. Warning: Are you planning to let the Emperor personally identify you? You can think clearly. I can spare your lives for Xinhua's sake, but the Emperor won't. If you wait for him to take action personally, you will not only destroy your own cultivation and break your hands and feet. Upon hearing this, all the people who participated in the encirclement and suppression raised their eyes, and looked at Jun Haotsong in the distance. At this moment, they met the cold blue eyes, and were immediately scared to death. They destroyed their cultivation and arms without hesitation. A shrill scream soon rang out in the hall, and the Jinwu ancient clan standing behind trembled. Now, seeing the tragic end of the burning blood sky city and the Fengqi Empire, they no longer have the courage to stand here, let alone hope to win her forgiveness. So they have quietly turned around and wanted to leave this place of trouble before the anger reaches them. However, at this moment, a notification sounded at the door. The Filong ancient clan wants to see you. After the words fell, the patriarch of the Filong ancient clan walked in quickly with a group of elders and disciples. They saw the pale faces of the Jinwu ancient clan people, who wanted to escape from the hall in a panic, and they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and laugh. Oh, I didn't expect that the Jinwu ancient clan, who had surrounded the emperor's concubine, actually came to visit the emperor's concubine before us. It's really surprising. Hee. I thought they didn't have the face to appear in front of the emperor's concubine. It seems that I underestimated their thickness. Chapter 1958 about Feng Mosie's departure. The people of the Jinwu ancient clan did not expect the Filong ancient clan to appear at this critical moment. Facing their sarcasm, their faces instantly became more embarrassed, because compared with the wise decision of the Filong ancient clan, they simply made a mistake that would last forever. So, if they had known this earlier, they would not have waded into this muddy water. Although the loss of 2 disciples made them very sad, it would not be like now, sacrificing the entire family, and also causing the Filong ancient clan, who had never been very cooperative, to come and laugh at them. It was really embarrassing. Su Maoyang had not noticed the existence of the Jinwu ancient clan at first, and only looked at them after hearing the voice of the Filong ancient clan. Seeing Su Maoyang looking over, the chief of the Filong ancient clan immediately went over to greet her enthusiastically. Ha! Concubine D. I heard that you woke up. So the Filong ancient clan, came to visit you. I wonder if you welcome me. Because of Prince Filong. Su Maoyang still had a good impression of the Filong ancient clan, and nodded with a smile. The Filong ancient clan and I have no relatives, but they can help me out of righteousness. I will remember this kindness in my heart. How could I not welcome you? As she said that, she looked at the Lord of the North Spirit Realm in disgust. Lord, the Filong ancient clan is my friend. I wonder if you can add a few seats. The Lord of the North Spirit Realm took such precious things from them, let alone adding a few seats. Even if they let them live here for a while, it would not be a problem. So he ordered the maid to come forward and serve without saying a word. Seeing that the Filong ancient clan received such treatment, and seeing Su Maoyang being so polite, they looked at the Jinwu ancient clan complacently, the mockery in which was self-evident. The patriarch of the Filong ancient clan may have had deep grievances with the Jinwu ancient clan, and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, so I have always emphasized that a family must not only be strong, but most importantly, it must have good eyesight. You must know who not to offend, which teammates not to help, and which battles not to participate in. You must know everything. Otherwise you will hurt others and yourself, and the whole family will suffer. As he said this, the Filong clan leader glanced at the Jinwu clan leader with a smile, and then turned and walked towards the seat arranged by the maid, making the people of the Jinwu ancient clan all look black and tremble all over. It's just that they couldn't figure out Su Maoyang's attitude, and they stood there in a stalemate, not knowing whether to leave or stay, which seemed particularly awkward. After all, they have been exposed in front of people. If they just leave like this, they may be misunderstood as not taking the emperor's concubine seriously. If they anger the emperor's concubine, the consequences will be disastrous. But staying and receiving so many people's mocking eyes is too embarrassing. So they are a little at a loss for a while, not knowing what to do. As for Su Maoyang, she didn't have a big hatred for the Jinwu ancient clan. She had killed their disciples and several old ancestors before, which was a lesson for them. She didn't intend to hold on to it. So she ignored the group of people, turned back to her seat, and greeted Princess Ping'an, leaving them in the hall. At this time, the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm saw that she had resolved the grievances of the 9 Netherworld, and then he stretched out his hand and threw 2 envelopes to her and Jun Haotsong. Girl, although you don't plan to join my faction, I still give you the recommendation letter. In case you reach the Sunlua realm one day and suddenly figure it out, maybe you can still use it. Su Maoyang didn't refuse this time. He took the envelope and nodded gratefully. Thank you for your trouble, Lord. Seeing that Su Maoyong and Jun Haocong both got the Lord's recommendation letter, everyone was envious. When the king of Ping'an, who was sitting next to the princess, heard about the Sunluo realm, he suddenly remembered something and said, Ener, speaking of the Sunluo realm, I forgot to tell you that I heard that Lord Finchen also went to the Sunluo realm. In the heart of the king of Ping'an, Su Maoyong was not the imperial concubine, but their daughter Lu Lin, so he never changed his name. Su Maoyong suddenly heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked back, didn't he reject the invitation of the 9 major sects, and was unwilling to go to the Sunluo realm before? Why did he come to his senses now? I heard that he didn't go there voluntarily. It seems that a certain force in the upper plane took a fancy to him, and came to the 9 nether realm to find him. He borrowed some spirit beads from that force. Oh, yes, it was the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl. So he had no choice but to agree to the request of that force, and go to the Sunluo realm. Suddenly hearing the name of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl, Su Maoyong's head seemed to be struck by thunder. His face suddenly changed drastically. His eyes widened, and his pupils were surging with uncontrollable shock. Dad? You? What did you just say? Say it again. Ping'an King was confused by her sudden reaction and repeated honestly. I said, Lord Finchen agreed to go to Sunluo realm with that force. Is there any problem with this? No. You just said Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl? Are you sure it's Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl? Su Maoyong shook his head and asked emotionally. Well, I'm not sure. I just heard about it. But I don't know if it's true or not. Ping'an King shook his head. At this time, Su Maoyong was very sure, because the man in black who saved her on Huangquan Road used the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl to wake her up. So, the man in black should be Feng Moxie. There is no mistake. But I didn't expect that he would borrow such a precious treasure from that force to save her. I really don't know what price he paid. Just thinking about it, Su Maoyong was terrified and asked again, Dad, what kind of force is that? What's its name? I only know that the force seems to be very strong and mysterious, and has never revealed its identity. I don't know anything else. Ping'an King shook his head in embarrassment. Hearing this, Su Maoyong lowered his head in disappointment and unconsciously clenched his fingers. Jun Haocong, who was standing by, heard the source of the Fire Phoenix orb and instantly understood the truth of the matter. He could not help but reach out and hold Su Maoyong's fist, saying in a deep voice, Go find him. Su Maoyong did not expect Jun Haocong to say this suddenly. She stared at him in surprise. When did this jealous king become so generous? However, before she could ask, she was choked by Jun Haocong's next sentence. Return the Fire Phoenix orb to him. I don't want my woman to owe him anything. Sure enough, she knew that Jun Haocong could not change his jealousy, just like a dog can't change its eating habits. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry. I will return it to him without you saying it. She also didn't like to owe people things, especially when this thing was exchanged for Feng Mox's freedom. Chapter 1959, He Knows the Immortal Palace Gate. Time flies, and 2 months have passed unknowingly. During this period, Su Maoyong has been recuperating in the palace of the Northern Spirit Realm, helping them refine pills and guiding the alchemists of the Maple Forest Empire and the Cloud Tower Dark Domain in their alchemy techniques. He was actually very busy. Even Jun Haocong was left out, and he was full of resentment. Just as he walked into the alchemy room, he saw her instructing several alchemists to control the temperature. Because she was too focused, she didn't notice his presence. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and coughed twice deliberately. When several alchemists heard the voice, they immediately looked up. When they saw that it was the emperor, they were so scared that they quickly saluted. And then, they all said goodbye to Su Maoyong. Empress, we will not disturb you and the emperor, and we will come to ask you another day. Su Maoyong saw that the pills in their furnace were half finished and were about to give up halfway, and stopped them distressfully. The pills are about to take shape. Don't waste such precious medicinal materials. Finish the pills in your hand before leaving. Each of these pills is made of extremely precious medicinal materials, and they have spent several hours of effort on this. It would be a pity if they failed. But several old guys looked at Jun Haocong with some fear, and their expressions seemed particularly embarrassed. After this period of getting along, they finally understood how terrible the possessiveness of the emperor was. So every time they came to ask Su Maoyang for advice on alchemy, they had the illusion of passing through the gates of hell. Su Maoyang knew what they were afraid of, and glared at Jun Haotsong helplessly. You go back first. I will come to find you after I refine the elixir in my hand. Jun Haotsong naturally refused to leave. He suppressed his anger and refused. No. I will sit here and not disturb you. You can refine slowly. As he said that, he actually found a seat, sat down, and stared at them intently. Okay. You guys hurry up and finish it. If you delay for too long, the efficacy of this pill will be reduced. Su Maoyang saw that Jun Haotsong did not make trouble, so he returned to refining. The emperor said that he would not disturb them, but the other alchemists were tortured by his sharp eyes like a sword. So how could they have the mind to refine the pill? At this time, when they met the pair of ice-blue eyes that seemed to have been soaked in a cold pond, they were so frightened that their hair stood on end, and their hands that controlled the fire were shaking constantly. In this state, let alone refining the pill, even their lives would be scared away. So, the old guys couldn't stand the emperor's sharp gaze that seemed to want to cut them into pieces. So they all withdrew their hands in a hurry and ran out of the alchemy room in disgrace. Su Maoyang saw everyone fleeing in panic, and saw the pills that were about to be formed turned into ashes in an instant. She sighed speechlessly and glared at Jun Haotsong. What a good thing you did. You could have produced another batch of pills, but you messed them up. You have already refined enough for them, and they can be eaten as food. What else do you want? Jun Haotsong retorted unhappily. During this period of time, he was neglected for a long time, just because she was busy refining pills for everyone. It was really hateful. Su Maoyang did not stop the action in her hand, and replied to him, I'm leaving soon, so I have to prepare more for them. Some time ago, she helped the people in the Nether City to refine the antidote. During this period of time, she naturally had to refine more pills to improve their talents and enhance their strength, hoping that they would have more self-protection capabilities and let her leave with peace of mind. When Jun Haotsong heard this, he knew that she was going to leave, and said sourly, Are you in such a hurry to go to Sunluo Realm to find your lover? Su Maoyang raised his hand to take out the last pill, put it in the bottle, and said slowly, Yes, I am going to find my lover. I miss him so much after not seeing him for so long. Jun Haotsong was so angry that his face turned black when he heard this. He stood up suddenly, put his arm around her waist, and said viciously, I think you want to stay in bed for a month. TSK. It's so thin and small, and it doesn't feel good, and you still have the nerve to say a month. Su Maoyang held back his laughter and deliberately teased. Jun Haotsong was so irritated by her that his hair stood on end. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, let's try. I hope you won't cry and beg me to let you go like last time. When Su Maoyang heard this, she immediately recalled the intense last time. Her beautiful face instantly turned red. She struggled to push him away. I was wrong. I was wrong? Isn't that enough? When Jun Haotsong heard her begging for mercy, his heart moved slightly. His eyes became even hotter. He couldn't help but hug her tighter. You know, the way you look makes me want to bully you even more. Su Maoyang heard such ambiguous words, and stepped on him in shame and anger. Asshole. Jun Haotsong frowned in pain, but held tightly, refusing to let go, and said with some resentment, They all have rewards. Why don't I have? Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. You also have a reward. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong's pupils jumped a little surprised. What reward? After saying that, Su Maoyang took out a talisman paper and stuffed it into him. This is a sound transmission talisman. When you reach the Sunluo realm, you can use it to contact me. Contact you? What do you mean? Aren't you going with me? Jun Haotsong immediately realized something was wrong. No. I have to go somewhere first to do some personal things. You go to Sunluo realm and wait for me. Su Maoyang shook her head. Whatever you want to do. I'll go with you. Jun Haotsong didn't want to separate from her. Su Maoyang was a little embarrassed. She promised the old man of the Immortal Palace Gate that she would not reveal the existence of the Immortal Palace Gate. If she told Jun Haotsong like this, it would be against her oath. However, Jun Haotsong now has experienced life and death, and he feels particularly insecure. In the past 2 months, he has been eager to stick with her all the time. How could he leave her alone and go to Sunluo realm? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was a little embarrassed, It seems that she can only go to the old man of the Immortal Palace to discuss whether he can let her go to Sinlua realm first. And then she can report to the Immortal Palace by herself. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had a plan and told him frankly. Hao Tsang, I accepted the inheritance in the cave of Bailingjai last time. And there are still things to be settled. So I have to go there now. But I promised him that I would not bring outsiders to set foot. So you stay in Bailing Palace and wait for me to come back. Understand? The owner of the cave? Are you talking about the self-righteous guide who coaxed people to join the fairy palace? Jun Haotsong heard this and immediately remembered it. Su Maoyang was still struggling with how to explain to him. But he was choked by the next sentence. You know that guide? Su Maoyang widened his eyes in shock. Jun Haotsong nodded as a matter of course. I know. When I was 16 years old and participated in the Battle of Yunding, I also broke into that cave and met that old guy. He asked me to join the organization of the fairy palace. But I refused. Hearing this, Su Maoyang almost spit out blood. 16 years old. He passed the test of the Immortal Palace Gate at the age of 16. What kind of pervert is this? Chapter 1960. She was hit. This Jun Haotsong is really a man who is not famous. But once he makes a splash. Su Maoyang was immediately hit so hard that she was speechless. When she thought about the fact that she had kept her promise and tried so hard to hide the Immortal Palace sect. But it was worthless in Jun Haotsong's mouth. She wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. No wonder he rejected the invitation of the 9 major sections. After all, they didn't even take the Immortal Palace sect seriously, let alone the 9 major sects. He really gave her surprises all the time. At this moment, even Su Maoyang had to admit that she was jealous. This man not only looks amazing, but also has a perverted talent. It's okay to have a perverted talent, but he also has a temperament that can make people angry to death. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt unhappy and pushed him away. Stay away from me. Jun Haotsong was confused by her sudden anger and stared at her blankly. What's wrong? Nothing. I just don't like you. Su Maoyang replied angrily. Jun Haotsong was even more confused after hearing this. How did I offend you? I offended me everywhere. Su Maoyang was angry and spoke in a hard tone. But Jun Haotsong was moved when he saw her red face because of anger. Even if he didn't know the reason, he accepted it all. Okay. Since you are so beautiful, I apologize to you. I was wrong. Isn't it okay? Su Maoyang was slightly relieved after hearing this. Thinking of the matter of the fairy palace gate, he straightened his face and explained. Since you know about the fairy palace gate, I won't hide it from you. Before, I accepted the inheritance of the Immortal Palace Gate and became a disciple of the Immortal Palace Gate. The reason why I didn't tell you was because the guide forbade the disciples to reveal the existence of the Immortal Palace Gate. And I planned to act separately from you. Just to go to the Immortal Palace Gate first. When Jun Haotsong heard this, he suddenly realized and nodded. In this case, you don't have to separate from me. Since you have become a disciple of the Immortal Palace Gate, I will join reluctantly. Su Maoyang was amused by his extremely reluctant tone. Can you be more offensive? Hearing this, Jun Haotsong suddenly understood a little. You were not angry because you were hit by my talent just now. TSK. Stop being narcissistic. Su Maoyang refused to admit it, and said with a paw. Jun Haotsong held back his smile, stretched out his hand, pulled her into his arms, and sighed. I really envy you. What do you envy me for? Su Maoyang was aroused by his incoherent words. Jun Haotsong smiled and said confidently. I envy you for having such a powerful husband. Su Maoyang's cheeks flushed immediately after being stimulated by his shameless words. She immediately stepped on his instep and pulled herself out of his arms. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. After that, Su Maoyang shouted outside. Shinu, go call the Dongfang siblings, the Xiaohe siblings, and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. I have something to tell you. Since she decided to go to the Sinlua realm, she naturally had to make arrangements. Shinu acted quickly. In less than half a cup of tea, she called everyone over. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was present, so he handed them the sound transmission talisman engraved with divine patterns, and said, You should know that the Sinlua realm is not like the Jiuyu realm. The smallest state there is dozens of times larger than the Jiuyu realm, and the forces above are even more numerous. Any one of them can crush the 8 major forces in the Jiuyu realm. So while you have more opportunities, you also face various dangers. You must be cautious in everything and never act rashly. And what I just gave you is the sound transmission talisman that can be used to contact each other. Because I heard from the Realm Master that his teleportation array can only send you to the Xianshan Mirror. As for the specific location, it is random and cannot be determined for the time being. So, some of you may be sent to the same place, or you may be separated and sent to different places. Therefore, when you arrive in the Sunlu realm, you should use the sound transmission talisman a lot of the time. But no matter what, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Understand? Hearing this, the Dongfang siblings and the Xiaohu siblings and others all nodded in understanding. Then, Su Maoyang looked at the disciples of the Red Star Alliance and instructed. Since it is the first time for all of us to go to Sunlu realm, we don't know a lot of things. So for the sake of safety, your leader and I will go to explore the way first, and then pick you up after we settle down. Although the disciples of the Red Star Alliance have made rapid progress, their strength is still not good enough. Going to Sunlu realm will be full of dangers and not conducive to cultivation. So, she planned to go to Sunlu realm with the Dongfang siblings, the Xiaohu siblings, and Mu Jichen to gain a foothold first. The disciples of the Red Star League all understood Su Maoyang's good intentions and nodded in understanding. Okay, we'll wait here for good news from the Emperor and Concubine. Seeing that they all understood, Su Maoyang nodded with relief, then took out a space ring and handed it to Dongfang Youyu. These are all the elixirs I promised to give to the Maple Forest Empire and the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. Please help me send them. Tomorrow, I have to go to a place to do some private things, which will probably take some time. So you go to the Sunlu realm to wait for me first. When I get to the Sunlu realm, I will contact you with the sound transmission talisman. Dongfang Liyue and others heard this and nodded in understanding. Okay, then we'll get ready to set off. After that, everyone turned around and left the alchemy room without any nonsense, and went to prepare. After all, they have been here for 3 months, and it's time to start another journey in life. The next morning, Su Maoyang left a letter and quietly left the Biling Palace with Jun Haotsong and came to the cave. The guide at the Fairy Palace gate was surprised to see Jun Haotsong here. He immediately asked in confusion, "Little bastard, didn't you reject my invitation a long time ago? Why did you suddenly come here? I can't help it. Who told you to lure my wife into the Fairy Palace gate? I can only accept your invitation with reluctance." Jun Haotsong replied helplessly. Hearing this, the old man was even more shocked. "This little girl is actually your wife? Ha ha ha. It's true that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. This fate is really amazing." Thinking of his success in harvesting 2 geniuses in a row, the old man laughed excitedly. "Okay, don't hide in the dark and giggle. Before I change my mind, get out and take us to the Fairy Palace gate." Jun Haotsong didn't have the patience to chat with him, and directly shouted and urged. The old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard such arrogant words. But considering his rare talent, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and walk out of the darkness. Chapter 1961, He was born to attack people. At this time, an old man in a black robe slowly walked out. He was thin, with silver hair and a wrinkled face, like bark, full of gullies. At first glance, he was an old monster, but his deep eyes flashed in the dark, giving people a sense of shrewdness. He stroked his gray beard and looked at Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong with a smile, as if he was looking at prey, and seemed a little excited. Speaking of which, this old guy has been hiding in the dark and observing secretly. Jun Haotsong also saw him for the first time. Seeing this face at this time, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he never showed up. It turns out that he is too ugly to see people. Although Su Maoyang had seen Jun Haotsong's poisonous tongue before, he was still amused by him when he heard this. He really has the ability to make people angry to death. Sure enough, the old man Jian's face, which was originally smiling, turned blue in anger the next second. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "You little bastard! Can you eat with good looks? Do you know what it means to be a man of appearance and to be a man of depth? I call this low-key and deep. You shallow person will not understand. I'm not interested in knowing your depth." Jun Haotsong glanced at him coldly. You? The old man was choked by his anger again. Su Maoyang saw the two quarreling, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly changed the subject. "Senior, are you going to take us to the Immortal Palace Gate? We can set off now." "Humph. He hasn't walked to the statue to complete the apprenticeship ceremony. And he is not a disciple of the Immortal Palace Gate. So, we have to see if he has the ability to join the Immortal Palace Gate first. The old guy was so angry at Jun Haotsong that he wanted to make things difficult for him even though he knew he was talented. Jun Haotsong heard this, looked at the statue in front of the hall, and asked lightly, "As long as you walk to it, you can join the Immortal Palace Gate? Hee hee. Don't underestimate this road. If you don't have a firm willpower and extraordinary strength, it's not so easy to walk to the statue." The old man Jane snorted arrogantly, and he was quite confident about this test. Su Maoyong thought of Jun Haotsong's abnormality, but he was very confident in him, and said with a smile, "Senior, he should have no problem. After all, I was able to pass it at the beginning. Let alone, he has reached the level of Emperor Spirit Master." He reached the level of Emperor Spirit Master? When the old man Jane heard this, his eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this kid would be promoted to such a level so quickly. You know, in the Nine Nether Realm with such a thin spiritual power environment, it is very rare to have such an achievement. But thinking of his bad attitude, the old man Jiayin suppressed his admiration for him and deliberately criticized him. "Uh-huh. Do you think you can pass it successfully by reaching the level of Emperor Spiritual Master? Naive. You should know that the stronger the strength, the stronger the backlash. With his current strength, it is many times more difficult for him to walk to the statue than you did at the beginning. So, it is not that easy to join the Immortal Palace." The old man's tone was a bit gloating, as if he was waiting to see Jun Haotsong suffer a setback and give him a warning. However, at this time, Jun Haotsong just glanced at the statue in front of the hall, and walked forward without saying a word. In fact, he did not walk very fast, but because of his long legs, his steps were a bit big, so before the old man Jiayin could react, he had already walked more than half of the distance. In the middle of the journey, he just waved his sleeves lightly, and lightly removed the crazy power that erupted on both sides. He walked to the statue calmly and calmly. From beginning to end, he didn't even frown. His clothes didn't mess up, and he easily completed the test of this level as if walking on flat ground, which made the old man dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. However, Jun Haotsong's light question made the old man's mouth twitch, and his expression was uglier than eating shit. "Is it difficult to walk in front of the statue?" Su Maoyong laughed out loud. "Sure enough, there is no ultimate blow. Only more blows." Jun Haotsong was probably born to strike people. At this moment, seeing the old man's face, which was blue and red, and more exciting than the 7-color plate, Su Maoyong actually felt a little sympathy. After all, he just wanted to make things difficult for others with a smug look on his face. But he was slapped in the face in minutes. I'm afraid this old man has lost all his face. "Excuse me, can I join the Immortal Palace Gate now?" Jun Haotsong asked coldly. However, before the old man Jing could answer, an ancient voice came from the hall, reciting the oath of the Immortal Palace Gate. Su Maoyong was not unfamiliar with this voice, because when she first joined the Immortal Palace Gate, it was this voice that guided her. So she knew that Jun Haotsong had been recognized by the Immortal Palace Gate and was completing the apprenticeship ceremony. At this time, when the hall returned to peace, Jun Haotsong looked at the old man Jian, who was standing aside. "Excuse me, can we go to the Immortal Palace Gate now?" Seeing that he had successfully joined the Immortal Palace Gate, the old man Jian naturally didn't want to make things difficult for him. He pulled an awkward smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded repeatedly. "Uh-huh. Of course. Come with me." Although this little bastard has a bad temper, he was the one who recommended them. If they develop well in the Immortal Palace Gate, he will get a large amount of recommendation fees, and he can be proud of himself in front of other elders at that time, which is also a profit. So he was too lazy to bother with the younger generation. Thinking about it, he took them to the back of the statue, waved his hand, and a circular halo with mysterious patterns flashed appeared. This is the exclusive teleportation array of the Immortal Palace Gate. After you complete the primary test of the Immortal Palace Gate and register the basic information, you will become a real disciple. At that time, you can summon this teleportation array with your mind and enter and exit the Immortal Palace Gate. Now, follow me to the Immortal Palace Gate to complete the entry test. As he spoke, the old man walked into the light circle. Su Maoyong and Jun Haotsong looked at each other, followed quickly, and then disappeared in the hall with the light circle. The teleportation array was very fast, and they reached their destination in about 10 breaths. At this time, what came into view was the lush and beautiful mountain scenery with ridges and valleys interlaced. From a distance, one could see floating mountains floating in the air, and each floating mountain had a magnificent palace erected on it, surrounded by clouds and mist. Like a dream. It looks like a fairy palace far away from the hustle and bustle, which makes people yearn for it. There is a clearing in the forest under the suspended mountain, with green meadows and blooming mountain flowers, and a clear lake, as clear as a mirror polished with jade, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the majestic fairy palace clearly. Seeing such a beautiful scenery, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh. Is this the fairy palace gate? It really looks like a fairyland on earth. Young man, don't be fooled by the beautiful appearance. This place looks like a fairyland, but it is as cruel as hell. It's quite difficult to gain a foothold here. Chapter 1962 inexplicably competed. Su Maoyang had heard the old man introduce the Immortal Palace sect before, and knew that this place full of divine pattern masters would not be simple. So, after hearing his reminder, she nodded without any doubt. Okay. You will slowly know what will happen in the future. I will take you to the new student registration office to complete the entrance test. Because although you have joined the Immortal Palace sect, you are only nominal disciples now. So if you want to truly become a member of the Immortal Palace sect, you still have to complete the test in the sect. The old man Jian explained patiently for fear that they didn't understand. As he said that, he waved his hand, and 3 auspicious clouds floated in the distance. Then he jumped on one of the auspicious clouds first and urged them. Let's go! Seeing this, Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang also jumped on the cloud and flew away with him. Soon, they landed on a spacious square. In the center of the square was a rectangular platform, on which was placed a bronze bell that was 6 meters high and 5 meters wide. The bell was finely cast and beautifully shaped, with mysterious and complex patterns engraved on it. It was faintly releasing a terrible power fluctuation, and it gave people a solemn and majestic feeling just by being there. Therefore, Su Maoyang knew at a glance that it was definitely an amazing and rare treasure. Just as Su Maoyang was looking at the giant ancient bell, the old man who led the way in front had already led them to the registration office under the platform. However, as soon as they arrived at the registration office, the 2 elders in front of the old man shouted in surprise. Hey, isn't this Elder Peng who is stationed in the 9 Netherworld? You haven't been to the registration office for thousands of years. Why did you suddenly think of coming here? Did you find a disciple in that shitty place? One of the middle-aged men in yellow clothes asked with a smile, and the sarcasm in it was self-evident. Another tall middle-aged man in white clothes also nodded with a smile, looking at the old man with undisguised contempt. Yes, it's really rare to see Elder Peng here today. After all, it's not easy to find disciples who are qualified to join the Immortal Palace in a rotten place like the 9 Nether Realm. I heard that you haven't recommended a single disciple for decades. Right? The old man who was called Elder Peng heard this sarcasm and snorted unhappily, pointing at Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong behind him. It's a pity to disappoint you. I just happened to bring 2 disciples here this time and plan to recommend them to the Immortal Palace. 2? Upon hearing this number, the 2 elders who mocked the old man raised their eyebrows in surprise and looked at Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong in surprise. You know, in a place like the 9 Nether Realm, you would be thankful if you could find half a disciple who passed the test. It's really hard to believe that he brought 2 here. Hee. Elder Peng, you know that you have not done anything in recent years, and you are afraid of punishment from the higher-ups. So you are desperate and open a backdoor for them. Right? The middle-aged man in yellow sneered and expressed his suspicion without giving them any face. The middle-aged man in white also frowned and reminded seriously. Elder Peng, I warn you. Don't break the rules of the Immortal Palace gate for your own selfish desires. If the higher-ups know about this, the consequences will be disastrous. Bah! What do you mean by desperate? What do you mean by backdoor? These 2 disciples are the most promising geniuses I have ever seen. They are much better than the disciples you recommended. They don't need backdoors at all with their talents. Stop talking nonsense and slandering my character. When the old man Jian heard such humiliating words, he immediately retorted loudly in anger. The most promising genius? Even better than the disciples we recommended? Ha. Elder Peng, you have a very good self-image. I think you have been in that kind of broken place for too long. You have never seen a genius. So you call everyone you see a genius. Ha. Yes. I think he hasn't seen a genius for too long. Suddenly he met two, and held them like treasures. It's really pitiful. Isn't it? Peng Qingping. Do you know that the disciples we recommended this time are Ning Jianzhou, the daughter of the Lord of Huiyin City, and the son of the leader of the Moon Wolf sect? They have not only reached the level of midterm Emperor Spirit Master, but also are all-rounders, and have no power that they cannot master. But you actually compared the disciples you selected from a place like the Nine Nether Realm with such a genius. Don't you think it's ridiculous? When the two elders talked about the disciples they recommended, they were proud. Obviously, they highly respected the disciples they recommended. And they didn't take Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong seriously at all. The old man Jiang was so angry at their contemptuous attitude that his face turned black. He retorted unconvincedly, "You are the ones who are ridiculous. Even if the disciple you recommended has a great background. So what? Haven't you heard that a hero is not judged by his origin? As long as you have good talent, practice hard, and have a firm will, you will achieve something one day." Ha ha ha. Elder Peng, I haven't seen you for so many years. You are still as naive as before. In this cruel world, without background support and abundant resources, do you really think that talent comes from the belly? The middle-aged man in yellow thought his argument was extremely ridiculous and sneered sarcastically. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with him. For a foolish and naive person like him, it's probably impossible to recommend excellent disciples in his lifetime. Let's take the disciples to the stage for the entry test. The middle-aged man in white laughed and shook his head, not intending to argue with Elder Peng again. And Elder Peng was aroused by their words and said angrily, "Okay, I want to see. In this entry test, is your disciple better or the disciple I selected better?" "Uh-huh. Elder Peng, do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" The middle-aged man in yellow stared at him with a look of a fool. It's still unclear who is asking for trouble. Isn't it too early for you to say that? Elder Peng snorted, seeming to have confidence in Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong. Seeing that he was confident, the man in white laughed again. "Well, since you've taken the initiative to come here to ask for trouble, we won't be polite. Yunya, go up and show your Elder Peng what a genius is." Standing behind the middle-aged man in white, the pretty purple-clothed woman glanced coldly at Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong, and then turned around and walked onto the stage. When Su Maoyang saw the scene, she was a little speechless about the sudden competition. She and Jun Haotsong had come to register, but they ended up competing inexplicably. This old man who guided them would really make trouble for them for his little self-esteem. Chapter 1963 The Genius of This Plane. However, Su Maoyang was still somewhat curious about the strength of the purple-clothed woman, because she heard from the two elders that the disciples they introduced this time had all reached the level of mid-stage Emperor spiritual masters. And these two disciples, who looked about the same age as her and Jun Haotsong, had reached such a high level. So they must not be simple characters. So, she couldn't help but want to see how powerful the geniuses here were. After all, this was her first time in this Enlu realm, and she had no idea about the geniuses of this plane. So it would not hurt to learn more about them. However, when she saw the purple-clothed woman walk to a stone wall behind the platform, Su Maoyang was a little confused and couldn't help asking, "Senior, what exactly is this entry test?" She had just arrived here and was forced to do something without knowing anything, so she naturally had to ask about the situation. "Oh, yes. I forgot to tell you that this entry test is divided into 4 aspects: divine runes, spiritual power, mental power, and soul power. You should know that the most basic condition for joining the Immortal Palace is to be able to perceive divine runes. So the first level is to perceive the divine runes on the stone wall. As long as you draw the divine rune pattern you perceive, you will pass. Of course, if you can record the divine rune you perceive on the stone wall, you will be qualified to join the Demon Slayer Hall, which focuses on divine runes." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. She had heard him say before that the Immortal Palace was divided into 5 major halls, namely the Zhulong Hall, which focuses on contracted beasts, the Qingtian Hall, which focuses on spiritual power, the Demon Slayer Hall, which focuses on divine runes, the Xuanji Hall, which focuses on mental power, and the Soul Chasing Hall, where scattered cultivators gather. She didn't want to be bound and didn't want so many rules. So she planned to join the most free Soul Chasing Hall. But she knew that the Soul Chasing Hall didn't have a high status in the Immortal Palace Gate, And the disciples inside didn't practice mainstream things, but some strange things, which seemed a bit useless. Perhaps because they were used to being free and undisciplined. The disciples of the soul-chasing hall didn't have a high cohesion, and they were never valued by the superiors, and they were always in a state of being free. The Demon Slayer Hall was different. Their disciples mainly practiced divine runes, and had high attainments in divine runes. So they were all super geniuses, who could be called famous. And because practicing divine runes was a perverted level of hard work, not only did you have a very powerful talent, but you also had to have a rock-hard will and strong psychological quality. Because of this, the Demon Slayer Hall was the most respected faction, and it had a very high status in the Immortal Palace Gate, which made countless disciples yearn for it. Therefore, being able to join the Demon Slayer Hall was almost every disciple's dream. Seeing Su Maoyang lost in thought, Elder Peng thought she was worried about the next test, and smiled to comfort her. Don't worry. With your divine rune attainments, joining the Demon Slayer Hall is just a piece of cake. It depends on whether you are willing to join. He knew that Su Maoyang had planned to join the soul-chasing hall before, but he hoped from the bottom of his heart that Su Maoyang would join the Demon Slayer Hall, because this would not only be beneficial to her future development, but he could also brag about it in front of other elders. After all, being able to recommend disciples to the Demon Slayer Hall is a very proud thing. Su Maoyang heard this and shook his head. Forget it. I'm not interested in the Demon Slayer Hall. Just hearing the name made her feel a little repulsive, because in the fragments of her past life, she had slaughtered all the demons and killed the man she loved most, which made her feel resentful, and she didn't like the word Demon Slayer. However, Su Maoyang simply expressed his attitude and didn't mean to look down on the Demon Slayer Hall. But the two elders beside him heard his words as arrogant. Hee. Elder Peng, where do you get the confidence from? You actually think she can enter the Demon Slayer Hall? And it's easy? Are you crazy? The middle-aged man in yellow glanced at him, feeling extremely absurd. The middle-aged man in white sneered and shook his head. What kind of person is it? What kind of disciple is recommended? How dare he not take the Demon Slayer Hall seriously? I didn't expect that he was young but had a big tone. But don't worry. The Demon Slayer Hall is not interested in you either, because it is only open to super geniuses who are exempt from the test. And you are not qualified. Hearing the exemption from the test, Su Maoyang ignored the sarcasm of the two elders, but looked at the old man with some doubts. The old man Jiang knew that she didn't know a lot, so he quickly explained. Some top talents with extraordinary talents can be exempted from the entrance test and directly become formal disciples of the Immortal Palace after passing the test of the Immortal Palace. However, only disciples recommended by the senior elders of the Immortal Palace have this privilege, and disciples recommended by elders of my level can only follow the rules. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding after hearing this. This is the same as the fact that top students with excellent academic performance can be recommended to colleges. Those top talents already have a reputation and are guaranteed by senior elders, so they naturally don't need to take any entrance tests to waste time. While Su Maoyang was pondering, the purple-clothed woman on the stage had completed the first test of comprehending the divine pattern. It was a pity that the purple-clothed woman had drawn the pattern, but her divine pattern talent was still not enough. She only carved a small part of the pattern on the stone wall, and could not record all the patterns. So she had to give up. But even so, being able to carve a small part of the divine pattern was already very powerful, because practicing divine patterns is a very difficult thing, and it is very rare for her to have such potential at such a young age. Therefore, the elder who introduced the purple-clothed woman nodded with pride. Not bad. Not bad. You can comprehend the divine pattern in such a short time, and also record some patterns. I really did not introduce the wrong person. Elder Peng rolled his eyes when he heard this. You call this not bad? I am ignorant. If this is also called not bad, then Su Maoyang will be praised to the sky. Haha. Elder Peng, I understand your jealousy, but I still hope you can face reality. The elder in white seemed to be in a good mood, and did not take his sarcasm seriously. Elder Peng thought it was ridiculous and asked, I'm jealous of you. Aren't you too self-righteous? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, because you will be more jealous next time. As he said that, the middle-aged man in white looked at the stage again. At this time, the purple-clothed woman came to the bronze ancient bell, and immediately accumulated enough spiritual power, rushed out with a punch, and hit the ancient bell heavily, which suddenly vibrated out a loud bell sound. which instantly echoed over the entire square. And it lasted for 20 breaths. Hearing such a loud and long bell sound, the disciples and elders passing by couldn't help but stop and cast a surprised look at the stage. Chapter 1964. The genius number 1 on the questioning immortals list. Su Maoyang was a little confused when he saw the scene, and asked again, "Senior, is this level testing spiritual power?" Elder Peng nodded. "Yes. The ancient bell can test spiritual power talent. The stronger the spiritual power, the greater the amplitude, the louder the bell sound, and the longer it lasts. I remember the highest record of this level lasted for 100 breaths. But that person is a super pervert, and no one has broken his record so far." Su Maoyang found that when Elder Peng talked about that person, his tone became obviously solemn, and his expression was even more daunting. Even the elders were quite daunted by this person. Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel a little curious. "Is the person you are talking about a senior member of the Immortal Palace Gate?" "No. He is a disciple of the Immortal Palace Gate. The peerless genius, who is number 1 on the questioning immortals list. Even if you look at the entire Shanshan mirror, it is difficult to find a second person as stunning as him." Elder Peng shook his head, and his tone was full of admiration. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the person, who was feared and admired by an elder, was actually a disciple. Then she became more interested in the genius he mentioned and continued to ask, "Is this genius who ranks first on the immortal questioning list from the 3 great dynasties?" She had heard from the old man Jinjuan that the 3 great dynasties were the top 3 forces in the mysterious God mirror. So she couldn't help but have such an association. "I'm not sure about that, because the first genius of this immortal palace is very mysterious. Not to mention us. Even the senior elders don't know his identity and background. He himself rarely appears in the immortal palace, so the number of times everyone has seen him can be counted on one hand. So everyone only knows his alias, named He Tian." Elder Peng shook his head. His curiosity and doubts about the first genius were no less than Su Maoyang's. Seeing Su Maoyang keep asking about the first genius, Jun Haotsong frowned unhappily. His beautiful ice blue eyes were cold. His sinister voice seemed to be wrapped in ice chips, which made Su Maoyang freeze. "It seems that you are very concerned about the first genius." Su Maoyang felt the cool air emanating from him, and was startled. She immediately pulled up the corners of her mouth and smiled awkwardly, just asking casually to understand the situation. Then, without waiting for Jun Haotsong to attack, she quickly changed the subject and sighed. "If the record is 100 breaths, then this woman is a bit far behind." Seeing that she didn't understand the situation, Elder Peng smiled speechlessly. "Don't underestimate the test of this level. The ancient bell is as hard as black iron, and is made of special materials. It has a very strong ability to resist impact. Therefore, if the spiritual power is not strong enough, it is impossible to shake the ancient bell, let alone strike it. I believe that if it is taken outside, ordinary imperial spiritual masters will not be able to make any sound. And the bell sound struck by this woman is not only loud, but also can last for 20 breaths. In terms of spiritual power, she is already a super genius." Su Maoyang suddenly realized after hearing this explanation. No wonder the white-clothed elder was so proud and confident just now. Even the disciples and elders around him cast their eyes on him. It turns out that the bell sound that lasted for 20 breaths is already a very good result. It seems that she underestimated the difficulty of this level. The elder in white beside him heard what Elder Peng said, and saw the attention from all around. His smile became even more unbridled, and he was extremely proud. At this time, the purple-clothed woman had completed the spiritual power test, and then sat down on the ground in front of the ancient bell, and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Elder Peng immediately explained to Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong. "This 3rd level is to test mental power. As long as you activate your mental power and strike the ancient bell, you will be considered to have passed if there is a bell sound. Similarly, the louder the bell sound is, and the longer it lasts, the stronger your mental power talent is. Of course, the same is true for the 4th level of soul power." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. It turned out that the strength of spiritual power, mental power and soul power talents can all be tested with this ancient bell, which is quite convenient. However, just as Su Maoyang was pondering, the bell sounded again on the stage. Surprisingly, the bell sound this time was as loud as the last time, and the time did not decrease at all, and it continued for 20 breaths. You should know that when spiritual power hits the ancient bell, the force is the most direct. so it is the easiest to hit it to make a sound. And mental power, soul power, these intangible things, want to hit the bell. It is much more difficult to think about it than spiritual power. But she still hits such a result. It is really amazing. And the purple-clothed woman seemed to be going all out. The bell for testing mental power had just fallen. And she hadn't rested much. And she started to attack the test of soul power again. But this time, her bell sound was obviously much weaker than the previous 2 times. And it only lasted for about 10 breaths. Of course, it is understandable that soul power is the most difficult of the 4 abilities. Because it is not something that can be improved by just practicing or using resources. It is often innate. However, even so, it still does not affect her previous achievements. And the talent she showed is enough to attract people's attention. Elder Peng. How about the disciple I introduced? The elder in white looked at Elder Peng with a smile. Elder Peng nodded without any blame. The talent is indeed good, but compared with the disciples I introduced, there is still a certain gap. Haha. You are really shameless. The elder in white was laughed at by him. Since you are so optimistic about these 2 disciples, let them go up and show their skills. Elder Ho's disciples haven't come up yet. I'm afraid that if my 2 disciples go up, his disciples will not dare to go up. Elder Peng smiled and glanced at the elder in yellow and the handsome young man beside him, deliberately teasing. When the elder in yellow heard this, his face turned black with anger, and he growled with gritted teeth. Peng Qingping. Stop talking nonsense. The disciple I introduced is more talented than Xu Yunya. How could he be scared off by 2 disciples from the 9 nether realm? I think it's because you saw Xu Yunya's strength and didn't dare to let them go up. So you made up an excuse. Don't dare to go up? What a joke. Girl. Go up and let them see your talent. Elder Peng snorted disdainfully. And then ordered Su Maoyang to go on stage. Su Maoyang saw his high morale and rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. I'm here to take the entrance test. Not to show off. Okay. It's a test. Not to show off. But if you perform well and get excellent results in this entrance test, there will be generous rewards. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Elder Peng nodded in agreement and reminded solemnly. Chapter 1965. It only lasted 5 breaths. Hearing that there was a generous reward, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up and she became interested. If that was the case, then she really had to perform well. Because she and Jun Haocong had just arrived here, and they were penniless and had nothing. Having more things to rely on would also make it easier for them to gain a foothold. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang walked up to the platform, came to the stone wall, reached out and touched the complex pattern on it. And after pondering for a moment, she quickly realized the divine pattern in her mind. And then she walked directly to the blank space on the stone wall and began to record it with her hands. The elders in white and yellow were obviously stunned when they saw this. They didn't expect that she only touched it once and wanted to record the divine pattern before she even started to comprehend it. They laughed speechlessly. Ha ha ha. She wanted to record the divine pattern just by touching it once. Is she serious? When did it become so easy to record the divine pattern? Xu Yunya, who was standing by, sneered. She didn't think that the pattern on the surface of the stone wall was the so-called divine pattern. Did she? Hearing this, the 2 elders looked at each other in shock and laughed even more happily. Ha ha ha. Elder Peng, didn't you tell her what the divine pattern is? Even if you can't comprehend the divine pattern from the pattern, at least let her pretend. You're letting her off too obviously. Even I can't stand it. The elder in white couldn't help laughing when he heard Xu Yunya's guess. Someone actually thought the pattern on the stone wall was a divine pattern. This was definitely the funniest joke they had ever heard. However, before their laughter died down, Su Maoyang's divine pattern had already been engraved. He turned around and nodded to the elders at the registration desk below the stage. I've finished engraving. Hearing this, the elders in yellow and white retracted their gazes and looked back at the stage. However, before they could say anything sarcastic, the smiles on their faces were frozen by the golden lines on the stone wall. This, the elder in white was so shocked that his tongue was tied, and he wiped his eyes in disbelief. The elders at the registration office of the Demon Slayer Hall stood up in surprise when they saw the complete lines, and exclaimed excitedly, "It's actually a complete divine pattern. Not bad. Not bad. It can be completed in such a short time. And it is engraved so well. It's really rare. It's really rare. Girl, You have such a high talent in divine patterns. Are you willing to join my Demon Slayer Hall? Being able to engrave a complete divine pattern is enough to prove that she has a very high talent for divine patterns. Such a person will naturally be lured to the Demon Slayer Hall. When the elders in yellow and white heard that the Demon Slayer Hall had personally initiated the invitation, their already stiff expressions became even more embarrassed. After all, they were just saying that the Demon Slayer Hall would not be interested in her. But in the blink of an eye, she was qualified to enter the Demon Slayer Hall. Isn't this a slap in their faces? Ha! Who said that the disciple I recommended was not qualified? Now the elders of the Demon Slayer Hall have personally invited her. Do you think she is qualified? Elder Peng asked with a smile. The elder in white was speechless and extremely dissatisfied. Naturally, he could not let the disciple he recommended join the Demon Slayer Hall. So he immediately stopped him and said, Elder Liu, this is not in accordance with the rules. The Immortal Palace Gate stipulates that every disciple must pass 4 tests before he can officially become a disciple of the Immortal Palace Gate and join the palace. Now she has only completed 1 test, and we don't know what her ability will be in the future. Letting her enter the Demon Slayer Hall rashly, this is probably not justified. The elder in yellow also nodded in agreement. Yes, Elder Liu. Having a good talent for divine runes does not mean that she is also talented in other aspects. And our Xiangongmen selects all-round geniuses, not those who can get away with just one thing. Su Maoyang couldn't help but laugh when he heard them trying to stop him. Don't worry. I said before that I am not interested in the demon slaughtering palace. Even if they invite me, I have no intention of joining. So, you don't have to do anything unnecessary. Humph. Arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a good talent for divine runes. Let me tell you, this Xiangongmen is full of divine rune masters. And there are many powerful divine rune geniuses. For the Xiangongmen, a true genius is someone who can cultivate the power of various fields to the extreme. So, don't think that you can gain a foothold in the Xiangongmen just by relying on divine runes. If you think so, you are too naive. The elder in white snorted in dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang did not refute what he said, because from the 4 tests just now, and the talent shown by the purple-clothed woman, she found that the disciples who could enter the Immortal Palace were indeed all-round players. Whether it was divine patterns, spiritual power, mental power, or soul power, although each had its own strengths and weaknesses, they were all very outstanding and relatively balanced overall. You know, for disciples in the 9 netherworld, even if they only cultivated 1 spiritual power, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to cultivate it to the extreme, not to mention cultivating several abilities, and cultivating each of them to the extreme to become a top-notch existence. The difficulty can be imagined how abnormal it is. No wonder Elder Peng was so proud when he talked about his master sect. Just from the standards for recruiting disciples and the direction of training disciples, it is indeed a very powerful sect. I believe that even if you get the Sun Luo realm, there are few crazy sects like the Immortal Palace sect that can be compared with it. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly felt unprecedented pressure, and she also wanted to know what level her other abilities and talents were at. So, she walked quickly to the ancient bell, took a deep breath with a solemn expression, accumulated enough spiritual power, and punched the ancient bell hard. The bell rang loudly, and instantly shook the square, and the people who stopped to watch opened their eyes wide in shock. They didn't expect that this thin and weak, silver-haired, beautiful woman would burst out with a sound several times louder than the purple-clothed woman just now, and they all took a deep breath of cold air in shock. However, before everyone could marvel, the deafening bell sound only lasted for 5 breaths and stopped abruptly, so fast that people were caught off guard. Then, everyone's pupils instantly jumped into surprise, and they looked at each other with puzzled faces. They didn't understand why such a loud bell sound only lasted for 5 breaths. When the white-robed elder saw this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! 5 breaths. It only lasted for 5 breaths. There hasn't been a disciple in the entire Immortal Palace who can ring out 5 breaths. Such a spiritual power talent actually has the nerve to take a test. It's really funny. Ha. Yes. The worst disciple of the Immortal Palace can last more than 5 breaths. The yellow-robed elder also found it absurd, and shook his head in a helpless manner. Chapter 1966. How could this happen? Xu Yunya was a little jealous of Su Maoyang's talent for divine patterns. But after seeing this scene, she was completely relieved. Because no matter how powerful the divine pattern talent is, If the spiritual power is so bad, even if the divine pattern is applied to the battle, there is no way to release the original power of the divine pattern. Isn't it still equal to 0? Thinking of this, Xu Yunya felt ridiculous and shook her head. Her voice was extremely disdainful. 5 breaths. It's really a surprising result. I just didn't expect that a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master could enter the Fairy Palace Gate. When did the standards of the Fairy Palace Gate become so low? Speaking of which, the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master is not too weak in the Sunlu realm. At least at their age. Reaching this level is considered to be an upper middle level. But the Fairy Palace Gate is not like other forces in the Sunlu realm. This sect has very strict requirements for its disciples. At least, the disciples of the Fairy Palace Gate have never had a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Therefore, upon learning about Su Maoyang's spiritual power level, Xu Yunya felt particularly disappointed. I have to admit that Elder Peng did let her off too much this time. At this time, Elder Peng and Jun Haocong also frowned at the result. And they also didn't understand why it only lasted for such a short time. Based on their understanding of Su Maoyang, this shouldn't be the result. Of course, not to mention them. Even Su Maoyang herself was a little surprised. She looked at the spiritual power lingering on her fist in disbelief, and suffered an unprecedented blow. She had never thought that her spiritual power would be so weak that it could only last for 5 breaths. Not even half the time of the purple-clothed woman. Knowing Su Maoyang's doubts, the real old man in the space couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. It's not because your spiritual power is weak, but because of the ancient spirit body. You should know that the ancient spirit body is a bottomless pit. As the strength increases, the demand for spiritual power also gradually increases, which causes your body's demand for spiritual power to be many times more than others. For example, others can satisfy their bodies by absorbing 10% of spiritual power. But you can only fill the gaps between your teeth by absorbing 100%. So you are now in a state of spiritual power shortage. And naturally you can't maintain it for a long time. If you are like the woman just now, full of spiritual power, let alone 20 breaths, it is possible to break the highest record of 100 breaths. But with your physique, spiritual power is destined to be unable to satisfy you. After hearing this explanation, Su Maoyang suddenly realized. It turned out that she couldn't maintain it for too long because she was in a state of hunger. Even if the spiritual power was strong and the amplitude was strong, it was not enough. And she still couldn't continue. As for the purple-clothed woman just now, she is at the level of a mid-stage imperial spiritual master. Her spiritual power has reached the saturation state of this realm. With full spiritual power, she can naturally strike a loud and long bell. Therefore, the ancient spiritual body has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it is like a bottomless pit, which can absorb spiritual power endlessly, giving people unlimited possibilities, allowing them to go further on the road of spiritual power cultivation and achieve extraordinary achievements. The disadvantage is that the demand for spiritual power is too great, and the difficulty of cultivation will become greater and greater as time goes by, and the threshold for promotion will become higher and higher. Of course, Su Maoyang also knows that if he wants to climb to the top and stand high, he will naturally have to experience more pain and suffer more hardships than others. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded in acceptance. Anyway, as long as she rang the ancient bell, even if she passed the test, she didn't care about other people's eyes. She simply closed her eyes and began to use her mental power to conduct the next round of mental tests. The 2 elders in the audience saw that her spiritual power was so bad, and she still wanted to continue to use her mental power to hit the ancient bell. They all thought it was extremely ridiculous. Using spiritual power to hit the ancient bell can be said to be the simplest way, and she can't even hit the simplest one so reluctantly, not to mention the mental power that is twice as difficult. So continuing the test is just humiliating herself. Elder Peng, I think you should persuade her to come down and don't embarrass herself. The elder in yellow looked at the increasing number of onlookers around and couldn't help but remind him. Hearing this, the elder in white looked at Elder Lu's ugly expression and smiled gloatingly. Speaking of which, we did help Elder Lu a lot this time. Otherwise, if the Demon Slayer Hall accepted such a disciple, Elder Lu would have been punished. It is true that the Demon Slayer Hall recruits geniuses of divine patterns, but other abilities cannot be too bad. Hearing their ridicule, Elder Peng frowned suddenly and retorted angrily. The disciples I recommended will definitely not be bad in spiritual power talent. The bell sound just now was obviously louder than the disciple you recommended. It has to ring. Besides, the Immortal Palace stipulates that as long as the bell sounds, she is passed. So she is still qualified to continue the test. Why should she give up? No matter how loud it is. It only lasted for 5 breaths. Not even half of Yunya's time. And you still have the nerve to compare with her. It's really ridiculous. The white-clothed elder shook his head contemptuously. I think you haven't met a genius in a place like the Nine Nether Realm for too long. And you are so hungry that you can tolerate even a result of 5 breaths. You are really bold. Ha ha ha. You Elder Pung was so angry that he was about to fight back. But who knew that the next second, a strong and powerful bell sound suddenly broke out on the stage, like a thunder rolling over, instantly exploding in the square, shaking the air and making it whimpering. And it lasted for 90 breaths. This horrible movement frightened everyone on the spot, standing there like a wooden block, motionless, with eyes full of horror, staring at the woman with flying silver hair on the stage in a daze. And their minds were blank. 90 breaths. A full 90 breaths. This woman actually used her mental power to knock out the bell for 90 breaths. Such a result is almost catching up with the genius, who is the first on the Asking Immortal list. However, when the genius who is the first on the Asking Immortal list entered the Immortal Palace, he only tested the divine pattern and spiritual power, and was spotted by the Demon Slayer Hall at a glance, skipping all procedures and accepting him as a disciple. So everyone didn't know what level his mental power and soul power were at. But even so, being able to use spiritual power to knock out such a terrifying result of 100 breaths is already quite amazing, and can be admitted as an exception. And this silver-haired woman, although not very talented in spiritual power, has such a terrifying talent in mental power. Even if her combat power is not good, she will definitely be an amazing divine pattern alchemist in the future. Thinking of this, the elder of Xuanji Hall stood up suddenly, his deep eye sockets flashing with fanatical light, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak for a while. Chapter 1967 Old Guys Who Slap People in the Face Faster Than Turning Against Each Other. After all, this is the first time that a disciple has used his spiritual power to strike a bell for 90 breaths. So it is no wonder that the elders of Xuanji Temple are so excited. So, when encountering such a genius, Elder Nye is like picking up a treasure. He hurriedly warned several elders beside him, and loudly declared his ownership. My Xuanji Temple wants this disciple. Whoever wants to snatch it from me, I will be angry with him. The elder of Qintian Temple smiled and nodded. Comforting. Don't worry. This girl's spiritual power talent is too weak, and she is not suitable for the path of spiritual power cultivation. Indeed, only Xuanji Temple is the most suitable for her. I will not snatch it from you. Elder Lu of Tumo Temple also agreed. Yes, if her spiritual power talent is a little stronger, I can make an exception and admit her to Tumo Temple. But her spiritual power is too poor, which is a pity for her divine rune talent. Perhaps she is destined to be only suitable for refining pills with divine runes, not for fighting with divine runes. Alas! Hearing this, the elders of Julong Hall and Zuihan Hall sighed with regret. Considering their good relationship with Elder Nye, they all expressed their righteousness. Don't worry. We are not unreasonable people. She is suitable for Xuanji Hall. How can we let Xuanji Hall miss such a rare alchemy genius? Besides, we have been friends with you for so many years, so we naturally cannot take away someone's good thing. Hearing their assurance, Elder Nye of Xuanji Hall nodded with satisfaction and prepared to invite Su Moyang. However, before he could speak, the square that had just returned to calm suddenly burst into a bell sound again, like a raging sea and a roaring dragon, instantly echoing in the sky, shaking the ground and making it rumble and tremble. Such a powerful and terrifying bell sound lasted for 100 breaths, echoing in everyone's ears for a long time, frightening everyone to the point of being terrified, their souls being out of their bodies, standing rooted in place, unable to speak or exert any strength, as if their hearts had stopped. Elder Nye was also terrified, staring at the silver-haired woman on the stage with horror, muttering in disbelief. What kind of power is this? The elder of the Candle Dragon Hall suddenly jumped up, took a deep breath of shock, and shouted in a trembling voice. It's the soul! It's the power of the soul! My God! She actually has such a strong soul power. It lasted for 100 breaths. It's incredible. Yes, it's incredible. The soul power can be so strong. This is the first time I've seen it. Am I dreaming? The elder of the soul chasing hall also murmured in shock. The elder of the Candle Dragon Hall was so excited that his face turned red. He changed his attitude and said, "This disciple is wanted by my Candle Dragon Hall. She is a natural beast-contracting genius. Don't compete with my Candle Dragon Hall for her. As a temple that trains beast-contracting masters, the Candle Dragon Hall has the highest requirements for soul power. This silver-haired woman has such a strong soul power, which means that she can control many powerful beasts from birth. How can the Candle Dragon Hall miss such a beast-contracting genius? Not only can we not miss it, we must also strive to win it." Elder Nye didn't expect that. He patted his chest and promised that he would not take away someone's favorite because of their many years of friendship. But he turned his face and refused to recognize him in the blink of an eye. He was so angry that his face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Elder Cui, is this what you call being reasonable and affectionate? Your affection is too cheap." Being pointed at and questioned, Elder Cui of Zhulong Hall coughed twice in embarrassment. But because he didn't want to miss such a rare talent, he had to be thick-skinned and said forcefully, "Sorry, I can't let you give this disciple to you. You can say I'm untrustworthy or hypocritical, but this disciple belongs to my Zhulong Hall anyway." "Bah! What do you mean it belongs to your Zhulong Hall? My Tumo Hall is the first hall to invite her. If she wants to join, she should join my Tumo Hall." Elder Lu of Tumo Hall also changed his tone and stepped in. In his opinion, it doesn't matter if her spiritual power is weak. After all, who can be like her? With such high talents in the three fields of divine runes, mental power and soul power, if you really miss it, I'm afraid it will be cheap for other halls. Seeing that the Demon Slayer Hall had changed its mind, Elder Lu of the Sky Clearing Hall also hurriedly expressed his opinion. "She hasn't chosen which sect to join yet. So why did she belong to you? I think her other talents are excellent, and she doesn't need your guidance at all. She can practice well on her own. So it's better for her to join the Sky Clearing Hall. In this way, she can make up for the lack of spiritual power, improve her combat effectiveness, and make her strength in all aspects more balanced. Isn't it better? Such a rare talent, although the spiritual power is a little poor, but as long as it is carefully cultivated, it may be improved. So, his Sky Clearing Hall doesn't want to miss it." Hearing these shameless words, Elder Nye of the Xuanji Hall was furious, pointing at their hands, shaking non-stop. You didn't say that just now. You said her spiritual power is too weak, not suitable for the path of practicing spiritual power, only suitable for my Xuanji Hall. You said she is not suitable for divine pattern battles, only suitable for divine pattern alchemy, and doesn't intend to compete with my Xuanji Hall. You are all old people. How can you contradict yourself? Do you have any shame?" He really didn't expect that these old guys just looked righteous and said nice things. But they turned their faces faster than turning the pages of a book, and each one was thicker than the other. Seeing several elders quarreling over Su Maoyang, Elder Peng stroked his beard and laughed. "Ha ha ha. I knew this girl was not simple when I was in the 9 Netherworld. She really didn't let me down. Her mental power lasted for 90 breaths, and her soul power lasted for 100 breaths. This result is really amazing." Thinking about it, he glanced at the pale-faced elders in white and yellow, and said with a smile, "Elder Bai, the disciple you recommended has a mental power of 20 breaths and a soul power of only 10 breaths. Even if the 2 rounds of tests are added together, it is not as high as her 1 round of test results. And it is not even half the time. You actually have the face to mock her. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Elder Peng immediately returned the words he had just ridiculed him, and the elder in white was so angry that his cheeks twitched and he couldn't speak. Seeing that he couldn't speak anymore, Elder Peng sneered and turned his spearhead to the elder in yellow. "Elder Ho, didn't you just say that your disciple's talent is better than Elder Bai's disciple? And he is particularly powerful? Now why don't you go up and compete with the disciple I recommended? I want to see how powerful he is." Chapter 1968 A Battle Between Men. You Elder Ho's cheeks immediately turned red. Now, the silver-haired woman has shown such a great talent. If the disciple he recommended were to take the test at this critical moment, wouldn't he be humiliating himself and making a fool of himself? So Elder Peng clearly wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Seeing that he kept silent, Elder Peng's smile deepened, and he asked sarcastically, "Why? You don't dare to go up? Look, what did I say before? I kindly let your disciple go up for the test first. But I was afraid that your disciple would not dare to go up after seeing Su Maoyang's test results. Now I am right. Right. Elder Ho was so embarrassed to be humiliated that he said angrily, "Who said you don't dare to compete? It's just that the disciple I recommended is a man after all. If he goes up to compete with a woman, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? Since we have to compete, it is naturally a contest between men. So you dare to compete with the disciple I recommended?" As he said, Elder Ho suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Jun Haosong, who was standing next to Elder Peng. Now, in order to save his face and avoid being humiliated by Elder Peng, he could only use the excuse of not competing with women. But in order to prevent this excuse from being too deliberate, he pointed the finger at Jun Haosong. Anyway, it is better to compete with anyone in talent than with a silver-haired woman, because it is impossible to surpass talents like 90 breaths and 100 breaths. And if you compete with others, at least you have a chance of winning. Seeing that the other party was pointing at him, Jun Haosong glanced at Elder Ho expressionlessly and asked coldly, "Are you sure? Well, what's so bad about that?" Elder Ho was puzzled by his question. Jun Haosong glanced at the handsome young man standing next to Elder Ho after hearing this. His ice blue eyes flashed with disdain, and his low voice was cold without any temperature. "You'd better go up and compete with women. I'm afraid you can't bear it if you compete with me." Hearing this, Elder Ho and the handsome young man were stunned, and they were so angry at his arrogance that their faces turned blue and gnashed their teeth. "Humph. Don't look down on me. I'm going to compete with you today. I just want to ask if you dare to go up." The handsome young man originally didn't intend to compete with him, but after hearing such humiliating words, how could he, who was as proud as him, swallow this breath? So he had to compete with him. Seeing that he was stubborn and wanted to make himself look bad, Jun Haosong could not help but retract his cold and distant gaze, and a faint sneer flashed across his mouth, which gave people a sense of distance that was difficult to approach. "In that case, then I will fulfill your wish." As he said, Jun Haosong walked towards the stage. "Your test has been completed. Go down and rest first. Leave this to me." Jun Haosong touched Su Maoyang's head and whispered. When Su Maoyang saw him and the handsome young man coming up together, he knew that they were probably going to compete, and then nodded obediently, ready to step down and give the venue to Jun Haosong. When the elders in the audience saw Su Maoyang coming down the stage, they immediately put on a friendly smile, like a human trafficker who coaxed a child, and hurriedly said, "Girl, come to our Demon Slayer Hall. Our Demon Slayer Hall is the highest-ranking hall among the 5 major halls. As long as you join us, you will have abundant resources and get the best cultivation. It is definitely the best choice. Girl, don't listen to his nonsense. Your spiritual talent is so strong. As long as you cultivate it well, you can definitely achieve great success in alchemy. Becoming an alchemist is your only choice. No. 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 You have a strong soul power. You are born to be a beast master. If you major in other subjects, wouldn't it be a pity to have such a good soul talent? So, join my Zhulong Hall. We will cultivate you well and make you the top beast master. Girl, your spiritual power is the weakest. What you need to learn most is spiritual power. If you make up for the lack of spiritual power, you can be regarded as a perfect all-round genius. You will definitely be seen on the Asking Immortal list in the future." Hearing that several elders were all vying to win him over, Su Maoyang twitched his mouth with some embarrassment. I'm really sorry. I have decided to join the soul-chasing hall." Hearing this, the old faces of several elders, who were still smiling, suddenly collapsed. They all looked at the most low-key elder of the soul-chasing hall on the side in disbelief, and their chins almost fell to the ground. They never thought that a genius with such talent would choose the soul-chasing hall. What kind of joke was she making? It was ridiculous. She chose the most free and easy soul-chasing hall instead of several other palaces with good strength and status. Is she still sane? Of course. Not only these elders were shocked, but also the elders of the soul-chasing hall could not believe their ears. After being stunned for a few seconds, they laughed excitedly and said several good words in a row. "Ha ha ha. Good. 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 From now on, you are my disciple of the soul-chasing hall." Originally, he knew that the soul-chasing hall had no status and no competitiveness among the palaces, so he did not intend to compete from the beginning. But who knew that when luck came, it was unstoppable. He didn't say a word, and they chose the soul-chasing hall. He actually got such a big bargain, which was really surprising. "Girl, have you thought about it?" The soul-chasing hall really delayed your future. The elder of the Xuanji Hall still refused to give up and asked. Su Maoyang nodded. I have thought about it. And I will choose the soul-chasing hall. Although the other palaces have high status, their responsibilities are also heavier. But she still has a lot of private matters to complete. And she doesn't want to bear too many responsibilities that have nothing to do with her just after arriving in the Sanluo realm. So, she would rather choose the soul-chasing hall, where she can have more free time and space to do what she wants. After all, she still has to go out and meet up with Dongfang Youyu and others, and help the king of the Xianxin Empire find his old subordinates, and help the old man Jinjuan to avenge. Since the Immortal Palace Gate said that it would not help disciples to avenge, and would not interfere in the grievances of disciples in the outside world, then she can only rely on herself to complete it. So this process requires a lot of time and energy. Seeing Su Maoyang's firm attitude, several elders sat back in their seats dejectedly and looked at the test on the stage. Now they missed a good seedling and had to pin their hopes on the two young men on the stage. The handsome man in the blue brocade robe had already walked directly to the stone wall and made a gesture of invitation to Jun Haocong. I am a divine pattern master, and I am sure I can carve a complete divine pattern. So in order not to take advantage of you, you should comprehend it first. Hearing this, Jun Haocong frowned slightly and refused in a cold voice. There is no need to compete in this level. I have never learned divine patterns, and can't comprehend divine patterns at all. This level is meaningless to me. Chapter 1969 Doubt the quality of the ancient bell. He has never learned the divine runes. And he can't comprehend the divine runes at all? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and suddenly opened their eyes wide, staring at Jun Haocong in shock. They don't understand. How can a person who doesn't even know the divine runes enter the gate of the fairy palace? You know, comprehending the divine runes is the most basic condition for entering the gate of the fairy palace. The blue-clothed young man on the stage was also shocked by his answer, and asked ridiculously, You can't even comprehend the divine runes. What are you kidding? Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, Am I kidding? The blue-clothed young man was speechless for a while. The Ho elders and by elders in the audience were also shocked and frowned, and looked at Elder Peng. Elder Peng, the disciple you introduced can't even comprehend the divine runes, and you dare to bring him to the gate of the fairy palace for testing? You are so bold. Elder Ho couldn't control his anger and shouted on the spot. Elder Peng coughed twice with a guilty conscience. Although he can't comprehend the divine pattern, his other talents are first class. How can I let the Immortal Palace Gate miss such a rare talent? So I made an exception and brought him here. Okay. You actually acted on your own and broke the rules of the Immortal Palace Gate. Aren't you afraid of being punished? Elder Bai was slapped in the face just now, and he has been angry all the time. Now that he has finally caught Elder Peng's braid, he will naturally not let it go. Elder Peng is of course afraid, but he loves talent so much that he is willing to take the risk of being punished and does not want to miss such an excellent disciple. Of course, the most important thing is that he is still very confident in Jun Haocong's talent. And then he said firmly, I believe that as long as the chief elders of the Immortal Palace Gate have seen his other talents, they will definitely forgive me for acting on my own. Humph. You are so arrogant. Who do you think you are? You even want the chief elder to come and see the talent of a disciple. It's ridiculous. Elder Ho snorted in anger, feeling ridiculous and extremely dissatisfied with his behavior. You should know that the Immortal Palace Gate is divided into outer elders, inner elders and chief elders. Generally, the outer elders take care of the following matters. The inner elders are only responsible for teaching, accepting students and answering questions. They have always lived in seclusion and rarely appear in everyone's sight. The chief elder is a high-level figure who makes decisions in the Immortal Palace Gate. Not everyone can see him. But this Elder Peng broke the rules for a disciple from the Nine Nether Realm. And he even wanted to alarm the chief elder. He is so ignorant of life and death. Which is ridiculous. Haha. I thought you were so powerful. But I didn't expect that you don't even have the qualifications to enter the Immortal Palace Gate. And you actually have the face to compete with me. You are overestimating yourself. The blue-clothed young man heard the quarrel below and couldn't help but sneered, staring at Jun Haocong with contempt in his eyes. Elder Ho nodded in agreement upon hearing this, and glanced at Elder Peng sarcastically. It seems that there is no need for this competition at all. There is no comparison at all. He dares to be so arrogant without even meeting the most basic conditions. It's simply a joke. Who said there is no need to compete? The disciple I introduced has top talents except for the divine pattern. So you still hope that the disciple you introduced will not become a joke? Elder Peng sneered and retorted with full confidence. After he finished speaking, he clasped his fists and pleaded with several elders at the registration office of the Chaoyan sect. Several elders? Although I took the initiative to bring him to participate in the test. It was my fault. But he has already come, and the big mistake has been made. Let him complete the test first, and see his talent before making a decision. Of course. Don't worry. I will bear all the consequences. Hearing what Elder Peng said, Elder Lu and Elder Nya looked at each other and quickly made a decision. Well, since he is already on the stage, let's finish the test first. Hearing that the elders at the registration office agreed, Elder Ho had to accept the result even if he was unhappy. He snorted. Well, since the elders are willing to give him a chance, I want to see how powerful his other talents are. The silver-haired woman just knocked out 100 breaths. He didn't believe that there were still people who could knock out 100 breaths. If that was the case, wouldn't super geniuses be everywhere? Besides, he didn't believe that Elder Peng had such good luck that he met 2 super geniuses in a row. As he was thinking, Jun Haocong came to the bronze ancient bell in the curious eyes of everyone. This time, he stretched out his hand to the man in blue and made a gesture of invitation. I major in spiritual power. In order not to scare you, you come first. The man in blue was at least very outstanding. The genius of the color, upon hearing this, was so angry that his face turned black. Scare me? You take yourself too seriously, don't you? Let me tell you, I not only major in divine patterns, but also in spiritual power. Nothing is difficult for me. So you should go first. Jun Haocong saw that he refused, and did not persuade him much. He retracted his cold eyes, and without brewing for a moment, he punched the ancient bell directly. This time, before everyone could see clearly, the spiritual power of that punch hit the ancient bell heavily, so fast that people were caught off guard. At this time, a bell sound that shook the earth, like the roar of thousands of beasts, suddenly broke out, with a momentum like a landslide, resounding through the sky, sweeping the entire fairy palace gate, echoing for a long time, shaking everyone's heart, frightening everyone to turn pale, hold their breath, and shrink their bodies. While being shocked, they were also silently counting the duration of the bell in their hearts. 95 breaths, 96 breaths, 97 breaths, 98 breaths, 99 breaths, 100 breaths. However, before everyone had time to count to 100 breaths, there was a loud bang on the stage, and the bell stopped abruptly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and their already frightened eyes widened several times, staring at the bronze ancient bell. At this time, they actually saw with their own eyes that the place where Jun Haocong's fist fell actually cracked. At this moment, the whole square fell into an unprecedented silence, and everyone's expression seemed to be frozen, and they were directly solidified. At this time, Jun Haocong frowned in dissatisfaction when he saw this scene, and asked Elder Peng coldly, "Didn't you say that this ancient bell was made of special materials, and was very strong? How come it broke before it even lasted 100 breaths? Can such a fragile thing really be used to test spiritual talent? Besides, he hadn't used all his strength yet, and this thing couldn't bear it, so he had to doubt the quality of this ancient bell." Hearing such a devastating remark, Elder Peng was immediately stimulated to the point of twitching his mouth and couldn't speak, and the others present were so frightened that they staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 1970, It Can Make People Angry to Death. Fragile. He actually despised the bronze holy turtle bell for being fragile? Does he know what kind of precious treasure he broke? He even dared to question its quality? I really don't know what kind of pervert this person is. He broke the ancient bell and hit everyone to pieces. But he can make people angry to death when he opened his mouth. At this time, facing this situation and hearing such words, everyone was not feeling well. And Elder Bai and Elder Ho were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they were in a trance. After a long time, they murmured to themselves, "It's broken. It's broken. Am I seeing it right? How is this possible? How strong is the amplitude of spiritual power to break the bronze holy turtle bell?" Realizing this, the two looked at Jun Haocong with some fear, as if they saw a monster. The man in blue standing on the stage was closest to Jun Haocong. He had just felt the spiritual power that Jun Haotsong had burst out from a close distance, and was more shocked than anyone else. He was sure that although this man was only an early-stage emperor's spiritual master, his strength was definitely not as simple as that of an early-stage emperor's spiritual master. It seemed that this man who looked more beautiful than a woman was not only good-looking in appearance, but also had unfathomable strength. He was a very powerful person, and he really underestimated him. Of course, let alone him. Even Xu Yunya, who had a very high vision, saw this scene, and her eyes lit up, and a strange light flashed across her pupils. To be honest, she was not a person who valued appearance, and she was always very picky about men. Although a handsome man like Jun Haotsong did surprise her, it did not attract her attention. But now that she had seen such a powerful spiritual talent, she had to face up to this man with outstanding appearance, temperament and talent, and her eyes were filled with a little more appreciation. In her opinion, with her status and strength, although she did not dare to expect to be with a genius who was number one on the Asking Immortals list, if she was with the man in front of her, she would consider it. At this time, several elders at the registration office were also shocked by Jun Haotsong's talent. They all stood up excitedly, staring at the cracks on the ancient bell in disbelief, and their eyes almost fell out. At this moment, they finally understood why Elder Peng was so confident in letting him take the test. Such spiritual power talent is indeed rare in the world. Thinking of this, the elders of the Qingtian Temple, who mainly cultivate spiritual power, blushed and invited excitedly, "Child, come to our Qingtian Temple. Our temple mainly cultivates spiritual power, and it is more suitable for you than a spiritual power genius like you. With your talent, you will definitely become the focus of cultivation in the Qingtian Temple, and your achievements in spiritual power in the future will be absolutely immeasurable. Child, although our Tumo Temple mainly cultivates divine runes, as long as you are willing, we can also make an exception to admit you. Besides, it doesn't matter if you haven't learned divine runes. You can learn them slowly in the future. When the time comes, combine divine runes and spiritual power. Your combat power will definitely be several levels higher." The Tumo Temple also didn't want to miss such a fierce genius, and tried its best to win him over. However, Jun Haotsong turned a deaf ear to their invitation, interrupted them directly, and said coldly, "I will join the Zuihan Temple." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of several elders shrank, and they were surprised again. They don't understand what happened today. Why do they all want to join the soul-chasing hall? When Elder Lu of the Sky-Clearing Hall heard this, he was so anxious that he quickly stopped them, saying, "Child, with your spiritual power talent, how can you go to the soul-chasing hall, which is not doing its job properly? You are delaying your future. Yes, child, the soul-chasing hall has no way to cultivate you properly. Only the demon slaughtering hall can give you what you want." When Elder Mu of the soul-chasing hall heard this, he immediately retorted angrily, "Hey, what do you mean that our soul-chasing hall is not doing its job properly and can't cultivate him? We are unrestrained in the soul-chasing hall and allow our disciples to play freely. What's wrong with that? Explain it clearly." "Humph, you call depravity unrestrained. Can you have some face? Everyone knows that your disciples of the soul-chasing hall are the most useless. Do you need to say this? If you think about the Immortal Palace, you should not mislead the students of the soul-chasing hall. Such a rare spiritual power genius is not something you can afford to cultivate." You. Elder Mu never had much say in front of the elders, and he was immediately blocked by them and trembled with anger. At this time, Jun Haotsong broke the ancient bell and could not continue the test, so he walked down from the stage. Xu Yunya was a little concerned about him, so she naturally couldn't bear to see him go astray. She couldn't help but step forward, blocked in front of him, and personally invited him. "I admire your spiritual power talent. Come with me to the Qingtian Palace." Her goal this time was the Qingtian Palace, and she also hoped that this man she rarely liked could become a disciple of the Qingtian Palace with her. When Jun Haotsong heard this, he just glanced at her coldly, directly avoided her body, walked to Su Maoyong's side, put his arm around her waist, and responded coldly, "I just want to be with Leonor. Wherever she is, I'm there." Hearing this, seeing the two people standing together, everyone's expression froze, and suddenly a touch of surprise jumped up. So they are a pair of lovers. Sure enough, if they are not from the same family, They will not enter the same door. All the perverts gather together. Both of them are very outstanding in both talent and appearance. And they are indeed very well matched. Thinking of this, everyone was full of emotion and envy. And Xu Yunya, who had just shown some interest in Jun Haotsong and was ready to contact him, saw this scene, and the corners of her slightly raised mouth collapsed instantly. At this time, seeing him hugging the silver-haired woman intimately, Xu Yunya's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled unhappily, and she reminded him seriously, "This young man, you gave up your bright future for a woman. This is not a wise move. Are you trying to sow discord between us?" Jun Haotsong heard this, and his handsome face suddenly sank, and his sharp ice blue eyes suddenly shot out a piercing cold light. "Husband and wife? You are married?" Xu Yunya was shocked when she suddenly learned the truth, and her expression suddenly became particularly ugly. Jun Haotsong seemed to know what she was thinking, and stared at her coldly. "Give up. Even if I am not married, I still don't like you. You think too much." Su Maoyong heard this and laughed out loud again because of his venomous tongue. It seems that she is the only one in the world who can chat with Jun Haotsong normally and not be angry to death by him. At this moment, seeing Xu Yunya's face flushed with anger and shame, Su Maoyong suddenly felt some sympathy. A girl, in public, was exposed by others, and was rejected and humiliated so disrespectfully. She probably even wanted to tear Jun Haotsong apart. Chapter 1971, Extracting More Benefits. Just considering that they had just arrived and had no power or influence, it was best not to make enemies easily. Su Maoyong had to lower her status and apologize for Jun Haotsong. "My lady, my husband's words are not very nice. Don't bother with him. I'll apologize to you on his behalf." "Humph. Stop being hypocritical. You two humiliated people, and are still pretending to be good people. It's really disgusting." Xu Yunya glared at Su Maoyong with disgust and gritted her teeth, and said in a low voice. Su Maoyong saw this, and knew that he had offended the purple-clothed woman to death. He glanced at Jun Haotsong with a bad temper. "You caused this trouble." Jun Haotsong looked innocent. "I didn't provoke her. She came up to me on her own. I was just telling the truth." Su Maoyong shook her head helplessly, and didn't want to argue with him about this topic. According to her understanding, if she continued to talk, Jun Haotsong would definitely say something more irritating. Therefore, it is better to shut him up before the relationship is completely ruined. Compared to Xu Yunya's anger, Elder Mu of the Soul-Chasing Hall was grinning from ear to ear. This time he had obtained 2 rare geniuses in a row, and he was overjoyed. He laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha. Good. Good. That's great. The Soul-Chasing Hall welcomes you to join. And from now on you are disciples of the Soul-Chasing Hall. Don't worry. With your talents, the Soul-Chasing Hall will definitely cultivate you well." Su Maoyong nodded slightly when he heard this, and thought of the reward that Elder Peng mentioned just now, and couldn't help asking, "Elder, I heard that if the test results are good, there will be generous rewards. I wonder what the reward is." She joined the Immortal Palace for the resources, and now that the test is over, the first thing she wants to do is to get benefits. Elder Mu was so happy that he forgot about it. When she reminded him, he suddenly realized it, and quickly took out a bag and handed it to Su Maoyong with a smile. "Girl, here are 100,000 immortal crystals. You can go to the treasure pavilion, the heavenly pill pavilion, or the weaponry to pick out some self-defense items. This is a reward from my soul-chasing hall for you and your wife." Immortal crystals? Su Maoyong was a little confused when he heard such a name suddenly, and looked at Elder Peng beside him. Elder Peng knew that she didn't understand the situation in this plane, so he immediately explained. The Immortal Crystal Stone is the currency used for transactions in the Sinluo realm. Since it contains a lot of spiritual power, the Immortal Crystal Stone can not only be used for transactions, but also provide spiritual power and help with cultivation. To some extent, it is equivalent to the combination of your 9 Nether Realm Mysterious Crystal and Spiritual Power Stone. Su Maoyong was looking forward to the precious treasure, but when he heard that it was currency, he frowned. A generous reward? Is it 100,000 Immortal Crystal Stones? Isn't it too shabby? Hearing this, Elder Peng and Elder Mu almost spit out blood. Girl, 100,000 Immortal Crystal Stones. You actually think it's too little. If it was the previous disciples, no matter how good their grades were, I would only reward 10,000 Immortal Crystal Stones. Compared with other disciples, I have already given you special treatment. Elder Mu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Originally, he was asked to take out 100,000 immortal crystal stones, but they thought it was too shabby. This couple is really not easy to deal with. Elder Peng also knew the expensiveness of immortal crystal stones, and explained with a smile. Girl, immortal crystal stones are very precious things in the Sunluo realm, and they are definitely not comparable to the black crystals and spiritual power stones in the Joyo realm. You should know that the spiritual power contained in it is more than 10 times that of the spiritual power stone, and its value is dozens of times higher than that of the black crystal and the spiritual power stone. Now that Elder Mu can offer this amount of reward, it is already quite good. At least, the two of you can use 100,000 fairy crystals to buy more than 3 holy weapons in the armory. Su Maoyang didn't know the market situation, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. If you can buy more than 3 holy weapons, it is indeed not a small amount. However, Su Maoyang is not someone who can be easily dismissed. In order to squeeze out more rewards, he had to show that he was not satisfied and cast his eyes on the elders of other temples and sects. If the soul-chasing temple can only offer this little reward, then I'd better consider whether to join or not. Hearing this, the eyes of the elders of the other 4 temples and sects lit up, and they immediately knew that the opportunity had come, and they hurriedly scrambled to win over. Girl, my Qitian temple is willing to pay 150,000 fairy crystals. Come to our Qitian temple. My Zhulong Hall is willing to pay 200,000. In addition, I will give you a 3rd-level holy beast. Consider Zhulong Hall. My Xuanji Hall is willing to pay 220,000. And give you a holy grade divine pattern pill. With your talent, Xuanji Hall will definitely train you to become an excellent divine pattern alchemist. Girl, don't listen to them. My Tumo Hall is rich and powerful. We are willing to pay 250,000. And also give you a divine pattern technique. It is wise to join Tumo Hall. Seeing that several old guys were all shamelessly trying to steal his people, Elder Mu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and could not bear it any longer. He had to harden his heart and roar. 300,000. My Zuohan Hall is willing to pay 300,000. In addition, I will give you a golden silk soft scale coat. As he said that, he took out another space ring and handed it to Su Maoyang. When the other elders heard about the golden silk soft scales, they all opened their eyes wide and stared at him with shock. You know, the fairy crystals they rewarded their disciples were all distributed by the upper level. So it was clearly stipulated that no matter how good the results were, each person would be rewarded with a maximum of 50,000 fairy crystals. And it could not exceed this range. And Elder Mu took out 100,000 fairy crystals to reward these 2 disciples, which was already the highest standard. Unexpectedly, in order to keep these 2 people, he not only paid 200,000 fairy crystals from his own pocket, but also took out his most precious golden silk soft scale clothes, which was really shocking. Even Elder Peng on the side couldn't believe it and took a deep breath, and shouted with surprise. Girl, you made a fortune this time. The golden silk soft scale clothes are extremely rare and can resist the power of the peak realm of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master. That is to say, if you wear this clothes, even the acquired Emperor Spirit Master can't kill you. This treasure. But you may not be able to buy it even if you have fairy crystals. Hearing this, Su Maoyang looked at Elder Mu in surprise, and saw that the latter's face was full of tragic and heroic, as if he was going to die generously, and knew that this time he probably really made him bleed a lot. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was no longer embarrassed and directly accepted the ring and nodded. Okay. In view of the elder's sincerity, my husband and I will join the soul-chasing palace. However, we have just arrived at the Immortal Palace Gate and are unfamiliar with the place. We need to trouble Elder Mu to take care of us. Chapter 1972 Compensation for the Bronze Holy Turtle Bell. When Elder Mu saw that she accepted his golden silk soft scales, his heart was bleeding, but he had to force his mouth to pull up the corners of his mouth, smiling and nodding repeatedly. That's easy to say, since you are all disciples of the soul-chasing hall. Who else can I take care of if I don't take care of you? So, if you don't understand anything in the future, just ask me. What's more, his 200,000 fairy crystals and golden silk soft scales were looted by this little girl. If he didn't pay special attention to her, wouldn't it be a waste of so much money? He's not stupid. When Elder Peng saw that Su Maoyang and Jun Haosong not only successfully joined the hall, but also gained a lot, he looked at the dark-faced man next to him with a smug look. Elder Ho, who was at the bottom of the pot, smiled and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. He actually cracked the ancient bell with one punch, making it impossible for your disciple to continue the test. However, my disciple just reminded me clearly that your disciple should test first. But your disciple insisted on letting him go first. In this way, it can't be blamed entirely on my disciple. But, judging from the current situation, your disciple may have to wait until the ancient bell is repaired before testing. It's better to test alone than to humiliate yourself and make a fool of yourself like now." Hearing such sarcastic words, Elder Ho was so angry that he trembled all over and gasped. You, and Elder Bai couldn't stand his smug face, snorted unhappily, and reminded, "Elder Peng, you are too happy too early. Just now you said that as long as you can let the disciple you recommended participate in the test, you will bear all the consequences. Now, the disciple you recommended cracked the bronze holy tortoise bell. Can you afford such consequences?" Elder Peng had forgotten about this. When he saw the crack in the ancient bell, he was choked and speechless. He looked at the elders of the 4 major halls with a panicked look, now receiving their sharp gazes. Elder Peng was frightened and pale. He quickly clasped his fists and prepared to run away. I remembered that I have something else to deal with. I won't stay for long. Goodbye." However, as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by Elder Lu of the Demon Slayer Hall. "Stop! The account for the bronze holy turtle bell has not been settled yet. Why are you running away? Yes, you just said that you will bear all the consequences. Now this ancient bell has been broken by the disciple you recommended. Do you want to run away without compensation? How can it be so easy?" The elder of the Skyslaying Hall also scolded angrily. Elder Peng was so upset when he heard this that he wanted to cry but had no tears. He pointed at Jun Haotsong and trembled with anger. You said you were testing spiritual power. So how could you break the bell? This thing is worth a fortune. How can I afford it?" Jun Haotsong was speechless. "You said that the ancient bell was as hard as black iron and very strong. If I had known it was so fragile, I would have used one finger. What's more, I didn't blame you for using this kind of rubbish to fool me. But you blamed me instead. Can you be reasonable?" "Sure enough. Don't talk to Jun Haotsong, let alone reason with him. The worst thing you should do is to blame him, because once he opens his mouth, he will definitely make you spit blood." At this time, Elder Peng was so angry that he covered his chest with his hands. His blood was surging, and his body almost fainted. Su Maoyong saw that Elder Peng was hit hard, and felt a little sympathetic for his situation. He shouted at Jun Haotsong in a bad mood. "Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. No matter what." Elder Peng was in this situation for their own good. Jun Haotsong was yelled at by Su Maoyong, so he stopped talking. Su Maoyong apologized. "Since this bronze holy ghost bell was broken by my husband, I will bear the cost of repairing it. Elder Peng just cherishes talents and is eager to find excellent disciples for the Immortal Palace. Please don't embarrass him for his loyalty to the Immortal Palace." "You bear it? Do you know how much it costs to repair the ancient bell? Do you dare to bear it easily?" Elder Lu did not expect Su Maoyong to take the initiative and looked at her in surprise. "No matter how much it costs, I can't let Elder Peng take the responsibility for my husband. However, if the amount of compensation is too large, please give me some time and let me pay it back slowly." Su Maoyong nodded with a sincere attitude. Elder Lu's face lit up with appreciation when he heard her say this, and he softened his attitude and nodded. "Not bad. You are a responsible girl. Never mind. You don't have to pay back this money. You just entered the fairy palace and you are in debt. If others know about it, they will probably say that we, as elders, are deliberately bullying you, the younger generation. I don't want to ruin my reputation." Hearing this, Su Maoyong immediately clasped his fists and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior." Elder Peng was relieved when he saw that Su Maoyong had absolved him of the blame, and smiled and praised. "Good girl. You are still good to me. Much better than this boy. My husband is just not good at speaking and has a sharp tongue. But he didn't mean to make you angry." Su Maoyong smiled and glanced at Jun Haotsong, who had a cold face. Only she knew what kind of heart was hidden under the cold face. "Well, he helped me gain face and let me vent my anger. I am too lazy to bother with him. Now that you have joined the soul-chasing hall, Let Elder Mu take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. I will go back first. Elder Peng waved his hand without taking it seriously, and then gave a few instructions and left. Seeing him leave, Elder Mu suggested with a smile. Let's go! You have just arrived at the Fairy Palace Gate. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment first, and then arrange a place for you to stay. Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong nodded, and both followed Elder Mu to step on the auspicious cloud and flew into the sky. At high altitude, they can clearly see all the floating mountains floating in the air, and the palaces standing on the floating mountains. Elder Mu pointed to the 5 outermost palaces and introduced. These 5 palaces are the 5 major palaces you know, so I won't introduce them one by one. And the 5 floating mountains adjacent to the 5 palaces are the trial places of each palace. Each trial place has its own palace's own practice, and the surrounding Sanskrit sound can calm the mind and cleanse the soul, greatly enhancing the disciple's perception ability. It is an excellent place for practice. Of course, in addition to practice, the elders of the inner sect will give a lecture every 3 months and impart some practice experience, which is very beneficial to practice. However, the only thing worth noting is that the practice in the trial place is composed of divine patterns. Only by perceiving the divine patterns can you learn the above practice. This is why the first condition for entering the Immortal Palace is to learn to perceive the divine patterns. Chapter 1973, What does the Soul-Chasing Hall Master practice? Hearing that the techniques in the trial ground are all composed of divine patterns, Su Maoyang frowned slightly and glanced at Jun Haocong. Elder Mu, my husband doesn't know divine patterns. How can he practice? Jun Haocong knew that she was worried about him, so he held her hand tightly and comforted her. Don't worry. I have my own way of practicing. Don't worry about me. To be honest, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have entered the Immortal Palace. Su Maoyang heard this, and suddenly remembered that he was the son of the demon world in his previous life. There must be many unknown secrets in him, and maybe he really has his own way of practicing. Elder Mu heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but explain with a smile. You don't need to worry about this. Although the outside world skills are not as good as ours, there are still some high-quality ones suitable for him to practice. When the time comes, he can go to Salua Realm to search for some skills, and then bring them to the trial ground to practice. The effect will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. After all, our trial ground here is not comparable to those practice grounds in the outside world. Furthermore, in addition to the divine rune skills engraved by the ancestors, there are also many residual images engraved with divine runes in the trial ground. And some of the residual images do not need to comprehend the divine runes to learn from each other. Residual images? Su Maoyang was a little confused. Well, those afterimages are all left by the ancestors of the Immortal Palace sect. It means that you can learn from the ancestors in the trial area. For example, when you enter the trial area of the Sky Clearing Palace, you will see the human-shaped afterimages left by the ancestors of the Sky Clearing Palace. These human-shaped afterimages represent themselves, although they are not their real bodies and their strength is not as strong as their real bodies. They are perfect for training disciples and improving their combat effectiveness. Elder Mu explained. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. It turned out that the 5 trial sites not only had Sanskrit sounds that could calm the mind, improve perception, and help practice, but also had techniques carved with divine patterns to improve strength, and even afterimages for fighting. Sanskrit sounds assisted practice, accelerated the speed and depth of practice, and improved the talents of disciples in disguise, while the perception of divine patterns enhanced the senses and comprehension of disciples. As for the divine pattern techniques, they naturally improve the strength of disciples. Finally, fighting with the afterimages of the predecessors in actual combat would thoroughly consolidate the strength and improve the combat effectiveness. This Yen Palace Gate was committed to training in speed, depth, talent, senses, comprehension, strength, and combat. In terms of training disciples, it was indeed comprehensive and hard work. Even Su Maoyang had to admit that this Yen Palace Gate was indeed a good place to train geniuses and practice. So, the afterimage of the Qingtian Palace is a human afterimage. The Zhulong Palace should be the afterimage of the spirit beast. The Tumo Palace is the afterimage of the divine pattern. And the Xuanji Palace is the afterimage of the ancestors refining the elixir. Right? Su Maoyang drew inferences from one example, and made guesses about the other palaces. Elder Mu was quite satisfied with her intelligence and nodded slightly. Yes. each palace has its own main direction. However, the Tumo Palace is an exception. It involves a wider range of aspects, and has the afterimages of the other palaces. After all, the divine pattern can be applied to spiritual power battles, and can also be used in refining elixirs, refining weapons, refining formations, and a series of other things. This is why the Tumo Palace is so popular. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Then what does our Zuahan Palace mainly practice? What kind of skills and afterimages are there in the trial land? When she asked this, Elder Mu sighed, his low voice revealing a bit of sadness. Hey, my soul-chasing hall master practices Chiman Duanjia. It is rumored that as long as the Chiman Duanjia technique is practiced to the peak, one can reverse the universe, control life and death, control reincarnation, comprehend the way of heaven, see through illusions, and reach the 9 heavens and stars, reaching the state of unity between man and nature. It's a pity that this Chiman Duanjia is too illusory and obscure. No one in my immortal palace has cracked the Taoism, resulting in the Chiman Duanjia technique becoming the most useless practice method in the immortal palace. Although Su Maoyang had heard of Chiman Duanjia, he had never understood it. Now that he heard him say this, he felt a bit of awe, and even his expression became solemn. Elder Mu, if you say so, then this Chiman Duanjia technique should be very. It's amazing. Of course it's amazing. You have to know that the original ancestor of our Xian Gong sect has been committed to the practice of Chiman Duanjia. It's a pity that even the original ancestor could not fully understand the secrets of Chiman Duanjia, and finally passed away with regret. Not to mention the other people in the sect. So this Chiman Duanjia is just a useless technique for others. Speaking of which, my soul-chasing hall was founded by the original ancestor. It is the oldest faction among the 5 major halls. Unfortunately, after the original ancestor passed away, it fell into a slump and slowly declined. Compared with the other halls that practice spiritual power, divine patterns, alchemy, and beast contracts, it has no sense of existence at all. At the end, Elder Mu's tone became heavier and his face was a little sad. Su Maoyang suddenly realized when he heard this. It seems that the soul-chasing hall is not weak, but because the practice is too difficult. No one can understand the practice method, which leads to the decline today. In addition, this is a world that advocates martial arts. Who would be willing to spend so much energy and time to practice something that is illusory and may not produce results? Moreover, the Immortal Palace also knows that the disciples of the soul-chasing hall cannot achieve anything in Chiman Duanjia, and they have no hope from the beginning. So they let them be free and undisciplined. In the long run, it is no wonder that the soul-chasing hall has a low status and is not valued. However, the more difficult it is, the more curious Su Maoyang is. She really wants to see what Chiman Duanjia is, which can actually reverse the universe, control life and death, control reincarnation, and reach the 9 heavens and stars, and achieve the unity of man and nature. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang looked at a floating mountain in the center of the Immortal Palace gate, pointed to its direction, and asked in confusion, "What is that place?" "That is the most important place in my Immortal Palace gate, called Pyamyu Fairyland, and only the top 200 core disciples can enter, although it is also a trial place. The skills and afterimages inside are much more powerful, and cannot be compared with the 5 major trial places. And the ones who preach there are not ordinary immortal elders, but the hall masters and ancestors of each hall, who preach in person. Generally, the hall master preaches once every 10 years, and the ancestor preaches once every 50 years. When Elder Mu talked about Pyamyu Fairyland, his expression added a bit of pride. Su Maoyang looked at him in surprise when he heard the time. "Is it such a long time?" "Ha ha ha. You know, the higher the level, the harder it is to practice, and the longer it takes. Some people need to spend decades, or even hundreds of years in seclusion and promotion. So 10 or 50 years in the Sanluo realm is just a blink of an eye for those who practice." As he said, Elder Mu pointed at himself. "Look at me. How old do you think I am?" Chapter 1974. She has to make money. Su Maoyang looked up and down at Elder Mu, and saw that he had sharp edges and corners, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes, flashing a mature and steady light. Although there were a few wrinkles on his forehead, they were not deep. Although his hair had some silver hair, it was still black overall, and did not look old. In addition, he had a straight back and a sturdy figure, and he looked like a strong middle-aged man. Therefore, Su Maoyang quickly blurted out the result of his guess. Senior should be around 40 years old. When Elder Mu suddenly heard this answer, his expression froze, and he burst into laughter. Ha! 40 years old? Girl, are you kidding? Su Maoyang was confused by his sudden reaction. Did he underestimate the age of Elder Mu? Ha! Girl, you don't know much about the situation in Sunluo realm. The cultivators here can maintain the appearance of young people from 100 to 200 years old, and can maintain the appearance of middle-aged people from 200 to 500 years old, and the appearance of old people from 500 to 1,000 years old. And those over 1,000 years old are all old monsters. Elder Mu stroked his beard and explained with a smile. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was startled and stared at him in disbelief. Are you already hundreds of years old? Since he looks like a middle-aged man, isn't he just within the range of 200 to 500 years old? Elder Mu nodded with a smile. Yes, I am already 400 years old. Su Maoyang took a breath when he heard this. He is 400 years old. But he looks like 40 years old. The people in the upper plane are really extraordinary. They look so young at such an old age. It seems that the local environment really shapes the local people. The people here are not only much stronger and more talented than those in the Nine Nether Realm, but also older than those in the Nine Nether Realm. No wonder the forces in the Nine Nether Realm try every means to send their descendants to the Sunluo realm. This is indeed a good place for cultivation. However, according to Elder Mu, Elder Peng, who looks much older than the elders of the 5 major halls, is not. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was secretly shocked and couldn't help asking, Elder Peng, is he already 1,000 years old? Ha ha ha. Almost. He will be 900 years old soon. He is indeed close to 1,000. Elder Mu nodded calmly. But Su Maoyang was quite shocked. She really didn't expect that the old man who recommended her to the Fairy Palace Gate, who had no status in the Fairy Palace Gate and was always ridiculed, was actually an old monster who was almost 900 years old. It was really hard to tell. Since he is so highly respected, why do the relatively young elders Bai and Ho dare to humiliate him so bluntly? Su Maoyang was a little confused. Elder Mu shook his head. Girl, in the Sunluo realm, strength is always considered, not age. Elder Peng is so old, but his strength is still the same. Naturally, he will be ridiculed by others, and will not be respected by anyone. Therefore, no matter how old you are, how experienced you are, it is useless. Practice well and improve your strength. As long as you have absolute strength. Those old men who are hundreds of years old in the outside world, no matter how highly respected they are willing to lower their status and respect you as a senior. You will know how important strength is. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. From Elder Mu's words, she clearly felt that the way of survival in Sunluo realm was more realistic, more cruel, and even conscience-free. Even morality had to give way to strength. In such a cruel world, I wonder if Dongfang's siblings, Xiaoho's siblings, Mu Jichen and Shinuo, Qin Jian and others are safe. It seems that after she finishes dealing with the affairs of the Immortal Palace Gate, it would be better for her to go out and join them as soon as possible. Elder Mu saw that she was lost in thought and her expression was a little solemn. He thought she was worried about improving her strength, so he couldn't help but comfort her. You just arrived at the Fairy Palace, and you are so young. You will have plenty of time to practice in the future, so don't have too much pressure. Just practice with peace of mind. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely be able to be promoted to a core disciple in the future and enter the Piaomu Fairyland to practice. At that time, you will have the opportunity to compete for the Asking Immortals list. As long as you are on the Asking Immortals list, your strength will be considered a very powerful figure in the Sunluo realm. How can I become a core disciple? Since only the top 200 core disciples can enter the Piaomu Fairyland, she has to find a way to become a core disciple. Elder Mu smiled and shook his head. Core disciples are too far away from you. You must know that you are now a junior disciple. There are intermediate disciples and senior disciples above you. Only after you pass them can you become a core disciple. So you should first be promoted to an intermediate disciple. Does this require competition to be promoted? Su Maoyang asked again after learning that the disciples were divided into levels. No. The Immortal Palace sect does not use competitions to rate its students, because the disciples of the Immortal Palace sect come from different places. Not just the Xianshan Mirror, but also other regions. Because everyone has different identities and backgrounds. These disciples, in addition to practicing in the Immortal Palace Gate, often train outside and deal with their own private affairs, and do not often gather together. Moreover, some disciples retreat for several years or even decades, and it is impossible for them to catch up with the competition. So the Immortal Palace Gate uses the task-based rating method. Su Maoyang was a little curious. Tasks? What tasks? You have to complete 3 tasks to advance from a junior disciple to an intermediate disciple. As for the specific tasks, you can go to the Crane Square to check. All the tasks and bounties are posted there. The bounty is priced according to the difficulty of the task and the ranking of the completion. This is the only way for disciples to earn income in the Immortal Palace Gate. Is the bounty you are talking about the Immortal Crystal Stone? Su Maoyang asked. Elder Mu nodded. Well, that's right. You may not know that the Immortal Crystal Stone is an extremely scarce treasure for the Immortal Palace Gate, because the 6 trial sites and the formations to enter all require the power of the Immortal Crystal Stone to maintain. Therefore, you will have to pay 5,000 Immortal Crystals to enter the trial land once. And staying there for a day will cost you 10,000 Immortal Crystals. Therefore, if you want to practice for a longer time in there, you must prepare enough Immortal Crystals. What? 10,000 a day? You are robbing. Su Maoyang was shocked and roared when he heard this number. Originally, according to Elder Peng's tone, the 300,000 Immortal Crystals she squeezed out were enough. But who knew that entering the trial land not only required paying the entrance fee, but also spending 10,000 a day. So, 300,000 Immortal Crystals were not enough for them to squander. Originally, she was planning to pick 2 or 3 powerful weapons. But now it seems that there are no weapons. Even not enough to practice in the trial land. It seems that she has to find a way to make money. Chapter 1975. A fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Ahem. Don't look at me. I didn't set the price. It's because the formation of the Immortal Palace consumes too many Immortal Crystal Stones. Once there are no Immortal Crystal Stones, it can't work. What's more, the 300,000 yuan just now was paid by me out of my own pocket. I really can't afford the extra money. Elder Mu received Su Maoyang's questioning eyes and waved his hands in fear, fearing that he would be blackmailed by this shrewd girl again. Su Maoyang saw that he was very scared and shook her head with a smile. She knew that Elder Mu had done his best. If they hadn't just arrived and had nothing, she wouldn't have let Elder Mu bleed so much. Now, after receiving his benefits and his guidance, Su Maoyang had a general understanding of the situation of the Immortal Palace Gate and Sun Luo realm. He was naturally grateful, and immediately took out a lotus seed and handed it to Elder Mu. Senior paid for it out of his own pocket, and we are grateful to him and his wife. It just so happens that I have a pure world green lotus seed here, which should be very effective in helping you break through the bottleneck of cultivation. Just consider it as my thank you gift. When Elder Mu heard about the pure world green lotus seed, he was shocked and quickly took it. He sighed in disbelief. You actually have the pure world green lotus seed? Did you contract the Pure World Green Lotus platform? No. I just got this lotus seed by chance. Su Maoyang didn't want to reveal his cards too early, so he said perfunctorily. Elder Mu didn't doubt it much, because the Pure World Green Lotus platform was such a rare treasure that it was not something that ordinary people could contract. After all, even if you are powerful and talented, you have to have the right time, place and people. However, when he thought about how he spent 200,000 black crystal stones and a piece of gold-threaded soft-scale clothing to get an extremely rare Pure World Green Lotus seed, Elder Mu was overjoyed and couldn't stop laughing. Ha! If Elder Lu and the others knew about this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. It would be fine if the 2 geniuses they favored were snatched away by him. But even such a rare treasure fell into his hands. It would be strange if they didn't get angry to death. In fact, he made a really good deal on this purchase. But thinking of the preciousness of the Pure World Green Lotus seed, Elder Mu still had to remind him. Girl, you just arrived in the upper plane. You are unfamiliar with the place, and you don't have any background. Remember the principle of not showing off your wealth in the future. Treasures like lotus seeds must not be known to outsiders. Otherwise it will cause a fatal disaster. Hearing Elder Mu's earnest instructions, Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. Well, I know this. Haha. I'm glad to know. I will take you to the soul-chasing hall now and arrange accommodation for you. Elder Mu smiled and nodded, then pointed to the floating mountain where the soul-chasing hall was located, and flew in the direction he pointed. Su Maoyong found that although the soul-chasing hall was the most inconspicuous hall, its territory was not small. In addition to the soul-chasing hall, there were many courtyards around it, which were said to be the residences of disciples. However, the disciples of the soul-chasing hall were free and undisciplined, often appearing and disappearing, and were not often seen. So there were not many disciples living here, which was why Elder Mu arranged a courtyard for the couple to live in. But even so, other disciples did not receive such treatment. After all, a courtyard could accommodate several people. What's more, the courtyard environment arranged by Elder Mu is quite good, whether it is the geographical location, lighting conditions, or the layout of the courtyard. It is first class, compared with other disciples who are crowded in the same courtyard. Elder Mu really treats them with special favor and care. Looking around, Su Maoyong clasped his fists with satisfaction and said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Mu." "Haha. No need to thank me. I will be satisfied if you practice well in the future and don't embarrass the soul-chasing hall." Elder Mu waved his hand. "Okay. You have come from such a far place in the Nine Nether Realm. You should be tired. Go and rest first. If you need anything, you can tell me. Of course, I don't have fairy crystals. I can only provide some daily necessities. Senior has arranged so thoughtfully. There should be nothing to need. This time, I really trouble you to take care of it for us," Su Maoyong said with a smile. Elder Mu nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave this place. After Su Maoyong saw him off, he put away his smile and said to Jun Haocong solemnly, "Let's go inside. I need to contact Shinua and the others. I wonder how they are doing." Jun Haocong nodded slightly. He also had to ask about the situation of Black Owl and Black Hawk. "Chu Yuyuan, boss, have you heard that our soul-chasing hall has recently recruited 2 new disciples?" Elder Mu specially arranged a separate courtyard for these 2 people and took special care of them. At this time, in the hall of Chu Yuyuan, a young man in brown clothes sitting at the lower right reminded with a gossipy face, "Haha. How could I not have heard about it? These 2 people tested their talents today, but it caused quite a stir. It's hard not to know. Besides, Elder Mu has given away his most precious golden silk soft scales clothes. So what's wrong with arranging a separate courtyard?" Sitting in the main seat of the hall, a beautiful woman in a red dress sipped her tea gently. Her red lips slightly curled, and she smiled sarcastically. Her unique voice was slightly low and hoarse. It was obviously not as pleasant as the voice of an ordinary woman, but it seemed to contain some kind of bewitching charm and indescribable sexiness. A man in green sitting on the lower left heard this and, as if to please the woman in red, he quickly suggested, "Senior Sister Rui Qing, I heard that these 2 new disciples not only took Elder Mu's gold and silk soft scales clothes, but also obtained 300,000 fairy crystals, which is not a small amount. Ah, such a fat sheep. If we don't slaughter it, wouldn't it be a pity?" The woman in red put down the teacup, raised her eyebrows with a smile, and glanced at him. Her red lips slowly raised a moving arc. "Since you think it's a pity, why don't you do it?" After getting her approval, the disciples sitting in the hall smiled at each other, resigned one after another, and rushed to the Fuxian garden where Su Maoyong was. Su Maoyong had just finished contacting Dongfang's siblings, Xiaoho's siblings, Mu Jichen and others, and was transmitting the message to Shinua, when he heard thunderous roars from outside. The new disciple is really too ignorant. He doesn't respect us brothers and sisters when he moves into the soul-chasing hall. What a disappointment. Humph. Stop talking nonsense to them. Newcomers inside, get out and pay the protection fee. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Or don't blame us for being blind." Hearing the commotion outside, Jun Haocong, who was meditating on the side, also opened his eyes and frowned. He always didn't like to be disturbed, let alone hearing such arrogant shouting. So, he stood up and said to Su Maoyong, "You stay. I'll go and take a look." Su Maoyong was worried that he would see someone dead, so he grabbed his wrist and reminded him seriously, "We just got here. Don't hurt anyone's life and cause unnecessary trouble." Chapter 1976. Do you know who we are? Don't worry. Jun Haocong curled his lips slightly, kissed her forehead, and walked out quickly. But not long after he walked out, there was a loud noise in the yard. Su Maoyong was frightened and got up quickly to follow him out. At this time, a large group of people fell in the yard, spitting blood and wailing constantly, and they were seriously injured. Sure enough, you can't believe Jun Haotsong's words. His reassurance is equivalent to farting. Haotsong, didn't I ask you to show mercy? Su Maoyang looked at the bloody and embarrassed disciples on the ground and glared at him speechlessly. I've been very merciful. Otherwise, they would have died. Jun Haotsong glanced at the useless people indifferently. Hearing this, Su Maoyang felt helpless and rubbed his forehead with a headache. It's okay. It's good that the person who can break the ancient bell didn't punch a hole in these people. In fact, the disciples who were killed by Jun Haotsong were not weak, and they were all at the level of early emperor spiritual masters. Although they knew that Jun Haotsong had cracked the ancient bell and had extraordinary talent. The ancient bell was only a test of talent and could not represent a person's strength and combat effectiveness. Therefore, they did not take Jun Haotsong, an early emperor spiritual master, and Su Maoyang, a supreme emperor spiritual master, seriously, and came to provoke them blatantly. Moreover, they did not believe that so many emperor spiritual masters could not deal with an early emperor spiritual master and a supreme emperor spiritual master. Moreover, they thought that these two newcomers had just arrived and wanted to gain a foothold in the soul-chasing hall. No matter how talented they were, they would definitely restrain their temper in front of their senior brothers and sisters. But who knew they met a thorn who attacked them without saying anything? And they didn't even have time to introduce themselves. Thinking of this, one of the men in brown clothes, obviously grimacing in pain, shouted unconvinced. You are so brave that you dare to attack us. Do you know who we are? Jun Haotsong stared at him expressionlessly, and his calm voice was like a cold and hard ice slag. I know. A bunch of trash. Originally, after hearing the first half of the sentence, the brown-clothed man's face was stained with some hope, and he wanted to use his identity as a senior brother to suppress him. But before he could say anything, he was so angry that he trembled all over because of Jun Haotsong's second half of the sentence. You have guts. Just wait. I will let our boss come to teach you a lesson in person. The brown-clothed young man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. And then he struggled to get up, and stumbled out of the yard with several other disciples, as if to ask for help. Su Maoyang frowned in confusion when she heard his harsh words. Boss? Who is their boss? I really didn't expect that someone would come to cause trouble on their first day in the soul-chasing hall. It seems that there will be more troubles in the future. I said that you are not allowed to care about men other than me. Go back to the house. Jun Haotsong's face sank, and he put his arm around Su Maoyang's waist and wanted to turn around and go into the house. Su Maoyang shook his head. I just contacted Shi Nuo, but I couldn't contact her. I'm afraid she met with something unexpected. So just in case, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Besides, I feel that I will be promoted soon, and I have to seize the time to retreat and consolidate my cultivation. Since you are mainly cultivating spiritual power, let's go to the trial ground of the Qitian Palace. Anyway, it's to improve spiritual power, and we can both cultivate in the Qitian Palace. Jun Haotsong knew that she was worried about the group of friends and worried that it would delay his cultivation. So he proposed to go to the trial ground of the Qitian Palace. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart and nodded slightly. As long as you are by my side, it doesn't matter where I go to cultivate. This time, he finally survived the catastrophe and was with Su Maoyang. He almost wanted to be with her every moment, even if he didn't say anything. As long as he stayed by her side quietly and watched her cultivate quietly, it was a hard-won happiness for him. So, as long as there was Su Maoyang, it didn't matter where he went. Su Maoyang couldn't help but raise a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth when he heard it. Me too. Qitian Palace. The trial ground. This was the first time that Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong came to the territory of the Qitian Palace. As soon as they landed, they attracted the attention of countless people, because the two of them caused quite a stir when they tested their talents. As long as they were in the Immortal Palace, almost all the disciples, who were not in seclusion, had heard of them. They knew that they were extremely talented, but they joined the most inconspicuous soul-chasing hall, which caused a lot of heated discussion. Su Maoyang, with her silver hair and stunning appearance, was already very eye-catching. With a man who was as good-looking and charming as her, the disciples around her looked at her sideways, and she soon became the focus of the whole audience. At this time, Xu Yanya, who was paying the entrance fee at the entrance of the trial site, suddenly saw the two people running to the territory of the sky-clearing hall. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, And she couldn't help but sneer. Am I seeing it right? Didn't you two join the soul-chasing hall? Why did you run to the trial site of my sky-clearing hall? Su Maoyang knew that Xu Yunya had been humiliated by Jun Haotsong before, and she had long held a grudge against the couple in her heart. So her tone was naturally not very friendly. So she was too lazy to argue with her and replied lightly. The Immortal Palace Gate? It seems that there is no rule that joining the soul-chasing hall does not allow you to come to the trial site of the Sky Palace. Right? Hee hee. The rules are indeed not clear. But disciples from other halls, who come to the trial site of my Sky Palace, have to pay double the amount of immortal crystals. Can you, a person from the 9 Netherworld, afford this fee? Xu Yunya sneered and asked sarcastically. Fortunately, I still have 300,000 immortal crystals here, which can support me for a while. So don't worry about it, young lady. Su Maoyang glanced at her lightly, and although his tone was polite, it was a bit cold. A senior sister standing next to Xu Yunya had heard of Su Maoyang and was unhappy about her rejection of the recruitment of the Qingtian Palace. She couldn't help but sneer. As everyone knows, few disciples can understand the secrets of the trial ground of the soul-chasing palace, and it is even very difficult to practice normally in it. I think she went to the trial ground of the soul-chasing palace and found that she couldn't practice at all. So she was forced to run to my Qingtian Palace. Hearing this, Xu Yunya laughed. So that's the case? I was wondering, how could someone who refused the recruitment of the Qingtian Palace and insisted on joining the soul-chasing palace suddenly run to the Qingtian Palace? Come to practice. It seems that you regret it. Su Maoyang heard their speculation and raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Since the Immortal Palace has no explicit regulations that disciples of the soul-chasing hall cannot practice in the trial places of other halls, then it is my freedom to join any hall and practice anywhere. When is it your turn to make decisions? She heard that the other 4 halls would assign some special tasks to disciples, and every once in a while, they would also be required to compete for the ranking on the Asking Immortals list. But only the soul-chasing hall had no tasks or requirements. So in comparison, the amount of immortal crystals was not that important. What's more, for her, who practices spiritual power, alchemy, divine patterns and contracted beasts, no matter which hall she joins, she may practice in other halls in the future. Since she would pay more immortal crystals anyway, she would rather join the most free soul-chasing hall. Chapter 1977 5 Breaths of Spiritual Power. Talent. Still want to cultivate spiritual power? Of course. If it weren't for the rush to find Shinua, Su Maoyang wouldn't be so anxious to improve her spiritual power level. And the soul-chasing hall's main subject is Chimen Duanjia, which Su Maoyang has never touched before. It must take a long time to study it slowly. But she doesn't have the time to sit and slowly comprehend it. In addition, she only has 300,000 fairy crystals in her hand for the time being, which can't last for many days. She is really not sure that she can comprehend something that the original ancestors find difficult in such a short time. So she chose the trial place of the sky-clearing hall to deal with the emergency temporarily. But in the eyes of others, Su Maoyang's move is a self-contradictory one, and she regrets joining the soul-chasing hall. So naturally she can't help but laugh at it. Haha. You are so arrogant. Even if it is your freedom to practice in the trial ground of the Qingtian Palace, you know that the trial ground is not a talent test. If you want to enter it, you must at least reach the level of an Emperor's spiritual master to withstand the spiritual power attack inside. And you are a supreme master. And you can only maintain 5 breaths of spiritual power. You actually want to practice spiritual power in the trial ground. Don't you have any self-knowledge? Xu Yunya smiled and shook her head, despising her spiritual power talent that can only maintain 5 breaths of bell sounds. In her opinion, a supreme master who has no spiritual power talent wants to enter the trial ground where the main spiritual power is cultivated. It is undoubtedly a humiliation. The senior sister beside her couldn't help but laugh and took over the conversation when she heard this. It's a small matter to have no self-knowledge. I'm afraid that if she goes in, she will probably be seriously injured by the power inside before she starts practicing. In the end, she didn't learn the skills, but lost her life. It's not worth it. Hearing this, the disciples of the Qingtian Palace all laughed secretly, and also felt that Su Maoyang was overestimating himself. Su Maoyang was ridiculed by them, but he didn't get angry. He just raised his eyebrows slightly, with a sneer of sarcasm in his eyes, and retorted mercilessly, Even the fairy palace gate has no regulations on the level and palace sex to enter the trial ground. But Miss Shu is talking about it here. Can you represent the entire fairy palace gate alone? If you really have the leisure to care about other people's affairs, you might as well practice well and worry about yourself. After all, your ridiculous talent is not even comparable to that of the disciples from the 9 Nether Realm. If you don't work hard, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get along in the fairy palace gate in the future. When Xu Yunya heard this, she immediately remembered the blow and humiliation she had suffered before, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Forget it. Forget it. I think she has been tested for her talent, and thinks she has good talent. She can go anywhere, and get a little cocky. Since she is so stupid that she wants to die, we are too lazy to persuade her. Time is running out, so cultivation is more important. Go in. Seeing that Su Mayan insisted on entering the trial ground, the senior sister next to Xu Yunya was too lazy to continue talking nonsense, and asked Xu Yunya to leave. Hearing this, Xu Yunya took a deep breath, tried to suppress the anger in her heart, and nodded slightly. Okay. I want to see what kind of flower you can cultivate with your 5-breath spiritual power talent. I hope you don't walk in and come out lying down. That's not very good, said Xu Yunya. She turned around and directly entered a teleportation array showing the lower world, and quickly disappeared from the spot. Seeing that the annoying person had left, Su Maoyang didn't waste time and went to the elder who collected the tickets with Jun Haocong and asked, Senior, how many immortal crystals do we need to enter the trial ground for 2 people? How long do you need to practice? The elder asked without raising his head. About 5 days. The ticket for 2 people is 10,000. And you need to pay 100,000 immortal crystals for 5 days of practice. Considering that you are not a disciple of the Qitian Palace, you need to pay double. So the total is 210,000 immortal crystals. Su Maoyang could accept this number, because after practicing, there are still 90,000 left, and it should be no problem to buy 3 weapons. Thinking of this, she nodded, took out the storage bag, and paid the immortal crystals. The elder took the money and said seriously, You are now junior disciples, and can only enter the lower world to practice. Of course, even in the lower world, at your current level, don't learn too difficult skills or challenge too difficult afterimages. Otherwise your life will be in danger. And it is not an exaggeration. Remember, if you really have any problems, the Immortal Palace will not be responsible. So do it according to your ability. After that, he waved his hand. Okay, you can go in. When the 5 days are up, the teleportation array will send you out. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this, and entered the teleportation array of the lower world with Jun Haocong. The light curtain enveloped them, and their eyes went black. The picture turned and soon appeared on a cliff. Su Maoyang looked up and saw the vast and boundless starry sky. The stars of all sizes, flickering and inlaid on the sky, exuding brilliant brilliance and releasing mysterious power. Under the sky, countless clouds were floating, like newly picked cotton, white and soft, which immediately reminded Su Maoyang of the situation in the cave in the northern spirit realm, which was extremely similar to the scene in front of her. As expected, just as Su Maoyang was sighing secretly, 2 white clouds floated in the distance. Obviously, this was to send them to the starry sky to practice and gain insights. Jun Haocong didn't want to separate from Su Maoyang, so he waved away another white cloud. Let's go together. Su Maoyang nodded slightly and jumped onto the cloud, perhaps to facilitate the disciples to spar. The space of the cloud was still very large, not to mention accommodating 2 people. It was more than enough to accommodate 10 people. However, as soon as the 2 jumped onto the cloud, they felt the fierce spiritual power like a hurricane blowing around them, hitting Su Maoyang hard, causing her to spit out blood on the spot. Feeling such a crazy spiritual power attack, Su Maoyang felt as if her body was about to be torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. At this moment, she finally understood why Xu Yunya said that she couldn't bear the power inside. I have to admit that such a spiritual attack is indeed a bit abnormal. It seems that to practice here, you must first withstand the powerful spiritual attack. Jun Haocong is an imperial spiritual master after all, so he didn't react so strongly. But he was frightened by Su Maoyang and asked nervously, Are you okay? If you can't bear it, we will go out now. Su Maoyang raised his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled indifferently. I have killed the elders of the 9 major sects after all. And this spiritual attack is nothing to me. She even endured such a perverted torture as the divine pattern atlas. And this spiritual attack was not enough to fill the gap between her teeth. Jun Haotsong knew her stubborn nature. Since she had come in and spent her immortal crystals, she would not give up unless she learned something. He stopped trying to persuade her and said, "Take it easy." Su Maoyong nodded and closed her eyes, slowly adapting to the waves of fierce spiritual power that kept bombarding her. Chapter 1978. The mirror is finally broken. It is unknown how long it took, but Su Maoyong's body was numb from the repeated bombardment of spiritual power, and she gradually recovered. However, although the spiritual power here is a bit powerful and can kill people at any time, the spiritual power is more than dozens of times that of the 9 netherworld. It must be said that this place is really suitable for Su Maoyong to practice. Because she originally had the physique of an ancient spiritual body, she had a huge demand for spiritual power. Although the spiritual power here could not fully satisfy her, it was much better than the outside world. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong endured the severe pain and tried to accept and absorb more spiritual power as much as possible. In a moment, Su Maoyong felt a domineering force wandering around her limbs and bones, madly ravaging every corner of her body, and even her bones were creaking from the impact. And she knew what kind of storm she was suffering from inside her body. In this way, it lasted for about 2 hours. The power in Su Maoyong's body finally reached a critical point, and suddenly burst out from the pores, instantly vibrating with a fierce breath, feeling that the meridians and bones became stronger and firmer, and the spiritual power in the body became more full and rich. Su Maoyong couldn't help but exhale a breath of turbid air, finally promoted to the peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. However, this level is obviously not enough in the Fairy Palace, and you have to continue to sprint to the initial Emperor Spiritual Master. Just want to be promoted from the Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master to the Emperor Spiritual Master. It is not possible to just absorb spiritual power, because the promotion of a small realm is different from the promotion of a large realm. The peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master to the initial Emperor Spiritual Master seems to be only one level apart, but there is a huge difference. It is definitely not as simple as the promotion of the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master to the peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. Therefore, it is difficult for ordinary people to break through the bottleneck and cross the threshold of the Great Realm. But fortunately Su Maoyong has the Pure World Green Lotus Seed, which has a miraculous effect on breaking through the bottleneck. So there is no need to worry too much. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong took out a lotus seed and swallowed it directly. Speaking of which, she had given away more than 10 of the 20 lotus seeds, and there were not many left. She originally planned to keep them for the subsequent practice, but Su Maoyong was in a hurry and didn't care so much. However, it must be admitted that the Pure World Green Lotus Seed is a good thing to help practice. Not long after she swallowed it, she felt the fierce spiritual power boiling violently, which instantly helped her open up all the meridians. The whole body seemed to drink sweet and delicious wine, and it seemed to be soaked in warm spring water. The whole body was full of heart and very comfortable. In addition, she felt that the absorption of spiritual power was smoother than before, and the pain was also reduced a lot. In this way, while madly absorbing spiritual power, she used her heart to comprehend and tried to touch the threshold of the Emperor Spiritual Master. Time passed unknowingly, and Su Maoyong spent 2 days meditating. Finally, just before the 3rd day, a brilliant silver light suddenly burst out from Su Maoyong's body, matching her long silver hair, making her whole body shine white, as if coated with a layer of holy light. At this time, she opened her eyes, waved her hand, and sent out a spiritual power. Feeling the power it released, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I finally advanced to the initial stage of the Emperor Spiritual Master. Thinking of this, she glanced at Jun Haotsong next to her and found that he was also meditating with his eyes closed, immersed in cultivation. However, I don't know what power he is cultivating. There is a black air lingering around him, let alone getting close. Just looking at it from a distance gives people a creepy feeling. It seems that he does have his own way of cultivation, and he looks very powerful. It has only been 2 days, and his aura is much stronger than before. Realizing this, Su Maoyong was not willing to lag behind. With a wave of her hand, she released the Pure World Green Lotus platform, sat on it, and closed her eyes again. Now that she has reached the initial stage of the Emperor Spiritual Master, she will naturally learn more skills to defend herself in the next 3 days. But time is tight, and she can't afford to delay even a minute. The Pure World Green Lotus platform can improve the speed of cultivation and enhance perception, which can save her a lot of time. Although she had learned some God King skills on the Heavenly Monument before, the 9 major sects were too disgusting. She didn't even bother to use their martial arts. Moreover, she was going to the Senlu realm. If she used these martial arts and accidentally exposed her identity, she would be killed. After all, she killed several elders. If those sects knew her identity, there was no reason for them to let her go. Therefore, it is better to learn some other martial arts. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately spread her consciousness and gradually spread it to the starry sky. Fortunately, she is now a real divine pattern master. In addition, she has been recording divine patterns every day to refine divine pattern pills for the people of Fenglin Empire and Yunlu Dark Domain. She has a deep understanding of divine patterns, so she is still handy with these relatively simple divine patterns in the lower world. However, it is not easy to choose a suitable method from these divine patterns. After all, there are too many methods, too complicated, and too chaotic. If you practice them one by one, you will be greedy and unable to digest them, which is not conducive to practice. Therefore, Su Maoyang searched for a long time before choosing 2 skills. One is the sword skill, and the other is the archery skill. As for the sword skill, Su Maoyang had learned the Sun and Moon Demon Slash before, and had a certain understanding of the sword skill. So if he learned the sword skill again, it should not take much time to get started. This is the most time-saving and labor-saving skill, and it is more suitable for him. And this sword skill, called the Demonic Wind Fierce Slash, although it is only a 4th grade God King skill, but it has unlimited potential and a lot of room for development and improvement in the later stage. If it is practiced all the time, it should be a very good martial art. Because she exposed all her cards in the battle in the 9 Nether Realm and killed several elders of the 9 major sects. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the previous martial arts should be used as little as possible unless it is absolutely necessary. And this Demonic Wind Fierce Slash can just replace the Sun and Moon Demon Slash. As for the archery skill, Su Maoyang had not practiced it before. The reason why she chose it was because she practiced a sword skill for close combat. So naturally she had to practice a long-range attack archery to make up for the distance defect. As a 5th grade Divine King skill, this Cold Star arrow technique is famous for its speed. It can not only make up for the distance defect, but also increase the speed, catching the enemy off guard. In this way, one close and one far cooperate with each other and fight without being restrained. With a clear goal, Su Maoyang immersed himself in the practice of 2 martial arts. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed quickly. Su Maoyang had learned 4th grade and 5th grade Divine King skills before, so he didn't spend too much time. He successfully practiced 2 martial arts in 1 day each. However, practicing successfully is one thing, and whether it can be applied in actual combat is another thing. Therefore, Su Maoyang did not stop for a moment, and communicated with the stars in the sky, looking for a human-shaped afterimage suitable for sparring. Chapter 1979, Risking One's Life to Fight. She found that these human-shaped afterimages were all composed of divine patterns floating in the air. The stronger they were, the farther they were from her. Therefore, if she wanted to fight with a powerful human-shaped afterimage, she had to comprehend the divine patterns in the distance. But the farther the distance, the more difficult it was to comprehend, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. So Su Maoyang chose a human-shaped afterimage that was closer and relatively weaker based on the principle of proximity. However, in this trial land, even the weakest afterimage was at the level of a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Master, and there was no one below that. Luckily, Su Maoyang had now reached the level of an early-stage Emperor Spirit Master, and because of her special system, she could fight across borders, so dealing with a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Master should not be a problem, and there was no challenge. So she chose a human-shaped afterimage that was 2 levels higher than her, and planned to try her hand. In this way, she could not only consolidate her cultivation, but also fight with the martial arts she had learned. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang directly invaded the divine consciousness into the selected divine pattern and slowly comprehended it. Since the level of this divine pattern was not too high, Su Maoyang did not spend too much time to establish a connection with it. At this time, The divine pattern instantly condensed into a human-shaped afterimage and attacked Su Maoyang without saying a word. Feeling the powerful spiritual pressure breaking through the air, Su Maoyang's expression condensed, not daring to underestimate the enemy, and immediately summoned the double swords, swung his arms quickly, and slashed with a sword. In an instant, the sword light was about to break, and along with the spiritual power, it directly collided with the attack from the human-shaped afterimage. And suddenly a violent sound broke out. Su Maoyang thought that she had not held back at all in the previous slash, but her body was still blasted back by a powerful force, and she even used up all her strength to stop herself from falling to the ground. The two swords in her hands were blasted into powder and directly scattered in the air. The spiritual power lingering above seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water and dissipated into the invisible, leaving no residual power. Feeling such a powerful spiritual attack, Su Maoyang's face flashed with shock. I have to say that this human-shaped afterimage is really powerful. He didn't use any martial arts, but just a casual slap. And he was so powerful that it was really scary. It seems that the late-stage Emperor Spirit Master of the human-shaped afterimage is not comparable to ordinary late-stage Emperor Spirit Masters. The power he burst out is probably many times more powerful than that of ordinary late-stage Emperor Spirit Masters. Realizing this, Su Maoyang's heart sank. His face became extremely solemn, and he had to sit on the Pure World Green Lotus platform and summon the Dragon Qin to be ready. In fact, the two swords just now were just ordinary weapons, and it was reasonable that they could not withstand such a terrifying attack. But she still did not believe that a spiritual treasure like the Dragon Qin would not be able to resist the power of a residual image. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang held the strings with both hands and plucked them hard. The sound of the piano vibrated, and the cold air burst out, instantly condensing into an ice sword and stabbed fiercely at the human-shaped residual image. However, what Su Maoyang could not have imagined was that the power of the human-shaped residual image seemed to have increased a lot. It directly smashed the ice spikes with a palm, and its fingers became claws, leaving a claw mark that was 3 points sharper than the sword. Su Maoyang felt the pressure that increased exponentially, and was indescribably shocked. While plucking the strings of the piano quickly to attack, he urged his mental power to maximize the defensive ability of the Pure World Green Lotus platform. However, the power of the claw mark continued to grow with her piano music, and it actually directly scratched the defensive barrier formed around her and fell heavily on her body. Su Maoyang was careless and her arm was cut, and she was blown away. Fortunately, Jun Haocong had been guarding her side. When he found that something was wrong, he suddenly jumped up and caught her. Don't use weapons. The more powerful the weapons, the stronger the power of the human-shaped afterimage will be. Seeing her injured, Jun Haocong frowned with heartache and reminded her in a heavy tone. Su Maoyang suddenly reacted after he said this, and it seemed to be true. When the afterimage faced the ordinary double swords just now, the power was obviously not so strong. But after she switched to the Dragon Piano to attack and activated the Pure World Green Lotus platform for defense, the opponent's attack became significantly stronger. In this case, when sparring with the human-shaped afterimage, it is best not to use weapons, but to fight with your original spiritual power, skills, and learn martial arts. It seems that the human-shaped afterimage is training the disciple's own strength, not the power attached to the weapon. At this moment, Su Maoyang suddenly understood, swallowed a healing pill, stood up from Jun Haocong's arms. I'll try again. After saying that, Su Maoyang rushed into the battle circle again, raised his hand, condensed his spiritual power into a knife, and swung his arm towards the afterimage. Sure enough, the power of the afterimage this time was obviously weakened a lot, although it was still much stronger than the average late-stage Emperor Spirit Master. At least, it was not as abnormal as before. In this way, Su Maoyang used spiritual power to condense into a knife for a while, and then condensed into a bow and arrow for a while. The two martial arts of Demonic Wind Fear Slash and Cold Star Arrow Ju were switched back and forth in the battle according to the distance, and they were perfectly coordinated. However, Su Maoyang's strength was unstable at the beginning, and she was injured many times. It was only later that she became more and more proficient in spiritual power and martial arts, and she gradually became comfortable with it. Jun Haocong, who was standing by, saw her fighting with the afterimage for hundreds of rounds, getting wounded all over, but still refusing to stop, and his heart couldn't help but ache. In the past, because of his cold, he rarely stayed by her side, always letting her face difficulties alone and complete her practice alone, resulting in him not knowing what she had experienced and what kind of pain she had endured. But today, seeing her just having a sparring match, she was so desperate. Jun Haotsong couldn't imagine what kind of torture she had suffered, how many terrible injuries she had suffered, and how much unimaginable suffering she had endured. However, just when Jun Haotsong secretly felt sorry for her, Su Maoyong breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned around excitedly, and said with a smile, "Huh. I finally practiced these 2 martial arts in 5 days. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with a late-stage Emperor Spirit Master." Seeing her wounded but full of joy, Jun Haotsong felt even more pain in his heart. He couldn't help but walk over, hugged her, and kissed her forehead. "With me here? Why do you have to fight so hard?" Su Maoyong knew that he was distressed, so she hugged him backhandedly and whispered softly, "This is a world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon. Only by constantly becoming stronger can you protect the people you care about and stay by your side safely. So, don't worry. And don't stop me from practicing. You only need to give me a warm hug and an encouraging kiss like this when I'm hurt and tired. And you can soothe my fatigue and scars, because you are the best panacea in my life." Chapter 1980. Be my man. As long as he is with her, Su Maoyong can endure any hardship, any pain, and any torture. When Jun Haotsong heard this, his heart twitched, his nose was sour, and he couldn't help but hug her tighter. "Okay, I won't stop you. Even if you want to overturn this sky, I will accompany you to the end." Su Maoyong smiled. "Don't worry. I can't overturn this sky with my current strength. Now, I can't even protect Shinua and the others. Don't worry. They will be fine." Jun Haotsong touched her silver hair and comforted her. "No, I still have to contact her. At least I know where she is. Otherwise, even if I go to the Sunlu realm, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. And I can't find anyone at all." Su Maoyong was anxious, and immediately broke free from Jun Haotsong's arms, quickly took out the sound transmission note, and tried to get in touch with Shinua. She heard from the old man Jinjuan that one state in Sunlu realm is equivalent to dozens of Joyo realm. If you don't know the specific location of such a vast area, you can't find it at all. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong's tone seemed a little anxious. "Shinua, where are you now? Why haven't you responded? Are you in trouble? If you don't answer me, then I can only find you by myself." Speaking of this, it is not known whether Shinua has time, or she doesn't want Su Maoyong to find it personally. The sound transmission note finally came with her voice. "Master, I am in Ningjianzu, Huayan City. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine." However, as soon as she finished speaking, there was a fierce roar. "Okay, you dare to be lazy here. I will beat you to death." Su Maoyong was shocked when she heard this. But before she could ask, the roar from the sound transmission sound stopped abruptly and returned to calm in an instant, when she sent a sound transmission again to contact Shinua. The other party had no response. It seems that she is really in trouble. Su Maoyong frowned and glanced at Jun Haotsong. "Let's go! We can't delay any longer. We must go to Huayan City immediately." Su Maoyong and Jun Haotsong quickly floated back to the teleportation array and left the trial site. However, before going to Huayan City, Su Maoyong decided to go to the armory to pick out a few suitable weapons. Because her double swords had been shattered, she needed a solid big sword to cooperate with the Demon Wind Fierce Slash. In addition, she also learned a new arrow technique and had to find a suitable bow and arrow. Thinking of this, the two soon came to the armory. The Immortal Palace Gate is really rich and powerful. The armory alone is divided into 10 floors, and the level and price of each layer of weapons are different. Although Su Maoyong wanted to go up and choose high-level weapons, they only had 90,000 fairy crystals left, and they really couldn't afford the expensive price. So, they could only wander around the first floor. However, what shocked Su Maoyong was that even on the first floor, there were a wide variety of weapons, all of which were at the level of top-grade holy weapons, which was already very good. Therefore, Su Maoyong walked around and finally picked out 2 weapons, a wind-breaking thunder knife and a cloud-chasing meteor arrow, which just matched the 2 martial arts she practiced. Jun Haotsong didn't seem to like any of them, and only chose a sun-slashing sword. In this way, the 3 weapons cost a total of 70,000 immortal crystals. Seeing the few immortal crystals left in the storage bag, Su Maoyang was a little worried. He didn't know how long he could survive in Sunluo realm with this little money. Perhaps, before leaving, they had to go to Xianhe Square to take some tasks to make money. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't delay. After paying the bill, he was ready to leave the armory. However, as soon as they turned around, they saw a large group of people coming from the opposite side. Among them, there were a few familiar faces that they had met once. However, seeing these familiar faces, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong's faces sank involuntarily, because these people came to their yard to cause trouble 5 days ago, and were severely injured by Jun Haotsong, who said that he wanted their boss to come and teach their disciples a lesson in person. Unexpectedly, the enemies met here. Oh, am I seeing right? Aren't these the new brothers and sisters who joined the soul-chasing hall? So, aren't you afraid of retaliation and deliberately hiding in the trial ground of the sky-clearing hall? What? Don't you plan to hide anymore? The young man in brown, who had been humiliated by Jun Haotsong before, had always held a grudge. Today, he seemed to be confident because of the large number of people, and he spoke directly and sarcastically. That day, they went back to get reinforcements, and when they were about to fight back, they heard that Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong had gone to the trial ground of the sky-clearing hall. As soon as they left, the couple entered the trial ground. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were afraid of retaliation and deliberately went to the trial ground to take refuge. After all, everyone knows that the trial ground of the sky-clearing hall is a vast sea of stars. Vast and boundless. Once you get on the clouds and float in the air to practice, you can't find anyone at all. Of course, they would not be so stupid as to spend double the amount of immortal crystals to seek revenge in the trial ground of the Qingtian Palace. So, it must be said that the trial ground is indeed their first choice for refuge. When a man in green standing next to him heard this, he sneered disdainfully. I think they don't want to hide, but they are forced to teleport out because they don't have enough immortal crystals. After all, the trial ground of the Qingtian Palace charges double the amount of immortal crystals for the disciples of the outer hall. Even if they have 300,000 immortal crystals, they can't squander them for a few days. Haha. What you said is right. But just because they are afraid of our boss's revenge, they would rather spend double the amount of immortal crystals to seek refuge in the Qingtian Palace. It's really rare to see such a coward. The man in brown laughed and shook his head, his tone full of contempt. But it's a pity that even if they spent 300,000 immortal crystals, it would be useless. After all, they can't hide in there forever. Look, they were bumped into today. Boss, last time they didn't take you seriously and beat us up. This time you have to help us teach them a lesson. The man in green had been holding his breath. Now he finally had a chance to take revenge. So he immediately pleaded with the woman in red, who was walking between them. Hearing this, the woman in red, who was called the boss, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, and glanced at Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong. When she saw Jun Haotsong's peerless face, her beautiful brown pupils inevitably flashed a touch of surprise. And then she raised her cherry-like small and beautiful red lips and slowly said, for the sake of your good looks, as long as you cripple one of that woman's arms, and then be with me and be my man, I can spare you. Jun Haotsong narrowed his ice blue eyes when he heard such arrogant words, and a word popped out coldly between his teeth. Get out. Chapter 1981. Challenge me if you dare. Junior brother. I am your senior sister after all. Why do you have to keep me at a distance? The woman in red was not angry. Her eyebrows slightly raised, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her charming manners were wrapped around her eyebrows. And I don't know how many men's eyes she has been attracted to. Although the facial features of this woman in red are not as delicate as Su Maoyang's, she is a natural beauty. Not only does she have a pair of fox eyes, but she also has a devilishly hot figure. She is wearing a fiery red dress, which makes her curvy figure look graceful. The slightly open collar reveals half of her breasts, and her snow-white skin is looming, which is so sexy that people can't take their eyes away. At first glance, she is a vixen who can seduce men. However, Jun Haotsong was indifferent and stared at her coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. I don't like nonsense. Die or go away. Choose it yourself. The woman in red thought that she was still very attractive in the eyes of men, but she didn't expect that the man in front of her was not moved at all, and even laughed with fun. What if you are so cold and makes me like you more? She raised her eyebrows and smiled seductively, showing her charming appearance, which made many male disciples around stare. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly and shot out a sharp cold light from his ice blue eyes. It seems that you have chosen to die. Su Maoyong felt the murderous aura emanating from him and was startled. He immediately grabbed him and reminded him seriously, "We are new here. Try not to cause trouble. If he really killed the disciples here, he would be punished. But the Immortal Palace sect is not like those forces in the Sinluo realm. If the higher-ups really want to deal with her and Jun Haotsong, it will definitely be easier than crushing an ant." After hearing Su Maoyong's instructions, Jun Haotsong restrained his breath a little, but his expression was still ugly, and he obviously hated the woman in red. When the red-dressed woman heard that Su Maoyong didn't want to cause trouble and planned to settle the matter peacefully, the smile on her lips deepened, and her tone was a little contemptuous. "Haha. You are really a coward. It's okay to hide in the trial place before, but now even your husband is molested by another woman, and you can still swallow your anger like this, which is really rare." As she said, she looked at Jun Haotsong and said with great disdain, "Is this the woman you like? Apart from her good looks, she is useless and a cowardly loser. Your vision is too bad. However, as long as you break up with her, I can put aside the past grudges and don't mind you getting married. I will let you become my man. What do you think?" The red-dressed woman saw Su Maoyong's appearance and was not very sure that she could trick this man into her hands. But seeing that this woman was as timid as a mouse and so useless, she became more confident and confident. In her opinion, this world where the strong are respected has never lacked beauties. But if one does not have strong strength, and is as weak and incompetent as her, no matter how beautiful a beauty is, she will only become a man's plaything. Therefore, this timid Su Maoyong is really not worthy of competing with her for a man, no matter what. Jun Haotsong had originally not intended to take action, but when he heard her humiliating Su Maoyong like this, he suddenly became furious, blurted out 3 words coldly, and suddenly raised his palm and slapped the woman in red. The woman in red was alert and dodged to the side swiftly, avoiding the vital parts in an instant. However, Jun Haotsong's movements were too fast and his strength was too strong, which affected a wide range of areas. Even if he avoided the vital parts, it was difficult to resist, forcing the woman in red to raise her palm to receive it. But this time, the woman in red was overwhelmed and was immediately blasted back, spitting out blood in embarrassment. Feeling the injury in her body, the woman in red covered her shoulder and stared at Jun Haotsong in shock. She obviously didn't expect that he had been promoted to the middle stage Emperor Spiritual Master so quickly, and his spiritual power was even stronger than her late stage Emperor Spiritual Master. This man is indeed a genius in cultivating spiritual power. It's just that such a powerful genius is actually with a timid and cowardly person. It's really a waste of talent. Thinking of this, the woman in red felt it was a pity and persuaded unwillingly. "Junior brother Jun, you are so talented and so strong. Why do you have to be with this useless coward? You have to know that this is a world where the weak are preyed on by the strong. No matter how beautiful she is, if she can't help you, she will only become a burden to you and a drag on you. Even if she is really useless and a powerless waste, I am willing to bear her for a lifetime and be dragged down by her for a lifetime. Is it your business?" Jun Haotsong's cold voice seemed to be without any emotion, but it contained deep feelings for Su Maoyong without regrets. Su Maoyong felt warm in his heart after hearing this, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Yes, at the beginning, when she was in the southern Sui kingdom, she was not only a waste that everyone despised, but also an ugly freak with a scar on her face. But he didn't care about anything, and took her in under his wing without hesitation, and has been with her until today. If he was really afraid of being dragged down, he wouldn't have provoked her in the first place. Why wait until now? Thinking of this, Su Maoyong couldn't help but respond. "This girl. You like my man? Which shows that you have good taste. And I don't pursue it. Don't bother you. It doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. I just believe in my man's vision, and look down on people like you. Don't think too much. After all, a stranger who doesn't even have the qualifications to make me jealous is really not worth my energy. You bitch. How dare you humiliate me?" The woman in red didn't expect that this overly beautiful silver-haired woman was also a sharp-tongued person, and she humiliated her in a few words. "You are the one who is being shameless. You know that the other person is married, but you still come up to him shamelessly. I have rarely seen such a shameless person. The reason why I didn't bother you is that I gave you some face because you are a woman. Don't be shameless. Su Maoyang snorted disdainfully, and then reached out to pull Jun Haotsong's hand. Let's go. Don't let some insignificant people delay the important things. As he said, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong passed by each other and walked towards the door. At this time, the woman in red was so angry at her contemptuous tone that she trembled all over and shouted with gritted teeth. Stop. You hide behind a man and seek shelter. What's your ability? If you have the guts, stand up and fight him alone. I want to see what qualifications you have to stand by his side so comfortably. Hearing this, the disciples around him were all sweating for Su Maoyang. Because although Ji Ruiqing is a disciple of the soul-chasing hall, he has reached the level of a late-stage emperor spiritual master. After entering the Immortal Palace Gate for half a year, he has risen from a newcomer to the position of the boss. Although there are not many people in the soul-chasing hall, except for some people who are elusive and rarely in the Immortal Palace Gate, there are only some inconspicuous small groups. But even so, it is not easy to get the position of the boss in these small groups. And Su Maoyang, a newcomer who has just entered the Immortal Palace Gate for 6 days, and whose strength is still at the late stage of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, is not a wise move to confront Ji Ruiqing too early. Chapter 1982 How did she suddenly become an Imperial Spiritual Master? Su Maoyang heard her challenge, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. He replied lightly, You are injured. I don't want to take advantage of you. She had to rush to Sunlua Realm to find Shinua, so she didn't have the time to challenge her. The red-clothed woman saw that she was really leaving. Her pretty face flushed with anger, and she shouted unconvinced. Humph! Excuses. You obviously don't dare to challenge me. Useless coward. Let me tell you, even if I am seriously injured, I am more than enough to deal with you. I don't need your pity. If you have the guts, fight me. Don't be a coward. Not interested. Su Maoyang walked forward without looking back, and had no intention of stopping, as if he really didn't take Ji Ruiqing seriously. Seeing this, Ji Ruiqing was furious. He waved his hand and summoned a fiery red whip. He swung it hard, and the long whip attacked Su Maoyang's back like a fire snake. Everyone didn't expect Ji Ruiqing to be so angry that he would attack her by surprise. They all opened their eyes wide and gasped. Su Maoyang was no match for Ji Ruiqing in a head-on confrontation. Now he was attacked by surprise. He would be beaten to death by Ji Ruiqing. Realizing this, everyone's heart was immediately in their throat. And Su Maoyang had such a keen perception that he felt the power coming from behind. He tilted his body, raised his hand suddenly, and grabbed the fire whip. The palm of his hand instantly burst into cold air, which instantly extinguished the flames and spiritual power on it. Then everyone saw that the long whip, which was just red and hot, actually condensed into ice in the blink of an eye, spreading from the place where Su Maoyang held it to the other end. Ji Ruiqing was also startled by the sudden coldness, and quickly let go and threw away the fire whip. But she was at least a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. From the fact that she was only slightly injured in the face of Jun Haotsong's attack just now, it can be seen that her strength is definitely not weak. So, the next second, she stepped forward, swung her arm, and slashed down heavily. Su Maoyang felt the sharp palm wind. Her eyes focused, and quickly burst out spiritual power, raising her palm to receive it. But she seemed to underestimate the strength of the woman in red. As soon as she hit her attack, she felt the pressure like a mountain pressing down on her head. She was shot back a few steps without being careful. It turns out that this woman in red can not only seduce men, but also has some real skills, in addition to having more spiritual power than ordinary late-stage Emperor spiritual masters. Her strength is also extremely strong, just like the strength of a strong and muscular man, which is really surprising. However, Su Maoyang was shocked, and the woman in red was also shocked by her. She sighed in disbelief. Aren't you a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master? How come you are at the level of an early-stage Emperor Spiritual Master? No way. This is impossible. You know, 6 days ago, when she tested her spiritual talent, she was still a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. But in such a short time, she has become an early-stage Emperor Spiritual Master. This is too incredible. But the bronze Holy Turtle Bell is specially used to test talent, and it has never made a mistake. Could it be that she really advanced 2 levels in these 5 days? Speaking of which, Su Maoyang actually only advanced 1 level. because she had already touched the threshold of the peak Supreme Master Spirit Master, but just lacked a little spiritual power. So after replenishing the spiritual power, it was only a matter of course for her to advance. As for the promotion from the peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master to the Emperor Spiritual Master, it was all thanks to the effect of the pure world green lotus seed that she broke through the bottleneck. If she had followed her original cultivation speed, it would definitely not have been so fast. But how could the red-clothed woman know this? People who practiced always only looked at the results, not the process. As long as the strength was strong, the means of cultivation were not important. Therefore, the spiritual power level shown by Su Maoyang shocked Ji Ruiqing and the disciples around him. Everyone stared at her in horror as if they had seen a ghost. They really didn't understand. When this silver-haired woman named Su Maoyang was first tested for her spiritual power talent, didn't she only maintain 5 breaths of bell sounds? But can she really only have 5 breaths of spiritual power talent if she can be promoted 2 levels in such a short time? Thinking of this, everyone was a little confused. Ji Ruiqing was also shocked for a long time before he recovered. At this time, seeing that she was unscathed in the face of his power, and was only shaken back a few steps, he was immediately shocked. In her opinion, even if this silver-haired woman has a perverted talent and can be promoted to the early stage of the Emperor Spiritual Master in a short period of time, she is at least a late-stage Emperor Spiritual Master, which is 2 levels higher than her. If she can't do anything to the other party even with such a gap, then what is the difference between her and a waste? Thinking of this, Ji Ruiqing rushed up again unconvinced. With a wave of his hands, 2 axes suddenly appeared. One chopped down vertically, and the fierce spiritual power shook instantly, and the posture seemed to split Su Maoyang in half. Su Maoyang just felt the power of this woman in person, and knew that the other party was not a fuel-saving lamp. So when he saw her waving 2 axes, he no longer dared to underestimate the enemy. He raised his hand, grasped the wind-breaking thunder knife he had just obtained, and swung his arm violently, slashing out. The knife light burst out, and a thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the air, hitting one of the axes fiercely, while the other axe avoided her attack and was thrown by the woman in red, slashing fiercely. Seeing this, Su Maoyang quickly dodged the axe. But at the same time, the woman in red refused to give up, and rushed up again, punching her heart. It must be said that the opponent's strength and skills are perfectly coordinated, and she is a rare warrior, and this punch has accumulated all her strength, giving people an unbearable and extremely powerful sense of oppression. But fortunately, Su Maoyang fought hundreds of rounds with the afterimages 2 levels higher than her in the trial land, and has honed her spiritual power and skills to be very proficient. After all, she can even resist the afterimages left by the immortals, let alone the young man in front of her. So even in the face of the fierce attack of the red-dressed woman, she did not show any weakness. She raised her palm and grabbed her fist, forcibly blocking the fierce tiger-like spiritual power. Then, she flicked down and immediately pulled the red-dressed woman over, and then twisted it hard in the opposite direction. With a click, the red-dressed woman's wrist was probably dislocated. She screamed in pain and had to use her other hand to attack, trying to break free from Su Maoyang's restraints. Seeing this, Su Maoyang turned his head and easily avoided it, and then rushed out with a punch, hitting the red-dressed woman's stomach heavily. Everyone saw that the red-dressed woman was actually blown away by Su Maoyang's punch, and fell to the ground with blood spitting out. Chapter 1983. Join us. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and stared at Ji Ruiqing, who was seriously injured and in a particularly embarrassed state, with their mouths twitching and unable to speak. Especially the disciples who followed Ji Ruiqing, who stood there like wooden fools. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They really couldn't imagine that their boss, a late-stage Emperor Spiritual Master, was actually beaten away by a disciple who had just entered the Immortal Palace for 6 days. Is this true? Is he dreaming? But isn't Su Maoyang's spiritual power not good enough? With only 5 breaths of spiritual power? But with such spiritual power and combat power, let alone 5 breaths, even 50 breaths would be more than enough. Could it be that there was really something wrong with the Bronze Saint Turtle Bell? At this moment, they had never doubted the quality of the Bronze Saint Turtle Bell like they do now. After all, Jun Haosong broke it first, and Su Maoyang suddenly became an early-stage Emperor Spiritual Master later. Even if they didn't want to doubt it, they had to doubt it. It was really too unbelievable. The others were frightened by the strength Su Maoyang showed. Su Maoyang glanced at Ji Ruiqing, who fell flat on her face, and said sarcastically, "Sister, as a late-stage Emperor Spirit Master, you can't even beat an early-stage Emperor Spirit Master. It seems that you have neglected your cultivation. I advise you not to think about men all day long and think more about how to improve your strength. After all, a woman like you who is not as pretty as me, and whose strength is not as good as mine, not only does my man look down on you, but even I look down on you." As soon as these words came out, the people around were all shocked and their mouths twitched. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They just thought that this woman was too low-key and too modest. She actually defeated Ji Ruiqing by pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But after hearing this, they decided to take back their previous thoughts. The reason why this woman didn't bother with Ji Ruiqing was indeed because she was too proud to take the latter seriously. Compared with the surprise of others, Jun Haosong was amused by Su Maoyang's narcissism, and couldn't help but bloom a smile that turned everyone upside down, which dazzled everyone's eyes. It must be admitted that this man is indeed too good-looking. No wonder he is so attractive and makes women fight for him. But at this time, Ji Ruiqing was trembling with anger because of Su Maoyang's humiliation without giving her face. She had no time to appreciate Jun Haosong's handsomeness. She bit her silver teeth and refused to admit it. "Refute? Don't be arrogant. I just suffered from your trick because I was seriously injured and negligent. If I were in a normal state, I would definitely beat you to the ground." Hearing this, the shock in the hearts of the surrounding disciples was slightly relieved. Indeed, Ji Ruiqing was already injured, and she underestimated the enemy. So it was understandable that she was accidentally injured by Su Maoyang. However, even so, the strength shown by Su Maoyang was still very amazing. "Didn't you say that even if you were seriously injured, you would be more than enough to deal with me? But why don't I look more than enough?" But rather reluctant, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and deliberately asked back. Ji Ruiqing was speechless by her question, and her whole pretty face turned red, as if blood could drip out. Su Maoyang had no intention of humiliating the other party. Seeing that she had suffered a big blow, he was too lazy to embarrass her. He immediately pulled Jun Haosong and reminded him, "Let's go. We can't delay any longer." Ji Ruiqing saw that the two were about to leave, and she was anxious. She quickly stood up from the ground, endured the injury, and called them. "Wait!" Su Maoyang didn't expect her to make trouble again, and immediately frowned and glared at her unhappily. "Come again? Aren't you ashamed enough?" Ji Ruiqing was already full of anger, and her expression became even uglier after hearing this. But even so, she still forced herself to put aside her pride and invited, "You are quite capable. How about joining our small group?" Su Maoyang didn't expect her to say this, and thought it was a bit ridiculous. "No, my husband and I are used to being alone, and it's really not suitable for us to form a clique. Don't be ungrateful. You are new here, and you are disciples of the soul-chasing hall. You don't have many fairy crystals on you, let alone practicing in the fairy palace. It's even difficult to gain a foothold. As long as you join us, I can at least protect you from worries." Ji Ruiqing was rejected by her, and said angrily. Su Maoyang laughed out loud after hearing this. With your strength, you still have the nerve to say that you can protect us without worries. Are you serious? As for the immortal crystal stones, we can earn them by taking the tasks of the Immortal Palace Gate, so you don't have to worry about it. Naive. Do you think the tasks of the Immortal Palace Gate are so easy to do, and the immortal crystal stones are so easy to earn? If it were so simple, there would be no disciples who have not been able to advance to the intermediate level. Of course, even if you earn the immortal crystal stones, how many days can you maintain your cultivation in a place like the Immortal Palace Gate? Have you thought about this question? Ji Ruiqing was too lazy to care about her sarcasm, and reminded her seriously. From your tone, is there a way to earn a lot of immortal crystal stones? Su Maoyang frowned slightly and asked back. Nonsense. I have been in the Immortal Palace Gate for a while. If there is no way, can I become their boss? Ji Ruiqing seemed very confident, and snorted with confidence. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, intending to listen attentively. Then tell me, what method do you have? If the method is good, I can consider it. You just arrived at the Immortal Palace Gate. You don't know that the tasks issued by the Immortal Palace Gate are not only difficult, but also time-consuming and laborious. And the money is slow. It's better to go out with us to do a job. Do a job? Su Maoyang was a little puzzled. Seeing that she didn't understand the market, Ji Ruiqing explained, "You have to know that without immortal crystals, it is almost impossible to move forward in the immortal palace gate, and our disciples of the soul-chasing hall are no different from the disciples of other halls. Most of them are a group of poor people with no background and no identity. So, if we want any resources, we must rely on our own hands to fight for it. Furthermore, in addition to the need for immortal crystals for basic life, ordinary cultivation will also consume a lot of immortal crystals. It is obviously not enough to rely on doing tasks alone. So the immortal crystals that support our cultivation and life are basically, I brought the disciples of the soul-chasing hall to rob and steal from the Sunlua realm. Although this method is a bit risky, it is the fastest and easiest way to obtain the immortal crystal stone. And I heard that you are from the 9 Nether realm, so you should not have any background and have to make money on your own. In this case, why don't you join us and go out to rob together? I believe that with your joining, our team's combat effectiveness will definitely be improved, and we will be more handy when robbing." Su Maoyang didn't expect that her so-called method was actually robbery and theft. No wonder they have no background, but can gain a foothold in the immortal palace gate. It turns out that they make a living through such a shameful and extremely dangerous method. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang shook his head. "Sorry, we can't join you. Goodbye," said. Su Maoyang was about to turn around and leave. Ji Ruiqing didn't want to miss such a good helper, so anxious that she called her again. "Don't rush to refuse. Can't I apologize to you?" Chapter 1984 Take the mission. However, for Su Maoyang, even if she didn't do the mission, she could still make money by refining pills. There was really no need to use such a sneaky and dangerous way to obtain fairy crystals. Therefore, Su Maoyang refused without thinking. "Sorry, I don't do sneaky things. You should find someone else to partner with." After saying that, she and Jun Haotsong walked out of the armory quickly. Seeing that the two of them left so decisively without even giving them room for negotiation, Ji Ruiqing looked dark and gloomy, and was very embarrassed. The young man in brown clothes from the soul-chasing hall saw that Ji Ruiqing was humiliated, and he also felt sorry for her. He quickly stepped forward and said unconvincingly, "Boss, those two newcomers are too arrogant and abominable. They don't take us brothers and sisters seriously at all. If we let them go this time, won't it be too easy for them?" Ji Ruiqing glared at him angrily, raised his hand, and slapped him hard on the head. "Are you stupid? These two new disciples are obviously not easy to mess with. They have suffered a loss just now, and they want to suffer again? What does the boss mean?" The young man in brown clothes was a little confused by the beating, rubbing his head, and asked tentatively, "What else can it mean? Of course, we have to have a good relationship with them. Such geniuses. If you don't make friends with them, do you want to be enemies?" Although Ji Ruiqing is face conscious, he is not stupid. Even if he can't win over such a ruthless character, he must not offend him. However, the young man in brown was a grown man after all. He was beaten and humiliated, but he still had to shamelessly try to get along with them. He really couldn't bring himself to do this. He immediately muttered in embarrassment, "But we are senior brothers and sisters after all. They don't give us face like this. Do we want us to stick to their cold butts? What senior brothers and sisters? After practicing for so long, don't you understand that only when you have strength can others call you senior brothers and sisters? If you don't have strength, let alone senior brothers and sisters, you are not even a cat or a dog." Ji Ruiqing saw through people and things very thoroughly, and couldn't help but snorted sarcastically. In fact, Ji Ruiqing is a very smart and resourceful person. Otherwise, with her status of having no money, no power, and no backing, it would be impossible for her to successfully join the Fairy Palace Gate and get to where she is today. Of course, if she didn't have some skills, this group of equally arrogant disciples would not be willing to follow her. I believe that anyone who knows her knows that she is not just a pretty face and a hot body. So, after hearing her scolding, the brown-clothed man and several other disciples of the soul-chasing hall shut up obediently and dared not speak, because they had to admit that Ji Ruiqing had some truth in what he said. This is a world where strength is respected. They are not as skilled as others, and they are not qualified to be cats and dogs, let alone senior brothers and sisters. Okay, next time you meet them, be nicer and don't get into conflict. Although they are unwilling to join us now, it doesn't mean they won't join us in the future. As long as we have a good relationship, there are plenty of opportunities for cooperation. And there is a long time. Ji Ruiqing reminded seriously. Ji Ruiqing, is not the kind of person who gives up easily after being rejected. At this time, Su Maoyang had already put aside the unpleasantness just now, and came to the Crane Square with Jun Haotsong. The Crane Square has always been lively, because there are many tasks issued by the Immortal Palace Gate posted here. As long as the disciples who want to advance and want to earn fairy crystals will come here to accept or hand in tasks. Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong were no exception. They hurried to the task registration office to check what tasks were available. I don't know if it was because enemies met on a narrow road or something else. They had just accepted the task of upgrading from a junior disciple to an intermediate disciple at the registration office when they heard a familiar sarcastic voice behind them. Haha. You are really lucky. You actually came out of the trial land. What's the matter? Do you have insufficient fairy crystals and want to take tasks to make money? The person who spoke was Xu Yunya, who didn't get along well with Su Maoyang. To be honest, she was a little surprised to see Su Maoyang and his wife standing here safely. Because, for a disciple like Su Maoyang, who was a supreme Junlingsher, entering the trial land was undoubtedly a way to death. But she came out alive, which was really unexpected. Su Maoyang didn't like her very much. When he saw her, his face suddenly became a little colder. Miss Xu, you seem to like to meddle in other people's business. Haha. I don't want to meddle in your business. However, as a fellow disciple, I still want to remind you that the task of advancing to the intermediate level is not so easy to do. Take the task of finding the wind and thunder spirit fruit for example. If there is no master of the level of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master to lead the way, you can't even see the wind and thunder spirit fruit, let alone get it. Xu Yunya raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth and said sarcastically, as the daughter of the Lord of Huiyun City, Xu Yunya naturally has many masters working hard behind her. So such a task is much easier for her. So, this is the benefit of power and influence. Although it is not fair, it is reality. Although Su Maoyang was mentally prepared, he was still a little surprised when he heard that the acquired Emperor Spirit Master had to lead the way. He murmured in his heart, "A acquired Emperor Spirit Master is actually required." No wonder the red-dressed woman, who was quite powerful and strong, would become a thief. It seems that it is not easy to complete the task. Seeing Su Maoyang frowning, as if he was stumped by the difficulty of the task, Xu Yunya raised the corners of his lips and smiled with a smug smile, as if he had given a great gift from heaven, and suggested, "Yes, only those who are above the level of acquired Imperial Spiritual Master can weaken the power of the erosion storm and successfully enter the soul-breaking cliff. Otherwise you will never get the wind and thunder spiritual fruit in your life. However, you are lucky. I will also do this task the day after tomorrow, for the sake of our fellow disciples. As long as you are willing to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me, I can let my elders take you to the soul-breaking cliff together." Hearing that she was asked to kneel down and apologize, Su Maoyang sneered and stared at her speechlessly. "Whether we can complete the task? Please don't worry about it. Miss Xu, it's better to worry about yourself. Don't let the elders help you. But you still can't complete the task. That would be a joke." After that, Su Maoyang shouted to Jun Haotsong, Let's go to Huiyun City." Xu Yunya saw that she dared to mock her, and she was so angry that she spat at her back. "Humph! You are so stupid. No matter who helps, no matter what the process is, no matter what means are used, the Immortal Palace Gate only looks at the result. And you who can't even enter the Cliff of Broken Souls will be laughed at." Chapter 1985 found a mercenary group. Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to her. He quickly found the teleportation array leading to the outside world, paid 5,000 fairy crystals, and left the Fairy Palace Gate with Jun Haotsong and teleported to a place called Huiyun City. As far as Su Maoyang knew, the Tianxing dynasty was divided into 4 major states, namely Jinjiang State, Jiaonan State, Yunnan State, and Ningxian State. And these 4 states have vast territories and countless cities, and Huiyun City is just one of them. When Su Maoyang used the sound transmission note to contact Xinhua, he learned that she was in Huiyun City. So he chose to settle here first, wanting to find out about Xinhua's news first, and then go to the soul-breaking cliff to do the task after learning her specific situation. Fortunately, the soul-breaking cliff is not too far from Huiyun City, so Su Maoyang doesn't have to toss too much. However, she encountered a big problem as soon as she arrived in this city. Because this city is too vast and there are many forces. They wandered around for a whole day and didn't even visit 1/10 of it. Su Maoyang knew that it was not a good idea to search blindly like this. So, the next day, she found the mercenary group and paid them to help find someone. However, the price was a bit unbearable. Just to find a person, it would cost 6,000 fairy crystals. And they only had 15,000 in total. If they added the 6,000 they spent on searching for someone, they would only have 9,000 fairy crystals left. Unfortunately, it would take at least 10 days for the mercenary group to find someone. If they wanted to stay here for a night and eat with this little money, they would not be able to last for 10 days and would have to pack up and leave. So, Su Maoyang did not plan to use fairy crystals, but took out a bottle of Saint Kingrade elixir, handed it to the person in charge of the mercenary guild, and asked, "Senior, I have some Saint Kingrade elixir here. Do you think it can replace the fairy crystals?" Hearing that it was a Saint Kingrade elixir, the person in charge's pupils flashed a trace of surprise. And he quickly took the medicine bottle, checked it, and finally looked at Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong with a shocked expression. "Excuse me, are you a disciple of the Alchemy Guild?" Su Maoyang shook his head slightly. "No. Then I wonder which family you are from, and why I have never seen you before." The person in charge seemed very interested in her identity and kept asking, because he had been the shopkeeper here for most of his life. He could almost recite the power of Huiyin City by heart. But he never knew that Huiyin City had such a rich lady who was so generous. And she actually spent so many Saint Kingrade elixirs at once. Such a big deal seems to be something that only the Alchemy Guild can do. In addition, after Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong came out of the Immortal Palace Gate, in order not to attract attention, they took the disguise pill and became extremely ordinary. They did not look like the descendants of any big power. So it was reasonable for the shopkeeper to feel confused. Seeing his curiosity, Su Maoyang just casually said, "We are not from a family, but from another place. We have run out of money and want to use pills to replace the mercenary fees, and then exchange them for some fairy crystals. I wonder if you can help us." Hearing this, the person in charge's flattering smile froze slightly, and his face suddenly darkened. He is a foreigner who doesn't have fairy crystals. If nothing unexpected happens, he is probably a powerless casual cultivator. It seems that their bottle of pills is not very clean. Thinking of this, the person in charge returned the bottle and refused. "Sorry, we don't accept pills of unknown origin. Miss, please pay with fairy crystals. There are thieves everywhere here. Who knows if these two stole the pills from the Alchemy Guild or a big power, and ran to the mercenary group to sell them." In his opinion, making money is important. But if you offend those big shots, you might even lose your life. So, for the sake of safety, it is better to take less of these pills of unknown origin. Su Maoyang was a little surprised by his rejection. This is a Saint King level pill. Even if it is taken to this Alua realm, it is a very precious treasure. I didn't expect to be rejected. It's incredible. It seems that without background and power to guarantee, it is indeed quite difficult to gain a foothold in this Alua realm. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang shook his head helplessly, and had to take out 6,000 fairy crystals and handed them to him. And then asked curiously, "Senior, I wonder if there are any mercenary groups here who accept the mission of the soul-breaking cliff. Now, since they can't find Shinua for a while, it's more practical for them to do the mission to earn money first." And Su Maoyang heard Shu Yunya say that the place of the soul-breaking cliff needs the postnatal emperor spirit master to open the way before going there, which seems to be very dangerous. Therefore, she still plans to organize more people to go there for safety. When the person in charge heard about the soul-breaking cliff, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. That place is very dangerous, and there are not many mercenary groups willing to go there. But because of the difficulty, the mercenary fee is much higher than the general mission. However, it happens that the Aolong group plans to go to find the wind and thunder spirit fruit today. You can try your luck. The person in charge pointed to the Aolong group standing in the distance, assigning tasks. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Thank you, Senior." After saying that, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong walked towards the Aolong group. "Brothers, are you the Aolong group that is going to the Cliff of Broken Souls to do the mission?" Su Maoyang saluted with a very polite attitude as he walked over. There were about 10 people in the Aolong group. When they heard someone calling them, they all turned around and looked over. A tall man in a black robe with an extraordinary temperament looked at Su Maoyong and nodded slightly. That's right. What do you want? Su Maoyong didn't like to be around the bush, so he stated his purpose directly. We are a little tight on money, but I heard that the price of the mission at the Cliff of Broken Souls is very high. So we want to go to the Cliff of Broken Souls to do the mission and earn some mercenary fees. I just don't know if you need help. Can you take us with you? Just you? A woman in white in the Aolong group heard Su Maoyong's purpose and sneered disdainfully when she saw her thin and fragile appearance. The tall man in black robes was not optimistic about her either, and reminded her seriously, Soul-breaking cliff is not an ordinary mission. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. It is not a joke. Well, we know this. Su Maoyong nodded seriously. Hee. What's the use of knowing this? The reason why our Aolang group dared to go to such a dangerous place is because we are all at the level of early Emperor spiritual masters. And we have rich combat experience and tacit understanding. If you two scattered people join in, won't it be a drag on us? The woman in white refused dissatisfiedly. Don't worry about this. We are also at the level of Emperor spiritual masters. We have fought together many times, and will not cause any trouble to you. As he said this, Su Maoyong raised his hand slightly, lingering with spiritual power, and showed them his spiritual power level. Seeing that he was indeed an early Emperor spiritual master, the man in black robes nodded slightly. Okay, this mission is dangerous, and it's not a bad thing to have more Emperor spiritual masters to help. But you two have to follow the arrangements. You can't do anything reckless, and you can't leave the team without permission. Understand? Chapter 1986, She is so popular. Brother Chiuyun, you know that the mission of the Cliff of Broken Souls is extremely dangerous. How can you let someone you don't know join us casually? If something goes wrong, won't it push everyone into the fire pit? The woman in white was very dissatisfied with the decision of the man in black and asked angrily. The man in black robe called Chiuyun frowned and sighed solemnly. We are few in number. With 2 more Emperor Spirit Masters to help, we can at least hold on for a while. Let's make do with it for the time being. Boss, even if we are short of helpers, we have to find 2 trustworthy ones. We don't even know their details and combat effectiveness. It's too risky. Another purple-clothed young man also felt that the decision of the man in black was too hasty. He looked at Su Maoyong and Jun Haosong critically. The man in black shook his head helplessly. That has to be found. Look! How many people are willing to go to the Cliff of Broken Souls to do the mission? Now there are 2 of them. It's good. Don't be picky. Seeing that Gu Chiuyun had made up his mind. Even if the other members of the Proud Wolf group were dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything. After all, they were weak, and it was really difficult for them to complete the mission alone. They could only give these 2 people a chance for the time being. After saying that, Gu Chiuyun looked at Su Maoyong and introduced himself. My name is Gu Chiuyun, the leader of the Proud Wolf group. I haven't asked for your name yet? Su Maoyong has always been incompetent at naming, so he can only use the names he made up in the Fengqi Empire to perfunctorily. My name is Peng Yuyan, and his name is Peng Huan. Are you 2 siblings? Hearing that they both had the surname Peng, Gu Chiuyun immediately guessed. Su Maoyong was stunned by the question, and then nodded awkwardly. Yes. 2 brothers and sisters. They took the task in front of so many disciples of the Immortal Palace. If they were unlucky and met disciples of the Immortal Palace at the Cliff of Broken Souls, I believe that even if they changed their appearance, it would be easy for people to see through their identities. Therefore, it is safer to be brothers and sisters. When they get the Wind and Thunder Spirit Fruit, they can change their identities without anyone noticing, which can avoid a lot of trouble. When Jun Haosong heard this, he frowned suddenly and cast a sharp look at her. This guy actually dared to sever his relationship with him. Are you tired of living? Su Maoyong was a little panicked under his murderous gaze, and hurriedly changed the subject, urging, Okay, don't waste time. Let's set off quickly. Well, let's go. Gu Chiuyun is also a straightforward person, leaving as soon as he said he would, without any delay. The woman in white glared at Su Maoyong unhappily, and when she passed by her, she couldn't help but warn her. Be careful. Don't cause any trouble and implicate everyone. And don't expect us to save you. After all, we are not as easy to talk to as Brother Chiuyun. After that, she also walked out of the mercenary union quickly. Su Maoyang sighed helplessly when she heard it, although she could see that no one welcomed them. In order to complete the task, she had to swallow her anger and pull Jun Haotsong and follow silently. After all, this place is not like the Nine Nether Realm. They just came here and are nothing. It is better to be patient and low-key. But she felt sorry for Jun Haotsong, because, with his domineering and strong personality, if it weren't for her face, he would have turned against this group of people long ago, and he wouldn't have endured until now. It's really hard for him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang quietly held his hand, conveying her heartache. Jun Haotsong naturally knew her feelings, and his dark and smelly expression instantly eased a lot. The soul-breaking cliff is located south of Huiyin City. When Su Maoyang followed the proud wolf group to the edge of the soul-breaking cliff, he saw waves of violent lightning power sweeping up from the bottom of the cliff, forming a terrifying hurricane that enveloped the entire valley. If someone fell in, they would be swallowed up without leaving any residue. But as far as Su Maoyang knew, the wind and thunder spirit fruit happened to be in the cave at the bottom of the soul-breaking cliff. Therefore, if you want to get the wind and thunder spirit fruit, the prerequisite is to withstand the power of the eclipse thunderstorm, successfully land at the bottom of the cliff, and enter the cave. But now, even if she stands so far away, she can feel the terrible power coming from the bottom of the cliff. Not to mention that she has to jump over, pass through the eclipse thunderstorm, and reach the bottom of the cliff. This is indeed an impossible task for them, who have just reached the level of Emperor Spirit Master. It seems that even if Yaolong Group, which is a group of strong and experienced people, join forces, they are not very sure. However, just when everyone was struggling with how to start, someone suddenly saw Xu Yunya walking in the distance and shouted in surprise, "Look! Isn't that the city lord's daughter Xu Yunya?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked in the direction of the person who was speaking. Sure enough, a beautiful figure was seen walking in the distance, and a beautiful face with skin as white as snow and Yan Ruohua gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, the purple-clothed man's eyes lit up, and his pupils couldn't help but flash across a touch of surprise. He exclaimed excitedly, "My God! Am I seeing right? It's really the city lord's daughter. We are so lucky to meet her here. You should know that Xu Yunya is the most beautiful woman in Huiyin City. In addition to her noble status and outstanding appearance, her talent and strength are also among the best in Huiyin City. She is the object of pursuit of countless young people and is very popular. Therefore, not only the purple-clothed man, but also other members are full of surprise. And even the steady leader is also full of joy. It's really her. I heard that she has been practicing outside and rarely appears in Huiyin City. It's quite difficult to see her. I didn't expect that we would meet her." The other men were even more excited, and there was obviously a strong admiration between the lines. Seeing their reactions, Su Maoyang was a little surprised. It turns out that Xu Yunya is so popular in Huiyin City. Perhaps there are too many geniuses in the Immortal Palace, or perhaps her talent is not as good as hers and Jun Haotsong. So Su Maoyang has never taken her charm seriously. Now seeing the reaction of this group of people, she realized for the first time that Xu Yunya is also a person of great influence. At this time, seeing Xu Yunya's figure, even the woman in white, who is also a woman, nodded excitedly. "Did you see the old man behind her? I think he should be a guest official working for the city lord's mansion. This time, she brought so many strong people to the Cliff of Broken Souls. Isn't she also planning to go to the bottom of the cliff?" "Yes, 80% of it is." The purple-clothed man nodded. Hearing this, the woman in white quickly suggested to Gu Qiuyun, "Brother Qiuyun, let's go over and say hello to the daughter of the city lord. As long as she leads the way, our mission this time will definitely not be a problem. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be missed." Gu Qiuyun glanced at the large group of strong people following Xu Yunya, and was also a little moved. Chapter 1987 Differential Treatment. The members of their Aolong group are all early-stage Emperor spiritual masters. It is indeed difficult for them to withstand the power of the erosion storm. But if they can take advantage of the relationship with the city lord's daughter and let her personally lead them to the cave, then things will be much simpler. Thinking of this, Gu Qiuyun nodded in agreement. However, before he could speak, the man in purple had already walked up quickly, bowed to Xu Yunya, and performed a great ceremony, with a charming smile on his face, and said flatteringly, Miss Shu. Hello. I am Deng Yihua, the deputy leader of the Aolong group. It is a great honor to meet Miss Shu here. I wonder if Miss Shu is also going to the bottom of the soul-breaking cliff. Xu Yunya raised her eyes and glanced at him coldly, as if she didn't take it seriously. In his heart, he casually replied, "So what?" Hearing that she was really going to the bottom of the cliff, Deng Yihua was overjoyed and smiled even more flatteringly. What a coincidence. Our mercenary group is also planning to go down to do the mission. I wonder if Miss Shu can give us a chance to show off. Xu Yunya heard this and glanced at the Aolang group behind him, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I think you want me to take you through the eclipse storm. Xu Yunya was not a fool, and saw through their thoughts at a glance. Deng Yihua saw that she had said it all, and he didn't hide it, and smiled and nodded. Yes. Who let Miss Shu have amazing talent, strong strength, and so many masters to escort her? We are very envious. So naturally we want to take advantage of Miss Shu's light. Oily words. After hearing this flattery, Xu Yunya couldn't help but curse. But her expression was a little happy. It can be seen that the flattery of the purple-clothed man was quite useful to Xu Yunya. The white-clothed woman saw that there was a chance, so she hurried forward to flatter him. Miss Shu, I heard that the guest officials of your city lord's mansion are very powerful. Even the worst ones are at the level of postnatal imperial spiritual masters. It seems that passing the eclipse thunderstorm is just a matter of moving a finger. But for us, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. So, I wonder if Miss Shu can lead us, so that we can take care of each other when we enter the cave. Gu Qiuyun saw that they had said so much, and as the leader, he naturally had to express his position. He immediately clasped his fists and sincerely asked, if Miss Shu is willing to lend a helping hand, our Aolong group will be grateful. The other members of the Aolong group also nodded repeatedly, staring at Xu Yunya with expectation. Xu Yunya received everyone's eager gazes, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She nodded slightly and said, Okay, it's not difficult to pass the eclipse storm anyway, so I'll take you with me. As far as she knew, the cave at the bottom of the cliff was the site of a powerful figure, and there were age and level restrictions on the inheritors. So the acquired Emperor Spirit Masters she brought today could only help clear the way and could not enter the cave with her. In this case, it would not be a bad idea to let the Proud Wolf group follow her. At a critical moment, they might be able to help her block danger. When the Proud Wolf group heard her promise, they were all ecstatic. They came forward one after another, flattering and flattering. Xu Yunya might have been happy with their flattery, and directly instructed the guests behind her. You start. Several elders nodded slightly after hearing this, and they all burst out their spiritual power and bombarded the eclipse storm. This lasted for about an instant's stick of time, and the eclipse storm gradually began to wilt. Seeing that the time was almost up, one of the elders immediately turned around and told Xu Yunya, Miss, the power of the eclipse storm has weakened, and you can pass it with confidence. However, this soul-breaking cliff is a bit strange. I don't know how many geniuses have entered it over the years, but none of them have obtained the inheritance, and most people have even lost their lives. So we suspect that there is no inheritance inside. If you can't find it, come out quickly and don't show off. Xu Yunya is the darling of the city lord. She clamored to come to find the wind and thunder spirit fruit. As guests of the city lord's mansion, they naturally dared not neglect her. But for her safety, they still had to remind her again and again. Otherwise, if Xu Yunya really had any problems, they would not be able to escape responsibility. Xu Yunya heard this and nodded confidently. Well, don't worry. I know what to do. She was still very confident in her own strength. Besides, as the daughter of the city lord, she had many magic weapons on her body, so she would not lose her life. What's more, the wind and thunder spirit fruit only matures once every 20 years. If she missed it, she would have to wait another 20 years. She didn't have so much time to wait slowly, so she could only succeed and not fail. Seeing that she was ready, several old men nodded, tried their best to launch the last wave of attacks, and minimize the damage of the eclipse thunderstorm. Seeing this, Xu Yunya ordered the Proud Wolf group behind her. Now is the time. Everyone jump quickly. As he said that, Xu Yunya took the lead and jumped off the cliff, drowning in the thunderstorm. The members of the Proud Wolf group jumped down for fear of missing the opportunity. Deng Yihua saw Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong still standing there, and couldn't help but yelled, Why are you two still standing there? Hurry up and jump. If you hold everyone back, I will make you look good. Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong looked at each other meaningfully and followed. Since there is a free ride, it would be a waste not to take it. Because several postnatal emperor spiritual masters helped to clear the way. Everyone jumped into the thunderstorm and only endured a small part of the force. And then landed smoothly at the bottom of the cliff and came to the entrance of the cave. Xu Yunya thought of the dangers that followed. And couldn't help but remind, "You'd better be smart and don't ruin my business. Miss Xu, don't worry. We will definitely be obedient and won't cause you any trouble." The woman in white smiled and flattered. Deng Yi seemed to admire Xu Yunya. And said even more flatteringly, "Miss Xu asked us to go east. We dare not go west. Everything is up to Miss Xu's orders. Deng Yi is willing to serve you. Although the price of this mission is not cheap. It is not as valuable as the relationship with the city lord's daughter. As long as he wins the heart of the city lord's daughter, he won't have to live on the edge of a knife." Su Maoyang saw that everyone was fawning on Xu Yunya and was very affectionate. And he couldn't help but hold his forehead. It was indeed a differential treatment. It was different with status and background. Xu Yunya was a very face-saving person. Seeing that they were so sensible, the corners of her mouth slightly raised a satisfied smile. "Let's go. Don't delay the business." After she finished speaking, she walked into the cave with her head held high. Seeing this, the others hurried to follow, fearing that they would be unhappy if they were half a step slower. Chapter 1988. I always feel something is wrong. In order not to reveal their identities, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong followed the team silently, and did not intend to take action unless it was absolutely necessary. In this way, a group of them passed through the corridor and walked a long way before going deep into the cave. Perhaps because of the practice of the 9-character mantra and the sharper senses, Su Maoyang found that although the journey was calm, he always felt that there was some kind of inexplicable danger lurking in the dark. And even the air around him was full of strange oppression. It was as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at them in the dark, which made people shudder. Therefore, Su Maoyang stopped cautiously, frowned, looked around solemnly, and sighed in a deep voice. "It feels a bit wrong." Originally, everyone was walking quietly, and suddenly heard her words, and turned their heads to look over. Gu Qiuyun was a cautious person. When he heard that there was a problem, he subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know too much. I just feel like I'm being watched by something." Su Maoyang shook his head in confusion. Xu Yunya, who was walking in the front, heard the words and looked around. He didn't find anything. He couldn't help but sneered and said sarcastically, "There is nothing here except us. Tell me, who is watching you? We are only halfway there, and we haven't reached our destination yet. But you are already suspicious and suspicious. It seems that the Aolong group is just like this." The woman in white didn't think much of Su Maoyang. When she heard her making up stories, she was even more unhappy. She glared at Su Maoyang fiercely and explained hurriedly, "Miss Xu, she is not a member of our Aolong group. It's just that we don't have enough manpower. So we let these 2 casual cultivators join us temporarily. I think they may not have much experience, and were frightened for a moment. Don't take it to heart. Deng Yi has been trying to perform well all the way." But Su Maoyang's words ruined the impression of the Aolong group in Xu Yunya's mind. He suddenly rushed up with anger and scolded, "What's wrong? I think you are wrong. Everyone is walking well. But you are so troublesome." The woman in white saw her looking around nervously, thinking that she was scared, and couldn't help but sneer. "You are afraid before you encounter danger. If you really encounter danger later, you will be scared to death. Brother Qiuyun, I told you long ago that it's unreliable to let them follow. But you still don't believe it. They are so timid and afraid of things. It's better to let them go as soon as possible, so as not to be an eyesore here." Gu Qiuyun was a little embarrassed by what the woman in white said. After all, he had agreed to join these 2 people. This kind of fuss was somewhat embarrassing for him. So he warned them unhappily, "Okay, you 2 should stop being so surprised. If you want to earn the mercenary fees, just be good and don't cause trouble for everyone." Gu Qiuyun was an upright person, although he was not very satisfied with their performance. Since he promised to bring them here, he would never do such a bad thing as abandoning them halfway. Jun Haotsong was aroused by their humiliation of Su Maoyang. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "She is just reminding you not to be ungrateful. Hee. We don't need her to remind us. Let her be careful, and don't let us get involved." The woman in white snorted contemptuously. Jun Haotsong was so angry that his face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Su Maoyang. Okay. Stop talking. The mission is important. Su Maoyang shook his head seriously, signaling him not to be impulsive. They came to find the wind and thunder spirit fruit and make money. As long as they achieve their goal, being insulted by others would not lose a piece of meat. When Xu Yunya heard that they were two casual cultivators, she was even more disdainful in her heart. She retracted her gaze and continued to move forward. Seeing her leave, the people of the Proud Wolf group naturally did not dare to neglect her. They followed her one after another, as if they regarded her as the backbone of their team. However, they did not go far before they were blocked by the river across the two banks in front of them. There is a stone gate on the opposite side. I think the wind and thunder spirit fruit is behind the stone gate. Everyone, follow me across the river. Xu Yunya glanced at the other side and called out to everyone. However, just as everyone was preparing to cross the river, the water's surface suddenly became turbulent, and then a huge monster floated out of the water, sticking out half of its body. Seeing this scene, the white-clothed woman named Xia Yufei was so scared that she covered her mouth. My god! It's actually a 7th level Holy King Beast. You should know that the 7th level Holy King Beast has a spiritual power level equivalent to a mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. But its combat power is comparable to that of a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. With such strength, a group of early-stage Imperial Spiritual Masters are no match for it. Therefore, not only Xia Yufei was scared, but the other people in the Proud Wolf group were also scared. Get out of the way. Let me do it. But Xu Yunya didn't take it seriously, and roared directly, and then flew over the giant crocodile. As a 7th level Holy King Beast, the giant crocodile is not a fuel-saving lamp. Seeing that Xu Yunya took the initiative to come to die, it jumped out of the water in an instant, suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and wanted to swallow Xu Yunya into its stomach. Seeing this, Xu Yunya quickly drew her sword and stabbed down with her arm, trying to pierce the giant crocodile's throat. However, although the giant crocodile was huge, it was very agile and flexible. It tilted its head and quickly moved to a position, just avoiding Xu Yunya's attack. At the same time, it swung its powerful tail and attacked Xu Yunya fiercely. Xu Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly, snorted coldly, and suddenly burst out with strong spiritual power, injected into the sword, raised his arm suddenly, and swung the sword down. Only a dazzling sword light was seen passing by, accompanied by powerful spiritual power, vibrating in the air, causing a great sense of oppression to the people on the shore. At this time, there was a loud snap, and the giant crocodile's thick and huge tail was cut off in the blink of an eye, falling into the water, stirring up a huge wave. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and their hearts skipped a beat. However, before they could react, Xu Yunya suddenly turned around and swung her arm. Sweeping out, the sharp sword in her hand drew a stunning arc in the air, and the sword light was sharp, directly hitting the huge head of the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile realized the danger and immediately retreated, while Xu Yunya chased after it. The long sword swept across, and when the sword reached the middle, it suddenly turned and slashed down vertically, splitting the 7th level Holy King Beast in half with one sword. Seeing the giant crocodile fall into the water with blood, everyone in the Proud Wolf group was stunned like a flash of lightning, looking at Xu Yunya. In addition to shock, there was also unconcealed admiration. She has reached the level of a late-stage Emperor Spirit Master. With such talent and strength, she is indeed worthy of being the proud daughter of Huiyin City. Looking at the stunning appearance, Deng Yihua's eyes were straight. Chapter 1989. I don't appreciate it. However, just when everyone was too shocked to recover, Xu Yunya had already flown to the other side and shouted, "Why are you standing there? Come here quickly." After hearing her voice, everyone came to their senses and flew over quickly with excitement. As soon as she landed, Xia Yufei approached her and said, "Miss Xu, this time we are so grateful to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do." Deng Yihua admired Xu Yunya, and his eyes were shining as he stared at her. He couldn't help but admire her. Miss Xu is not only beautiful, but also talented and powerful. It's really admirable. When Xu Yunya heard their praise, her pupils jumped up with pride, and she chuckled twice. "It's just a 7th level Holy King Beast. You are making a fuss." "Uh-huh. Miss Xu is very powerful. so she doesn't take the 7th level Monarch bees seriously. But for us, it is a big trouble. I think there will be more dangerous places later, and I have to ask Miss Shu to take care of us. Deng Yihua smiled flatteringly, and his admiration was fully revealed. Although Xu Yunya looked down on Deng Yihua, she liked his eloquent mouth. She immediately curled her lips and said confidently, I can't say I will take care of you, but at least I can guarantee your safety. After hearing this, the people in the Aolong group felt relieved and thanked Xu Yunya for leading the way. Otherwise this trip would be a bit miserable. Deng Yihua seemed to want to show off himself. He took 2 steps forward and smashed the stone door in front with a punch, clearing the way for Xu Yunya himself. Miss Shu, please. Xu Yunya smiled with satisfaction and walked forward quickly. However, they did not walk far before entering a complicated corridor. They found that there were several intersections on both sides of the corridor, and each intersection seemed to lead to the underground, making people wonder which one to choose. Gu Qiuyun carefully checked several intersections and was a little undecided. She immediately looked at Xu Yunya and asked, Miss Shu, which road do you think we should take? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Proud Wolf group looked at Xu Yunya, waiting for her to make a decision. Obviously, Xu Yunya's prestige has surpassed their leader. Xu Yunya was a divine pattern master after all, so her perception was naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. She immediately closed her eyes, felt it, and soon came up with an idea. Let's go that way. I feel the aura over there is stronger. Everyone believed in her and nodded, ready to follow. But they had just taken a few steps when they were interrupted by Su Maoyang behind them. No, not that road. The wind and thunder spirit fruit should be in this direction. Su Maoyang pointed to an intersection in front of the right. Xu Yunya heard that someone dared to deny her decision, and looked at Su Maoyang unhappily. Why do you think the wind and thunder spirit fruit is in that direction? Based on intuition. Su Maoyang responded calmly to Xu Yunya's unfriendly eyes. In fact, it was not Su Maoyang's intuition, but the guidance of the Xianyan Silver Snake in the space. Xianyan Silver Snake is an expert in treasure hunting, so he naturally has the most say in this regard. Su Maoyang is of course more willing to believe Xianyan Silver Snake's choice, but she couldn't possibly tell Xu Yunya that she had contracted the Xianyan Silver Snake, because once the existence of this guy was exposed, she would be in danger of death. So she had to use her intuition as an excuse. But Deng Yihua, who heard this, suddenly felt ridiculous and shook his head, looking at a fool with contempt. Intuition? Do you know that Miss Shu is a famous divine pattern master? When it comes to perception, no one can surpass the divine pattern master's perception. And you actually said in front of the divine pattern master that you rely on intuition. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Brother Yihua, don't talk nonsense with such a self-righteous person. She has been talking nonsense since just now, feeling that this is wrong and that is wrong. I think the most wrong thing is that they are involved with the brother and sister. Xie Yufei had long disliked Su Maoyang, but for Gu Qiuyun's sake, she tolerated it again and again. But I didn't expect that this woman not only did not restrain herself, but also dared to question the divine pattern master's perception. She really overestimated her own abilities. A woman in yellow standing next to Xie Yufei also snorted with displeasure. Since you two think that's the right way, go by yourself. No one will stop you. Su Maoyang originally reminded them kindly because he didn't want Xu Yunya to lose her life because they were from the same school and he got a ride with her. In the end, the other party didn't appreciate it, and she was too lazy to persuade him anymore. So she clasped her fists and said, Okay, then let's go our separate ways here. Seeing that Su Maoyang was really going to take the corridor on the right, Gu Qiuyun was worried that she would go to her death. So she hurriedly reminded her, Miss Peng, Miss Shu is an amazing divine pattern master. She is better than our battle-hardened mercenary group in terms of perceiving danger. It shouldn't be wrong to take the path she chooses. Don't bury yourself here just because you are angry. A man in blue clothes next to Gu Qiuyun was not very happy when he heard this, and interrupted, Boss, her feet are on her body, and she can take whichever path she wants to take. It's not up to us to control it. Now the future is uncertain, and we don't know how many dangers are waiting for us. It's better for us to stay out of other people's business. Yes, if she wants to die, let her go. We have brought them here smoothly, which is already the most we can do. Xie Yufei glanced at Su Maoyang with an unhappy expression. Su Maoyang didn't want to embarrass Gu Qiuyun, so he nodded and said, Captain Gu, life or death is your own fate. I have made up my mind. So you don't have to persuade me anymore. I won't delay you any longer. Goodbye. As he said that, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong turned around and walked down the corridor on the right. Jun Haotsong had been patient for too long, and Su Maoyang was really afraid that if he stayed any longer, what awaited them was not the danger of the corridor, but Jun Haotsong's fist. Fortunately, Su Maoyang had the guidance of the Xianyan silver snake, and soon he came to a very spacious square. There was a light blue light curtain in front of the square, flowing like a waterfall and emitting a faint blue light. And on the far right of the light curtain stood a 2-meter-high stone tablet, which seemed to be engraved with many complex patterns. Seeing this, Su Maoyang walked up quickly and looked at the stone tablet carefully. Soon he got the result. It's a divine pattern. It seems that the owner of this cave is also a divine pattern master. Could it be that the inheritance here is also related to divine patterns? It shouldn't be that simple. Jun Haotsong shook his head solemnly. He also noticed something wrong along the way. Su Maoyang was not the only one who felt this way. Chapter 1990. No wonder no one has discovered the inheritance. Su Maoyang heard that he had also noticed something strange, and knew that it was not just her over-suspicion. She immediately frowned and looked at the light curtain in front of her. This light curtain is probably set up to protect the inheritance in the cave. I think only through this light curtain can we have a chance to go deep inside and find the inheritance and the wind and thunder spirit fruit. Well, it's just that this light curtain is not simple. You can't force your way through it. You can only break it. Jun Haotsong nodded in agreement, because he felt the power released by this light curtain. Even he was not very sure that he could pass it smoothly. Su Maoyang nodded after pondering, and his eyes fell on the stone tablet. It seems that the key to opening the light curtain lies in these divine patterns. I'll feel it first, and see if I can feel anything from it. After she finished speaking, she sat in front of the stone tablet, closed her eyes, and invaded these divine patterns with her mental power. In a moment, Su Maoyang actually saw 5 8th level holy beasts on the stone tablet, which made her even more confused. 5 spirit beasts? What does this mean? Jun Haotsong guessed. Could it be that the key to opening this light curtain is related to spirit beasts? Since the stone tablet is engraved with several spirit beasts, should we analyze the problem from the perspective of spirit beasts? Su Maoyang naturally had such a guess and nodded slightly. Well, these spirit beasts may be the key to opening the light curtain. But I always feel that these spirit beasts are not that simple. There seems to be some unknown power hidden behind them. Don't worry. You concentrate on your perception, and I'll be by your side. As he said, Jun Haotsong also sat down to sit beside him. Because Jun Haotsong was protecting her, Su Maoyang felt particularly relieved. She quickly closed her eyes and entered the state. It took her 15 days to comprehend this feeling. She finally got some clues. She suddenly opened her eyes and said with surprise, Haotsong, I know the meaning of the 5 spirit beasts. Each of them represents a word, which together form Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng, and Yu, which is a pentatonic scale. So this is a piano score. A piano score for taming beasts. No wonder so many people have not found the inheritance. It turns out that the inheritance is not behind the light curtain, but on this inconspicuous stone tablet here. Who would have thought that the inheritance is not in the center of the cave? Not in the depths of the cave, but in a simple and inconspicuous corner, without even a guardian, which is simply incredible. I believe that if Su Maoyang had not been unwilling to give up in-depth research, she would probably only regard this stone tablet as the key to open the light curtain, and would not associate it with inheritance at all. After all, inheritance is the most precious thing of the cave owner. Naturally, it must go through many tests and get the recognition of the cave owner before there is a chance to obtain inheritance. But the owner of this cave is interesting. He did the opposite and placed the inheritance randomly. I don't know whether he was careless or did it on purpose, but it stumped many practitioners. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang laughed even more. Seeing Su Maoyang was as excited as a child. Jun Haotsong smiled indulgently and touched her head. Since you have found the inheritance, accept it first. I am here. Don't worry. Take your time. Su Maoyang finally understood the mystery and couldn't wait. Hearing Jun Haotsong's words, he nodded repeatedly, got into the state again, and began to study the piano score. After some reflection, she found that the music score of Taming Beasts seemed incomplete, with only 2 volumes of content: the Holy King Beasts and the Emperor Beasts. The Holy King beasts are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced and top level scores. The primary score can control the first and second level Holy King beasts. The intermediate score can control the third and fourth level Holy King beasts. The advanced score can control the fifth and sixth level Holy King beasts. And the top level score can control the seventh and eighth level Holy King beasts. To practice this music score, the prerequisite is that you must reach the second level Divine Pattern Master to be qualified. Fortunately, Su Ma-Yang had already advanced to the fourth level Divine Pattern Master during his cultivation in the Northern Spirit Realm, so it should not be a problem to practice the advanced music score at present. Thinking of this, Su Ma-Yang even urged the powerful mental power, tried to peel off the divine pattern, and felt the power of the music score. After an unknown period of time, her mind finally presented the three music scores of primary, intermediate, and advanced levels one after another. With a clear score, Su Ma-Yang only glanced through it roughly, and then couldn't wait to summon the Dragon Qin, wanting to try it out herself. As the saying goes, books are shallow, and you have to practice to know it. Therefore, practical operation is an indispensable link. Now, she is not afraid that someone will recognize the identity of the Dragon Qin, because before coming to the Senlua realm, she specially learned a rune that changes the form and conceals the breath, and specially engraved it on the bottom of the Dragon Qin and the Pure World Green Lotus platform. I believe that it is difficult for ordinary people to see the original state and level of these two weapons. However, she should try to use those martial arts that others are familiar with as little as possible to avoid exposing her identity. However, she learned new martial arts in the Immortal Palace Gate. Now if she learns this beast-taming music score and has a skill to rely on, she will not be stretched. Thinking of this, Su Ma-Yang carefully browsed the music score in her mind, and played it bit by bit according to the melody rhythm marked on it. After all, she had some skills. Even if she was a little awkward at the beginning, she became more and more fluent after trying a few more times, until one after another pleasant piano sound leaked out from between her fingers, and Su Ma-Yang finally exhaled a breath of turbid air. Finally, she could play the advanced score, and it should not be a problem to control the fifth and sixth level Holy King beasts. However, the level of the fifth and sixth level Holy King beasts was too low, far from meeting her needs. So she had to make a concerted effort to raise the level of the divine pattern to the fifth level and learn the top music score. Thinking of this, Su Ma-Yang put the dragon piano into the space, closed her eyes again, and practiced the divine pattern. Practicing the piano and practicing the divine pattern. These two things together took another 15 days. Su Ma-Yang really didn't expect that she actually felt it in front of this stone tablet for a month. However, just when Su Ma-Yang and Jun Haotsong were immersed in their cultivation, Xu Yunya and a large group of people from the Aolong group, who had been trapped in the cave and in the maze, finally found a way out and came to the square where Su Ma-Yang was. At this time, seeing the figures of Su Ma-Yang and Jun Haotsong, the people from the Aolong group were all shocked, and some could not believe their eyes. How come you are here? Xia Yufei was so shocked that she couldn't hold her tongue. She thought Su Ma-Yang and Jun Haotsong had died in the cave a long time ago. But it was really unexpected to see their figures here. Su Ma-Yang heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the large group of people who came, and asked coldly, "Is it strange that we are here?" Xia Yufei was choked by the question, and Xu Yunya asked loudly with a bad face, "How did you find this place?" Chapter 1991. It's useless if you can't feel the divine pattern. I said it. Intuition. Su Ma-Yang still said the same thing. Xu Yunya was also choked by her answer and asked unwillingly, "When did you arrive?" Su Ma-Yang raised his eyebrows, glanced at her, and answered truthfully, "A month ago." Xia Yufei couldn't help but sneer when she heard her bragging. Hee. What are you bragging about? We have a divine pattern master to lead the way, and it took us a month to find this place. Is your intuition better than that of the divine pattern master? I'm not good. I can only say that you are too stupid. Su Ma-Yang took over the words coldly, and the sarcastic tone instantly angered Xu Yunya and the people of the Proud Wolf group, especially Xu Yunya. Such a proud person. How could she bear such humiliation? She exuded uncontrollable anger. Her face was dark and heavy, as if it was going to thunder and rain. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. If you had arrived a month ago, why are you still here? Su Ma-Yang looked at the light curtain in front of him. Don't you see that this road is blocked? After being reminded by her, Xu Yunya noticed the light curtain and the stone tablet in front of her. And then her eyes fell on the divine pattern on the stone tablet. And then she smiled with a sudden realization. It turns out that you are stumped by the divine pattern. Hearing the divine pattern, everyone in the Proud Wolf group also understood it instantly. It seems that in order to pass through this light curtain, you must unlock the divine pattern on the stone tablet. The reason why the two brothers and sisters sat here with their eyes closed to rest is probably because they can't feel the divine pattern. Haha. Regardless of whether you are bragging or not, even if you really arrived here a month ago, it doesn't matter if you can't feel the divine pattern. Isn't it useless? Xie Yufei was not convinced that the two people who were kicked out of the team arrived ahead of them. But when she learned that it was useless for them to run faster, she gradually relaxed her expression and laughed sarcastically. Deng Yi was seen to want to save Xu Yunya's face. He also smiled and shook his head, with an indescribable contempt in his tone. Yes, even if we go our separate ways and arrive earlier, we still have to rely on Miss Xu to help us out in the end. It's really ridiculous and pathetic. Xu Yunya smiled slightly when she heard this, strode towards the stone tablet, and reached out to touch the pattern on it. As a third-level divine pattern master, it was a piece of cake for her to comprehend divine patterns. So after a rough understanding, she quickly got the result and confidently announced, "There are 5 8th-level holy beasts engraved on it. Long-on blood dry tiger, thunder silver sorrow lion, golden-eyed black horn beast, boat erosion poison centipede, and lone wind fierce feather wolf. I think as long as the names of these spirit beasts are engraved on the light screen, they can successfully pass." The people of the Proud Wolf group did not expect Xu Yunya to comprehend the true meaning of it just by touching it, and they all admired it. "Miss Xu, you are worthy of being a third-level divine pattern master. Others have spent a month to comprehend something, but you found a way to crack it in the blink of an eye. I really admire you." Although Deng Yi was suspected of deliberately trying to please him, he also admired from the bottom of his heart when he saw this scene. When Xie Yufei heard this, she glanced at Su Maoyang, who was still sitting next to the stone tablet and comprehending, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Haha. It's really ironic. After comprehending for so long, it's not as fast as someone taking a look. You have the nerve to say we are stupid. When the other members of the Proud Wolf group heard this, they all held back their laughter and despised Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong to the extreme. When Xu Yunya heard their words, a proud look appeared on her pretty face. She stared down at Su Maoyang and sneered. Haha. You are so smart to be trapped here for a month by a few simple divine patterns. Su Maoyang didn't care about their sarcasm, but just shook his head with a smile. You are wrong. This is not an 8th-level holy beast, but a person, a song, and a piano score. At first, she saw 5 spirit beasts at first glance, but after a thorough study, she found that there was a person hidden under the 5 spirit beasts. The man played the piano with both hands. His fingertips slid back and forth on the strings. His movements were elegant. His temperament was extraordinary. And there were constant soul-stirring piano sounds. And the 5 spirit beasts could change their offensive and speed according to the rhythm of his piano music. Su Maoyang knew that this was the piano score for taming beasts. And the person who played the piano was the one who tamed beasts. When she realized the deep meaning and power of the piano sound, the piano score for taming beasts appeared in front of her, giving her the opportunity to practice. It's just that the human figure hidden under the spirit beast is just a shadow. A shadow that is looming and difficult to detect even for people who are very proficient in divine patterns. Even Su Maoyang discovered this secret only after using the 9-character mantra to greatly enhance his perception. So, it's no wonder that Xu Yunya couldn't see it. What did I hear? A person, a song, and a piano score? Ha ha! Xu Yunya obviously didn't expect her to say such a thing. She couldn't help laughing as if she heard a big joke. It's so funny. You are probably the only one who can see 5 spirit beasts as people and piano scores. Xu Yunya laughed so hard that tears came out. Seeing this, Xie Yufei shook her head helplessly. Not only can you not comprehend the divine pattern, but you are also talking nonsense here. I think you are really hopeless. Su Maoyang heard this, but he looked up and glanced at them. I'm kindly telling you the truth. Believe it or not. Xu Yunya saw that she was still stubborn, and sneered speechlessly. Well, since you won't cry until you see the coffin, I will let you see today whether the names engraved on the stone tablet are spirit beasts or people. Speaking, Xu Yunya stepped forward quickly, raised his arm, and quickly engraved the names of the 5 spirit beasts on the light curtain. Su Maoyang was frightened when he saw this, and hurriedly shouted to stop him. Stop! Don't carve it out! But Xu Yanya's movements were so fast that he had no time to stop her before she had finished engraving. At this time, the light curtain that blocked their way disappeared instantly, gradually revealing the corridor leading to the depths of the cave. Seeing this, Xu Yanya smiled sarcastically and stared at Su Maoyang with disdain. What? Are you afraid that I will carve it out and make you ashamed? Unfortunately, it's too late. When the people of the Proud Wolf group saw Xu Yanya crack the light curtain, they were all surprised and praised her. But Su Maoyang's face darkened, and he said to himself, Oh no! Sure enough, before everyone's excited voices fell, they saw a large group of black shadows suddenly rushing into the corridor behind the light curtain. At this time, before everyone could react, the dark creatures swept in like waves, scaring everyone and screaming in horror. Oh my god! It's the long-armed blood-dry tiger, the thunder-silver lion, the golden-eyed blackhorn beast, the bone-eroding poison centipede, and the lone-wind fierce feather wolf. Are they the 5 8th level Holy King beasts I just mentioned? You know, the 8th level Holy King beasts have a spiritual power level comparable to that of a late-stage Emperor spiritual master. But their combat power is comparable to that of a peak Emperor spiritual master. Even Xu Yanya has a hard time dealing with them, let alone the Proud Wolf group of an early-stage Emperor spiritual master. Moreover, there are not just 5 of them in front of us, but countless of them. Chapter 1992 Abandon them and run away. It was difficult to deal with one 8th level Holy King beast, and now they have to deal with so many of them. Isn't this going to cost them their lives? Realizing this, Gu Qiuyun, the leader of the Proud Wolf group, immediately shouted, Retreat! Retreat quickly! Hearing his command, everyone dared not fight and turned around, wanting to return the same way. However, after they ran 2 steps, they saw a large group of 8th level Holy King beasts rushing into the corridor behind them, instantly blocking their retreat, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Su Maoyang suddenly understood when she saw this. No wonder she always felt that something seemed to be staring at her along the way. It seemed that the eyes that had been watching them in the dark were these spirit beasts. No, to be precise, it should be beast souls. They are not real spirit beasts, but a group of souls with sealed powers. But who knew that Xu Yanya personally recorded them, let them condense into shape, and gave them combat power again, which led to the disaster in front of them. So, it really is true that if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. At this time, the Aolong group encountered such a crazy attack for the first time, and they were all panicked. Xie Yufei screamed in horror. Ah! Miss Xu! Save me! Save me! Speaking of which, although these spirit beasts are only after images, not entities, and not as powerful as their real bodies, their powerful attack power is still not something they can withstand at this level. So, as an early-stage Emperor Spirit Master, Xie Yufei was blasted to spit blood in the blink of an eye and fell to the ground. Seeing so many spirit beasts about to trample on her, she had to shout for help to Xu Yanya. Of course, not only her, but also several relatively weaker disciples in the Proud Wolf group were also extremely embarrassed, and all hoped that Xu Yanya would be merciful and help them. Therefore, the shrill cries for help like a pig being slaughtered kept echoing in the cave, accompanied by the fierce fighting sound, shaking the air. And Xu Yanya, who was praised to the sky by them and regarded as the savior, was busy with herself. So how could she care about them? She used all her strength and exerted all her martial arts to the extreme, and only then killed a few residual images and barely saved her life. Obviously, she was not much better. After all, these were all 8th level Holy King beasts that were comparable to late-stage Emperor Spirit Masters. Although Xu Yanya was also at the level of late-stage Emperor Spirit Masters and had very strong combat power, she could not withstand the siege of so many late-stage Emperor Spirit Masters. With such a number and such attack power, Xu Yanya believed that if she stayed any longer, she would definitely be exhausted to death here. At that time, let alone the wind and thunder spirit fruit, it would be impossible for her to even walk out of the cave. Thinking of this, Xu Yanya looked around and found that the people of the Aolong group were being besieged, diverting most of the attention of the spirit beasts. So now was the best time to escape. Immediately, she waved her hand and summoned a big rock, which suddenly turned over and jumped up. If everyone stays here, they will definitely be wiped out. So you hold on first. I will go find the wind and thunder spirit fruit, and then come to save you. Throwing down a sentence, Xu Yunya swung her sword to kill the spirit beasts blocking the way, and took advantage of the chaos to fly to the corridor leading to the depths of the cave. Hearing this, seeing Xu Yunya abandoning them and running away, the Aolong group, who were in crisis, was even more desperate. They are not fools. What they said about coming back to save them is all bullshit. If they are not willing to help them now, how can they still expect her to achieve the purpose of this trip and come to rescue them who have no use value at all? Therefore, Gu Qiuyun was so angry that her blood boiled on the spot, and she gritted her teeth and cursed. Bitch. The other members of the Proud Wolf group were also deeply shocked and furious. They have been trying to please Xu Yunya and serve her for a month just to get along with her. As a result, they didn't expect Xu Yunya to be so disloyal that she actually used them to hold back the group of spirit beasts and escaped alone. She is simply a despicable and shameless villain. They flattered her in every way. Now thinking about it, it's really disgusting. Is God going to destroy my Proud Wolf group? I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Gu Qiuyun fought bloody battles, and was already covered with wounds and weak in breath. But when he thought that everyone was about to be buried here, he felt sad, and couldn't help but raise his head and roared. Deng Yihua, who was not far away, heard the tragic tone in his voice, and his heart was also shrouded in a shadow. The irony was that he had wanted to win Xu Yunya's favor before, but ended up being her cannon fodder. It was really ridiculous. Su Maoyang, who witnessed all this, could not stand by and watch. Although the Aolong group did not welcome her very much, it was because of them that she came here through the eclipse storm. Also, the leader named Gu Qiuyun, although not very satisfied with them, had a good heart and had kindly reminded her before. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang waved his hand, summoned the dragon Qin, held the strings with both hands, and began to play according to the notes on the top music score. Fortunately, after more than 10 days of training, she has been promoted from a 4th level Divine Pattern Master to a 5th level Divine Pattern Master, and is also qualified to learn top level music scores. However, she may need to master the music scores first. Therefore, the sound of Su Maoyang's new music is still slightly gentle, pouring out from Su Maoyang's fingertips like a gurgling stream, instantly attracting the attention of the Aolong group who are fighting. Oh my god! At this critical moment of life and death, she actually has the leisure to play the piano elegantly. Is she crazy? Deng Yihua roared in disbelief. Xie Yufei was crushed and spit out several mouthfuls of blood when she heard the piano sound. She also murmured breathlessly. She really has a problem with her brain. She was talking nonsense before, but I didn't expect it to be worse now. And even more crazy. The other members of the Proud Wolf group were also speechless about Su Maoyang's behavior. Facing death, they no longer had the energy to laugh at him. They only hoped that a miracle would happen to save them. However, just as everyone was hoping for a miracle, the surrounding spirit beasts actually slowed down and reduced their attack power. At this time, the sound of the piano was gentle and continuous, like a clear stream, flowing slowly, and like a mountain stream, clear and cold, sometimes gentle and gentle, sometimes crisp and bright, like the breeze on the lake at night, blowing away the sorrow that weighed on everyone's hearts and causing ripples. The sound of the piano became smoother and smoother, and the power contained in it became stronger and stronger. Then Su Maoyang exerted force with both hands, and the sound of the piano suddenly changed direction and rose sharply, resounding in the cave. A loud and clear sound was emitted, as sharp as a sword being unsheathed. The spirit beasts around were frightened and gradually stopped attacking, as if they could not withstand the power brought by the piano sound. And they all crawled in front of Su Maoyang. Chapter 1993 The Beasts Surrender. This scene was too sudden and too strange. Everyone in the Proud Wolf group had a great visual impact. They suddenly widened their eyes, and looked in the direction of the beasts worshipping with horror. Su Maoyang was sitting among the beasts, with a world of his own. With his delicate hands, he turned the axis and plucked the strings, exuding a strong aura that kept strangers away. The movements of playing the piano were obviously beautiful and moving, but the sound of the piano was high and exciting, like a warrior going to the battlefield, like a flock of birds flying in the sky, echoing continuously for a long time, echoing in the cave, and shaking everyone's heart. The surrounding spirit beasts seemed to be affected by the sound of the piano. The ferocious expressions just now disappeared in an instant. They all lay on the ground obediently, like docile and obedient puppies, letting them be dealt with, without any hostility. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. They really couldn't imagine that a fierce and powerful 8th-level holy beast could have such a well-behaved and docile side, causing many people to rub their eyes in disbelief, worried that they were hallucinating. After a long time, Gu Qiuyun slowly came back to his senses, suppressed the shock in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh. Could this be the legendary Tian Beast suppressing song? Gu Qiuyun has been in the martial arts world for so long, and has heard a lot about beast taming. Naturally, he also knows that there is a type of sound attack that is specifically used to control spirit beasts, so he can't help but make such a guess. However, he knows very well that if you want to learn the music score of beast taming, you must have a strong mental power and an extraordinary talent for divine patterns. Otherwise you can't even reach the threshold. And this Peng Yuyan could actually make so many 8th-level Saint Kings submit to her through the sound of the piano. Which means that she is a super genius who is proficient in divine patterns. Of course, not only Gu Qiuyun, but other people present also thought of this possibility. At this time, recalling what she said just now, they suddenly realized that she was not talking nonsense at all. But she really saw a person, a song, and a piano score. She was the one who truly realized the true meaning of the stone tablet. What's funny is that they even laughed at her for staying here for a month. Not as good as Xu Yunya. Now it seems that it is simply a huge irony, thinking of their attitude towards Su Maoyang. Deng Yihua, Xiaoyu and others were so ashamed that they couldn't raise their heads. After all, who would have thought that Xu Yunya, whom they flattered in every way, would eventually abandon them and flee alone? But it was Peng Yuyan, whom they always disliked, who stayed and saved them all. Such a favor really made them ashamed to face Su Maoyang. So until the end of the song, everyone seemed a little at a loss, not knowing what to say, and the scene was very awkward. Seeing that the beast had calmed down and stopped attacking, Su Maoyang was satisfied to put away the dragon harp and stood up. He glanced at the proud wolf group standing in the beast group, who were covered in wounds and extremely embarrassed, but didn't care about their injuries. He was shocked on the spot by him. He sighed helplessly, took out a medicine bottle, and threw it to Gu Qiuyun. This is a healing pill. We are even. Gu Qiuyun was a little flattered. He quickly opened the bottle cap and checked it. He was shocked. 10 top-grade golden wing black vine pills. Miss Peng? Such a precious pill. We really can't afford it. Su Maoyang replied indifferently. Just consider it as the travel expenses for you to bring us into the cave. As a Danzuan alchemist, Su Maoyang can easily refine the Holy King Grade Elixir, let alone the Holy Elixir. In addition, she has a spiritual field in her space. Even rare medicinal materials can be planted quickly. So the Holy Elixir is not a difficult task for her. Just a piece of cake. But for the Aolong group, it is a valuable treasure. So everyone looked at Su Maoyang with shock. Obviously, they underestimated the identities of these two casual cultivators. A person with the talent of divine pattern, who can perceive the truth on the stone tablet, play the Tian Beast suppressing song, control the 8th level Holy King Beast, and can also take out a bottle of Holy Elixir. No matter how you look at it, does not look like an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Gu Qiuyun immediately stopped Su Maoyang, who was walking towards the depths of the cave. Miss Peng, Master Peng, please stay. We don't accept gifts without merit. Since you have accepted such valuable things from you, let us escort you for a while. If you encounter any danger later, we have more people and can at least help you delay for a while. After seeing Su Maoyang's sound attack, Gu Qiuyun didn't dare to boast that he could help them fight, but could only say that he could help them buffer the damage. Su Maoyang shook his head and had no intention of walking together. No, you guys take care of yourself. After that, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong turned around and continued to walk deeper. Gu Qiuyun felt a little sorry. Even if he was rejected, he didn't leave, but called other members to follow quickly. No matter what, they had to watch their savior and walk out of the cave safely before they could feel relieved. It was unknown how long they had walked along the way, until they heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the front. And then Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong's eyes lit up, seeing a little hope, and immediately quickened their pace and hurried over. At this time, the Aolong group, who were walking silently behind them and wanted to do something for them, also looked at each other curiously and quickly followed to find out what was going on. When Su Maoyang and the Aolong group arrived, they saw Xu Yunya fighting desperately with a giant blood bat that was 6 meters tall and 5 meters wide. Deng Yihua was so frightened by the behemoth that his pupils shrank sharply, and he exclaimed, "My God! It's a first-level Emperor Beast!" Originally, the 8th-level Holy King Beast was already very powerful. But I didn't expect that there was an Emperor Beast here. And it was not an afterimage, but a real entity. Seeing this scene, not to mention the Aolong group, even Su Maoyang was shocked. After all, the spiritual power of a first-level Emperor Beast is equivalent to that of a postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master. And its combat power can even be compared with that of a mid-stage postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master. Even Jun Haosong is not very sure about such a powerful guy, let alone her. It seems that we have to defeat the giant bat first before we can get the wind and thunder spirit fruit behind it. This task is really perverted. Gu Qiuyan looked at the wind and thunder tree behind the bat, and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Su Maoyang naturally noticed the big tree guarded by the giant bat. There were a few silver-colored fruits with lightning power on it. I think it was the wind and thunder spirit fruit. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised his eyes and looked at Xu Yunya, who was beaten by the giant bat and bleeding and retreating repeatedly. And a touch of surprise flashed across his pupils. She didn't expect that Xu Yunya, as a late-stage Emperor Spirit Master, could not only withstand the slaughter of an Emperor Beast 2 levels higher than her, but also fight to such an extent. It was really not easy. Chapter 1994 Coerce and bribe them. I think it has something to do with the magic weapon she has to save her life. For example, the black armor she wears, and the black iron shield in her hand should be the magic weapon that the City Lord's mansion spent a lot of money to get for her, which is specially used to save her life. After all, she has a special status, and the forces behind her are rich and powerful. It is not surprising that she can get these treasures. No wonder Xu Yunya is so arrogant, so confident and fearless. With so many magic weapons in hand, she is naturally confident. But even with the magic weapon to protect her, she was blasted to blood at this moment, which was horrible, because no matter what, they are all Emperor Beasts. And the giant bat is ferocious by nature. It can be imagined how terrifying its combat power is. It is already quite amazing that Xu Yunya can hold on until now. When Su Maoyang was sighing secretly, Xu Yunya, who was desperately fighting in the air and was forced to be in a panic, also discovered their existence. Seeing that they were all safe and sound, her expression instantly surged with shock. You are not dead. Oh, I disappoint you. Not only are we not dead, we are still alive and well. Gu Qiuyan snorted unhappily. Although the other members of the Proud Wolf group did not speak, they all stared at her with resentment, obviously very dissatisfied with her. At this time, Xu Yunya was beaten all over her body, with blood on her head. She could no longer care about so much. She just hoped that someone would come to support her. So she had to put down her status and shouted for help. You came at the right time. Come and help me. This beast is too difficult to deal with. If it continues, I am afraid that these magic weapons will be useless. Gu Qiuyan had never seen such a shameless person, and sneered speechlessly. Miss Xu, you are so funny. You just left us and ran away alone. And now you want to drag us down with you to be your scapegoats. Do you really think we are stupid? Xu Yunya knew that they had resentment towards her, but saving her life was the most important thing. So she had to apologize shamelessly. I was wrong just now, but I had no choice. Besieged by so many spirit beasts, even if I stayed, I couldn't save you. Instead of letting everyone die together, it is better to find the inheritance and wait for me to accept the inheritance before rescuing you. Maybe you still have a chance of survival. So it's not that I'm afraid of death and abandon you. Humph. At this point, do you think we will still believe you? A man in green clothes standing next to Gu Qiuyan also snorted unhappily. The others stood there, staring at her coldly, without any intention of helping her, obviously traumatized by what happened just now. Seeing that they were unwilling to help, Xu Yunya was extremely anxious. While swinging her sword to resist the perverted attack, she shouted with difficulty. Are you stupid? With this bloodbath here, you will never get the wind and thunder fruit. If you are smart, you can join forces and kill the bloodbat while I still have some fighting power. Otherwise none of you can complete the task. Don't worry. It won't be too late for us to take action after you have almost exhausted the bloodbats. Gu Qiuyun was holding her breath in her heart, seeing that she was abused so badly. She also wanted to let her feel the taste of fighting alone. When Xu Yunya heard this, she gritted her teeth in anger. When her breath was unstable, she was hit in the chest by the giant bloodbat. With a loud click, her black armor was instantly broken, and the hole continued to extend downwards, and a large crack appeared. Xu Yunya couldn't bear the pressure and stabilized her body. She spat out several mouthfuls of blood. When she saw the cracks in her armor, she knew that she was already at the end of her strength and could not withstand any more tossing. So she had to use benefits to coax them temporarily. I promise you, as long as you help me get out of here alive, you will be the guest of the city lord's mansion in the future, with endless resources to enjoy, and you will no longer have to make a living on the edge of a knife. Hearing this, Deng Yihua, Xie Yufei and others all changed their faces, and a hint of darkness flashed across their pupils. The reason why they just tried to please Xu Yunya was not for this. If they could really become the guest of the city lord's mansion, they would no longer have to worry about not having enough food, not having warm clothes, and not being able to practice. Such conditions were indeed too tempting for them. Xie Yufei couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang and asked embarrassedly, Miss Peng, I wonder if your song can save her life. Su Maoyang replied coldly, My song can only control spirit beasts below the 8th level holy beast. If you want to control the emperor beast, you must reach the level of the 6th level divine pattern to comprehend the emperor beast score. So her current piano score can't deal with the giant blood bat in front of her. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang told Jun Haotsong next to her, I want to practice. If there is anything, help me. After that, Su Maoyang sat down, closed his eyes, and began to practice the divine pattern. Seeing Su Maoyang's cold face and no intention to save Xu Yunya, Gu Qiuyun thought that Su Maoyang was also dissatisfied with Xu Yunya. So she suddenly frowned and angrily scolded Xie Yufei. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? For such a person, you actually want to drag Miss Peng into the water. Do you have any conscience? I'm not thinking about our Aolong group. I really don't want everyone to live that kind of life of eating and sleeping in the open air anymore. What's wrong with that? Xie Yufei faced his questioning, avoided his gaze with a guilty conscience, and retorted unconvincedly, Boss, don't blame Yufei. She is also doing it for the good of all of us. After all, the position of guest official in the city lord's mansion is something you can only encounter but not seek. Deng Yihua understood Xie Yufei's feelings very well, and couldn't help but persuade him. Humph. I, Gu Qiuyun, am not such a spineless person. I'll put it here today. If you want to let Miss Peng risk her life to save her for the sake of profit, I will be the first to disagree. Gu Qiuyun was tough, and there was no room for negotiation. Xu Yunya, who was far away, heard that they actually begged Su Maoyang to save them, and suddenly felt ridiculous. She shouted angrily, You are greedy for life and afraid of death. It's fine if you don't want to help, but you actually let a casual cultivator save me. Are you deliberately humiliating me? I tell you, if anything happens to me today, all of you in the Proud Wolf group will be responsible. Once you leave the cave, you will be retaliated by the city lord's mansion. At that time, even if you are not killed by the blood bats, you will be buried with me. You can do whatever you want. Hearing Xu Yunya's angry warning, everyone in the Proud Wolf group was scared and pale. Yes, they entered the cave with Xu Yunya at the beginning, and so many guests saw it. If she really died here, there was no reason for the city lord's mansion to let them go. Chapter 1995 A coward hiding behind a woman. Thinking of this, she saw Su Maoyang meditating with his eyes closed at this critical moment. Looking like a bystander, Xie Yufei was very anxious and advised again. Miss Peng, please think of a way to save Miss Xu. If she dies here, none of us will survive. If her life, which she had saved with great difficulty, was implicated by the death of Xu Yunya, wouldn't it be too worthless? Besides, if she saved Xu Yunya, she could also become a guest official of the city lord's mansion. Between death and profit, she would of course choose profit. Jun Haotsong knew that Su Maoyang was concentrating on his understanding and seeking a solution, and could not be disturbed. At this time, he heard Xie Yufei chattering non-stop, and his anger suddenly surged up. He frowned suddenly and shouted, If you say another word, I will kill you. Xie Yufei was frightened by his ferocious expression and the murderous aura that suddenly emanated. His pupils suddenly jumped up in shock. Obviously, he did not expect that this taciturn man with a cold and smelly expression would have such momentum. But thinking of the revenge they were about to face from the city lord's mansion, Xie Yufei yelled back in dissatisfaction. I am not thinking about everyone. Why are you so fierce? You are so powerful. You have the ability to defeat the Emperor Beast. Humph. A coward who can only hide behind a woman. I don't know why you are so fierce to me. This man has been standing by Peng Yuyan's side from beginning to end, enjoying the protection of his sister, and has never taken action. But now, he has a fierce face, and is angry at her. Who is he trying to scare? Jun Haocong already hated her. When he heard this, his face became as cold as ice, and the murderous aura on his body became stronger and stronger, as if he was a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed to kill people at any time. Gu Qiuyun, who was standing by, noticed Jun Haocong's murderous intention and quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Peng, I'm sorry. Xie Yufei has always been arrogant and willful, and she speaks without restraint. Don't take it to heart. I apologize to you on her behalf. Brother Qiuyun, I just don't want us all to be buried with Xu Yunya. What did I say wrong? Xie Yufei felt wronged and yelled angrily. Deng Yihua nodded in agreement and said, Boss, Yufei is right. We can't stand by and watch anymore. If we don't take action, it will be too late. Who can withstand the anger of the city lord's mansion? Humph. You know whether it's for everyone's sake or not. Why bother to say it so high-soundingly? What's more, in this situation, we are not strong enough to help. Once we rush forward, we will lose our lives. Not to mention the guests. Gu Qiuyun knew that they wanted to rise to prominence and spit in disdain. Xie Yufei naturally knew that they were not strong enough, so she set her sights on Su Maoyang. I asked Miss Peng to think of a way. If you want to save people, think of a way yourself. Don't think of her. Jun Haocong glared at Xie Yufei fiercely, although he believed that Su Maoyang could find a way to crack it. It was a powerful emperor beast after all. Even he was not very sure of killing it. So how could he let Su Maoyang take the risk? Now she sat down to comprehend, and she was planning to start with the music score. However, it was not so easy to learn how to control the Emperor Beast's music. So before she was sure of dealing with the Emperor Beast, he would not allow anyone to disturb her. Humph. I think we can't count on them. Since Peng Yuyan's song is useless and her brother is a coward, we might as well go it ourselves. At least we are stronger than them and have rich combat experience. Instead of sitting here and waiting for the city lord's mansion to make trouble, it is better to fight to the death. Fortune and honor are sought in danger. Deng Yihua couldn't stand Jun Haocong's arrogant look, and snorted unhappily. Gu Qiuyun disagreed and refused without thinking. You two should go. Don't drag others into the water. Deng Yihua was immediately blocked and speechless. Xu Yunya saw that the Aolong group was unwilling to take action, and Gu Qiuyun was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. She couldn't bear it anymore and roared. Okay. Since you are unwilling to help, let's all die together. As she said that, Xu Yunya dragged her broken body and rushed towards them. The giant bat that was attacking Xu Yunya saw her running away, and immediately turned around and rushed towards the direction of the Proud Wolf group. Seeing this scene and feeling the pressure from the Emperor Beast, everyone in the Proud Wolf group was frightened, and their faces changed drastically. They hurriedly dodged backwards. Even Xie Yufei and Deng Yihua, who had just advocated fighting and said righteously, were so frightened that they retreated again and again. There was no momentum to rush forward to save people. After all, dealing with the Emperor Beast is not as simple as talking. However, just when everyone in the Proud Wolf group thought that they were in danger this time, they saw a sword light suddenly slashing in front of them, drawing a dazzling arc in the air, and heavily collided with the bombarding force. With a loud bang, everyone saw that the giant bat that was rushing over was actually repelled by the sword light, and the crushing force was also intercepted and weakened by more than half. However, the residual power of the Emperor Beast was still terrible, and everyone was still overwhelmed and was shaken to the ground and seriously injured. But at this time, they no longer cared about their injuries. They all looked up in shock and saw a tall and straight figure standing proudly in the spiritual power storm erupted by the Emperor Beast. He held a sharp sword. His clothes fluttered, and his black hair flew. He resisted all the power that hit Peng Yuyan. And then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, he swung his arm again and slashed with a sword. The violent spiritual power poured out, accompanied by the sword light, and fiercely killed the giant bat. At this time, let alone the giant bat on the opposite side. Even the proud wolf group that fell behind felt a powerful spiritual power fluctuation, with June Haotsong as the center, shaking in all directions. Even the earth trembled. The giant bat did not seem to expect that although this human was not very powerful, he had extraordinary momentum. A trace of surprise flashed across his sharp eyes, and then he snorted coldly. "Stupid human. You actually want to kill me. In this case, you all stay." After that, the giant bat flapped its wings violently, blowing up a thunderstorm like a tornado, trying to swallow June Haotsong in it. Seeing this, June Haotsong frowned, leaped up, and swung his sword continuously. Each sword was earth-shaking, breathtaking, and swept away with great pressure. At this time, he was surrounded by sword energy. Sword light radiated, and madly hit the thunderstorm, blooming with dazzling silver light, making the whole cave fall into a murderous aura. Chapter 1996 Terrifying Fighting Power. Seeing this scene, looking at the back figure that was as tall as a pine tree and as sharp as a mountain, everyone was so frightened that they held their breath and almost fell out of their eyes in shock. They really couldn't imagine that the man who had been silent, coldly following Peng Yuyan, and Loki without any sense of existence was actually a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Master, one level higher than them. What's funny is that they still think that his fighting power is not good, and he doesn't have the combat experience of their Aolong group. Now, he can resist the attack of the Emperor Beast with just the strength of a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Master, and even fought with it for several rounds without losing the upper hand. Such a pervert, such a terrible fighting power, was actually ridiculed by them. And I don't know where they got the confidence. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked and stayed where they were, forgetting to react. And Deng Yihua and Xie Yufei were even more shocked. The two of them just called him a coward who could only hide behind a woman. But it turned out that the coward they were talking about had a higher spiritual power level than them. And the pressure and momentum he burst out were not inferior to the giant bat, which was an Emperor Beast. You know, even Xu Yanya, a late-stage Emperor Spirit Master, was beaten to a pulp with a life-saving magic weapon in hand. And he, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Master, was not afraid of the power of the Emperor Beast, but showed such a domineering and terrifying strength. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a super genius. They actually called him a coward. They must be crazy. Of course, not only Deng Yihua and others were shocked, but even Xu Yanya, who fell to the side and was barely alive, was also frightened. To be honest, she didn't take the two casual cultivators seriously at first. But she didn't expect that this man who was one level lower than her had much better fighting ability than her. It was undoubtedly a shame for her. She was a late-stage Emperor Spiritual Master, a genius favored by the Immortal Palace. But now she was not as good as a person of a lower level than her. If this got out, where would she put her face? Thinking of this, Xu Yanya clenched her fingers, and a murderous thought flashed in her eyes. The giant bat, which had fought for several rounds, also began to take June Haotsong's strength seriously. Even it had to admit that he was powerful. "Human, I admit that you have good talent, but it is still impossible to defeat me. It didn't take these humans seriously just now, so it didn't use all its strength. Now this human deserves its serious treatment." Then, it saw the power of thunder and lightning suddenly burst out from its body, flapping its wings, and rushing towards June Haotsong. The huge wings rolled up the wind, filled with spiritual power, and slapped heavily, shaking up the power of crushing withered and rotten, and fell on June Haotsong all of a sudden. June Haotsong was only a mid-level Emperor Spirit Master, and there was a big gap between him and the Emperor Beast in terms of level. Just now, although he fought with the Emperor Beast for several rounds with his extraordinary talent and fierce fighting power, it did not mean that he could defeat it with this little strength, let alone it was now exerting its full strength. Therefore, June Haotsong was immediately blasted back, covering his chest and forcibly holding back the blood rushing to his throat. However, he obviously did not intend to give up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised the sword again, and slashed fiercely. The sword light suddenly turned into countless sword shadows, slashing towards the wings. The giant bat flew and avoided his attack. It raised its foot suddenly, and its sharp claws broke through the air, leaving several shocking claw marks in the air. June Haotsong felt such a sharp attack and was overwhelmed. He retreated and flipped backwards, dodging the claws in an instant. Then a black evil spirit suddenly burst out from his body, and in a moment, it attacked his whole body, making him look like a demon lord descending to the world, exuding a monstrous demonic power. The black air wandered around his body like a chain of shackles. And then bloodlight burst out, making his whole aura continue to rise, becoming extremely terrifying. At this time, he swung his sword and swept out, sweeping towards the giant bat with a shocking sword power. Oh my god! This is blood power. Guchioyun, who saw the scene, was stunned on the spot and exclaimed in disbelief. You know, only the offspring of a very powerful family or force will have blood power. And this man actually possesses blood power, which means his background is quite extraordinary. Not to mention a city lord's mansion. Perhaps even the power of the entire Ningjianzhou cannot compare to it. I really don't know what kind of person they have offended. Realizing this, everyone felt regretful and broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, the giant bat obviously underestimated the explosive power of this human, and accidentally injured its wings, and blood gushed out instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this man could actually injure the Emperor Beast by himself. Such combat power is really amazing. For the Emperor Beast injured by an Emperor Spirit Master, it was absolutely a huge shame. So the giant bat was immediately stimulated to run away in anger, baring its teeth and roaring. Human, you are looking for death. After saying that, it flapped its wings, pushed the power of thunder and lightning to the extreme, and landed heavily on the surrounding walls. The patterns on the wall seemed to be injected with life, and countless bat afterimages flew out in an instant. Although these afterimages are not as large as the original body, and their strength is not as strong as the original body, the number is enough to make Jun Haocong collapse. So, in a blink of an eye, Jun Haocong was submerged in a pile of bat afterimages, and only saw the sharp sword light constantly blooming inside. It is not easy to deal with just one bat, facing such a terrifying siege. Even if Jun Haocong has amazing combat power, he has no chance of winning. So in a moment, he was seriously injured and blood kept splashing out. Seeing such a brutal scene, the Alan group and Shu Yunya were all frightened and stunned, and their bodies were cold. They actually wanted to join forces to kill the bat just now. Now it seems that their idea is too naive and too ridiculous. Even the super genius with such fierce fighting power can't do anything to the bat, let alone them. However, just when everyone was in despair, a clear piano sound suddenly rose up, instantly vibrating in the cave. Euphemistic but resolute, coming slowly, gradually overflowing like a tide. In front of them, Su Maoliang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, held the dragon piano in his hand, and the whole person was surrounded by the piano sound. Just sitting there, he had the momentum of deterring all directions, like a general who was calm in danger and strategizing. Every time he plucked the strings, it seemed as if there were swords and knives slashing, rising and falling, gentle but passionate, like waves beating the waves, like thousands of horses galloping, vibrating in this space, as if bringing people into a battlefield where swords and spears were silent and bloody. Chapter 1997 Meet the Master. At this moment, with the melody of the piano, everyone saw in their minds the scene of smoke rising everywhere, swords flashing, blood flowing like a river, and corpses everywhere. They could even hear the tragic sounds of people shouting, horses neighing, and soldiers wailing. The heavy atmosphere almost made people breathless. Feeling this momentum, everyone was shocked and looked at the slender figure fiercely. The thin figure was calm and composed, like a general who was not afraid of thousands of troops, and was not afraid of the spiritual pressure coming from the front. She moved her slender jade fingers and slid quickly on the strings. Her movements were extremely elegant, but the sound of the piano was domineering and overwhelming, like a river entering the sea, like a stormy wave, magnificent and powerful, causing the air to tremble with each stroke. Later, her movements of plucking the strings became faster and faster, and her hands almost turned into afterimages. The sound of the piano from her fingertips kept rising and became sharp and high. Then, she made a strong stroke, and the sound of the piano burst out from her fingertips like thunder, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, and suddenly smashed all the bat afterimages that besieged Jun Haocong and rescued him. Even so, she did not stop. Her fingertips plucked the piano rapidly. The sound continued, faster and faster, louder and louder. A powerful sound storm was generated around her body. A terrible hurricane blew up, blowing her long skirt and black hair flying. Obviously she looked ordinary. But at this moment, she looked cold and noble, with a peerless demeanor, which made people stare at her involuntarily. At this moment, before everyone could react, the sound of the piano rose again, and the sound storm formed by the gathering suddenly bombarded the giant bat. The giant bat didn't expect that this human had actually inherited and learned the beast-taming music score. At the moment, it was disturbed by the series of fierce music sounds, and it lost its composure all of a sudden, and was immediately blown away by the sound waves. It was said that Su Maoyang had just been promoted to the level of the 6th level divine pattern, because Jun Haotsong was injured. She couldn't calm down and slowly comprehend the Emperor Beast's score, so she had to comprehend the music score while practicing, so that the power she burst out was not very stable, and she could only injure the Emperor Beast, but couldn't completely control or kill it. But she believed that if she was given more time to comprehend and practice, it would not be difficult to completely control the Emperor Beast. But even so, the scene of her injuring the Emperor Beast was already very shocking. They didn't expect that this woman had poor spiritual power, but her mental power was extremely strong. She could actually injure the Emperor Beast with the music. Such a mental talent is indeed rare. It's just a pity that the beast-taming music score can only deal with spirit beasts. If you encounter a powerful enemy, you are still helpless. But the injured giant bat was frightened, seeing that Su Maoyang was still raising the pitch of the piano and preparing for the next round of attack. It trembled in its heart and was immediately afraid. It quickly called for a stop. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Isn't that enough? Since this woman has learned the music score for taming beasts, it will definitely suffer if it continues to fight. So it is better to stop fighting early to avoid physical pain. Su Maoyang saw that he understood. So he stopped, looked up at it, and raised his head with a cold voice, which was as sharp as the piano sound. Is it over if you admit defeat? This bat hurt her man. If it can be solved by just admitting defeat, wouldn't it be too easy for it? The bat was intelligent and knew how to read people's expressions. Seeing the anger in Su Maoyang's deep pupils, he thought it would not be easy to give up. So he smiled and said flatteringly, "You can take all these wind and thunder spirit fruits, just as my apology." Su Maoyang didn't seem satisfied with its apology, and touched the strings again, ready to play. Seeing this, the bat was frightened and opened his eyes wide, and stopped immediately. "I only have wind and thunder spirit fruits here, and now I give them all to you. What else do you want? Don't you still have you?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, and stared at it meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the bat was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted, with fear in his pupils. "I don't like being bound, so I'll just let it go. Well, since I can't take you in, I'll have to kill you to vent my anger." After saying this, Su Maoyang plucked the strings again, and the majestic sound of the piano, every time it trembled in the heart of the giant bat. It gave it a splitting headache and couldn't use any strength in its body. Although it can now withstand the attack of the piano sound and not lose its life, it is in great pain and its spirit has been greatly destroyed. If it continues like this, it doesn't know how long it can hold on. So, forced to do nothing, the giant bat finally gave up struggling and crawled to the ground. Xu Wenfeng Giant Thunder Bat. Meet the master. Su Maoyang saw it surrender, so he stopped playing, put away the dragon piano, stood up and walked towards it, then bit his finger and dripped blood on its forehead to complete the contract ceremony. Everyone was filled with envy when seeing this scene. Although Peng Yuyan's own spiritual power was not good, with the Emperor Beast by her side, it should not be a problem for her to deal with an acquired Emperor spiritual master in the early stage. Compared to the envy of others, Xu Yunya's eyes fell on the wind and thunder tree in the distance. In fact, the purpose of her trip was the wind and thunder fruit. As long as she got it, she would have completed 1/3 of the mission of the Immortal Palace Gate and was one step closer to the status of an intermediate disciple. For her, it was a crucial step. Thinking of this, Xu Yunya took advantage of everyone's attention being attracted by Su Maoyang and flew towards the wind and thunder tree. And Jun Haosong was a very responsive person. Before she rushed to the front of the wind and thunder tree, he slapped her away with a palm. Xu Yunya was already seriously injured. After being slapped by him, blood gushed out like a fountain, and her breath was so weak that she was about to faint at any time. Deng Yihua was shocked when he saw the scene and yelled, Are you crazy? If you beat her to death, all of us will be buried with her. The two casual cultivators had unknown origins. If they killed Xu Yunya, they would just walk away, and no one would know who they were. The city lord's mansion would only put the blame on the Aolong group. And Deng Yihua didn't want to be the scapegoat. Quick! Help me grab the wind and thunder spirit fruit. And I will immediately make you the guest officials of the city lord's mansion. I, Xu Yunya, will keep my word and will never break it. Xu Yunya, even though she was seriously injured, was still thinking about the wind and thunder spirit fruit and yelled weakly. Hearing this, Deng Yihua and Xie Yufei looked at the wind thunder tree in the distance with great excitement. Gu Qiuyun seemed to have noticed their thoughts long ago, and immediately stepped forward and blocked the two of them. That was shot down by Miss Peng and Master Peng. Don't even think about taking the wind thunder fruit. This time, not only did they not contribute, but they were also saved by the Peng brothers and sisters. If they coveted what others shot down again, wouldn't they be ungrateful and despicable villains? Chapter 1998. A villain who curries favor with the powerful. Xie Yufei looked at the wind and thunder tree unwillingly. Brother Qiuyun, there are so many wind and thunder spirit fruits on the tree. Even if Miss Peng takes one, there will be no loss. Even if there is no loss, it is someone else's spoils of war. You need to get their consent. What kind of people are you making decisions on your own? Gu Qiuyun was very disgusted with their behavior and frowned and scolded. Hearing this, Xie Yufei looked at Su Maoyang shamelessly and asked for her opinion. Miss Peng, do you think it's possible? However, before she finished speaking, Su Maoyang refused. No! She saved Xu Yunya and the people of the Aolong group, and she had done her best. If it weren't for the fact that Xu Yunya led them through the eclipse storm, Su Maoyang would have torn her to pieces for attracting bats and injuring Jun Haocong. Not to mention that she had to share the spoils she had finally won with a person who wanted to kill her. She was not that kind and selfless. Seeing Su Maoyang being so unreasonable, Xie Yufei was embarrassed and looked particularly embarrassed. Xu Yunya saw that the two sides were deadlocked and knew that she could not rely on the proud wolf group. So she had to throw an olive branch to Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong. If you give me the wind and thunder spirit fruit, I will make you the city lord's guest officials, so that you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future and can practice with peace of mind. How about it? She knew very well that it was very difficult for a casual cultivator to gain a foothold in Ningjianzhou, and becoming a guest official of the city lord's mansion was undoubtedly a pie in the sky. For them, the value of casual cultivators was much higher than the wind and thunder spirit fruit. But Jun Haocong refused without thinking. I don't want it. Xu Yunya didn't expect them to be so stubborn, and she spat out blood again. I think you are not willing to accept my offer. Aren't you afraid that the city lord's mansion will make you pay for it? Su Maoyang saw that she was beaten into such a horrible state, and she still wanted to scare them with the power behind her. So he sneered and walked towards her. Since we will be retaliated by the city lord's mansion no matter what, we might as well kill you now. At least we can get some treasures. As the daughter of the city lord, Xu Yunya naturally has a lot of good things in her space ring in addition to the life-saving magic weapon. Anyway, they will be hunted down, and collecting some spoils before that will at least comfort them. Xu Yunya didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so bold that he dared to kill her. She was like a frightened bird, and she screamed in panic. You dare! I just sent a message to the people outside. If you kill me, don't think about leaving the cliff of broken souls alive. Even if I don't kill you, we still can't leave. So, I think it's more cost-effective to kill you. Su Maoyang raised a bloodthirsty evil smile, which frightened Xu Yunya and made her shudder and struggle hard. But she was seriously injured and had no strength to stand. Now she could only be slaughtered. So she panicked for a while and had to humble herself and beg for mercy. I was wrong. Don't kill me. As long as I can leave here alive, I promise that the city lord's mansion will never cause trouble for you. I can't trust your promise. Su Maoyang sneered and shook his head, and it seemed that he had not given up the idea of taking her life. Hearing this, Xu Yunya was anxious and could only ask for help from the Aolong group. Save me! Save me! Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Deng Yihua was already obsessed with Xu Yunya's beauty and had always admired her. After hearing this, he naturally stepped forward without hesitation and acted as her flower protector, standing in front of Su Maoyang. Miss Peng, I advise you to be kind. Miss Xu is already like this. Do you have to kill her? Haha. Kind? If she wasn't the daughter of the city lord, with a big force behind her, and the most beautiful woman in Ningjianzhou, would you be kind enough to stand in front of her? Su Maoyong sneered and shook his head, really disgusted by this hypocritical face. If she hadn't advanced to the level of the sixth divine pattern earlier, they would have been framed by Xu Yunya and had to report to the lower level collectively. This person was still speaking for Xu Yunya, which made her kind. It was really ridiculous. Hearing this, Xie Yufei also walked quickly to Xu Yunya, with a posture of protecting her to the end. Miss Peng, you are dirty inside. Don't think that we are all so dirty. As the saying goes, appearance is determined by the heart. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing it today, I really have to believe it. Xie Yufei's words were obviously a hint that Su Maoyong was so ugly because of her dirty heart. Gu Qiuyun couldn't control her anger when she heard her humiliating Su Maoyong like this, and she scolded him harshly. Xie Yufei, you are so presumptuous. How can you talk to Miss Peng? She is our savior after all. What's your attitude? Savior? If she was really our savior, she wouldn't kill Miss Xu regardless of the life and death of the Aolong group. Even if she rescued us just now, it was to help them escape. Do you think she saved us for our sake? Brother Qiuyun, don't be stupid. Xie Yufei yelled back angrily. Gu Qiuyun didn't expect her to say this. She was furious and slapped her in the face. What are you talking about? Even if they rescued us for their own lives, we survived because of them. How can you erase this kindness? Xie Yufei never expected that Gu Qiuyun would hit her. She covered her face, stared at him in shock, and shouted angrily, Gu Qiuyun, you actually hit me for an outsider. Have you been bewitched by this woman? Being questioned so bluntly by her, Gu Qiuyun's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. Deng Yihua was also very angry when he saw Gu Qiuyun fighting with her own people for an outsider. Gu Qiuyun. Yufei knew that everyone was a group of poor people with no one to rely on, and didn't want to offend the city lord's mansion and cause unnecessary trouble. In fact, it was all for everyone's sake. Not only did you not understand, you also blamed her and even hit her. Aren't you going too far? Who is going too far? Not only are you currying favor with the powerful, but you are also making things difficult for your benefactor. You are simply heartless and shameless. You are not worthy of being a member of my proud wolf group. Gu Qiuyun was so angry that she was shaking all over. Oh, we are not worthy. Well, in that case, I will automatically withdraw from the Aolang group and have nothing to do with the Aolang group from now on. Deng Yihua snorted angrily and immediately stated his position. Seeing this, Xie Yufei also immediately expressed her position, angrily saying, I will also withdraw from the Aolang group. Gu Qiuyun and the Peng brothers and sisters have offended Xu Yunya to death this time. No matter what, the city lord's mansion will not let them go. So, it may not be too late to cut off ties with them now. Hearing this, Gu Qiuyun was also furious and shouted loudly, who else wants to leave the Aolang group and follow Xu Yunya? All stand up. Chapter 1999, Split into Pieces. As soon as Gu Qiuyun's voice fell, two more people who wanted to leave the Aolong group came out. In their opinion, although the Peng brothers and sisters were quite powerful, they were after all independent cultivators and had no one to rely on. And no matter how talented Peng Yuyin was, she could only deal with spirit beasts. As for her brother, he had amazing combat power, but his level was too low. At best, he could only fight against the acquired Emperor's spiritual master in the initial stage. Obviously, he would not be the opponent of the city lord's mansion. Therefore, if they wanted to live in Huiyin City for 2 more years, it was not a wise move to confront the city lord's mansion now. Su Maoyong felt a little sorry when she saw that the Aolong group had begun to split because of the couple. So she said, forget it. Xu Yunya, I won't kill you. But you'd better remember what you said, and don't cause trouble for the Aolong group. She didn't have any deep hatred with the Aolong group, so she didn't do things too radically. After hearing this, Xu Yunya was completely relieved. And then she weakly told Deng Yihua, Xie Yufei and others, if you want to join my city lord's mansion, come and help me out. She knew that with her current physical condition, she couldn't even think of getting the wind and thunder spirit fruit. So she had to swallow her anger for the time being and settle the score with them after she got out. Fortunately, there were still a few smart people in the Proud Wolf group who knew how to judge the situation, analyze the pros and cons, and make the most favorable choice for themselves. So, for their intelligence. She didn't mind raising a few more dogs in the city lord's mansion. When Deng Yue and Xia Yufei heard this, they knew that she really wanted them to join the city lord's mansion. And they immediately stepped forward, helped her up, and snorted at Gu Qiuyun. You will regret your decision today. After that, they supported Xu Yunya and walked back quickly. Gu Qiuyun didn't expect the shameless villain to be so arrogant, and was furious. Su Maoyang saw that 4 people from the Aolong group had left, leaving only 6 people, nearly half of them, and said with some guilt, Captain Gu, I'm really sorry that your Aolong group was torn apart this time. You don't have to apologize to me. People like them who forget their loyalty and curry favor with the powerful will only hinder the team even if they stay. It's better to leave early to avoid causing trouble for everyone. But don't take what they said just now to heart. Gu Qiuyun waved his hand indifferently. Su Maoyang has seen many such villains, so he is not surprised. I can understand that people are selfish. At the critical moment of life and death, when interests are in front of them, the grace of saving lives is not so important. Once their lives and their own interests are endangered, not everyone is as loyal as Gu Qiuyun. This is human nature. I'm sorry to have embarrassed Miss Peng this time. Gu Qiuyun smiled awkwardly when she heard this. Su Maoyang shook her head, then waved and put the Xuanfeng giant thunder bat into the space, then turned and flew up to the wind and thunder tree, picking all the wind and thunder spirit fruits on it. She roughly counted them. There were about 10 in total. 1 for the task of the mercenary union, 1 for the task of the fairy palace gate, and the remaining few could be kept for the spirit beasts, because as far as she knew, this fruit was very helpful for the cultivation of spirit beasts. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang threw 1 to Gu Qiuyun. Gu Qiuyun didn't expect that he would also have a share of the wind and thunder spirit fruit, and asked a little flattered, What are you doing? Aren't we going to the mercenary group to hand in the task? We have to share some of the money, Su Maoyang explained. Gu Qiuyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We didn't help at all. It was all won by you 2 brothers and sisters. How can I share the money with you? This mercenary fee should have belonged to you. We are short of money recently, so we won't be polite to you. This is a thank you gift for taking the task in the name of your Aolong group. Su Maoyang was not hypocritical. She nodded calmly and accepted it, and then threw another wind and thunder spirit fruit to him. She knew that it was not easy for the 2 of them to trade in the mercenary union, because these trading institutions were monopolized by those big guys. They were afraid of receiving things of unknown origin and uncleanness, offending big forces, and causing unnecessary trouble. So, they were also making money in the name of the Aolong group. Miss Peng is so polite. Gu Qiuyun, will make you my friend. Gu Qiuyun met a straightforward person, and the gloom just now was swept away, and he laughed happily. The other members of the Proud Wolf group also smiled and nodded. They had been with Gu Qiuyun for the longest time. They were all a group of strong men. They also couldn't stand the behavior of villains. So, like Gu Qiuyun, they had a good impression of Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong, who put aside their past grudges and rescued her out of righteousness. When Jun Haocong saw her and Gu Qiuyun flirting with each other, he was so angry that his face turned black. He lowered his voice and reminded, How long do you want to talk? Are you going to leave? When Su Maoyang heard this, he immediately remembered that Jun Haocong was still injured, and then quickly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, and nervously checked his injuries. Are you injured anywhere? Let me see. Jun Haocong was angry and pulled his hand away unhappily, refusing her touch. No, it's just a little skin injury. He's not that fragile yet. Gu Qiuyun saw the scene and thought it was inconvenient for him to let a woman check. So she hurried forward and volunteered. Miss Peng, it's inconvenient for you as a girl to check, so I'll help your brother apply medicine. I just happen to bring some ointments with me, which are very effective for external injuries. They often do missions outside, and injuries are common, so they carry a lot of ointments with them in case of emergency. Jun Haocong was shocked when he saw him enthusiastically reaching out his hand and really wanted to check his injuries for himself, and pushed him away fiercely. How dare you? Gu Qiuyun was almost thrown to the ground by this push, staring at Jun Haocong in surprise, not understanding why he reacted so strongly. Su Maoyang thought that Jun Haocong didn't like being touched, and then apologized. He doesn't like others touching him, and his personality is a bit withdrawn. Don't take it to heart. Gu Qiuyun nodded in understanding. Oh, so that's it. Seeing that the two looked at each other again, Jun Haosong became jealous again, pulled Su Maoyang over, blocked the intersection of their eyes, and said angrily, "It's getting late. We should leave." Su Maoyang looked at Jun Haosong in confusion, but still followed him obediently. Gu Qiuyun also knew that they had wasted a lot of time, and immediately called everyone in the Aolong group to follow. However, when they walked out of the cave, they found that the door had been surrounded by people. Most of these people were at the level of early postnatal emperor spiritual masters, and there were 2 mid-stage postnatal emperor spiritual masters. At a glance, there were about 7 or 8 people, who were the guests brought by Xu Yunya a month ago. Chapter 2000. They are surrounded. Seeing this scene, Gu Qiuyun was furious and couldn't bear it anymore. He cursed loudly. "Damn! You despicable bitch. I promised not to cause trouble to them before. But as soon as they left the cave, they were surrounded. I really shouldn't have believed Xu Yunya's lies. Captain Gu, who are you calling a bitch? If you didn't refuse my toast, I wouldn't bother to touch you. I think you are the ones who are cheap. Right?" Xu Yunya took the healing pill and recovered. Now, she was supported by Xie Yufei and Ding Yihua and walked out slowly from the back. "Humph. I'm not as shameless as Xie Yufei and Ding Yihua. There's no way I can bow to a villain like you." Gu Qiuyun saw the 2 attentive people and spit disgustedly. Xie Yufei frowned angrily when she heard this, and shouted loudly in dissatisfaction. "Gu Qiuyun, keep your mouth shut. You gave up our deep friendship for an ugly woman, regardless of the lives of brothers and sisters, and let the Aolong group fall apart. Who is more shameless? We at least care about the whole group. And you are a cold-blooded, cruel, ruthless and selfish ghost who took the brothers who fought for you to die. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? You are ungrateful. And you are right to confuse right and wrong." Gu Qiuyun was so angry that he trembled all over. If it weren't for the Peng brothers and sisters who saved them, they would have died long ago. And there would be no chance to scold him here with confidence. Ding Yihua had some brotherly love for Gu Qiuyun, and he resisted persuading him. "Boss, I'm not saying anything bad about you. The Peng brothers and sisters are indeed strong and talented, but their arms can't twist their thighs. No matter how talented they are, it's useless if they don't survive. It's really not worth wasting your expression. Besides, with your looks and strength, it's not difficult to find a beautiful and talented woman. Why settle for an ugly woman who is doomed to die?" He could see clearly that Gu Qiuyun was trying her best to protect this woman, and there was some appreciation in it. But it was not wise to like such a woman. "I like her. I am willing. What do you care? In my opinion, she is 100 times more beautiful than Xu Yunya, whom you admire." Gu Qiuyun was disgusted with Xu Yunya and yelled back in anger. Hearing this, Jun Haosong frowned fiercely. His pupils flashed a cold light, and murderous aura gradually bloomed on his body. Su Maoyang did not expect Gu Qiuyun to say such a thing. At this time, he felt Jun Haosong's murderous gaze and awkwardly pulled up a helpless smile. "There is no way. The charm is too great." Jun Haosong glared at her fiercely. His eyes seemed to want to eat someone, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You are really good. Now that she has an ugly face and he is personally guarding her, she can still flirt with other women. This ability to attract bees and butterflies is really not simple." Su Maoyang saw that he was so fierce, and rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "We are the same." As soon as she entered the fairy palace gate, this girl attracted the attention of 2 beauties, and she even fought with them for this. He actually meant to say something to her. Jun Haosong was speechless. Ding Yihua heard it, but he felt hopeless and shook his head. "Boss, I didn't expect that your vision is so bad. I was kind enough to advise you, but you turned your head on the spot. Since you are stubborn, I am too lazy to waste my breath." Xu Yunya was also amused by his words. "Captain Gu, I originally thought that as long as you could kneel down and admit your mistakes and sever ties with those 2 casual cultivators, I would forgive you and spare your lives. However, now it seems unnecessary, because my city lord's mansion really does not need a blind and stupid dog. Why are you still standing there? Go ahead. I want them to die ugly." Several guest officials received the order and rushed towards Su Maoyang, Jun Haosong and others. Seeing the battle break out, Gu Qiuyun stood in front of Su Maoyang with his sword drawn and said in a deep voice, "Miss Peng, these acquired Emperor Spirit Masters are too powerful. None of us can defeat them. So we can only buy you some time and let Xu Yunfeng Giant Thunder Bat take you away first. If you can escape, you can escape. After that, Gu Qiuyun drew his sword and rushed out. Unfortunately, he was not back before he could take the palm of the other person. Come! Seeing such a huge disparity in strength, Su Maoyang shook her head helplessly, flew up, caught Gu Qiuyun, and ordered in a cold voice, "You take the brothers of the Aolong group and escape first. Leave this to us. There are so many postnatal Emperor Spirit Masters in the initial stage. Even Shi and Jun Haozong have no confidence to beat them, let alone this group of Emperor Spirit Masters in the initial stage. Besides, they were implicated by her because of their loyalty. So Su Maoyang naturally couldn't watch them die for her. How could Gu Qiuyun abandon the two brothers and sisters and immediately refused? How can this be done?" However, before he finished speaking, Su Maoyang waved his hand and released 8 fierce Holy King Beasts. At a glance, in addition to the Xu Yunfeng Giant Thunder Bat, there were 3 5th-level Holy King Beasts, 2 6th-level Holy King Beasts, and a 7th-level Holy King Beast, as well as a white mink that exuded an aura comparable to that of a postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master. You must know that a 5th-level Holy King Beast is comparable to a peak Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. A 6th-level Holy King Beast is comparable to an early Emperor Spiritual Master. And a 7th-level Holy King Beast can even fight against a mid-stage Emperor Spiritual Master, although they still cannot beat a postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master. This lineup alone is much more powerful than their Proud Wolf group, because they are spirit beasts after all. Their fighting power and defense capabilities are much stronger than humans. However, just when Gu Qiuyun and the Aolong group were frightened, Su Maoyang waved his hand again, released 5 puppets, and shouted, "Xiaobai, you are responsible for 1 postnatal Emperor Spirit Master. The Giant Thunder Bat is responsible for 1. Xia Lanlin, you and Haimeo work together to entangle 1. And the puppets protect me in the battle." After that, Su Maoyang rushed into the battle circle without hesitation, waving the wind-breaking thunder knife bought from the Immortal Palace Gate, and slashed away. I saw a fierce spiritual power burst out from her body, covering the big knife, and suddenly cut out a bright sword light like lightning in the air. That kind of power fluctuation, with a momentum that shook the world, instantly blew up a demon wind, and a gloomy and terrifying whimpering sound broke out, and fell heavily on a guest in front of her, as if a lightning bolt fell from the sky, trying to split the person in half. Seeing this scene, and feeling the strength of Su Maoyang's spiritual power, everyone in the Proud Wolf group was dumbfounded, and swallowed their saliva in horror. No wonder Miss Peng asked them to leave first. Not only does she have a large group of powerful spiritual beasts and puppets, but she also has such a strong fighting power. If they stay here, won't they be hindering her? The funny thing is that Gu Qiuyun just stood in front of her, and wanted to act as a flower protector. But in the end, he was the one being protected. Chapter 2001. It turns out it's you too. At this time, Gu Qiuyun was even more stupid, frozen in place, with an overly frightened reaction. He never expected that this thin and inconspicuous woman, in addition to playing the music to control the spirit beasts, actually contracted so many spirit beasts, and even knew the puppet technique, and even her spiritual strength was much stronger than theirs. He didn't understand. How could the gap between the 2 Emperor Spirit Masters of the same initial stage be so big? Thinking that he was not even as good as a woman and was protected by a woman, Gu Qiuyun's face seemed to be covered with chili juice, burning. Originally, Peng Huan, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Master, was able to withstand the attack of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master, which was enough to shock people, who knew that his sister was even more perverted, not only had good strength, but also had many means. Just waved her hand, and there were so many helpers to help fight in a group. It was simply sharp and unreasonable. Of course, not only the people of the Aolong group were shocked, but even Deng Yihua and Xie Yufei, who followed Xu Yunye, were also very surprised and shocked to the point of being speechless. Before, they thought that Su Maoyang was only gifted in spirit and divine patterns, but they didn't expect that the spiritual power and momentum she displayed were not inferior to Xu Yunye at all. In addition to her powerful martial arts, I think even Xu Yunye might not be able to resist it. It is obvious that this woman is much more powerful and talented than Xu Yunye in terms of spiritual power, divine patterns, mental power and soul power. The only regret is that she is a little ugly and of humble status. However, although they were surprised, They did not think that Su Maoyang could really defeat a large group of acquired imperial spiritual masters with the strength of an early emperor spiritual master. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Even with the help of spirit beasts and her extraordinary talent, she could not turn the tide. As for Xu Yunya, she was jealous and crazy when she saw the strength and means displayed by Su Maoyang. She wanted to kill her even more and shouted again. Quick! Kill that woman. I want her dead. This woman was too powerful. She was definitely a threat to her. And she would not allow such a threat to exist. The guest who was fighting with Su Maoyang received the order. His eyes flashed. And he suddenly burst out with spiritual power. And swept towards Su Maoyang with a raised palm. Su Maoyang stepped on the disguised pure world green lotus platform. And her defense ability was amazing. Facing this wave of attacks, she was not blown away. But even if she had 1,000 skills, she could not make up for the gap in level. So she could not resist the spiritual power attack of the acquired Emperor Spiritual Master. She was injured in the shoulder, and quickly dodged to the side. However, the opponent was not a young man, but an experienced old man, who seemed to have seen through her movement trajectory long ago. He swung his arm again, and slashed with a palm. The palm wind was wrapped in spiritual power. Fierce and fast as lightning. It came in the blink of an eye, sharp as a knife, and stabbed towards Su Maoyang's face. Su Maoyang felt such a strong pressure. Her steps trembled quickly, and she retreated quickly. But her speed was no match for the strong man, who was 4 levels higher than her. After retreating a few steps, she was caught up by the fierce palm wind. Fortunately, she was agile and quickly turned sideways, and avoided most of the force in an instant. But her cheek was unfortunately hit, and a large cut was opened. Su Maoyang felt blood gushing out of her face, and covered the wound in shock. The next second, everyone saw that ordinary face, as if the waxy yellow mask had been removed, revealing the skin that was as white and tender as a water chestnut, as if it was made of jade fat, which was amazing. Of course, what is even more amazing is her exquisite facial features. Her eyebrows are like distant mountains. Her eyes are like stars, deep and bright, shining with charming light, and beautiful like a natural black gem. Her delicate red lips are like flowers embellishing her face, and her long silver hair fluttering in the wind is like a crescent moon, emitting a faint silver light, which sets off her beautiful face, making it pure and beautiful. Seeing this, Gu Qiuyun and the brothers of the Aolong group all gasped in amazement, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Originally, they had not recovered from the last wave of shock, but they entered the next wave of shock, and they were all frozen and stupid. As for Deng Yihua and Xie Yufei, their faces were full of astonishment, as if there was a thunder explosion on their heads, staring at Su Maoyang with 2 eyes, obviously frightened. Xie Yufei seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and couldn't help but murmured, "How is this possible?" Hearing this, Gu Qiuyun suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha. It is true that the appearance is determined by the heart. Xie Yufei, Miss Peng's heart is indeed much more beautiful than yours. I didn't believe this statement before, but today, I believe it." Hearing Gu Qiuyun use the word she used to ridicule Peng Yuyan to ridicule herself, Xie Yufei's cheeks flushed instantly, and she couldn't speak. She was a little jealous of Su Maoyang's strength and talent before, so she used her appearance to comfort herself. After all, as a beautiful woman, she always has a sense of superiority in appearance. It is because of this that she made a fuss about her appearance and laughed at her for being ugly, because the appearance is determined by the heart. In the end, Xie Yufei found that she was a complete joke in the eyes of the other party. Deng Yihua was not much better at this time. He just said that Gu Qiuyun had a bad taste and actually fell in love with such a woman. He didn't expect that she was so outstanding. If you put aside her status and position, she could beat Xu Yunya by several streets. So, seeing that impeccable face at this time, Deng Yihua was reluctant to look away. After all, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. When Xu Yunya saw this scene, she was shocked and shouted loudly, "Su Maoyang, it's you? Since Peng Yuyan is Su Maoyang, then the one walking with her must be Jun Haosong." Realizing this, Xu Yunya suddenly realized, "Okay, it turns out to be you too. I couldn't find trouble with you before, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver it to my door. It's just right. Let's settle the new and old accounts together today. Surround them for me. Don't let them run away." Hearing the order, several guest officials quickly gathered towards them, intending to catch the turtle in the jar. Seeing that Su Maoyang and Jun Haosong were gradually forced into a state of panic and overwhelmed, everyone in the Aolong group was extremely anxious. But they were not strong enough to help, so they could only stand aside and worry. At this time, seeing that Su Maoyang and Jun Haosong were about to be blown away, Gu Qiuyun's heart was in his throat, and he shouted in horror, "Be careful!" However, before he finished his roar, he saw a hammer suddenly swung from a distance, hitting the arm of a guest who attacked Su Maoyang, instantly interrupting the opponent's attack. Chapter 2002. It's the Silver Ghost Army. The guest official who was hit in the arm did not expect the sudden change, and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the attack. At this time, several figures were seen quickly coming from a distance. They were wearing silver armor, silver masks on their faces, and holding magic weapons. They looked like a mysterious army, fully armed from head to toe. People could not feel their breath, and their identities could not be guessed. They appeared silently like ghosts. Seeing this scene, Gu Qiuyun's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "It's the Silver Ghost Army!" This Silver Ghost Army is a well-known thief gang in Ningjianzhou. Although its strength is not particularly strong, it wins in sharp means, many traps, and wretched combat. They often set traps around, and take away the opponent before they react, and quickly evacuate the battlefield. They always come and go without a trace, catching the enemy off guard. It is said that their purpose is to fight if they can beat them, and run if they can't. They have first-class life-saving skills. This is why they have committed so many crimes and have never been caught. It shows how powerful they are. So, if you are unlucky enough to be targeted by them, you will lose money in 9 out of 10 cases. As expected, everyone was still in shock at this time. The leader swung another hammer and shouted loudly, "Explode!" As soon as the words fell, countless golden marbles were thrown from the jungle not far away. They were small, but they were powerful. They exploded as soon as they landed, and white smoke filled the air instantly. However, just when everyone's eyes were blank and they couldn't tell the direction, Su Maoyang had such a keen perception that he noticed a figure approaching and subconsciously raised his hand and chopped it out. However, the other party was also quick-witted. She dodged the attack with a tilt of her head and reminded in a low voice, "It's me!" Hearing this magnetic female voice, Su Maoyang was startled and suddenly opened her eyes wide. This unique voice was too familiar to Su Maoyang, and the impression was too deep. She immediately recognized the other party's identity. But before she could speak, the woman grabbed her and Jun Haosong's wrists and quickly retreated to the back. "Hurry! You too! Follow me!" Jun Haosong, who was next to her, heard this voice and recognized the other party's identity. He followed without resistance. He knew very well that with his and Su Maoyang's strength, they were definitely not the opponents of this group of acquired imperial spiritual masters. Staying here would only lead to death. So if they wanted to survive, they had to escape. But when Su Maoyang thought that the Aolong group was still there, he refused with a worry. "No, I can't leave the Aolong group. They have offended Shu Yunya because of me, and Shu Yunya will not let them go. Don't worry. The other brothers have already gone to rescue them. Just follow me." The woman had already made arrangements, and after a soothing word, she took Su Maoyang and Jun Haosong out of the battle circle. At this time, looking back and seeing the figures who were sent to rescue people, they had already caught up one after another. She quickly took out the sound transmission talisman, and while the smoke had not completely dispersed, she shouted, "Iron Eagle claws in place, heavy crossbows ready, poison break." After the voice fell, Su Maoyang soon heard screams from behind, and when he looked back, he found that the guest officials were actually caught by the iron claw mechanism on the ground, unable to move. But they were all powerful acquired imperial spiritual masters after all. Although their ankles were injured, this injury was nothing to them. They just swung their swords, cut off the mechanisms, and released the restraints. Just when they were free, they had no time to pursue, and were blocked by the poisonous breaks projected from all directions, forming a poisonous barrier in an instant, making them dizzy and staggering. After completing a series of mechanism throwing, the woman made a prompt decision and shouted, "Lay out the magic nails and retreat quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, she called her companions, who had caught up with her, and rushed in another direction. The whole process took no more than a cup of tea. Su Maoyang finally saw what it meant to fight quickly and fight quickly. Of course, If you don't have a little speed and rich experience in escape from a group of acquired Emperor spiritual masters, you would have been killed by their knives long ago. And how could you save so many people? To be honest, Su Maoyang didn't take Ji Ruiqing seriously before, and disdained to associate with her. But after this time, she was convinced, because this person seemed to be a natural thief. All his actions were done in one go, and the arrangements were so thorough and rigorous that no one could find any loopholes, and he could easily take people away. It must be said that this is also a kind of skill. She had heard before that the disciples in the soul-chasing hall learned relatively niche things, and they were tinkering with things like mechanisms and hidden weapons all day long. After seeing the power of these mechanisms with her own eyes today, Su Maoyang realized that she had underestimated them. Although their strength is not as good as the disciples of other temples, and they can't fight hard with others, they are definitely good at doing bad things in secret and escaping to save their lives. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang glanced at the woman next to him and asked with a smile, "Did you make those mechanisms? Otherwise, do you think it's so easy to be the leader of the Silver Ghost Army?" Ji Ruiqing replied disdainfully. Hearing that proud tone, Su Maoyang could completely imagine the smug expression under her mask, and couldn't help but nod with a smile. "No wonder you are so arrogant and so confident. You are indeed quite capable." "What do you mean by somewhat?" "I am very capable." "Okay. If I wasn't in a hurry to save you, I would definitely make those old guys' butts bloom." Getting Su Maoyang's approval, Ji Ruiqing was actually excited. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head when he heard her bragging. But thinking of her saving everyone's life, he didn't tear her down this time, but followed her words and said, "Yes, you are very capable. Thanks to you for saving us this time, fellow sisters. Why are you so polite?" Ji Ruiqing said it without caring, but her tone was very happy. Su Maoyang saw that they were still wearing armor, which was too eye-catching, and couldn't help but remind them, "You should change your clothes as soon as possible. If you wear them like this, the enemy will catch up soon." Ji Ruiqing heard this, and looked back at the Aolong group following behind her. Su Maoyang knew that she was a little worried about the people of the Aolong group, and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. They are all trustworthy, because I saved them before. They did not hesitate to offend the city lord's mansion for me. Even at the critical moment of life and death, they stood on my side without hesitation. They are all a group of iron-willed men and will not betray you." Su Maoyang understood her caution, because being a thief is more dangerous than doing a mercenary mission, and the most feared thing is to expose your identity. Otherwise, with the crimes they committed in Ningjianzhou, I don't know how many enemies want their lives. So, you have to be extra careful in everything. Chapter 2003 A Pile of Peach Blossom Debts. You can't know a person's heart by looking at his face. They may be loyal to you, but not necessarily to me. Ji Ruiqing didn't want to take risks easily in front of people she didn't know. Su Maoyang knew it was right to be careful, so she didn't force him. "Since you are worried, I have a disguise pill here." As she said that, she took out a medicine bottle and threw it to Ji Ruiqing. When Ji Ruiqing heard that it was a disguise pill, she immediately rejected it with rejection. "Want me to become as ugly as you just now? Forget it. I would rather die than be ugly." Although she was not as delicate as Su Maoyang, she was also a stunning beauty. With her charming and seductive temperament, she had fascinated countless men. But Su Maoyang now wanted her to disguise herself and look ugly, and she couldn't do it even if she was beaten to death. Su Maoyang saw that she was willing to give up her life for beauty, and shook her head with a smile. However, when I met her in the armory that day, I saw that she was dressed so sexy and charming, and I knew that she was a beauty who loved beauty, and it was reasonable that she couldn't stand ugliness. Forget it. If you don't want to eat it, give it to other senior brothers. Su Maoyang glanced at the other disciples around him. Although Jun Haotsong beat him last time, he was grateful that he could come to help without holding a grudge. Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing nodded, threw the medicine bottle to his companions, and ordered, "There is a cave in front. Everyone hurry up and change your appearance." After saying that, Ji Ruiqing took the lead and rushed towards the cave in front. Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong also took the disguise pill and changed their appearance and dress. As for the Aolong group following behind, they stopped at the entrance of the cave and didn't go in, because they knew that the Silver Ghost Army had always been mysterious, and it was very rare for them to come out to save them now. So they naturally did not dare to hope to see their true faces. Of course, Gu Qiuyun also knew that the Silver Ghost Army saved them for the sake of the Peng brothers and sisters. So, thinking of this, Gu Qiuyun looked at Su Maoyang nervously and asked with concern, "Miss Peng, are you injured? I have ointment here. Take a look." Jun Haotsong's face darkened when he heard this. Before he could finish, he suddenly stretched out his hand to pull Su Maoyang into his arms and refused. "My woman doesn't need your concern." Hearing this and seeing them hugging each other intimately, Gu Qiuyun was shocked. It was like a thunder exploded above his head, and he was shocked on the spot. Then he pointed at the two of them and took a breath of cold air in disbelief. "You your woman? You are a couple?" "Uh-huh. They are not a couple." At this time, Ji Ruiqing, who had changed her clothes, slowly walked out of the cave. She happened to see a good show and couldn't help but help answer. Gu Qiuyun heard this and looked back at Ji Ruiqing. The next second, she was shocked by her beautiful face and enchanting and sexy figure. He didn't expect that the leader of the Silver Ghost Corps was such a charming and sexy beauty. Although her facial features were not as delicate as Peng Yuyin's, she had a different flavor and a completely different style. Seeing that Gu Qiuyun was stunned by her, Ji Ruiqing was proud and smiled. Her sexy red lips instantly raised a seductive arc, which instantly fascinated Gu Qiuyun and the other brothers of the Proud Wolf Corps. "Uh-huh. A bunch of idiots." Seeing this, Ji Ruiqing chuckled and slowly walked in front of Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong. Hearing this, Gu Qiuyun suddenly woke up. As if to cover up her embarrassment, she subconsciously asked, "If they are not lovers, then why are they seeing Gu Qiuyun's confused look?" Ji Ruiqing found it particularly interesting and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. They are not lovers. They are husband and wife." "Idiot!" Knowing the truth, Gu Qiuyun was shocked as if struck by lightning, and his face turned pale as paper. Although he knew that he was not worthy of such an excellent woman, he still held some hope in his heart. However, he didn't know that Peng Huan was not her brother at all, but her husband. It turned out that they were actually husband and wife. Thinking of this, Gu Qiuyun raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that your names are also fake, right?" Su Maoyang saw that he seemed to have been hit, and felt a little sorry. He nodded and admitted, "Well, my name is Su Maoyang, and his name is Jun Haotsong. We didn't mean to lie to you. We really had no choice. Alas, I understand that it is not easy to survive. Everyone has their own difficulties. I don't blame you." Gu Qiuyun nodded in understanding. He was just a little disappointed that Su Maoyang had already married. Ji Ruiqing looked like she was enjoying the show, and smiled as if she was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. "You two are really good at attracting bees and butterflies. You have only been here for a few days, but you have already owed a lot of peach blossom debts." Su Maoyang glared at her unhappily when he heard it. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for my senior sister who fell in love with my husband and insisted on causing trouble for us, we wouldn't have so many peach blossom debts." Ji Ruiqing's eyes lit up when she heard her call him senior sister. She looked at her expectantly. "It's rare for you to call me senior sister. How about it? Are you interested in joining our group now?" Su Maoyang saw that she was still unwilling to give up recruiting him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, "You are not trying to win us over, deliberately ambushing at the soul-breaking cliff, wanting us to owe you a favor and have to accept your invitation? Bah! Don't think we are so shameless. Okay, we ambushed there, originally wanting to rob Shu Yunya, but who knew that you would be besieged? Since you are a disciple of the soul-chasing hall, of course I have to help you." Although Ji Ruiqing had planned to get along well with Su Maoyang, this time it was indeed accidental. Su Maoyang smiled and deliberately joked, "Aren't your series of operations just now shameless enough? All kinds of hidden weapons were used, catching people off guard and making them panic. How insidious the means were. That's to save people. To escape. Okay? Besides, we have a group of old guys besieging a few young people. Isn't that shameless? Compared to Shu Yunya, we are simply noble and upright. Okay." Su Maoyang has seen Shu Yunya's shamelessness, and when he heard this, he nodded in agreement. "That's right. What do you think? You haven't answered me yet. Do you want to join us? Senior sister promises here that as long as you join our legion, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks." Ji Ruiqing tempted again. "You want her to do something sneaky with you?" "No way." Jun Haotsong saw her seducing his woman. His face turned black on the spot, and he refused without giving her any face. Chapter 2004. There is news about Shinuo. Hey, what do you mean by stealing? We call it making money in a proper way. Besides, if you didn't steal today, would you be alive until now? Ji Ruiqing retorted, unconvinced. How can today's situation be compared with usual times? Today they are saving people, which is a good thing. And it is completely incomparable with the usual robbery. Jun Haotsong is upright, and it may be okay to attack his enemies. But if he is asked to rob people who have no grudges against him, he really can't do it. Although Su Maoyang is not a good person, he has always been a person who does not offend me. So he has the same attitude as Jun Haotsong. Senior sister, you helped me this time. Haotsong and I are very grateful. But we really can't be thieves with you. Of course, I don't recommend you to do this business. It's too risky. If those enemies today were stronger, or had seen through their intentions in advance, they would have died there long ago. And how could they stand here to brag about themselves? After all, if you walk at night for a long time, you will definitely run into ghosts. No one can guarantee that you will be so lucky every time. Ji Ruiqing naturally understood this truth and sighed helplessly. Junior sister, do you think we really want to be thieves? This is a choice forced by life and forced by helplessness. You should know now that if you want to gain a foothold in the Salua realm, you can never be without power and influence. If we want to survive and earn fairy crystals, we can only become thieves. Otherwise, we can only become running dogs and slaves for those big forces, without even personal freedom. It's better to be a thief. Although it's a bit risky and a bit scary, it's better than being abused and humiliated. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly remembered Shinuo's voice transmission, and a terrible thought suddenly popped up in her mind. And she was horrified. Become a slave? Shinuo won't. Ji Ruiqing saw Su Maoyang's face change, and asked in confusion, will not what? No. I want to go back to Huiyin City. I want to go to the mercenary union. Su Maoyang's face turned pale, and she shook her head excitedly. And then she was about to walk towards Huiyin City. Hearing that she was going back to the mercenary union, Jun Haotsong grabbed her and reminded her seriously. We have exposed our identities and can't go back. Although they changed their appearance and clothes again, it is a sensitive period now. With Xu Yanya's status, she can find out what kind of tasks they have issued in the mercenary union with a little inquiry. Therefore, if they go back now and investigate Shinuo's news, they will undoubtedly fall into a trap. Gu Qiuyun also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Xu Yanya knows the identity of our Aolong group and is now sending people to hunt us down. I believe she has already sent people to the mercenary union to watch us. If we go back now, are we going to die? But I spent a lot of fairy crystals to find out the news from the mercenary union. Is it just like that? They didn't have much money, and they wasted 6,000 in vain. Just thinking about this, Su Maoyang felt a pain in his heart and was very angry. Hearing about the news, Ji Ruiqing curled his lips, blooming a charming smile, raised his eyebrows, and asked confidently, there is a newsman standing in front of you, and you actually spent money to go to the mercenary union to inquire about the news. Are you insulting my Silver Ghost Corps? Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, and he looked up at her. Can you help me get information? Nonsense. When it comes to getting information, these are second to none. After all, we are playing with our lives all day long. If we are not careful, we will be crushed to pieces. Naturally, we must figure out the situation before taking action. Understand the other party's identity, strength, whereabouts, trump cards, plan the battle and escape route, and so on. After everything is well prepared, we will really take action. So intelligence is indispensable to us. Even to a certain extent. Even big forces such as trading houses and mercenary unions, none of them are as well informed as thieves. Of course, even if they know a lot of information, they may not tell the truth, because they still have to act according to the face of their superiors. If they leak some secrets that should not be leaked and offend people who should not be offended, they will be in trouble. So it is the thieves who are willing to tell the truth, because they are all a group of people on the run. As long as they have money to survive, they are not afraid of offending a few more enemies. When it comes to intelligence, Ji Ruiqing is quite confident. Their Silver Ghost Corps is at least a well-known thief gang. They are well aware of the power and intelligence of the 4 major states, as long as it is not too secretive. It is basically not difficult. Hearing her say this, Su Maoyang saw hope again and said eagerly, "In this case, I want to ask you about someone. A woman named Xinuo. She said she was in Huiyin City in Ningjianzu. But Huiyin City is too big, and I don't know where she is trapped." As he said, Su Maoyang handed the portrait he had prepared in the inn to Ji Ruiqing. Ji Ruiqing glanced at the portrait, smacked his lips and sighed. "TSK. TSK. TSK. Another beauty. It should not be difficult to find such a face. So we will take care of it. However, you still have to give us a few days. You should go to the nearby Qiantu city to avoid the limelight and wait for my news." Su Maoyang nodded slightly and said gratefully, "Okay. I'll wait for your good news. If you find her, I will definitely reward you handsomely. You must keep your word. We will go first." Ji Ruiqing is also a hot-tempered person. After saying that, he called everyone in the Silver Ghost Corps to fly towards Huiyin City. 3 days passed unknowingly. And Su Maoyang, Jun Haotsong and the Proud Wolf Corps, who had been living in the inn, finally waited for Ji Ruiqing's news. "Have you found out her whereabouts in Huiyin City?" Su Maoyang asked straight to the point as soon as Ji Ruiqing entered the house. Ji Ruiqing looked at her with a serious expression. "I found out. But she is not in Huiyin City, but in Yanqing City." Yanqing City? Su Maoyang was delighted to hear the news about Xinuo. But she was not familiar with the forces in the upper plain. So she asked in confusion. "Well, Ningjianzhou has a total of 6 major cities. But only 3 cities are located in the central area. So the most powerful forces are also gathered in these 3 cities. And Yanqing City is one of these 3 cities, which is more prosperous and powerful than the other cities. Where is she in Yanqing City? Have you found out the specific location?" Seeing that she was serious, Su Maoyang suddenly had a bad premonition. She is a maid in the Gongsun family in Yanqing City. It is said that the son of the Gongsun family fell in love with her and took her to be a concubine. But she would rather die than obey. The son of the Gongsun family was angry and reduced her to the lowest level of slave, making her do hard work every day and forced her to obey him. Chapter 2005 Su Maoyang's Plan. Su Maoyang heard this and immediately remembered that when she contacted Xinuo, there was indeed a fierce scolding voice from the other side, as if someone was really supervising her work, thinking of Xinuo's continuous suffering in this life, and the torture she would suffer in the Sunluo realm. Su Maoyang's heart was gripped, and she immediately made a decision and said to Jun Haotsong, "We will set off for Yanqing City tomorrow. Junior sister, don't be naive. That's the Gongsun family. Although it's not the most prominent family in Yanqing City, it is definitely a force you can't afford to offend." Ji Ruiqing knew that she wanted to save people, and shook his head helplessly, obviously disapproving of her decision. Su Maoyang frowned. "But I can't just watch her get stuck in that place, being humiliated, and not care. If you really want to save her from the Gongsun family, I advise you to dream. Do you know that the Gongsun mansion is protected by guards on 3 floors and 3 floors outside? In addition, there are formations. Once someone breaks in, they can sense it immediately, let alone saving people. You will probably be shot on the spot before you can stand firm. At that time, even 100 Silver Ghost armies can't save you." Jun Haotsong was also worried about her. It was rare for him to agree with Ji Ruiqing's words. "Well, this matter needs to be planned slowly. And you can't be impulsive." Su Maoyang was worried and confused. As long as she thought of Xinuo's current situation, she couldn't stop worrying. Yes, this place is not like the 9 Nether Realm. You really have to be cautious and plan well. But you still have to go to Yanqing City. You have to go there to find out the specific situation before making arrangements. Su Maoyang calmed down and nodded after pondering. Seeing that she had a plan, Gu Qiuyan immediately turned to look at the brothers behind him and suggested, "It is impossible for our Aolong group to return to Huiyin City. After all, our lives were saved by Miss Su. Since Miss Su is in trouble, how can we stand idly by? So let's go to Yanqing City together to help Miss Su." "Okay. Since we are on the run anyway, we will stay with Miss Su in the future." The other members seconded the proposal. Seeing that they agreed, Gu Qiuyan directly clasped his fists towards Su Maoyang and said, "Miss Su, your strength is above mine. From now on, you will be the boss of our Aolong group. But going to Yanqing City to save people is too dangerous. I am worried that you will get into unnecessary trouble." Su Maoyang didn't expect that he would nominate her as the boss. She was a little flattered. But she was still worried when she thought of the danger of the matter. We have already caused a lot of trouble. And we don't need this one. Now Shu Yunya is chasing us everywhere. And we don't know where to go. We might as well go with you to save people. Although our strength is not very good, we can at least help you do some things within our ability. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Gu Qiuyun saw that she was a little hesitant and interrupted immediately. Su Maoyong thought that he really needed help to gain a foothold in Yanqing City, and finally nodded in compromise. Okay, since you are not afraid of causing trouble, let's go together. Ji Ruiqing saw that all of them were going to Yanqing City, and she was not optimistic. Junior sister, let's not talk about going to Gongsun family to save people. Just to say, whether we can gain a foothold in Yanqing City is a problem. After all, saving people is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. How many days can your little bit of fairy crystals last? Yes, our little bit of money really can't last for a few days. So we have to open a store to make money. Su Maoyong obviously already had a plan. Open a store to make money? Ji Ruiqing and several other disciples of the soul-chasing hall looked at her with confusion. Su Maoyong saw that they were puzzled, and slightly curled his lips, took out a bottle of St. Kingray Divine Pattern pills, and handed it to Ji Ruiqing. This is the thank you gift I promised you before. Hearing the thank you gift, Ji Ruiqing's eyes lit up, and she curiously opened the bottle cap. The next second, she suddenly widened her eyes, quickly poured out a pill, raised her head with shock, and asked in disbelief, "Is this a St. Kingray Refining Heart and Mysterious Soul pill?" Hearing the St. Kingray pill, the other disciples of the soul-chasing hall were all shocked and came over to take a look. At this time, seeing the pill and the pattern engraved on the pill with their own eyes, everyone gasped in shock, and some people couldn't help but exclaimed, "My God, it's a St. Kingray Divine Pattern pill." Perhaps she was too shocked that she even stuttered when she spoke. Ji Ruiqing was such a smart person that when others were still shocked and couldn't recover, she had already reacted. These pills should be. Could it be that you made it? Isn't that nonsense? Do you think I have so many fairy crystals to buy so many expensive pills? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Oh my God! How old are you? You are actually a divine pattern alchemist at the level of Danzuan. Are you lying to me? Ji Ruiqing couldn't accept it and suffered a huge blow. Although there are such young alchemy geniuses in the Tiansheng dynasty, it is still relatively rare for someone like her to reach the level of Danzuan and be a divine pattern alchemist. So, she really didn't know what kind of pervert was standing in front of her, which really refreshed her cognition again and again. Hearing that Su Maoyong was a Danzuan divine pattern alchemist, the people in the Aolong group were also shocked and stared at Su Maoyong in amazement. And they couldn't recover for a long time. They had seen Su Maoyong's ability to control beasts, contract beasts, control puppets, and burst combat power before. Now they know that she is an amazing Danzuan divine pattern alchemist. Can she hit people more? Although Danzuan is nothing in the Sinlu realm, divine pattern alchemist is very noble. Thinking of this, Gu Qiuyun couldn't help but sigh that they actually accidentally climbed up to a noble divine pattern alchemist. This is just like a dream. At this time, Su Maoyong saw Ji Ruiqing's exaggerated expression and excitement, and couldn't help but chuckle. If I lied to you, would I be able to take out so many pills? Ha ha ha. Junior sister, you don't want to open a medicine shop to sell pills? Since she knew that she was a Danzuan alchemist, Ji Ruiqing quickly guessed Su Maoyong's plan. Su Maoyong nodded. Well, since those big forces are monopolized and dare not easily collect things from scattered cultivators, then I can only open a shop to make money. It just so happens that I have a lot of medicinal herbs here, and I can also sell them. At worst, isn't Gu Qiuyun a mercenary? It shouldn't be a problem to go to the forest to pick some medicinal herbs to sell. There is a spiritual field in her space, where any plants can be planted. Even rare medicinal herbs can be grown. A lot. So she can use this advantage to open a medicine shop. Chapter 2006. Get ready to make a fortune. Hearing such a good idea, Ji Ruiqing's eyes lit up, and she hugged Su Maoyong excitedly. Junior sister, I really love you. You have such a skill. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You can refine so many high-quality pills. We just need to sit and collect money. Why do we need to take the risk of being a thief? Jun Haotsong on the side saw Ji Ruiqing hanging on Su Maoyong. His pupils suddenly shot out a sharp cold light, and he pulled her away with force. Stay away from my woman. Ji Ruiqing was forcibly pulled away and glared at Jun Haotsong unhappily. We are all women. There is nothing wrong with hugging. Not even women. Jun Haotsong pulled Su Maoyang into his arms like a calf, not allowing anyone to touch her. TSK. Junior sister is not a porcelain doll. Can it break if touched? I didn't expect that you look like a decent person. But you are so stingy. I really misjudged you at the beginning. Ji Ruiqing saw that he was guarding against her like a bad guy, and snorted in dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang saw the two quarreling and smiled helplessly. He is famous for being jealous. No matter whether it is a man or a woman. Even if it is a pig. If he touches me, he will be jealous. You don't have to care about him. Ji Ruiqing raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard it, and then laughed suddenly with enlightenment. No wonder he was sour from just now. It turns out that he is a jealous person. She didn't expect that this man who looked cold and indifferent to everything actually had this side. The contrast was quite big. Thinking of this, Ji Ruiqing glanced at Jun Haotsong with a smirk, and then suddenly found something wrong. Frowned suddenly, and asked angrily, Junior sister, what do you mean by what you said just now? Did you call me a pig? Su Maoyang shrugged innocently. I didn't. Well, I touched you and your man protected him. I scolded your man for being stingy, and you scolded me for being a pig. You two are simply the same. Don't bully others like this. Ji Ruiqing was hit, and yelled like a tantrum. Su Maoyang looked innocent, but Jun Haotsong glanced at her coldly and warned. I don't want to bully you. As long as you don't get close to my woman. Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing was even more unconvinced and stuck to Su Maoyang. Junior sister. From now on, the senior brothers and sisters will follow you. No matter what. You still owe us a life-saving grace. Don't think of kicking us away. Su Maoyang smiled helplessly, but thinking of the seriousness of the matter, she had to remind him seriously. You can follow me. But it is definitely not as simple as sitting and collecting money. You must know that opening a medicine shop in Yanqing City is not an easy thing. And it may be more dangerous than being a thief. You must be mentally prepared. She knew very well that being a thief is in the dark, while opening a shop is in the open. Many things are much more complicated when done in the open. So the difficulty and danger of opening a medicine shop are not necessarily less than being a thief. But the reason why she chose to open a shop was because she urgently needed to build her own power. If she became a thief, she would have to live a life of hiding and not having enough food. This was not a long-term solution. She had to settle down and gain a firm foothold in the Sunluo realm. She would not let Xinua, Dongfang and Xiaohu follow her and live in the open air. So she had to become stronger and become their backer to fundamentally solve the problem. Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing also restrained his expression and nodded solemnly. It doesn't matter. We will work with you. If we can't do it, we will become thieves again. It's no big deal. Seeing that they really planned to open a medicine shop, Gu Qiuyun was naturally willing to help. But he was still a little embarrassed. Selling pills and medicinal materials is certainly a good way to make money. But we must at least have the capital to buy a shop. But Yanqing City is one of the 3 most prosperous cities. If we want to buy land, it will cost a lot of fairy crystals. We are penniless now. Where can we get so much money? Isn't there a silver ghost army here? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ji Ruiqing and several other brothers from the soul-chasing hall. We? Ji Ruiqing pointed at himself, not quite understanding. Su Maoyang's eyes slightly raised, and a gleam of light flashed across his pupils. Yes, as thieves. You are here to do a job. Ji Ruiqing was a little surprised. Don't you disapprove of us doing sneaky things? Robbing bad guys like Xu Yunya is not sneaky, but eliminating harm for the people. The smile on Su Maoyang's mouth became more gentle. After being touched by her, Ji Ruiqing immediately reacted, and a cunning smile instantly jumped on his face. Ha ha ha. Junior sister. You are too insidious. You actually set your sights on the city lord's mansion. But I like this proposal. Since she wants to do it on the first day, I don't mind doing it on the 15th. Although I don't take the initiative to provoke others. It doesn't mean that I am a person who keeps things quiet. What's more, everyone almost lost their lives. So she has to pay a price anyway. Su Maoyang thought of Jun Haotsong being injured, and his voice unconsciously became a little colder. She hadn't intended to make things difficult for Xu Yunya, but her behavior of adding insult to injury and killing her was really disgusting. So, since she was unkind, don't blame her for being unjust. Besides, she didn't just want to open a medicine shop this time. There were many people who needed money. I think only the city lord's mansion had such strong financial resources. Haha. Yes, a shameless bitch like her really needs a lesson. But it's not easy to get into the city lord's mansion. We can only rob the volcanic rock veins under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. Speaking of robbery, Ji Ruiqing is very experienced and immediately came up with an idea. It's just that Su Maoyang didn't quite understand the fire rock mine she mentioned. What is that place? You just arrived at the Sunlua realm. So you may not know that the fairy crystals here are all unearthed from many crystal veins. And this fire rock mine is the mine under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Fire Rock City. There are many fairy crystals in it, and a large number of people are needed to help with mining. Therefore, the mine will recruit workers every day. When the time comes, you can sign up and sneak in, and try to dig more fairy crystals. My Silver Ghost Core will meet you outside. I believe that as long as this vote is successful, buying the store will definitely not be a problem. Ji Ruiqing quickly came up with a plan to commit the crime. But this is too difficult. The fire rock mine is surrounded by formations. It is much more dangerous than the soul-breaking cliff. Even the peak postnatal emperor spiritual master cannot break it. Aren't you going there to die? Gu Qiuyan felt it was too risky, and waved his hands repeatedly in disapproval. Su Maoyang nodded after pondering. Well, this does need to be planned carefully. Senior sister, I will give you 3 days. You are responsible for making the mechanism and arranging the escape route. And the rest is left to me. 3 days later, Su Maoyang, Jun Haocong and several brothers of the Aolong group came to the Huiyin mine. There were a lot of people here, and those who wanted to sign up for mining had already lined up in a long queue. Because Su Maoyang heard from Ji Ruiqing that mining can earn wages, and the wages are a 10% ratio of the number of fairy crystals dug by oneself. Meaning, if one digs 100 fairy crystals, then this person can get the labor fee of 10 fairy crystals. Chapter 2007. Could it be from the lower plane? Such a low ratio is simply exploitation. Therefore, most of the people who come here to mine are ordinary people who have no power and are just trying to make a living. Of course, there are also some more powerful practitioners, such as casual practitioners like them, who can only make money by labor. However, no matter how powerful they are not that powerful. After all, if they have real skills, they would have been guests of big forces long ago, who would be willing to come to the mine to do such hard and tiring work with low wages. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang has withdrawn her eyes from these miners and carefully looked at the guards and guests guarding here. She found that it was just as Ji Ruiqing said. At the entrance of this fire rock vein, there were 3 mid-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Masters and 6 early-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Masters. In addition, there were several Emperor Spirit Master level guards to maintain order and supervise the miners' work progress. Feeling the power fluctuations around him, Su Maoyang found that there were also formations set up around him. He believed that if there was any disturbance, even the innate Emperor Spirit Master would be unable to escape. Speaking of which, the acquired Emperor Spirit Master is already a very powerful super strongman in Ningjianzhou. But the City Lord's Mansion has dispatched so many acquired Emperor Spirit Masters just to guard a vein. Su Maoyang had to sigh that the City Lord's Mansion attaches great importance to the flame vein. No wonder even Ji Ruiqing, who has rich experience in committing crimes, came here several times to check the place, but did not dare to act easily. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang reminded everyone, Let's go and line up. After saying that, she and Jun Haocong led the people of the Proud Wolf group to walk over quickly and lined up behind the team. At this time, Gu Qiuyan pointed to the front and reminded in a deep voice, Boss, do you see the mirror over there? That is the Feihong Fairyland that is specially used to check the number of fairy crystals. Just use that mirror to look at it, and you can know how many fairy crystals you have. Su Maoyang heard the words and immediately looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, she saw a huge mirror standing next to the place where the fairy crystals were confiscated, and then nodded in understanding. She knew that the volcanic rock veins contained too many fairy crystals, which was a great temptation for anyone. It was hard to guarantee that someone would hold a fluke mentality and want to hide the fairy crystals privately and refuse to hand them all over. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, miners who completed the task would be inspected by the Feihong Fairy Mirror before they could leave safely. At this time, A strong man in front of them heard Gu Qiuyun specifically introduce the fairyland to Su Maoyang, and couldn't help but turn around, looked at Su Maoyang and others, and sneered in surprise. Haha. You don't even know about Feihong Fairy Mirror. You can't be from the lower plane. Su Maoyang frowned slightly, glanced at him, and then retracted his gaze, not wanting to pay attention to him. When another strong man heard this, he was afraid that the world would not be in chaos and said, Haha. 3-year-old children in Sunluo realm know Feihong Fairy Mirror. But they don't know it. I think they are either from the lower plane or a group of idiots with brain problems. Hearing this, the 3 men standing with them all laughed. It was obvious that these 4 people were in the same group. Gu Qiuyun was the leader of the Proud Wolf group after all, and he held a high position in Huiyin City. If he had not offended the city lord's mansion this time, he would not have fallen to the point of being laughed at by a group of low-level trash. Therefore, as proud as he was, he could not stand such humiliation, and responded rudely on the spot. Humph! A trash who is not even as good as the lower planes actually has the face to laugh at others. I don't know where you get the courage. You little brat. Do you know who I am? You actually called me a waste? Are you looking for death? The strong man who spoke just now did not expect Gu Qiuyun to dare to humiliate them. His smile froze, and he angrily scolded. Gu Qiuyun heard this, and waved his hands repeatedly. Sorry. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that all of you are waste. You? I must teach you a lesson today. As he said this, the man in yellow rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. Standing in front of them, a tall and burly man in a black gown saw this scene and called him coldly. Stop. Now is not the time to make trouble. If we beat them up, who will help us mine? The burly man in black seemed to be very authoritative. As soon as he spoke, the man in yellow stopped obediently, looked at him respectfully, and showed a flattering smile. Yes, the boss is still thoughtful. Humph. Little bastard. You wait for me. Then the man in yellow glared at Gu Qiuyun fiercely, turned around and didn't cause any more trouble. Su Maoyang saw that Gu Qiuyun was angry, and couldn't help but persuade him. Okay. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. Maybe we have to rely on them this time. Rely on them? Do you think such disgusting people can be relied on? Gu Qiuyun couldn't believe it. Su Maoyang smiled meaningfully, and a cold light flashed across his dark pupils. That's not necessarily true. However, just when Gu Qiuyun was dizzy after hearing this, the team had already lined up in front of him. Su Maoyang, Jun Haocong and others wrote down their names casually, and were led to the entrance of the mine. At the entrance, there were several guards wearing armor and looking fierce. Their strength seemed to be above the level of late-stage Emperor Spiritual Master. One of the guards with the most outstanding temperament seemed to be the leader of this group of guards. At this time, he looked at the team entering the mine, and found several unfamiliar faces. He couldn't help but give a few instructions. The Fire Rock Mine. The task is completed every 10 days. When the 10 days are up, we will open the mine door to let everyone out. Count the fairy crystals, and pay wages. As for the amount of wages, it is paid according to the number and quality of the fairy crystals you dig. For example, if you dig ordinary fairy crystals, you will get 10% of the wages. If you dig fine fairy crystals, you will get 20%. If you dig rare fairy crystals, you will get 30%. And if you dig top quality fairy crystals, you will get 40%. So, if you want to get more wages, work hard to dig more and better fairy crystals. Do you understand? I understand. The miners seemed to have been eager to try for a long time, and responded loudly in unison. Su Maoyang had heard Ji Ruiqing talk about the quality of the fairy crystals before. It is said that the fairy crystals are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, fine, rare and top quality. However, most of what everyone can dig up are ordinary fairy crystals, and even the fine ones are relatively rare. As for the probability of rare and top quality ones, it is even more pitifully low. It is said that the Fire Rock vein has not produced rare fairy crystals for more than 10 years, let alone top quality ones. Therefore, everyone basically has no hope for rare and top quality ones, and only hopes that they can dig out a large number of ordinary fairy crystals within 10 days, and have an advantage in quantity, and they will be satisfied. Okay, you can go in. Seeing that everyone understood, the leader of the guards nodded slightly, and signaled the people behind him to open the door. Chapter 2008 Hopeless Idiot. Su Maoyang saw that everyone had entered the mine, and followed them unwillingly. After all, 10 days was neither short nor long, and everyone wanted to dig out more fairy crystals within a limited time. So as soon as they entered the mine, they scrambled to occupy the territory, took out their weapons, and began to dig rocks. And soon, there was an overwhelming sound of hammering. However, the mine was too large, and Su Maoyang didn't know where to start at a glance. And she didn't like to do useless work, so she directly sent a message in her heart and asked Xianyan Silver Snake, "Are there rare and top-quality fairy crystals here?" "No, but there are quite a few fine fairy crystals. The area on the right in front of you contains a large number of fairy crystals, many of which are of fine quality." Now Xianyan Silver Snake has developed intelligence and can communicate, and immediately pointed out a clear way for Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang heard this and looked up to the right front. Seeing that there were no people there, he immediately called the Aolong group to walk over quickly. "This is it. There should be a lot of fairy crystals. Let's hurry up and dig." After seeing Su Maoyang's strength, the Aolong group was very convinced of her. After hearing her say this, they all nodded in trust, summoned their weapons, and started to knock and hit. Su Maoyang's group had good weapons and strength, so they made a lot of noise and quickly attracted the attention of many miners around, including the men who had quarreled with them outside. At this time, they saw that Su Maoyang and others were all holding valuable high-quality weapons, and their expressions suddenly flashed with surprise. Haha. A bunch of trash from the lower plains actually have such good weapons. It's really a waste of heaven's gifts. The man in yellow sighed sarcastically. His tone was full of contempt, but jealousy surged in his heart. Isn't it? They are newbies who have never mined a mine and don't even know where the mine is. But they have such good weapons. It's a waste. Another man in a maroon gown also sneered and shook his head. His tone was full of pity. Hearing this, the man in yellow's eyes lit up and immediately suggested, "Boss, trash like them are not worthy of such good weapons. Let's just grab those weapons." A man in blue next to him listened to his words and shook his head with a smile. "Why grab them now? We still have to rely on them to mine. Do you want to go and dig by yourself? Speaking of which, they are all veterans in the mine. They have been here for many years. They usually rely on their good strength and often bully people, causing many miners to be afraid of them. So they never do anything here, and make a living by plundering the immortal crystals dug out by these miners. They are well-known local snakes in the mine. Of course, they usually bribe the guards of the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, they would not be able to be so domineering and reckless here." The burly black-clothed man agreed with the blue-clothed man's words, nodded slightly, and said casually, "If you like those weapons, wait until they finish digging, then grab them. Why rush for a moment?" His understated, confident tone, as if those weapons were already in his pocket. The yellow-clothed man nodded in a flattering manner. "Boss is right, but they are a bunch of trash from the lower plains, and they have never mined a mine. I'm afraid that even if they have good weapons, they can't dig out many immortal crystals. If they dig like this, they probably won't be able to collect many fairy crystals. Well, so you go and guide them." The man in black nodded and gave an order. The man in yellow got the order and immediately yelled at Su Maoyang and others, "Hey, if you want to dig out fairy crystals, hurry up and roll over. There are more fairy crystals here. Don't waste time there." Su Maoyang and others were concentrating on digging rocks and stones, and they didn't bother to pay attention to him. The man in yellow didn't expect that he would be ignored by a group of newcomers from the lower plain. He was so angry that his face turned black. He strode over and shouted loudly, "You guys, are you tired of living? How dare you ignore my words?" Gu Qiuyun had an argument with him before, and was already full of anger. Seeing that he was still looking for trouble, he couldn't control his anger. He was about to curse, but was stopped by Su Maoyang on the side. She looked up and glanced at the man in yellow. "Excuse me, are you a guard or a guest of the city lord's mansion? Why should we listen to your command? I am an old miner here. Of course, I have the right to command you newcomers to do things." The man in yellow was immediately a little speechless and answered without any reason, "Old miner? Haha. I only heard that the guests and guards of the city lord's mansion are in charge here, and I have never heard of old miners in charge. Who gave you this right? Yourself?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, met the ferocious eyes, and asked sharply, "You are such a sharp-tongued woman. Even if I don't have the right to command you to do things, We have rich experience after all. We know where there are more mines, and where there are fewer mines. The reason why I am willing to personally guide you and choose a good place for you is also because of your good weapons. I didn't expect that you are not only ungrateful, but also stupid enough not to appreciate it. Well, you guys keep digging here. I don't think you can dig out many stones even if you dig for 10 days. The man in yellow thought that this group of people were hopelessly stupid, and said speechlessly. In fact, it was because they had experience and his boss had a unique vision that the miners here would pay them to help choose the place where the fairy crystals were most likely to be unearthed. Now, he took the money and took the initiative to give advice. But this group of people didn't appreciate it. In addition to stupid, he really couldn't find any other words to describe this group of people. Then you will probably be disappointed. There are already 50 stones now. At this moment, Gu Qiuyun, who had been working hard, suddenly raised his head, spread out his palms, and showed 50 golden fairy crystals. Seeing this scene, the man in yellow was shocked and stared with eyes wide open. In just a few words, they dug out 50 fairy crystals. This speed is too fast. However, before he came to his senses, several brothers next to Gu Qiuyun also had gains and reported their numbers. I dug out 52. I dug out 60. You are too slow. I have already dug out 80. 80 is nothing. Look at Master Peng. He has already dug out 200. And you still can't do it. Hearing such ridicule, the man in yellow and several men with him were all stunned and numb all over. Looking at other miners, many of them have not even dug out a fairy crystal stone. But they have dug out so many in the blink of an eye. Such a terrifying speed. They are still ridiculed as too slow. Is there any justice in the world? Chapter 2009 Maximizing Benefits. Seeing this scene, not only the man in yellow and others were shocked, but the other miners around were also scared. After a few seconds of stalemate, everyone rushed in and occupied the territory where the Proud Wolf group was located, and started fighting without even saying hello. They are not fools. This area obviously unearthed a large number of fairy crystals. How could they let go of such a good place and dig some areas where there were no fairy crystals at all? Gu Qiuyun saw that the place found by Su Malian was occupied by others at once, and immediately stopped some people angrily. This is our territory. If you want fairy crystals, go find them yourself. Don't come to steal our resources. Although he had never come to mine in person, he also knew that there were rules for occupying territory here. Otherwise, these people would not have rushed in and occupied one side just now. But now there are so many temptations of fairy crystals. How can these people talk to you about territory and rules? Someone shouted. Your territory? What a joke. This entire mine belongs to the city lord's mansion. When did it become yours? Please clarify your identities. You are just miners who come here to work hard. You really take yourself seriously. The other miners also shouted in agreement when they heard this, and naturally refused to give up such a good place. Yes, we all work for the city lord's mansion. Why should you occupy a place alone? Get out of here. After saying that, one of the men was ferocious and wanted to push Gu Qiuyun away. Gu Qiuyun didn't expect them to dare to fight. He was furious and grabbed the arm that was stretched out and flicked it outward with force. Then, the other arm suddenly burst out with spiritual power, swept across, and instantly knocked away several other men. Seeing this scene, the crowd, who were just full of energy, stopped their actions and stepped back a few steps in fear. They didn't expect the man's strength to be so good, and they were shocked at once. He is actually an early-stage Emperor Spirit Master. No wonder he is a little arrogant. The burly man in black clothes not far away saw Gu Qiuyun's strength, and his mouth curled up, and he laughed with interest. Although the man in yellow clothes was also a little surprised, he still flattered him. No matter how powerful he is not as powerful as the boss. An early-stage Emperor Spirit Master is not good enough in front of the boss. Yes, as long as the boss is here. Even if an early-stage Emperor Spirit Master comes here, he has to be obedient. The man in maroon clothes also smiled and nodded, and did not take Gu Qiuyun seriously. After hearing these flattering words, the man in black clothes did not express his opinion, but his pupils swept across a trace of disdain, and it was obvious that he did not take the early-stage Emperor Spirit Master seriously. After all, looking down on others is because of confidence in one's own strength. After all, if he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't have been in the mine for so many years. At this time, Gu Qiuyun saw that this group of people were frightened by him. So he glanced around with wide eyes and warned, "Whoever wants to come up, I don't mind teaching him a lesson." As soon as Gu Qiuyun said this, the few people who were just arrogant restrained their tempers and dared not come forward casually. Su Maoyong saw that Gu Qiuyun had played a role in shocking the whole audience. So he pretended to be a good person and advised, "Xiaoyun, don't be so rude. You scared everyone. In fact, we all work for the city lord's mansion. It's not easy for everyone to make a living. Why make such a fuss? So, it's okay to share this area with them." Gu Qiuyun and the brothers of the Aolong group did not expect Su Maoyong to say this, and they all opened their eyes wide in surprise. "Boss, are you crazy? We only have 10 days. Gu Qiuyun did not say it explicitly, but he was reminding Su Maoyong that they had to dig as much fairy crystal as possible in a short period of time before they could afford to buy a shop in Yanqing City. After all, they risked their lives to get in and do this. If they wasted such a good opportunity, it would not be so easy next time. When the other miners heard this, they were delighted and rekindled their hope. They shouted excitedly, "Yes, yes, this girl is still sensible. Young man, you have to learn how to be a person from her. Yes, this girl is still kind and more reasonable than you. Learn from her." Seeing that all the miners were praising Su Maoyong, Jun Haocong, who stood coldly on the side, could not help but sneer. Hearing Su Maoyong's words, he knew she had another trick up her sleeve. These people actually thought she was kind. How naive. Sure enough, before everyone's happy voices died down, Su Maoyong spoke again. "Yes, because time is tight. So we have to work together. Therefore, I can share the territory we have occupied, and even find other places with fairy crystals for everyone. But I have to take a share of the fairy crystals you dig. This request should not be too much. Although she has the Xianyan silver snake and can find a good territory, they are limited in manpower after all. Even if they can dig out a lot of fairy crystals in one place, it is impossible to cover the entire vein, and the scope is very limited. If she rented out the land she found, let everyone spread out everywhere, use their labor, dig out more fairy crystals, and then she would extract a portion of the fairy crystals from it. She could maximize the benefits. In this way, there would be much more fairy crystals than just relying on them." Hearing this, Gu Qiuyun and the people in the Aolong group suddenly realized, and looked at Su Maoyong with admiration. I have to sigh that her calculations are really smart. When others heard that they wanted to extract a share, their excited smiles suddenly condensed, and their faces darkened in an instant. "What? Extract a share? Our wages are only 10%, and you actually want to extract a share? Such a request. You still say it's not excessive? Girl, you are simply trying to kill us." Hearing such a request, someone immediately roared in dissatisfaction. "Yes, our wages are already low, and you still want to squeeze us? Are you wrong? Girl, we live on this little money. If you do this, aren't you asking us to die? We don't agree." As she spoke, the miners protested loudly and emotionally, and all disagreed with her proposal. "Well, since you don't agree, please leave my territory. Otherwise, Xian's fists don't have eyes. If someone is hit and their life is really taken, I won't be responsible." Su Maoyong's face turned cold, and he drove them away unceremoniously. "Your city lord's mansion has regulations that prohibit fighting and killing. Those who violate the regulations will be killed without mercy." Someone retorted unconvinced. I can dig a lot of fairy crystals for the city lord's mansion. Do you think they will protect you miners who can't dig out fairy crystals and gather to make trouble? Or protect us? Which is more important? Please weigh it clearly." Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and sneered sarcastically. Chapter 2010. Hand over the immortal crystal stone obediently. You thinking that they really have no advantage in making trouble? A group of miners were speechless. Seeing that they had nothing to say, Su Maoyong continued to analyze for them. "Have you ever thought about it? If you don't borrow my territory, how many can you dig out in 10 days? 100? Or 1,000? And here, hundreds of them can be unearthed in the blink of an eye. Not to mention 10 days. Even if you count it in one day, it is a considerable amount. So, even if you share with me, you will earn more than usual. Why don't you want to cooperate with me?" Hearing this, everyone had to admit that her analysis made some sense. Because once their total number increases, Even if they share a part, it is still a very considerable amount. For them, it is indeed a business that can make money without loss. Okay. We will do it with you. How much do you want to share? Someone seemed to have thought it through, and responded immediately. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. I won't make it difficult for you. Let's split it 50-50. Hearing that they could earn more than half, compared to the 10% salary of the city lord's mansion, this ratio was already very humane. So everyone agreed without thinking. Okay. Split it 50-50. Can we dig now? Of course. You can dig as much as you want in this area. But you need to settle the fairy crystals every day. Su Maoyang stretched out her hand and made a gesture of invitation. Because she was worried about any changes in the middle. She advocated daily settlement. Seeing that she was so straightforward, everyone nodded in agreement. And then immediately got into the work and worked hard. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was taking action. Only the yellow-clothed man and his group stood alone with gloomy faces not far away, which seemed particularly abrupt. So he kindly invited, Brothers, do you want to rent my site? It's a 50-50 split. A fair price. Don't you want to try it? Although these men have bad personalities, they are quite capable. If he can exploit their labor, Su Maoyang doesn't mind their previous humiliation. Bah! Who wants to rent your site? Don't be so self-righteous. The yellow-clothed man was unhappy when he saw Su Maoyang and others replace their positions in the mine. He was even more angry when she provoked him and said bah. Seeing their embarrassed faces, Gu Qiuyun felt very happy in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh and sarcastically said, Boss, they are old miners here, experienced, and have unique vision. The land they chose is much better than ours. So they naturally look down on the land we chose. Let's not delay their fortune. Hearing this, the people of the Proud Wolf group all laughed. And the man in yellow was so angry that he gritted his teeth and turned to the man in black, saying indignantly, Boss, they came to the mine for the first time and asked so many miners to help them do things, and deliberately humiliated us. It's so arrogant. I can't swallow this breath if I don't teach them a lesson. These miners were supposed to follow their lead, but they ended up following the arrangements of a newcomer. Where did they put their face? The man in black also looked unhappy, but he was obviously more patient than the man in yellow. He replied coldly, No matter how much they dig, it's not theirs. Let them show off for a few more days. Anyway, no matter how much they dug, it would all go into their pockets in the end. And the man in black was too lazy to tear his face with them so early. The man in yellow heard what the boss said, so he could only take a deep breath and temporarily suppress his anger. Su Maoyang and others fought without a break. Within 10 days, they had led everyone to fight in several places, and each place unearthed a lot of fairy crystals, and even a lot of fine fairy crystals. In just 10 days, Su Maoyang's prestige among the miners was in full swing, and soon became the backbone of everyone. Because of this, she harvested a lot of fairy crystals from these people, plus the fairy crystals they dug themselves. All in all, there were 50 million fairy crystals. You know, with such a number, let alone buying a medicine shop, even if it is 10 restaurants and 10 houses, it is more than enough. Thinking of this, the Along group and others were extremely excited, and their hearts were about to jump out of their hearts. You know, they have never seen so many fairy crystals in their lives. Thinking of this, a brother in the Proud Wolf group couldn't control his excitement and sighed repeatedly. We've made a fortune. This time we've really made a fortune. Make a fortune? You're overthinking it. The man in yellow couldn't help but sneer when he heard this, and walked over slowly with the other men in their group. Seeing this scene, the miners who were still happy couldn't help but step back a few steps, because everyone who has worked here for a long time knows that these men are the local snakes in the mine. They are very powerful, often oppress the people, and don't know how many people they have killed here. But because they have a good relationship with the guards, they have not been criticized. Normally, when they collect the fairy crystal stones, they will collect protection fees from the miners here. If you refuse to pay them, you will be beaten half to death. So, everyone is very afraid of them. Gu Qiuyun saw that this group of people who had not taken action suddenly came over, and immediately frowned and asked vigilantly, What do you want to do? The man in yellow smiled contemptuously. What? I have tolerated you for 10 days, and let you show off for so long. Do you really think we have no temper? It seems that you are going to rob directly. Su Maoyang saw their aggressive look, and it was not difficult to guess their intentions. The blue-clothed man among them nodded in appreciation. You are a smart man. Since you know, then hand over the fairy crystal stone obediently. Don't force us to use force. Otherwise it will be bad if anyone is hurt. Really? Then I want to see how hard your fists are and whether they can hurt me. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows lightly in the face of his warning. And his tone was not serious at all. Humph. We gave you a chance just now. But you didn't want it. Don't blame us for being rude. Brothers. Come on. Seeing Su Maoyang being so arrogant, the burly man in black was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and shouted in order. After the words fell, the yellow-clothed man, the blue-clothed man, and the chestnut-clothed man all greeted them. Seeing the spiritual power, they burst out. Su Maoyang found that 2 of them had reached the initial stage of the Emperor's spiritual master, and 1 had reached the peak of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master. Such strength is indeed very good. No wonder they can be so popular in the mine. However, in front of her and Jun Haotsong, it was not good enough. So, she was too lazy to take action and directly ordered the Aolong group. Beat them. Beat them until they can't speak. Chapter 2011 A Violent Beating. Hearing Su Maoyang emphasize the words cannot speak, as if there was a deeper meaning, the brothers of the Proud Wolf group looked at each other in tacit understanding, and then waved their fists and hit them in the face. Since Su Maoyang ordered, they naturally had to cooperate with all their strength. At this time, seeing that the 6 members of the Proud Wolf group all burst out with the spiritual power of the initial stage of the Emperor's Spirit Master and rushed over, the yellow-clothed man and his group were immediately shocked, and a trace of horror surged in their pupils. They had seen Gu Qiuyun's strength before, but they didn't expect that even the other few people were at the level of the initial stage of the Emperor's Spirit Master. If it was such a lineup, then this group of people was too simple. However, just when everyone was shocked, the fists of the Proud Wolf group had already arrived in front of them. The man in yellow and others sensed the danger coming, and subconsciously raised their hands to resist. Their movements were swift and agile, but their spiritual power and combat power were far apart. They just made a move, and before they officially launched a move, they could not withstand the violent pressure. They were hit in the cheek, spurting out blood, and even their teeth were knocked out. Seeing this scene, not only the miners present, but also the man in black, who was confident in his plan, were shocked. He didn't expect that these 5 people were also at the level of early-stage Emperor spiritual masters like his 2 men. But they were able to perfectly crush opponents of the same level. This shows how powerful their combat power is. Sure enough, after the 6 members of the Proud Wolf group rushed out with a punch, the yellow-clothed men didn't even have a chance to react, and were hit by the dense fists like raindrops. They only saw fist shadows flying in the air. In a moment, their heads were all swollen like pigs, especially their mouths, which were already bloody, and it was horrible to look at. At this time, they could only make a shrill wail, and couldn't even spit out a complete word. Seeing this scene, the man in black was furious. His face turned black, and he roared with gritted teeth. How dare you hit my people? You are looking for death. After that, the man in black was about to rush up to stop the Proud Wolf group. Seeing this, Su Maoyang flashed and blocked in front of him. Don't worry. Your opponent is me. Get out of the way. I don't fight with women. You are not worthy of being my opponent. The man in black was a late-stage Emperor Spirit Master after all. He didn't even take the 6 young men seriously, let alone the woman in front of him. Therefore, asking him to fight with a woman was undoubtedly an insult to him. Don't be ungrateful. You should be proud of letting me take action. Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes. His voice was as cold as an ice spike buried in the ground. And then he raised his palm and slapped the man in black in the mouth. Seeing her spiritual power fluctuations, the man in black was also somewhat surprised by her strength. But he seemed to be particularly disdainful of women, and snorted contemptuously. Humph. Another early-stage Emperor spiritual master. You want to be my opponent with your strength. Stupid woman. After that, the man suddenly raised his arm, and a fierce spiritual power storm blew up in an instant, accompanied by a knife-like sharp wind blade, attacking Su Maoyang. Feeling the pressure of the late-stage Emperor spiritual master, the miners present were all terrified and worried for Su Maoyang. After all, that was a late-stage Emperor spiritual master, a strong man 2 levels higher than the early-stage Emperor spiritual master. How could she, a woman, resist it? However, when everyone was frightened and pale, holding their breath and concentrating. Instead of dodging, Su Maoyang directly ignored the spiritual power pressure of the late-stage Emperor's spiritual master, and went forward, raised his palm, and chopped it down vertically, actually cutting the palm print of the man in black, and attacked the latter's face with a biting cold air. The man in black didn't expect that the other party could actually withstand the attack of his late-stage Emperor's spiritual master. He was shocked, and quickly pushed his palm to take her power. However, when he really collided with Su Maoyang's spiritual power, the man in black felt how strong this woman's spiritual power was, which was not inferior to his own. With this understanding, the man in black was shocked. He didn't dare to think that an early-stage Emperor's spiritual master could actually fight against a late-stage Emperor's spiritual master. What kind of monster is this? Just when the man in black was shocked, Su Maoyang attacked again, and the palm power was like ice. Every time it was cold. The power was either to pierce people or to freeze people. The man in black was frightened and retreated again, and hurriedly resisted, and didn't dare to fight head-on. But the man was at least a late-stage Emperor's spiritual master, so he was not like the yellow-clothed man who had no strength to fight back. So in the face of a series of aggressive fighting styles, he waved his hand and summoned a middle-grade divine weapon-level broadsword, slashing down at Su Maoyang's palm prints with such force that it seemed to split mountains and ridges. Su Maoyang was quite disgusted with his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship cannot be mastered by brute force. You are really insulting your weapon like this, when your grandfather was wielding the sword. You were not even born yet, and you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of your grandfather. Look at the sword. The black-clothed man roared in anger and swung the broadsword even harder, wanting to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. Su Maoyang waved his hand, without even summoning a weapon, and directly condensed his spiritual power into a sword. With a light stroke, a cold light flashed in the air, like a crescent moon blooming, directly facing his middle-grade divine weapon. Are you going to die? You actually want to use spiritual power to fight against my weapon? The man in black admitted that Su Maoyang's spiritual power was very strong. So strong that he could fight across levels. But now, he not only had spiritual power, but also the power of a mid-grade artifact. How could he resist it with spiritual power alone? This woman is too arrogant. Sorry. Your sword skills are really not worthy of me using weapons. Su Maoyang sneered, without any fancy moves, and swung the sword directly. You have to know that in the trial place of the Immortal Palace Gate, in order to learn the demonic wind slash, she fought with the afterimage inside for hundreds of rounds, and had already tempered her sword skills to be very proficient. Even if she didn't use martial arts, a simple slash would contain amazing power, so she didn't take the artifact seriously. But the man in black didn't know this. He just thought that this woman was too proud and would suffer sooner or later. Then he urged all his spiritual power and used his greatest strength to chop down fiercely. A dazzling knife light instantly burst out in the air, shaking out a violent power fluctuation, and was bound to kill Su Maoyang on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. Is this woman really going to die here today? At this time, Su Maoyang swung his arm and swept out the big knife condensed by spiritual power. It was obviously a very simple move, but it gave people a huge sense of oppression. It chopped heavily on the big knife of the man in black, and a loud noise broke out. The next second, the man in black saw that his divine weapon was actually cut in half by a knife light bursting out by spiritual power. Chapter 2012, She found the top-grade fairy crystal? His magic weapon is not as powerful as the afterimage of the weapon condensed by others' spiritual power. What a shame! So the man in black was hit hard by this scene and froze in place. Su Maoyang looked at the big knife on the ground and shook his head regretfully. What a pity. A good knife was wasted. Hearing this, the man in black was startled and looked at her with fear, then turned around and ran away. Now that he knew he was no match for this woman, he naturally had to save his life. Su Maoyang seemed to have seen through his intentions long ago. He stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders, pulled him back, and said, "Don't worry. I won't kill you. But you're such a nasty mouth. I want to give you a punch." As he spoke, Su Maoyang punched him in the mouth, instantly shattering his yellow teeth. Then he punched him several times in a row, all with great force, making him bleed and dizzy. He looked like a monster that had eaten flesh and blood. However, compared to his men, he was even more embarrassed. Not only was he beaten so hard that he couldn't speak, he couldn't even hum. His mouth was so swollen that he couldn't close it, and blood kept flowing out. He looked very miserable. In this way, he passively endured many punches until a roar came from outside, which stopped the atrocity. "How dare you? What are you doing?" At this time, a tall and straight figure walked in quickly with a group of guards. Su Maoyong had a deep impression of him and recognized his identity at once. This person was the leader of the guards, who introduced the rules to them at the entrance of the fire rock vein. She had deliberately made such a big noise just now to attract the guards. Now even the leader has appeared, which is a pleasant surprise. At this time, the group of black-clothed men who were beaten to death saw the general appear, as if they saw a living Buddha, with the hope of survival burning in their eyes. They hurriedly crawled towards him and wanted to complain, but their mouths were broken, and they couldn't even spit out a word. They could only hum and scream, and they didn't know what they were saying. The guard leader saw that they were beaten black and blue, bloody and swollen, unable to speak. He was so angry that his face turned blue. He asked Su Maoyong and others sternly, "You are so bold that you dare to ignore the rules and fight here. Are you tired of living?" Su Maoyong's eyes flashed with darkness, and he clasped his fists respectfully and replying to the leader, "We just found the top-grade fairy crystal stone deep in the mine, and these men broke the rules and fought with us in order to seize our territory. As a result, they were not as skilled as others, so they were beaten by my brothers. It's really not us who want to take the initiative to cause trouble. Since these people are old hands in the mine, the guard should be aware of what they did. The reason why they were not punished may be related to the protection of the guard leader. Therefore, Su Maoyong guessed that these old hands should have a good relationship with the guard leader. Therefore, if she only said that it was a conflict over occupying territory, then the leader of the guards would definitely protect the group of men in black and punish them. This was a matter of course. But if she specifically mentioned the top-grade fairy crystal stone, the effect would be different. As expected, the guard leader was immediately attracted by the top-grade fairy crystal stone mentioned by Su Maoyong. He was so shocked that his eyes widened and he couldn't believe it and said, "What? You found the top-grade fairy crystal stone? Are you sure?" Su Maoyong nodded seriously. "Yes, I'm sure. Where did you find it? Take me to see it." The guard leader was very excited and waved his hand to let Su Maoyong lead the way. "You should know that the top-grade fairy crystal stone has not appeared in the mine for at least 100 years. A rare fairy crystal stone appeared more than 10 years ago. For this reason, the city lord's mansion also praised the miner who found the fairy crystal stone. And even the guards who supervised the mining work were rewarded. Therefore, if he found the top-grade fairy crystal stone this time, the reward would be quite generous. Naturally, he couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Seeing that he couldn't wait, Su Maoyong gave the Aolong group a look, telling them not to worry and to act according to the situation. Then, she and Jun Haocong looked at each other and led the way tacitly. "Leader, this way please." The guard leader was so focused on the top-grade fairy crystal that he didn't care about the fight at the moment. He immediately ordered the guards behind him, "Watch them for me, and don't let them make trouble again. I'll be back soon." After that, he followed Su Maoyong and Jun Haocong to the depths of the mine in a hurry. The black-clothed man who fell to the ground and was beaten badly was shocked. He wanted to call the guard leader and tell him the truth, but he couldn't make a sound and could only worry. The miners who were watching this scene were even more confused, not knowing what Su Maoyong was doing. They had never heard of finding the top-grade fairy crystal stone from beginning to end. When did she find out about the top-grade fairy crystal stone? Did she keep it a secret from everyone just now? Everyone was confused and looked at each other in confusion. At this time, Su Maoyong and Jun Haocong took the guard leader and passed through several passages to the depths of the mine. Seeing that there were only 3 of them here, Su Maoyong gave Jun Haocong a look. Jun Haocong deliberately slowed down his pace, then drew his sword, turned around and slashed. His movements were continuous and fast, and he was as fast as lightning, and instantly wiped off the opponent's neck. It is said that this guard leader is also a peak emperor spiritual master. Facing such a swift killing move, he was unable to react and fell to the ground on the spot. Of course, in addition to Jun Haocong's amazing speed and sharp means, the main reason was that he did not expect the other party to suddenly attack, and he lost his defense and was killed by the other party with a sword. Seeing that this person was already dead, without even making a sound, Su Maoyong couldn't help but cast an admiring look at Jun Haotsong. Awesome. If she had taken action, I really couldn't guarantee that it would be so clean and neat. I prefer to hear you praise me like this in bed. For Jun Haotsong, killing a person is just a trivial matter, and such praise is not as exciting as that kind of praise. Su Maoyong heard that he was not serious, and glared at him speechlessly, and then took blood from the body of the guard leader. Then, she released the evil blood cauldron and asked, "Help me keep an eye on it. I will help you refine the disguise pill." Jun Haotsong knew her plan, nodded in understanding, and walked quickly to the intersection, ready for any unexpected situation at any time. Chapter 2013 Swap Identities. With Su Maoyong's current alchemy skills, refining a disguise pill is just a matter of moving her fingers. So she succeeded in refining it in the blink of an eye and threw it to Jun Haotsong. Then, she stuffed another disguise pill into the mouth of the corpse, turning him into Jun Haotsong's current appearance. To be on the safe side, she still drew her knife and cut her arm, letting the blood spurt out, and did not forget to urge in a low voice, "Okay, you guys quickly swap identities. Don't waste any more time. Speaking of which, they have been in for a while, and they must go out quickly to avoid suspicion." Jun Haotsong frowned in pain when he saw her wound, but thinking that there were so many people waiting for them outside, he had to let go of his reluctance, quickly changed his appearance, and put his clothes on the corpse. When everything was ready, he looked up and shouted outside, "Someone come!" The guards who were maintaining order outside rushed in quickly when they heard the leader's order. They were shocked to see the man who led the leader lying on the ground. They asked in confusion, "Boss, what's going on? This man had evil intentions and wanted to assassinate me. Fortunately, this girl saw through his conspiracy in advance and helped me block the knife. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. So, you quickly clean up the body of the murderer," Jun Haotsong ordered coldly. Hearing this, the guards looked at the body on the ground in surprise. It seemed that they did not expect this man to be so bold as to commit murder on the guard leader in the mine. However, despite their surprise, they still clasped their fists and accepted the order and carried the body out. At this time, the miners and the black-clad man who had been waiting outside did not expect the guards to come out carrying the body of the man just now. They were all shocked and their faces changed drastically, and their pupils were filled with horror. As for the people of the Proud Wolf group, seeing this scene, seeing that Su Maoyong's arm was still injured, they looked at her with worry. Su Maoyong received their gazes, knew their worries, and then quietly nodded to let them rest assured. Seeing this, Gu Qiuyun and others gradually calmed down. However, just when everyone was in shock and hadn't recovered, Jun Haotsong pretended to ask the Aolong group, "Is this man one of yours?" Gu Qiuyun reacted quickly and waved his hand immediately to distance himself from the matter. "No, we just met him not long ago. Our boss saw that he was alone, so he kindly invited him to mine together. Strictly speaking, we just met by chance and were not familiar with each other." Su Maoyong heard this and also cooperated and explained with a fist, "Chief, my brothers and I have nothing to do with him, and we have no idea about his conspiracy to assassinate the leader. Besides, there are so many postnatal emperor spiritual masters sitting outside. Even if we have 100 courage, we dare not do it. Besides, if we were really in the same group, I would not block the knife for you. Wouldn't this be self-defeating? So please be careful and don't vent your anger on others." After hearing this, everyone present suddenly realized. It turned out that the man just now wanted to assassinate the guard leader, but the woman who led them to mine blocked the knife for the leader at the critical moment. No wonder she got a cut on her arm. "Since you stopped me in time and blocked my knife, I will trust you for now. However, if I find out that you are involved in this, I will not let you off easily," Jun Haotsong said with a cold face and angrily warned. A guard following him seemed to be more curious about the top-grade fairy crystal stone, and couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and asked, "Boss, did they really find the top-grade fairy crystal stone?" "Humph. There is no such thing as a top-grade fairy crystal stone." Jun Haotsong snorted angrily. The guard's face darkened upon hearing this, and he shouted at Su Maoyong angrily, "Well, you dare to lie and fool us." Seeing this, Su Maoyong immediately clasped his fists and apologized. "My lords, please forgive me. This is our first time to mine at the mine, and we are not familiar with the quality of the fairy crystal stone, so we didn't see it clearly for a while. and actually mistook the fine fairy crystal stone for the top-grade fairy crystal stone. It was really not intentional to deceive you all. You can forget about it if you said it was not intentional. Jun Haotsong asked in a pretentious manner. Looking annoyed, Su Maoyong sincerely wanted to atone his sins. I'm really sorry for misleading you all. Fortunately, I dug out a lot of fine fairy crystals this time. I am willing to hand them all over without asking for wages. I hope that I can make up for my mistakes. Gu Qiuyun immediately expressed his opinion after hearing this. We are also willing to hand them all over. I just asked the leader to let me go because we are newcomers and have no experience. Hearing that they were willing to hand over all the fairy crystals, the guards softened their attitude and did not continue to pursue the matter. They then looked at the guard leader and waited for him to make a decision. They also knew that this group of people were indeed new faces. It was their first time to come to mine. When they saw the fine fairy crystals, they were inevitably excited and mistaken about the quality. This was also excusable, since they were willing to hand over all the fairy crystals and work for them for free. There was no need for them to hold on to such a small matter. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Jun Haotsong naturally walked down the stairs. Okay, since you don't know how to distinguish the quality of fairy crystals, I'll forgive you this time. It won't happen again. Understand? Su Maoyong heard this and clasped his fists in gratitude. Yes, next time we will definitely see clearly and dare not talk nonsense again. The group of men in black saw that Su Maoyong and the wolf group had completely pushed the responsibility, and the guard leader had no intention of blaming them. So they all shook their heads and waved their hands excitedly. The man in black struggled to crawl towards Jun Haotsong, grabbed his clothes, and tried to explain. Jun Haotsong frowned in disgust, kicked him over, and shouted, Humph! I have worked hard to dig a lot of fine fairy crystals for the city lord's mansion. But you want to get something for nothing. And you are rampant here, gathering people to fight. And you even have the nerve to beg for mercy. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid everyone will dare to violate the rules of the mine in the future. Come on. Drag these people out and beat them. Beat them hard. I will see who dares to act wild in the mine in the future. The group of men in black were expecting the guard leader to protect them for the sake of past feelings, but who knew that he not only did not protect them, but also punished them. They were frightened by his iron-blooded and tough attitude and turned pale, with their pupils wide open and full of horror. Speaking of which, they bribed the guard leader a lot. Normally, even if they killed someone, the guard leader would cover it for them. But today, they were tortured for just a fight. Isn't that too strange? It's just a pity that their mouths were all broken and they couldn't speak at all. They were also seriously injured and had no power to resist. They could only let the guards drag them out of the mine like dead dogs. Chapter 2014. Use your brain. Seeing this scene, the miners watching around felt very happy. Although they knew Su Maoyong was lying, no one stood up to expose her, because the man in black and others were too arrogant in the mine. Now they finally got a lesson. Everyone was happy to see it happen. What's more, they also dug so many fairy crystals with the help of Su Maoyong. Anyone with a conscience would not repay kindness with enmity. When Jun Haotsong saw that the matter was resolved, he gave a serious order. Okay, 10 days have passed. Today is the day to settle the fairy crystals. Everyone go out for inspection. After that, he walked out quickly. Seeing that the first level was successfully passed, the Oolong group breathed a sigh of relief. But when they thought about having to face so many acquired Emperor Spirit Masters and a formation that was impossible to break, they felt a little scared. Thinking of this, Gu Qiuyun couldn't help but walk to Su Maoyong's side and whispered, Boss, are you really not going to let the Silver Ghost Army come to rescue? What Gu Qiuyun couldn't figure out was that before coming, Su Maoyong actually said that he had his own plan and didn't intend to let Ji Ruiqing take action. He just arranged for the Silver Ghost Army to go to the Alum Mountain Mine to confuse the public and attack from the east. But he knew that relying on a feint to the east and attack from the west might be able to divert some troops. But there was still a formation to protect this place. And if they broke into the formation by force, even the innate Emperor Spirit Master would be doomed. Not to mention their group of Emperor Spirit Masters. So, in the final analysis, they still had to accept the inspection obediently. Although they transferred most of their property to Jun Haotsong, and Jun Haotsong had successfully replaced the guard leader, in order to prevent someone from embezzling, the city lord's mansion had to accept the inspection of the Feihong Immortal Mirror for miners. Guards, and even acquired Emperor Spirit Masters. And of course, the guard leader was no exception. It is said that as long as you carry fairy crystals, no matter whether you hide them in a space ring or other secret places, the true number will be shown in front of the Feihong Fairy Mirror. Therefore, once it is discovered that you have hidden fairy crystals, even if you are a postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master, you will be sentenced to death. Therefore, up to now, Gu Qiuyun has not figured out how Jun Haocong can successfully avoid the detection of the Feihong Fairy Mirror under the nose of the postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master, and escape from the formation without the rescue of the Silver Ghost Army. This is almost an impossible task. Su Maoyong heard his doubts, but just replied nonchalantly, "There is a formation here. Unlike the soul-breaking cliff, even if they come, they will die." At first, she also considered asking the Silver Ghost Army to rescue, but after coming here to check the situation, she found that the strength of the Silver Ghost Army could not break the formation at all. If they come, they will die. So it is better not to come. Gu Qiuyun was a little mad when she heard her talk so calmly. Since you know this place is more dangerous than the Cliff of Broken Souls, and you don't want them to rescue you, then are we in more danger? He really didn't know why Su Maoyong could be so calm in such a dangerous situation. Like a battle-hardened thief who didn't want to commit a crime for the first time, Su Maoyong rolled his eyes at Gu Qiuyun and pointed at his head. Remember, in the face of absolute strength, you should use your brain, not force. Besides, haven't you asked Ji Ruiqing to attack from the east and west? We have to send someone to support us. She knew that they would definitely not be able to defeat them if they fought head-on. So how could they be so stupid as to fight against the stone with an egg? So of course they had to outsmart them. Gu Qiuyun finally understood what was going on when he heard this, and his eyes widened in surprise. You mean haha? That's it. Seeing that he understood, Su Maoyong didn't say much, but took out the sound transmission talisman and ordered, "You can start over there." At this time, they had already walked out of the mine with the main force, and Ji Ruiqing could start making arrangements. Su Maoyong saw that the miners were all lined up in front of the Feihong Fairy Mirror for inspection, and he also called the people of the Aolon group to go over. "Let's go. Let's line up too." However, as Su Maoyong expected, they didn't line up for long before they saw a guard running from a distance and reporting loudly, "Elders, it's not good. The Fanhon mine was attacked by 3 thieves gangs, and now we are requesting support." "What? 3 thieves gangs? Why so many people?" The several postnatal Emperor Spiritual Masters present were shocked when they heard such news, and stood up suddenly from their seats. Su Maoyong was also a little surprised to hear 3. Before, she only arranged for Ji Ruiqing's Silver Ghost Army to cause trouble in the Fanhon mine. When did it become 3 thieves gangs? Su Maoyong was shocked, and the others present were not much better. The guard who reported the news was also confused. "I don't know either. It seems that the Fanhon mine has top-grade fairy crystal stones, which attracted 3 thieves gangs. They came suddenly, and the Fanhon mine was short of manpower. They were caught off guard and retreated step by step. I'm afraid the situation is not good." Everyone present was shocked to hear that the Fanhon mine actually had top-grade fairy crystal stones. One of the leaders, a mid-stage postnatal Emperor Spirit Master, took out the sound transmission talisman immediately and wanted to contact Elder Li, the person in charge of the Fanhon mine, but he didn't get a response. At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart, and immediately shouted to the several postnatal Emperor Spiritual Masters around him, "Leave 2 postnatal Emperor Spiritual Masters and guards to maintain order here, and the rest of you follow me to support quickly." As he said, the middle-aged man raised his hand and quickly opened the exit of the formation, and flew towards the direction of the Alum Mountain mine. The other postnatal Emperor Spiritual Masters knew that the situation was critical and serious, so they didn't ask much and hurried to help. After all, it was a top-grade fairy crystal stone that had not been unearthed for 100 years. Even if the total amount of fairy crystal stones dug out by the miners here was not as precious as a piece of top-grade fairy crystal stone, they naturally had to support quickly and must not fall into the hands of the thieves. Moreover, they knew very well that if the top-grade fairy crystal stone was really stolen, no one could bear the wrath of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Jun Haocong saw that most of the postnatal Emperor Spiritual Masters had left, and knew that the opportunity had come. So he also took advantage of the chaos to mix into the team going to support, and successfully left the formation. Su Maoyang, who saw Jun Haocong escape successfully, was relieved. Then he and the Aolong group went through the Feihong Immortal Mirror to check and handed over the few remaining immortal crystals. After the Emperor's Spirit Master opened the formation exit, they left smoothly. Back at the inn, Ji Ruiqing saw that Su Maoyang, Jun Haocong and the Aolong group had successfully stolen 50 million immortal crystals from the city lord's mansion without any effort, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. Really amazing. I admire you. Chapter 2015. You are not bad. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help laughing. You are not bad to let the three major thieves gangs surround the Alum Mountain mine together. Although Ji Ruiqing always does shameful things, he is very smart. If he can be used in the right way, he will be a very good helper. Gu Qiuyun was also a little curious and couldn't help asking. Yeah. How did you get the other two thieves to come to help? I've never heard of the rumor that the Silver Ghost Corps is on good terms with him. Aren't you competitors? Ji Ruiqing smiled charmingly, with endless charm. It is precisely because of the competition that I deliberately spread the news that my Silver Ghost Corps received a secret report that there are top-grade fairy crystal stones in the Alum Mountain mine, and specially decided to ambush today. After all, it is a top-grade fairy crystal stone that is rare in a century. When they hear such news, they will naturally pay attention to the movements of my Silver Ghost Corps to verify whether the news is true. And our Silver Ghost Corps was going to the Alum Mountain mine to confuse people. So of course, we had to make a real play and make careful arrangements. When the two corps saw that we had spent a lot of money to arrange everything and really attacked the person in charge of the mine, how could they sit still? At the end, Ji Ruiqing looked very proud, and laughed out loud when she thought that the two thieves were fooled by her. Gu Qiuyun and the others were impressed after hearing this. Ha ha ha. You are amazing. Not only did you help us divert attention, but you also dragged the other two legions into the water to help confuse the public and hold back the forces of the city lord's mansion. No wonder the Silver Ghost Legion has become so famous. As the leader, you have made an invaluable contribution. Haha. That's not true. To be honest, my Silver Ghost Corps only threw a few smoke bombs and a few hidden weapons, which did not cause much damage to them. On the contrary, the other two legions fought hard. I think if the city lord wants to settle accounts, he will also count them. After all, we who are helping out on the side don't look like the mastermind. Ji Ruiqing was delighted when she thought of the reactions of the two gangs after they knew the truth. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. Yes. In this way, you have weakened two competitors less. You are really calculating. Alas, it's a pity. I have to retire from the Golden Basin and stop being a thief in the future. The weakening has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing sighed with emotion. From your tone, it seems that you are reluctant to do it. Otherwise, you can continue to be a thief. Su Maoyang saw her sighing and deliberately joked. When Ji Ruiqing heard that she was going to leave him behind, she immediately retorted excitedly, Junior sister, don't try to kick me out. No matter what, we helped you get your 50 million fairy crystals. If you want to open a medicine shop, we must also have a share. Yes, Junior sister, you are so powerful that you can even get things from the city lord's mansion. We will have to rely on you for food in the future. Don't leave us alone. Fong Yibin of the Soul Chasing Hall was also afraid that Su Maoyang would regret it. So he quickly interrupted. They have been thieves for so long, and they have never dared to set their sights on the city lord's mansion. But this junior sister who just entered the Immortal Palace is so good. As soon as she came to Ningjianzhou, she attacked the city lord's mansion. The most important thing is that she succeeded smoothly. She is even more powerful than these old hands. How could they miss such a capable person? Moreover, although the 50 million immortal crystal stones they robbed this time can allow them to live for a long time, if they don't have a long-term meal ticket, there will always be a time when they eat up all the immortal crystal stones. Moreover, the cultivation of the Immortal Palace sect consumes too many immortal crystal stones. Once they are used up, they will have to become thieves. Originally, they were forced to become thieves. Now that they have a good way to make a living, they are of course willing to follow Su Maoyang to do legitimate business. Su Maoyang was amused by their domineering. It seems that I am being relied on by you, who makes us from the same sect. So predestined. Besides, I rarely see people who are as suitable as you. Don't you think we cooperate perfectly? Ji Ruiqing smiled cunningly, and raised his eyebrows at Su Maoyang from time to time. Su Maoyong couldn't stand her narcissism and shamelessness, and shook his head with a smile. Then straightened his face and warned, "Let me be frank. What I hate most is betrayal. If you want to work with me, you have to follow my instructions. If you have second thoughts and don't listen to my instructions, I will never show mercy. So if you can't guarantee this, I will divide the 50 million fairy crystals now, and everyone will go their separate ways." Junior sister, look at what you are talking about. We are a group of powerless and homeless poor people. When we get together, we are brothers and sisters who depend on each other. Although what we did before was not very glorious, our character is still beyond reproach. Otherwise, we would not have been able to go through life and death together so many times. You can rest assured about my sincerity. Ji Ruiqing patted his chest and guaranteed. Yes, junior sister. Don't worry. You are willing to take us to eat and drink well. We are definitely not ungrateful people. Yes, junior sister. If you want us to do anything or help in the future, just tell us. Other disciples of the soul-chasing hall also expressed their opinions, seeing that they were all very sincere and righteous. Su Maoyong nodded with satisfaction. Okay. We will set off for Yanqing City tomorrow. I really need your help when we get there. What do you want us to help with? When we get to Yanqing City, the first thing is to solve the problem of housing and shops. Su Maoyong continued. Ji Ruiqing nodded. Don't worry about this. I am quite familiar with Yanqing City. We have so many fairy crystals now. It is no problem to buy a spacious house with a shop outside. In this way, the problem of accommodation and medicine shop can be solved at one time. So, the matter of buying a house and medicine shop is left to me. Su Maoyong knew that Ji Ruiqing was beautiful and had a smooth personality. It was more appropriate for her to come forward to discuss business. Okay, I'll leave this to you. She nodded in agreement, then looked at the other brothers in the soul-chasing hall. Fellow brothers, you are all familiar with the forces in Yanqing City, so I need you to help me do a market survey. Market survey? What is that? Fang Yibin scratched his head in confusion. Su Maoyong knew that these people did not understand the professional terms in her world, and patiently explained, "It means that you can help me collect and organize the information of the major forces and industries in Yanqing City. Understand the current situation, background and development trend of these forces and industries, especially the information on elixirs and medicinal materials. For example, the types, quantities, pricing, sales of elixirs and medicinal materials in other stores. What sells well, what sells poorly, where to purchase, and who the main sales targets are. I want a very detailed and systematic data." Chapter 2016, Developing a Marketing Plan. Su Maoyong knew that if she gave a general summary, they might not understand. So she listed them one by one, giving them a clear direction, and they might understand. Sure enough, after Su Maoyong explained it this way, the disciples of the soul-chasing hall all nodded in understanding. They didn't expect that opening a store was so complicated, and there were so many things to consider. After hearing what Su Maoyong said, they felt that they had really thought too simply before. Haha. I have learned a lot today. I didn't expect that there are so many processes in doing business. I am really ignorant. Ji Ruiqing also looked at Su Maoyong with admiration. This is why you can only be a thief. But she can do business. Jun Haotsong on the side couldn't help but tease. Ji Ruiqing was immediately speechless by him. You, junior brother, you are really not pleasing. Being liked by you is not a good thing. Jun Haotsong replied coldly. And someone was angry again and gnashed his silver teeth. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. I'll leave this to you. I hope I can get the information within 3 days after arriving in Yanqing City. Su Maoyong interrupted and reminded seriously. Gu Qiuyun saw that they all had tasks, and was unwilling to eat idle meals. So he quickly asked, "Boss, what about us? You are responsible for helping me find out the news about the Gongsun family and Shinoa. I want to know if she is safe." Hearing this, Gu Qiuyun nodded in understanding. Okay, leave it to us. 2 days later, Su Maoyong and his group arrived in Yanqing City smoothly. At this time, looking at the surrounding traffic, the flow of people, the shops on both sides of the street, the red walls and green tiles, the luxurious decoration, Su Maoyong couldn't help but sigh that Yanqing City is worthy of being one of the 3 main cities. The prosperity is indeed not comparable to Huiyin City. It's already night. Let's find an inn to stay first. Gu Qiuyan saw that it was getting late and couldn't help but suggest. Su Maoyan agreed. Well, it will take some time for you to inquire about the news. I also have to refine some pills and prepare. Now I really have to find an inn to stay temporarily. Ji Ruiqing's eyes were sharp, and he immediately found that there happened to be an inn not far ahead. Let's go there. After settling in the inn, everyone went back to their rooms to rest, and Su Maoyan closed the door and began to refine pills. Jun Haotsong sat aside and practiced quietly. Now that he has reached the Sanluo realm, his talent, which he is proud of, is not surprising, because the geniuses here are often Emperor Spirit Masters, and there are many beings of higher levels than him. Even if he can fight across levels, there is always a level suppression. If he encounters a powerful opponent, if the level gap is too large, he may not have a chance of winning. Therefore, improving strength is the key at present. At least, when Su Maoyan is in danger, he can protect her. In this way, time flies, and 3 days have passed. Ji Ruiqing, several senior brothers of the Soul Chasing Hall, and the brothers of the Proud Wolf Group all have news. On this day, everyone gathered together and reported their own results. Junior sister, I visited several places. Combined with their investigations, I found a house in the east of the city. It is not only spacious and comfortable, but also has a very good environment. The layout and structure of the entire house are excellent. The key is that it is convenient to walk. People come and go on the street, which is very lively. It is a good place to do business. In addition, the backyard is a little far from the front yard, and it is relatively quiet to live in. It is a good place to have the best of both worlds. So the boss asked for a higher price. But for my sake, he gave us a discount of several 100,000. The shop and the house together are only more than 7 million, which is a conscience price. By the way, everything over there has been arranged, and we can move in directly tomorrow, Ji Ruiqing said excitedly. To be honest, she really never thought that a group of homeless and wandering thieves like them would have a home one day. But when they heard that it was more than 7 million, and it was still cheaper for Ji Ruiqing's sake, everyone was a little shocked. Sure enough, the land in Yanqing City is so popular that this price is a bit unbearable. However, if it is a good place, it is worth it to be a little expensive. Thinking about it, Su Maoyan nodded in appreciation. Well, it's well done. Seeing Ji Ruiqing finish his report, Fang Yibin on the side also spoke up. After a few days of investigation, we found that there are a total of 11 top forces in Yanqing City, namely the City Lord's Mansion, the Trading House, the 6 Great Families, the Alchemy Guild, the Refining Guild, and the Mercenary Guild. Of course, there are some inconspicuous small forces and small families, but they have no say, and their status is relatively low. The 6 families are the Gongsun family, the Situ family, the Lu family, the Xing family, the Pu family, and the Luo family. Each of them has industries such as mines, restaurants, inns, jewelry stores, clothing stores, antiques, and medicine stores. Even the Alchemy Guild and the Mercenary Guild are controlled by them behind the scenes. As for the Refining Guild and the Trading House, they are industries monopolized by the City Lord's Mansion. As for the medicine stores we are going to open, there are a total of 8 in Yanqing City, but only 3 are the most authoritative, because they are supported by the Situ family, the Lu family, and the Xing family. As for other drugstores, most of them are opened by small forces. But if they want to gain a foothold here, it is essential to seek the protection of the big families. Therefore, they also have intricate connections with the 6 big families behind them. This is the specific situation of the various forces and the 8 drugstores we found. It contains a series of introductions such as the types of things they sell, the sales quantity, the pricing, and the preferences of customers. As he said, Fang Yibin handed the collected and sorted information to Su Maoyan. Su Maoyan reached out to take the densely written paper, browsed it carefully, and then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Very detailed. I think we can specify a marketing plan according to this before opening. Marketing plan? Ji Ruiqing didn't understand either, staring at Su Maoyan in confusion. She found that her junior sister always said some words that they couldn't understand. Su Maoyan faced her inquiring eyes and explained with a smile. We want to attract customers to buy our things. Do we still need to attract people? Your pills are of such high quality that they will go crazy to grab them once they are taken out. Ji Ruiqing seemed to be particularly confident in Su Maoyang's pills. Su Maoyang shook his head. We can't sell too expensive pills right away. If we are targeted by people with bad intentions, we will inevitably be in trouble. Besides, even if we sell them, we are new here and we are unfamiliar with the place. Will they trust us? Besides, there are so many monopoly industries here. Why should they give up the shops they bought before and take care of a new shop? Then how can we attract people? As a gang of thieves, they have always robbed and stolen, and have never done business. It really stumped them to let customers take the initiative to pay. Chapter 2017, Are you going to be a maid? I will make some flyers and business cards to introduce our pharmacy, indicating the opening time and location. You can hand out these flyers and business cards to pedestrians on the street to promote our shop to them. In addition, promotional activities on the opening day are essential. For example, elixirs below the Xianpin level can be purchased and tasted for free, and elixirs above the Xianpin level can be sold at a discount. For example, if the customer's transaction amount reaches a certain amount, we will give a discount, a cheaper price, or buy 10 get 1 free, and give away some other types of samples. Try to please the customers as much as possible, so that everyone can have a deeper understanding of our pharmacy, and thus establish a trusting relationship. Finally, for big customers who buy a lot, we can hold a lottery and give away a 1-month membership card to retain customers as much as possible. Su Maoyang had a plan in advance and told his ideas. Although Ji Ruiqing was smart, she still didn't understand many words, and asked in confusion, Membership card? What is that? Others also had question marks on their faces, staring at Su Maoyang expectantly. Although they were confused, they could understand a little after her explanation. But they were still very curious about the strange method she said. Su Maoyang knew that since everyone was going to do business together, she had to teach them this knowledge. So she didn't have any impatience and continued to explain. Membership card is equivalent to giving customers an identity. As long as they come to us with membership cards to buy things, they will have special discounts. And no matter what they buy, it will be much more cost-effective than ordinary customers. Of course, if they are not big customers, they need to spend a sum of fairy crystals to apply for membership cards. At that time, they will be divided into 1-year, 5-year and 10-year membership cards, and they will establish a long-term cooperative relationship with us. Of course, on this basis, you have to establish customer information. You must remember the identity, background and preferences of anyone who has bought something in our store. It is best to have a more detailed and systematic data on what type of medicinal materials they usually tend to buy and what type of elixir they need. Only by understanding the needs of customers can you know what to recommend to customers that they are interested in. Junior sister, you are really amazing. Where did you learn these things? You actually have so many strange ideas. Ji Ruiqing was shocked when she heard this, and exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Su Maoyang smiled. In fact, I only have a set of theoretical knowledge. I haven't practiced it yet. I have to try it to know the effect. But, with free tasting and discounts, will we lose money? Jiang Mingbo, another disciple of the soul-chasing hall, was worried and couldn't help but question it. Su Maoyang understood their concerns and nodded in response. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. We are new here. If we don't use some promotional methods and marketing activities to attract customers, it will be difficult for us to gain a foothold in Yanqing City. If we open up the market by losing money, then our losses are worth it. Besides, the discount is only temporary. Once we have established a firm foothold and have a large number of customers, there is no need to sell at a low price. If sales are good, the price may even increase. You don't need to worry about this. I know what I am doing. She has a spiritual field in her space, so she doesn't have to worry about the amount of medicinal materials. In addition, she has excellent alchemy skills, so she can produce a lot of pills at one time. Except for the hard work, she won't lose much. Okay, we believe you. You will list the specific methods for us later, and we will do it. Ji Ruiqing is very accurate in judging people. Since they have decided to follow her, they naturally trust her wholeheartedly. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, then looked at the Aolong group and others. What news did you get? We carefully investigated the Gongsun family and found that this family is a bit mysterious. It seems that the foundation is not deep. After searching for so long, we can only trace it back to their great-grandfather. The ancestors above are like non-existent. And there is no news. I guess it may also be because the foundation is not as deep as the other forces. Therefore, although they are one of the 6 major families, they are not ranked high. They can only be regarded as medium level, ranking behind the Sidu family, the Xing family, and the Pu family. After that, it can only be said that they are stronger than the Lu and Luo families. But even so, their strength should not be underestimated. We found that the 6-star formation covered the entire house. Even masters of the level of innate imperial spiritual masters would be killed on the spot if they accidentally broke into it. So forcibly breaking in to save people is obviously not feasible. And Shinua is now a low-ranking maid in the mansion. She does some rough and tiring work in the mansion. It seems that she has been poisoned and has temporarily lost her spiritual power. But fortunately, her life is not in danger. Gu Qiuyun told Su Maoyang all the news he had inquired about in the past few days. Su Maoyang heard that forcibly breaking in would not work. So he had to think of other ways. It seems that I have to sneak into the Gongsun family first. Boss, the Gongsun family is one of the 6 great families. How can it be so easy to get in? Look at the guest officials of Huiyin City Lord's Mansion. They have to reach the level of postnatal imperial spiritual master to be qualified to join. The requirements of the Gongsun family for recruiting guests will not be lower than those of Huiyin City. Gu Qiuyun shook his head in difficulty. Su Maoyang had an idea. The threshold for guest officials is high, and it is not easy to get in. What about maids? This does not require postnatal imperial spiritual masters. Right? It just so happened that Shinua was also a maid. If she entered through this identity, it might be easier to see her than as a guest official. After all, as a guest official, you are still an outsider. So you can't run to someone's backyard as soon as you arrive, which will arouse suspicion. You want to go in as a maid? Gu Qiuyun was shocked. Jun Haosong refused without a second thought. No, I don't want to be a guard anymore. Since she was going to be a maid, wouldn't he have to lower his status to cooperate with her, and go to the Gongsun family to be a guard? Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. This time, you won't be a role. Just stay here and help me run the store. Run the store? Are you serious? Jun Haosong frowned, his voice as cold as ice. Of course. Are you going to let Ji Ruiqing, a woman, take charge of the overall situation? Although she has a good mind and is suitable for doing business, if there is no strong man behind her, once something happens, how can you let her, a woman, handle it? Su Maoyang glanced at him unhappily. Ji Ruiqing is smart, but her strength is limited. So Su Maoyang is still not at ease. Seeing Jun Hao's face dark and reluctant, Ji Ruiqing couldn't help but smile and comfort him. Don't worry. I don't expect you to be able to entertain guests with your mouth. So just leave the things of being in the spotlight to your senior sister. You just need to stay in the backyard and be a bodhisattva. If there is trouble, and your senior sister can't solve it, then come and ask you, the Buddha, to help. Chapter 2018. Are you seeking revenge? Although Ji Ruiqing is very confident in her abilities, she also knows that this is Yanqing City after all. And there are many powerful people here. It is not something that she, an imperial spiritual master, can deal with by being clever. So it is safer to have more people to help. But Jun Haosong is always worried about Su Maoyang, and snorted unhappily. You are always flirting with women. Who knows if you will also be favored by a certain young master? Zina was detained in Gongsun Mansion because she was favored by a certain young master. And if a woman as outstanding as Su Maoyang went there, wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth? So, with the lessons learned from the past, how could Jun Haosong let her go alone when he thought that there would be a man who would take advantage of her? Ji Ruiqing didn't expect that he didn't want to stay because he was worried that Su Maoyang was having affairs outside. So he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you are so funny. With your wife's current appearance, it's a question whether she can become a maid in Gongsun Mansion. You are actually afraid that she will be favored by the young master inside. Do you really think she is blind? In my opinion, she is prettier than you even if she disguises herself as a ghost. You naturally can't understand this kind of trouble. Jun Haosong's mouth is also very poisonous. He made Ji Ruiqing's cheeks red with just one sentence. You? Su Maoyang saw that the two were about to quarrel again, and he persuaded helplessly. Okay, don't be angry. I'm going to Gongsun family to do business. There are not so many romantic things. Besides, I have changed my appearance now. Only you think it's beautiful. And others are afraid to avoid it. Humph. You have changed your appearance. Don't some people still have wild thoughts about you? Jun Haotsong glared at Gu Qiuyun meaningfully. Gu Qiuyun felt his sharp gaze and felt embarrassed. She quickly avoided his sight and didn't want to get involved. I have to admit that this man is really a big jealous man. He can remember a little misunderstanding until now. Seeing that he was still jealous of Gu Qiuyun, Su Maoyang shook his head with a smile. Don't talk nonsense here. If you really trust me, don't get involved. But I don't trust those men. Jun Haotsong frowned and had a tough attitude. So what do you want from me? Su Maoyang really lost to him. Seeing her compromise, Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows. And there was a subtle light flashing in his eyes. Pockmark your face. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was immediately at a loss. Are you taking revenge? At the beginning, when she came to Fengqi Empire, she thought he was too good-looking and too eye-catching. So she asked him to change his appearance and pockmark his face. He was not happy at all. He didn't expect that after so long. He was still holding a grudge. Back then, I sacrificed for you and got pockmarks all over my face. Can't you sacrifice for me once? Jun Haotsong asked back. Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. Forget it. If this can make you feel at ease, just get pockmarks. She went to Gongsun Mansion to save people, not to participate in a beauty pageant. So it doesn't matter if she's ugly or not. Ji Ruiqing, who was drinking water, spit out when she heard that she really wanted to get pockmarks all over her face. When she thought of her pockmarked face, she laughed and slapped the table. Pfft. Junior sister, are you mistaken? Your face is ugly enough now. And you even want to get pockmarks all over your face. Are you deliberately trying to turn people off? Ha ha ha. It really made me laugh. You two are so funny. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Who told me to marry a jealous person? Su Maoyang looked helpless. From your tone, you seem to be disgusted and regretful? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows, and his voice revealed a bit of coldness. Su Maoyang faced his sharp eyes and waved his hands hurriedly. How dare I? It seems that you have the will, but not the courage. Jun Haotsong's voice was even lowered, revealing a chill. Su Maoyang shivered at the coldness of his body and laughed awkwardly. Look at what you said. Don't you know my feelings for you? I have forgotten a little recently, and I have to trouble my wife to help me recall it tonight. As he said that, Jun Haotsong hugged her in his arms, leaned close to her ear, and bit the word memories in an extremely ambiguous way. Su Maoyang naturally understood what he meant, and her face immediately turned red. She struggled to leave his arms. What are you doing? Everyone is watching. Jun Haotsong knew that there were many outsiders present, and immediately shot a knife-like eye at Ji Ruiqing and others, and reminded them coldly, What? Are you still standing here? Do you want to see how our husband and wife fight on the bed? Everyone present was embarrassed by his straightforward words, and turned around and fled out of the room. Ji Ruiqing winked at Su Maoyang with an ambiguous look on his face, and said with a smile, You guys fight slowly, but don't forget to pack up. You still have to go to Jinmoyaju in the east of the city tomorrow morning. After that, Ji Ruiqing quickly slipped out of the room and closed the door for them tactfully. This night was another sweet and lingering night. But Su Maoyang suffered a lot, and was tossed by Jun Haotsong again. As a result, she felt weak in the legs the next day. On the way to Jinmoyaju, she was ridiculed by Ji Ruiqing countless times. Although the brothers from the soul-chasing hall and the brothers from the wolf group did not say it directly, their eyes were very ambiguous, which made Su Maoyang embarrassed. However, when she arrived at Jinmoyaju and saw the shop and the house behind, Su Maoyang had to sigh that although Ji Ruiqing was not very serious, narcissistic and shameless, he was really good at doing things. Jinmoyaju was indeed, as she said, a good place to do business and live, and it was worth spending more than 7 million. I think she got this price by flirting with him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction, then took out the marketing plan and specific practices written for them, as well as the space ring containing a large number of medicinal materials and elixirs, handed it to Ji Ruiqing, and instructed, I heard from Gu Qiuyun that Gongsun Mansion is short of manpower to prepare for the old man's birthday banquet, and tomorrow they will recruit a new batch of maids to help. This is a good opportunity for me to sneak into the mansion and I naturally can't miss it. But after entering, I don't know when I can come out. So you should do it according to what I wrote above. If you don't understand anything, send a voice message to ask me. Fortunately, there is a sound transmission note, so she should have no problem commanding remotely. Okay, you go ahead. There are so many of us here to support you. You can rest assured. Ji Ruiqing nodded. Su Maoyang just needs to make suggestions, and she doesn't need to do these things herself. After all, one is a team of mercenaries, and the other is a gang of thieves. Their mobility is still amazing. Jun Haotsong heard this and warned coldly. Stay away from men. If I know you're flirting with other women again, I won't let you go. Su Maoyang rolled his eyes and pointed at his pockmarked face. With my looks, do you think there are still men willing to let me get close to you? Jun Haotsong snorted coldly. That's not necessarily true. Chapter 2019, Do you want to be a maid? The next day, after Su Maoyang arranged the affairs of the medicine shop, she arrived at Gongsun Mansion early. But as soon as she arrived at the door of Gongsun Mansion, she saw a large group of women standing outside. Each of them was pretty, with willow waists and flowery postures, standing there and flirting. If she hadn't known that they were recruiting maids today, she would have almost thought that they were going to select concubines for the emperor. It seems that it is really not easy to enter Gongsun Mansion, but no matter how difficult it is, she must go in. After all, she Nua is still waiting for her to save her. Thinking about it, she quickly walked to the door and lined up behind the team. But although this group of women were not so beautiful as to topple the country, they were also as beautiful as flowers. And at least they were pretty and charming. So Su Maoyang, an ugly woman with pockmarks on her face, stood out among them, and immediately attracted many women's surprised eyes. The women who came to line up one after another saw Su Maoyang standing in front of them, and some of them shouted angrily, "Where did you come from? Beggar? Go beg for food and don't block our way. Yes, you don't know the occasion when you beg for food. Can you come to Gongsun Mansion?" Of course, it is understandable. With Su Maoyang's current appearance, it is difficult for everyone not to regard her as a beggar on the street. To be honest, it's all Jun Haotsong's fault. He didn't let her go unless he made her extremely ugly. So, in order to sneak into Gongsun Mansion, she had to compromise. Just because she knew what she looked like. Su Maoyang didn't care too much when she heard their bad tone, but answered seriously, "I'm also here to apply for a maid at Gongsun Mansion." Hearing this, the woman behind her was obviously stunned, then looked her up and down, as if she heard a big joke, and burst into laughter. "Apply for the maid of Gongsun Mansion? Just you? Ha ha!" The women behind this woman also thought it was very absurd, and laughed. "It's so funny. With your appearance, you still want to be a maid of Gongsun Mansion. You are probably still dreaming. Ha. I really don't know where this crazy woman came from. She dares to speak so shamelessly without even looking in the mirror. For someone like you, let alone Gongsun Mansion, even an ordinary small family maid, you are not qualified. Get out of the way. Don't delay our business." As she said, many women behind her were dissatisfied and shouted loudly, trying to drive Su Maoyang away. Su Maoyang stood motionless in the line, with no intention of moving. "I am here to apply for the job of a maid in Gongsun Mansion, not yours. Even if you want to drive me away, it should be the people in Gongsun Mansion who say that. You haven't become a member of Gongsun Mansion yet. When is it your turn to meddle in other people's business? You humph. With our looks and our ingenuity, it's only a matter of time before we become maids in Gongsun Mansion. But you, with your looks like this, you won't be selected no matter whether you queue up or not. Why bother yourself and waste everyone's time?" Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous and chuckled. "I'm not afraid of humiliating myself. So why are you worried? Since so many people are here to apply for the job of a maid, why can't I come? If you are afraid of wasting time, don't queue up and go in directly. That's fast and convenient. Why stand here and talk uselessly with me? Seeing your arrogant demeanor, someone who doesn't know you would think you are here to be a call girl. You are asking for a fight." The woman in the queue behind her was immediately so angry at Su Maoyang that her cheeks turned red. She couldn't help but raise her hand and wanted to slap her in the face. Su Maoyang grabbed her arm and warned, "What? Do you still want to hit someone? You are so arrogant before you even enter Gongsun Mansion. What will happen after you enter? If you alarm the people in Gongsun Mansion, I think you don't even need to queue up. You will be kicked out as a shrew. Gongsun Mansion is a big family in Yanqing City. Even when choosing maids, they have to choose those who are generous, decent, gentle and virtuous. A spoiled and willful woman like this naturally cannot enter the door of Gongsun Mansion. So, after being reminded by Su Maoyang, the woman was frightened and pale. The women who had opinions about her were also frightened and shut their mouths. If they really alarmed the people in Gongsun Mansion by making a fuss here, this job would probably be ruined. So, thinking of this serious relationship, the women behind them all persuaded. Forget it, Sister Ru. Let's not bother with this ugly woman. Although she will be driven out sooner or later, we can't be implicated by her. Yes, she has no self-knowledge and insists on embarrassing herself. Let her embarrass herself. Anyway, it's not our face that is embarrassed. Besides, she's so ugly. She probably has no shame. Hearing this, the woman who was so angry at Su Mo gradually relaxed her expression, pulled out her arm, and sneered disdainfully. Forget it. You have no shame. But I still have some. Anyway, you will become a laughingstock soon. I want to see how you end up. Seeing that she didn't continue to make a scene, Su Maoyang turned around and lined up in his own line. After a while, a nani came out. She looked at everyone and ordered directly. You line up in several rows horizontally, and I will select 20 maids from you. At that time, you will be asked to serve tea and water at the old man's birthday banquet and serve the guests. So at least you are required to be well-behaved, smart and sensible. After receiving the order, everyone lined up horizontally as instructed, stood in a proper manner, and all had well-behaved smiles on their faces. Waiting for inspection, Nani Qian nodded with satisfaction, walked to the middle of the group, and began to select personally. However, when she walked up to Su Maoyang, she was frightened by the pockmarked face and immediately yelled angrily. Where did you come from? You ugly freak? How dare you sneak into the team and scare people? This is not the place for you. Get out of here. Upon hearing this, Su Maoyang hurriedly negotiated. Madam, I want to be a maid in Gongsun Mansion. I hope you can be flexible. As long as you can accept me, I am willing to do rough and tiring work. Humph. With your appearance, you are not qualified to be a maid in Gongsun Mansion. You better give up this idea. Come! Get her out of here quickly. If you scare the young master and the young lady, I will hold you accountable. Nani Qian was tough, and there was no room for negotiation. When the women heard that Nani personally drove Su Maoyang away, they covered their mouths and laughed even though they had expected this result. Oh! I told you. You will leave sooner or later. It's better to leave earlier than later, so you won't be as embarrassed as you are now. It's a pity that some people will not turn back until they hit the wall, and they have to humiliate themselves. It's really sad. The woman who quarreled with Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer and said sarcastically. Hearing this, the women around laughed even harder, as if they were watching a joke. Chapter 2020, I have a secret to tell you. At this time, Su Maoyang looked calm. Without waiting for the guards to rush up, she immediately said, Mammy, it doesn't matter whether I am a maid or not, but I have a secret about Gongsun Mansion that I want to tell you. It's not too late for you to decide whether to stay or leave after listening to it. Mammy Ding didn't expect that this ugly guy actually knew the secret of Gongsun Mansion. She immediately raised her eyebrows and stared at her in surprise. What secret? Tell me, since it concerns the entire Gongsun Mansion. It is naturally not sloppy. Since it is a secret, it must not be known to others. If everyone knows it, Mammy will not be able to bear the blame. Su Maoyang said mysteriously. Madame Ding glanced at the curious people around her, and glared at Su Maoyang speechlessly. If you dare to play any tricks, be careful, I will peel your skin off. Su Maoyang smiled and shook her head. How dare I play tricks in front of Madame? I still want to live a few more years. Knowing that she didn't dare, Madame Ding nodded and said, Okay, come with me and tell me alone. Seeing this, Su Maoyang immediately left the team and followed. Standing at a distance from everyone, quietly took out a storage bag and stuffed it into Madame Ding's hand, and then whispered a few words in her ear. Madam, this is 10,000 fairy crystals. All my belongings. Just as a filial piety to you. To buy you a job. Just be flexible and let me be a low-level maid. Doing rough work is fine. Anyway, low-level maids don't have to show their faces, no matter what they look like. The master and the guests can't see. You don't have to worry about me scaring people. Besides, there are so many pretty maids here. Serving tea and water. And waiting on guests can be left to them. Taking me, a low-ranking maid, is just an insignificant thing for you. Why don't you give me a favor and make some money? 10,000 fairy crystals. This amount is not small. Su Maoyang said that it was all his belongings. Which is credible. Besides, using a sum of money to buy a stable and good job that can support oneself for a lifetime is indeed a very cost-effective deal. So when Madame Ding heard her words, she did not have any doubts, but could not resist the temptation and weighed the storage bag, and pondered for a moment. Okay, since you are so sincere, I will find you a job as a low-ranking maid. Remember, when you enter Gongsun Mansion, you must work obediently in the backyard and are not allowed to jump around in front of the master and guests. If you scare or anger anyone, I can't protect you at that time. Madame Ding finally couldn't resist the temptation of the fairy crystal stone and nodded in agreement. But she couldn't help but give some instructions. In the end, low-ranking maids were supposed to do rough and tiring work. It didn't matter whether they looked good or not. What mattered was that they were hard-working and capable. If someone really investigated, she could just say that the woman was strong and capable of working. And I believe no one would say anything. Thinking of this, Madame Ding accepted the bag, walked back to the team again, and announced loudly, "Since you are loyal to the Gongsun Mansion, I will make an exception and let you be a low-ranking maid." Su Maoyang smiled brightly when she heard this, and immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, madam." Hearing this, the women present looked at Su Maoyang in surprise, not understanding what she had said to Madame Ding that made Madame Ding change her mind so quickly. It was really surprising that she could tolerate a woman with such appearance to enter the Gongsun Mansion. What's going on? She's so secretive. Who knows what she's up to? Hee hee. She's just a low-ranking servant. Even if she gets in, she'll still be doing dirty and tiring work. And she can never be compared to a middle-ranking servant. Yes, even if she gets in, she'll still be the lowest servant. And she'll still be trampled underfoot. I don't know why she's so happy. The women who had just ridiculed Su Maoyang for not being able to enter Gongsun Mansion were upset when they saw that she had actually become a member of Gongsun Mansion. And they couldn't help but sarcastically mock her. Aunt Ding frowned when she heard everyone making a scene, and growled in a serious tone. "Okay, quiet down." Then she pointed at the women in the team and called out their names. The first row, the ones on the right. The second row, the ones in the middle. The ones on the left, and the ones in the middle of the third row. And the ones on the far right of the fourth row. You meet the requirements and can become middle-level maids in my Gongsun Mansion. Now you can come over. Write your names in the registration book. And then press your handprints on the jade stone. Only by integrating the handprints into the formation can you enter and exit the Gongsun Mansion smoothly through handprints in the future. As she spoke, Aunt Ding pointed to the jade stone hanging on one side of the door. Su Maoyang followed the direction she pointed and took a deep look at the jade stone that recorded the handprints. He couldn't help but remember what Gu Qiuyin said, that the Gongsun family had set up a 6-star formation around it. And even the innate Emperor Spirit Master found it difficult to break in. And the protection measures were quite powerful. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, it was indeed worthy of its reputation. Judging from the situation, only internal personnel, or those led by internal personnel, could enter the Gongsun Mansion smoothly. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang also walked over, wrote down Su Lin's name casually, and then pressed her handprint on the jade. Before, when she was in Finchua Tianqing, the prince and the princess gave her the name Lu Lin. Now, she changed her surname, and it was just right to use it. Madame Ding got them all ready, and then she called the selected women to go to Gongsun Mansion. Su Maoyang was a low-ranking maid, and was directly arranged to live in the west courtyard of Huansha. It is said that this place is a courtyard where low-ranking maids, who do hard labor and rough work live. They usually do heavy and dirty work such as washing clothes, sweeping the floor, weeding and dusting, clearing snow, washing toilets, emptying night incense, transporting rice, flour, grain and oil, carrying water, transporting milk, firewood, etc. So, as soon as Su Maoyang entered, she smelled a pungent odor and immediately covered her mouth and nose. Madame Ding directly found the maid in charge of the west courtyard of Huansha and ordered, "This is Su Lin, a new lower-ranking maid. I will leave her to you." Madame Ding didn't seem to want to stay any longer, and left with the other women. The maid in charge was wearing an orange dress. Although she didn't look very pretty, she was still pretty. However, her expression of disdainful look on her face somewhat destroyed her overall beauty. Madame Ding actually accepted such an ugly freak. It's really strange. Since you are new, you naturally have to get used to the errands here first. Look, do you see the piles of clothes over there? Hurry over and wash all those clothes within 1 hour. Do you hear me? The orange-dressed woman sneered at Su Maoyang's appearance, pointed at the clothes in the distance, and ordered in a domineering manner. Su Maoyang looked over there, and saw a huge pile of dirty clothes. It would be impossible to finish washing such a large number of clothes, let alone in an hour, even if he washed them for a whole day and night.